10 years ago, this world became a playground and all people turned into players. Their goal was quite simple. They had to kill monsters and try their best to survive. These players received tasks from the game masters. They were called GM, and of course the players did not enjoy this game. This was done by deities, distant beings high in the sky, who watched the game and made their favorite players their own avatars. The deities did this in order to take a personal part in the game, but as a result, all of humanity died out. This seems to be the worst game in history, because the end of this path was the total destruction of humanity. Can there be anything worse? There was only one way to be saved from death, to get out of this world and into this black hole. But according to the rules, the avatar of a deity cannot go through it, and our protagonist, a guy named Kim, is an avatar. His deity is surely looking at him and mocking him, perhaps even criticizing him for his poor performance on the last mission. The system informed the guy that he had reached the bad end of the lonely world, and there is no better name for it. This title is perfect for the last living person on the planet, and the game will soon officially end. This means that Kim's role has already been played, and instead of staying alone in this desolate world, it is better to choose another option. Without thinking twice, the guy realized that he did not want to live a lonely life, so he prepared to kill himself with his own hands. But at the last moment, the system told him that the DLC store would open after clearing all the lonely modes. DLC is content that can be downloaded and used as a supplement to the main game. Usually, such shops are found in console games, and the system informed the guy that he could buy items with his points. Later, he was offered to start the game from the beginning, but now he has some advantages over other players. Kim can't understand why this feature suddenly appeared. Maybe it's a joker that appears after completing the game. If the guy hasn't really lost his common sense, then this is not a hallucination, and he can be sure that he can win this game. To buy the features he needs 1,000,000 points, and over the course of 10 years of playing, he's collected enough points. Now he has finally bought the second set, and after the second round starts, he will be able to buy different items in the shop. Kim hopes that all of this is true, and he can really start over and finally change everything, especially this bad ending. The system has started the restart process. The guy has to try to come to the other end in the second round. This is how the first round was officially completed, and now we will witness the continuation of this amazing story. Kim opened his eyes and realized that he was sitting on the street in the center of his city. Everything around him was quite ordinary. Everything seems to be back to normal, and he immediately saw people walking calmly along the streets and enjoying the beautiful weather. The status window hasn't opened yet, but he doesn't care because he's enjoying this peace he hasn't seen in a long time. Suddenly, he saw Linda walking toward him, a girl who was his close friend when he was at university. She was a year younger than him, but she knew how to take good care of others, often coming up to him when he was lonely and talking to him. They got along well, and she was very well-mannered, so she didn't let him go until the end. The girl said hello to Kim, and noticed that he had been playing games all night again, and at this rate, his grades might suffer this semester. He replied that the semester had not even started yet, but Linda reminded him that it was August 17th. Kim immediately realized that it was all true, it wasn't a dream, and he had indeed started the second round of the game. The ground beneath his feet would soon begin to move in different directions, and he returned to the very first day when it all began. Linda noticed that her friend was acting strangely, probably playing games all night again, and not even sleeping. Kim couldn't believe that he was really back, and the whole story was about to start from the beginning. Linda reminded him that in a week's time, university classes would start, and he should prepare and forget about computer games. He is grateful to her for everything, and not only for taking care of him all the time, but she did something more. Linda suggested that he find another place to talk. It seems she saw someone she didn't like. It is clear that John is approaching them. He is constantly trying to get closer to Linda, and he calls Kim a lost cause. Kim doesn't remember what happened to this guy during the game. He probably couldn't even complete the first level of the game. Linda reminded her friend that he didn't want to meet with John, so they should find another place to talk. Kim completely forgot about all this, and said that there was no need to change the place just because of him. In his memory, all these events happened 10 years ago, so we can understand the situations he does not remember. Linda continued to suggest another place to rest. She also doesn't want John to come near them. Suddenly, Kim heard words that immediately reminded him of the very day it all began 10 years ago. That day, he sat in the same place with Linda and talked about the beginning of the school year. Then she also noticed interesting events and thought that a movie was being filmed near them. It all seemed like ordinary special effects, and of course a simple young girl could not believe that this was really happening. But this is how the worst thing that happened to people in history began, and now we have to go through it again. In the circle, it seemed that they were just actors in costumes, and these monsters were small, like children. Everyone around them began to watch these monsters with interest, but no one could find the camera or the director. Linda suggested that we go closer and look at these monsters, and 10 years ago, Kim did just that. And now he doesn't want to repeat his past mistakes, so he asked the girl to wait a bit and take her time. A little later, people around started screaming. Of course they were scared because these monsters started cutting other people. At that moment, everyone finally began to realize that this was not really like a movie or special effects. It was something real. As strange as it may seem, people are now facing a new reality, and only those who adapt to it faster will be able to survive. Linda was shocked that this was not a movie. She realized that these were real monsters who came to kill young students. Other people realized this, and they immediately began to run away from these demons, but it was their most unfortunate choice. These goblins usually attack the weak and defenseless, so the one who turned his back on them seemed to be inviting them to kill him. More than 10 people died in a few minutes on this beautiful morning trying to escape, but the goblins were faster. Killing for these otherworldly monsters was not a hunt. They considered it entertainment, so they killed with a smile on their face. It all seemed very strange, and Linda immediately ran to her friend, grabbed his hand, and told him that they had to leave immediately. She didn't understand why Kim was in no hurry to get up and look for a safe place. At first it seemed that he was paralyzed with fear, but the guy was well aware of everything and did not panic at all, although 10 years ago he was too weak and cowardly. That's exactly what happened in the first round, when Linda covered his body with her own, and he stood there, unable to move out of fear. In a few seconds, her red blood got on his face, a feeling he will never be able to forget. 10 years ago, he stood behind her back and then just ran away like the last coward, but now everything should be different, because the second level is starting. The synchronization process is almost complete, and Kim is no longer an ordinary guy, but a player who has personally seen the end of the world. This time, everything should be different, because he has experience, understanding of his opponent's weaknesses, and martial arts skills. He immediately got close to the goblins and struck the first powerful blow. This time, he would not let them take his Linda away from him. In the next few seconds, he showed that he was no longer the small and cowardly boy he used to be. Now we are witnessing a real warrior fighting with incredible ferocity when it comes to protecting loved ones. And so he destroyed the first monsters in the second level, and the synchronization is complete. Thanks to this initial success, he received many additional rewards from the system, just like in a real game. The people around them were still shocked and could not understand what was happening, and the hardest part was yet to come. The deities came down from heaven and started talking. They said that all people in the world are now invited to play the game of the gods. Now they are all players in this game who have to perform basic tasks, and if they fail, receive a serious punishment. They were told that the system would provide them with additional information about various aspects of the game. Kim is well aware that the deities can easily spot him if he progresses too quickly or uses too good a weapon. He realizes that he has to be extremely careful, and he is grateful that this whole game started from the beginning. The observer is the eyes of the gods, and it can be different for each user depending on the level, but in most cases it looks something like this. If these observers start to suspect the guy, it could affect the difficulty of future tasks. They will not ignore this, and the game will immediately become more difficult, so from the very beginning, you need to be careful in your actions and not arouse unnecessary suspicion. That is why Kim began to pretend that it was very difficult for him to defeat the little goblin. Suddenly, Linda turned to the boy and said that such monsters could not appear in the real world, but she knew what was going on. She explained that the reality has changed completely now, because in the real world it is impossible to see notifications about the nuances of the game. Kim tried not to show that he knew all this without her saying it, but he couldn't help but notice her calmness in an emergency situation. But Linda, on the contrary, was surprised by Kim's unusually calm demeanor, and she also did not understand how he was able to destroy the goblins so easily. Suddenly, people heard the message again. Their first task was to escape from the university, and they had 2 days to complete this mission. From that moment on, they will be attacked by monsters, and they must either run away from them or destroy them, the main goal being to get out of the university. Each player receives a reward depending on their personal achievements, so it is better to be active in completing this task. The level of difficulty of this mission seemed too easy for Kim. He is already too experienced for this. He asked his friend to hurry up because soon there would be too many goblins around. He took her by the hand and told her to run away immediately. These demons run very fast, so there is no time to waste. If Kim had not known all this information, Linda would certainly have been dead again. Unfortunately, not everyone around us reacted quickly to all this information, and other people still thought it was some kind of movie. Later, they finally realized that this was happening, but it was too late. After a few minutes, Kim and Linda were able to break away from the goblins, who were busy killing other people. Linda began to worry about the fate of the other students at the university, but Kim assured her that it was better not to think about it now. The goblins have the strength of an average adult male, so there are not many victims at the moment. As soon as people start gathering in a crowd, things will calm down a bit, but only until the hobgoblins appear. The system soon reported that Kim and Linda had finally entered the safe zone. In the first stage of the game, after Kim managed to escape from the goblins, he was lucky enough to reach a safe zone. Linda could not yet understand what this meant, so he decided to explain some of the rules of the game to her. Every game should have a safe place where monsters can't get in and where you can recuperate. Of course, goblins hate these safe zones. They only want to destroy people and eat their meat. Linda was finally able to take a break and enjoy a safe place. It looks like they really managed to escape from danger. Kim assured them that now they would be constantly attacked by monsters, but now they can rest before continuing their journey. The boy also quickly realized that he needed to arm Linda with everything she needed to defend herself against monsters. In other parts of the city, people had a very difficult time. Those who did not manage to escape in time had to fight for their lives. Goblins hardly ever get tired and are ready to chase their prey for hours on end. But suddenly the young people heard the screams of one of the goblins. They turned and saw that his throat had been cut. Their surprise didn't diminish because they saw who had done it. It was Linda, and it was incredible. She destroyed these monsters incredibly quickly with her new weapon. It seems Kim helped her get ready to continue the game. John couldn't believe that a simple girl from his university had done all this, so he asked her what had happened. 3 hours earlier, Kim had decided to buy all the necessary weapons for Linda, and he also noticed that they were being watched all this time. The guy knows perfectly well that there is only one reason why the gods watch the players, for the sake of curiosity. They choose the player they like the most and make him their avatar. They did it all the time in the first level, watched him complete the tasks, and enjoyed his game. But there were also so-called game masters who monitored the server and gave tasks, called GM. Kim noticed in time that they were being watched. It was the personal observer of the Korean master of Akartos. Kim pretended he was doing nothing, all of which was done only to make the observer lose interest as quickly as possible and leave. After 30 minutes, the observer finally stopped watching the Kim. He has no patience at all, which is why Akartos cannot become the best. But this impatience is now useful for Kim. Now we need to look at weapons for the Linda. The guy opened the DLC shop and was shocked by what he saw there. Everything was quite different from the first level of the game. The guy was very scared, but he noticed that Linda didn't pay attention to it at all, so he was the only one who saw the screen. Kim immediately saw the community of the game used by the gods. Had they copied a regular gaming site? He also saw that a chat room had been created on this site, with many messages from the gods, so it seems that our hero had gained access to something very secret. Kim realized that this chat was a real gift. You can learn a lot of useful information, but next time you should try to write something. The main thing is not to forget to check it, because with access to such information, you can achieve success in the game. After he checked out the community, it was time to look at other interesting things. Now he can afford a lot of things, but the best items are still too expensive. Some of them are hidden. Maybe it all depends on the level you've completed, so you need to keep playing. It is not yet clear whether all items can be opened or only part of them, and there is no explanation on the website. Kim did quite well in the first stage, so he hopes that this will help him in the future. A little later, he saw a multiplayer set. At the first stage, Kim was a lone player, but now he wishes to play with friends. It looks like this means that he will finally be able to collect himself, and he will have enough points to buy this item for the team. Suddenly, he heard a young man calling everyone to him. He was sure that by uniting it would be easier to stop the goblins. So people have finally realized that they need to create teams, because it will be very difficult to survive in this world alone. People united and began to try to destroy monsters together, and they also realized that they could buy weapons through the system. The first full-fledged battles between the monster and human teams began, and there was a lot to see. Of course, people overestimated their capabilities too much. Even though goblins are not the strongest monsters, they are still quite dangerous. Some people could not withstand this psychological and physical pressure. One woman even started crying and calling for help, but most of them called their mothers for help. But most still understood that they needed to focus on their opponents and try to fight like a real team. Linda said that they cannot sit in a safe place all the time, so they have to move forward slowly. She also said that she was very hungry during this time, and it was strange that she wanted to eat in such a critical situation. Kim also couldn't understand why she asked so few questions, but he felt even better for it. The situation is so strange that she would not understand anything, even if he started to tell her, so he decided to silently give her the knife he had taken from the goblin. He assured her that he could find another weapon, and reminded her that she was more defenseless than he was. Linda was surprised. This was very different from the Kim she had always known, although he had always been very strange. In addition to the goblin knife, which is perfect for self-defense, he also gave her a VIP brooch. This item enhances muscle regeneration and increases your score by 20%, which is a very useful item in the game. Linda turned out to be very smart. She quickly began to realize that it was a plaything and figured out how to use it. Kim also bought the same thing for himself, spending 20,000 points on it all, so you can call it a great investment. The DLC store is the best. They sell goods of a completely different level than in a regular store. Everything is much cheaper, but more efficient. Reality has become a game, but death still means the end, and judging from this side, it's worth it for 20,000 points for wound care. Moreover, they will be able to increase their points by 20%, so it is a very profitable item, especially after they have left the safe zone. The boy reminded his friend that she should focus on defense. Now was not the time to pretend she was a Wonder Woman and try to destroy the goblins. All this time, all the players on the map of the Earth were constantly monitored by the masters of the game, the so-called GM. They like this chaos. They think that people are very funny, although sometimes they are too uninteresting. Each of the masters told a story about their land plot. Some had funny stories, and some had all the people on the plot already dead. A little later, Akartos began to talk about his plot, saying that he had a boy who showed promise. According to him, this guy is a right beast, and if he continues at the same pace, he can reach a high level. Linda and Kim tried not to lose concentration and be extremely attentive, which is very important in this game. You need to be careful and constantly look in different directions. The monsters are too cunning and can appear out of nowhere. Many young people have already finished the game on the first day, but Linda, on the contrary, showed very rapid progress. She appeared and immediately ran toward the goblins, and these ugly creatures were only too happy to see her. But Linda looked incredibly confident and focused, and it was immediately clear that she had a plan. Kim explained to her that there are many groups of goblins, so there must be someone who controls them. It's always like that in games. Any gamer knows that. This is shown even in documentary programs. All animals that live in packs have a leader. This leader is the boss in this task, and if you don't kill the boss, it will be very difficult to get out of here. That's why Kim said they had to take down this boss, and that's why he needs Linda's help. He assured her that they would succeed, so she showed up and did everything she could to make the goblins pay attention to her. To begin with, she used the smell of seduction, an elixir that would attract weak monsters in the area. She used this elixir to make them all try to catch her, a simple enough plan. But then the fun begins, because they will use an elixir of invisibility, which will last about 5 minutes. So Linda is acting as a decoy. That's what Kim asked for, and he promised to take care of everything else personally. So far, everything is going according to plan. All the goblins are now trying to catch up with Lind, and now it's time to act. But suddenly a John appeared with a young girl, and they also tried to escape from the goblins. She saw her friend from the university and realized that he needed help. Perhaps catching the boss is not the most important thing, because the key task of this mission is to go beyond the university. It's all just a game, so the more people who survive, the more rewards they can get. A little later, what we have already seen happened. Linda came to the rescue and destroyed several monsters and saved John. He could not believe that she was capable of such a thing, but even the girl did not expect it from herself. Her body suddenly became light and fast. From the very beginning, she was not going to save him, and said that in such a situation he should thank her for saving him. John looked very scared. He had never seen Linda in such a state before. It was all very strange. At first, she realized that she was having trouble breathing. She couldn't calm down. It seemed as if her blood was boiling. Of course, she doesn't understand what exactly is happening to her, but there is no time to think now. She has to act. She has to stop the goblins and do everything Kim asked her to do. She has to block them. Finally, she drank the elixir and felt the red energy take over her body. While Linda was distracting the attention of all the goblins in the area, Kim went to find the boss of the bad guys. He hoped that nothing bad would happen to her, and at that moment he finally found this great mutant. Kim remained calm. He greeted the goblin boss and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, 10 years. The boss was not very happy to see them. He was visibly angry and prepared to destroy the little rascal. That's why he struck the first blow at the guy, but Kim is already an experienced wolf, which is why he is ready for such attacks. He smiled and said that it was not expected, but now it was his turn to attack. He immediately divided his points into different physical characteristics and especially added speed and agility. With this, he was able to find the blind spots of the goblin boss and try to take advantage of it. His experience helped him to quickly come up with the right plan, and he just had to realize his advantage. Kim immediately began to deliver powerful blows to his opponent, which the goblin boss is unlikely to like. But now Kim has to think only of himself and Linda. They have to fulfill their plan and complete this mission. There were many casualties in the first stage because of this boss, but now things will be completely different, especially after Kim added 10 points to his strength. He picked up a huge stone and threw it at the boss, which was a great and powerful hit to the opponent's head. After that, the guy drew his sword and prepared to strike a decisive blow. He jumped high from the boss's blind spot and demonstrated how sharp his blade was. Thus, the goblin boss was destroyed, and Kim will receive a hobgoblin belt and 500 points, a pretty good reward for a hidden boss. The hobgoblin belt adds 10 points to strength, and the limitations of the main task do not affect these indicators. As it turned out, there is a limit of 100 points now, since everyone has a rank of F, all because this is only the first task. He will be able to increase these indicators in the future when it is necessary, but now he needs to think about other things. The gods will soon find out that he has destroyed the boss, so he has to escape before the observer comes here. Kim immediately went to look for his friend, surprised that the goblins did not run to their boss's rescue. He knows perfectly well that the invisible elixir lasts only 5 minutes. Did Linda fail to hold back the goblins, or did he finish the task too quickly? Suddenly, the boy saw goblins running fast in his direction, but something strange happened because they did not attack him. They not only walked by, but also showed that they were afraid. Kim immediately got scared and ran to look for his friend. He was afraid that something bad might have happened to her. Now there are various incomprehensible smells mixed around, but he can smell the blood perfectly, which is why he left Linda alone. He can't leave her to die, which is why he ran to her rescue so quickly. It was not what he saw that surprised him, but that the Linda was healthy and unharmed, and there were many dead bodies of goblins around her. As it turned out, it was she who destroyed all those vile creatures. So did this girl also turn into a skilled warrior? She demonstrated her best qualities and used her sword to send dozens of demons to hell. That's why there was too much blood around, and even a whole army of goblins couldn't stop the line. All of them repeatedly regretted coming and making her angry. They would have been better off choosing another victim. When she felt that someone had come, she was immediately happy, but it was hard to recognize her because she was covered in goblin blood. Kim couldn't understand what exactly had happened here, even though the chosen ones were not the strongest creatures. But had she really destroyed so many monsters by herself? Linda started trying to explain it all. She said she was trapping monsters and suddenly met this guy named John. This guy was with an unidentified girl, and at first he looked quite normal, but then he fell to the floor. She thought he was dead, probably so scared of the goblins that his heart stopped. But Kim said it could have all happened because of her. He asked to see her status window. He immediately sent her a request for a background check, and she accepted the request. At first, he didn't see anything strange. His experience points were high enough, but then he saw the Death Star. The Death Star is a rare SS-ranked skill. You can use this skill at any time. The main thing is to master it. He had already seen this at the first stage, a world called the Genie, and a creature called the Helm who came from this world. He met him at the first stage and realized that he was the strongest warrior from another dimension, and he had the skill of the Death Star. Those who know how to use it can terrify their opponents, which is why the goblins ran away, but such skills have disadvantages. If you don't master this technique, you can lose your mind and your personality, but so far we don't see these signs in Linda. The girl has already seen the Death Star skill in her characteristics, but is it necessary to tell her everything about this technique? Although it would be wrong to hide the truth from her, the best option is to tell her only the most necessary things. Kim explained that this technique makes her stronger when she sees blood, and Linda said it was a disgusting technique. Suddenly, the girl looked at his sword and saw blood on it, and her eyes immediately began to glow red. Kim tried to hide the blood and asked her to stop. You can't use this technique often. It can be dangerous. Getting this skill from the very beginning is a pretty good indicator, and it may be necessary in the future. Judging by the fact that there is not a single scratch on Linda, this technique and the brooch helped her a lot. The power of recovery is incredible. Kim decided to talk about something important right away and offered the girl a contract. He explained that there was nothing wrong with that. He was only offering her to become part of the same team with him. He explained that this was a standard scheme in role-playing games, and Linda agreed without hesitation. He immediately bought the item he needed and began to transfer the skill, and if everything worked out, he could become stronger than in his previous life. He quickly applied for the team, after which Linda confirmed her agreement, and the team had its first member. The system immediately offered him to share his skills with Linda, and of course he agreed to do so. But the problem is that he has no skills now, although he has to come up with something to further increase the power of the lead. Kim mentioned that there is one technique that might be suitable for Linda, but first you need to master it yourself, and it takes time. For now, we can forget about it. Kim still doesn't want to rush and learn her friend's skills. Meanwhile, observers flew in, which is why Kim decided to finally complete the task and get out of the university. Soon, John regained consciousness. He looked up and was surprised to see Linda and Kim. He always believed that Kim was a local loser, but it seems that everything has changed now, and he has a lot of talent in this game. John tried to insult Kim, but after he felt the knife at his throat, he immediately realized how to speak. Linda put this knife to his throat. She said that he had to tell her what he was doing here and how he got here. It seems that this is her true character. John realized that he should choose his words more carefully and apologized to Kim. They know very well that people are trying to form teams now, which is why it's strange that John is here alone. The guy explained that he was on a reconnaissance mission with his girlfriend, and if something happened to one of them, the other one had to report it to the team. So there is someone who gave him this order, and it is unlikely that John decided to go into intelligence of his own free will. John laughed and said that of course he was not interested in such tasks. He was unlucky, and so he went on this assignment. It is unclear who is behind all this, but it turns out that there is a person who leads people to fight the goblins. If this person can really skillfully lead people in times of panic, it means that he or she is a true leader and an experienced warrior. Given that he was killed in the first stage, it would be better to get out of here rather than fight goblins. Kim approaches John and asks him to take him to the leader, although John doesn't understand why he should. In his normal life, John was a tough guy, but now everything has changed, although he still hasn't gotten out of that image. He said that he did not want to obey the orders of the losers from the university, and it was at that moment that the goblin attacked him. John was very lucky that at that moment he was not alone. He had an experienced monster fighting master by his side. Kim immediately grabbed the goblin by the arm, threw him to the ground, and brutally beat him to death with his fists. John saw all this with his own eyes. He was so close that the goblin's blood got on his face. Goblins have one interesting feature. In a battle, they always try to kill the one who looks the weakest first. So if John wants to, he can stay alone, or he can do what Kim wants. Of course, the guy agreed to show him the way, but he had no other choice, because he would have died in a few minutes on his own. In his past life, at this very time, Kim also tried to escape from here, so he knows how to find a safe zone. But now John is showing the way, precisely because Kim decided to go and talk to his leader. John explained that he wasn't going to lie to anyone and led them to the sports room, where their team was hiding. They approached a tall building where this sports room is located, and this building had already received some damage. Inside, they saw many victims of goblin attacks, some with minor injuries and others close to death. Most of them are victims of the very first goblin attack. These people did not have time to react and escape. The leader was certainly scared, but he had the strength to help people and hide in this building. A person who is calm enough and can easily win people's trust. There are too few of them at the university. Using all his experience and intelligence, Kim quickly realized who it was. A handsome and intelligent guy named James. This time he again showed that he has all the qualities of a leader, so the gods could not help but be interested in him. He was certainly given the status of a rare avatar, although in his past life he was attacked by a hobgoblin and died. Apparently he doesn't know that if he doesn't get out of the university he can die, so he still hasn't become an avatar. There are too many observers around. There must have been a request for an avatar by now. Perhaps he doubts whether it is possible to believe these gods, and whether it is beneficial for him to become an avatar? A little while later, James finally saw his old friends, and he immediately went over to make sure they were okay. He didn't know who they were, but all these formalities were not necessary now, because the main task was to get out of this place. But so far, James doesn't understand why they should run away from here. It's safe and comfortable enough, and there is food and water. Meanwhile, Kim explained that the goblin's boss was dead, and now these monsters don't know what to do or where to go. That is why we should take advantage of this opportunity and escape from the university, because from the very beginning the task was about escape, not survival. Kim also said that if you open the task window, you will have time to complete the mission. He also explained that this situation does not look like reality, as if they were locked in a game and are having fun watching them. James realized that his interlocutor knew something about this game, but Kim assured him that it was just his guess. But he is sure of one thing: the one who put them in this game and is watching them is not their friend. Now it became clear that James's knowledge of the game and the system is at the level of a beginner, so he is not an avatar, and he needs to be persuaded to run away. The hobgoblin is dead, and there are fewer and fewer victims. The gods will soon become uninterested, so they can come up with another task. The better the conditions for the players, the less curious the gods are. And in this incredible game, the most important thing is their reaction. Only now James realized that the most important thing in fulfilling this mission was to escape from this area. He also said that there was no connection with the outside world, but they could use the internet to find out what was going on. Kim was surprised that the leader of this group was able to understand the situation so quickly. At the first stage, he could not do anything and died, so something was wrong. Before, there was no way to fight back against the goblin or go outside the gym. James was defending himself against the monsters, and that's when he was killed. That is why all this time it seemed that the leader was too cowardly and indecisive, but now he does not look like that. Suddenly, an unknown guy spoke up and said that the best thing they could do now was to wait for help. He said it was too dangerous outside, and their team leader was right to choose a safer option. Kim remembers this guy very well. His name is Robert, and he is also called the Bat. But what is he doing here? Kim knew this guy very well. In his past life, he had failed to set him up several times. But you can only wait for help if you have contact with the police or rescuers, and if you don't, there's no point in sitting in the gym. Robert was still set on a wait-and-see strategy. He said it was wrong to take risks and risk people's lives. It was noticeable that James was getting nervous because he could not understand whose strategy he should support in this situation. Kim was very angry that Robert had interrupted their conversation and started to interfere. The Bat recognizes Kim. They are studying at the same university but have never been close. It's strange that they met in such a strange place at all. They didn't talk to each other at the university more than once a year. Robert said that running away from here is too stupid a decision, and he wants to understand why Kim is trying to convince others of this. Half of the people in this gym are seriously wounded, and it is not clear how they will be able to escape. The Bat thinks that Kim and Linda were very lucky. They were able to kill several monsters, and now they think they are not afraid of anything. But there are too many dangerous demons on the street, and leaving the gym with the wounded, unarmed, is suicide. That's why he believes that you need to sit and wait for help from the military or police. It's the best they can do. But Kim knows perfectly well what kind of person Robert is. He infiltrated various groups of people and destroyed them from within. This psychopath enjoyed watching people being killed and then escaping on his own because he was only interested in personal gain. He doesn't care how many people die because Robert the Bat is a monster in the guise of a human. But now Kim is well aware of this scoundrel's strategy, so he will not let his insidious plan come to fruition. Linda was unhappy that they called the destruction of monsters luck. They probably didn't see how skillfully they destroyed these goblins. When you kill goblins, an inscription appears above their heads, and Linda immediately explained all these nuances. But Robert was not at all interested in how exactly to destroy the goblins. He still thought that the girl was too lucky. This made her angry, and she said they could go outside and she would show them how to do it. I believe that there is no point in rescuing me and being afraid of goblins. You can't contact the police and military. It is not known whether they will come at all. The Bat still thinks it's better to wait because it would be too dangerous to go outside. That's why Kim suggested that he stay in the gym alone, because there was no point in persuading all the people to run away. If someone wants to stay, it's not a problem, although of course Robert will never stay alone in this building. Most likely the goal of this scoundrel is to kill all these people and reward their lives. He has a completely different method than Kim, because our protagonist is trying to save more people to get a reward. If he stays here with those who are afraid to escape and is rewarded for killing several people, the risk of being arrested will be lower. The leader of this group interrupted the conversation and said that he had decided to go with Kim and try to escape. In this case, the Bat had no choice but to agree to these terms and conditions and toe the line with everyone else. But now Kim is absolutely sure that Robert is just playing a role. He certainly knows about all the reward systems of this game. This guy is too smart and cunning, and you have to be very careful with him. Most importantly, Kim realized that Robert the Bat had already become an avatar of the gods. A lot of monsters had already gathered outside, all of them trying to get inside the building and kill people. James was preparing to escape. The people who conducted the reconnaissance said that the goblin was dead, so the other monsters are now weakened. One of the university teachers said that it was too risky to take these people out on the street, and the leader was behaving too confidently. He started arguing and shouting at James, and the teacher even said that he would have bad grades next semester. It is not known how a professor can talk about grades in such a situation. Perhaps he forgot to take his pills. After a while, all the young students were ready to try to escape from the room, and the leader said that they should be careful. Linda was visibly nervous. She was not sure that everything would go as smoothly as she wanted. Kim assured her that nothing bad would happen, and they would be able to escape quickly. Ordinary goblins without a boss do not attack groups of people. There were a lot of observers around. Of course, the gods were wondering what exactly would happen to this group of people. Kim kept trying to keep an eye on Robert. He didn't like the fool, but it was risky to kill him now. There are too many people around here, especially since this guy could be used in the future. There are quite a few goblins gathered around, but it is not yet clear whether they are trying to attack, because there are also many people. The leader assured the others that these monsters do not touch groups of people, so it is better not to worry about it. James does everything as he is told. He controls the situation well. He seems to be able to trust other people. This group was confidently moving forward, a little bit away from leaving the university. Some of the team members had already seen the gate. They started to rejoice and said they would soon be safe. But their joy was too early. Kim saw that the system had updated the difficulty level of this task, and it would become more difficult. Suddenly, people felt that something similar to an earthquake had started, and of course everyone started to panic. Later, they finally realized that it was not an earthquake, but their panic grew even greater. A huge Minotaur is standing in front of them. It seems incredible. Is it really possible at the first test? The gods have summoned a monster here, which usually appears after at least 15 completed tasks. The Goblin boss and similar hidden bosses can still be defeated if ordinary players join forces, so it's possible. In a lone game, they often organize events that are a surefire loss. If they have called a guard here, they want to kill everyone who is here. I guess Akartos decided to take the easy way out, although the guard shouldn't have a limit on experience points, because this is the first task. Despite the fact that the Minotaur is a C-ranked monster, its stats cannot exceed the F rank. The people around them began to panic visibly, not thinking that goblins were the worst thing that could happen to them until they saw the Minotaur. You can't run away. The Minotaur has the skills of a bull, and if people start running away, it will immediately chase them. But that's exactly what Robert wants to achieve. He's doing everything he can to make people panic, which is why Linda is trying to stop him. Nobody can figure out how to escape from this monster. It is so scary and big that it is even scary to look at it. Some women were even paralyzed with fear, unable to take a single step, and began to cry. The roar of this beast probably causes the effect of wild horror and daze, but it is even better, safer than running away. Although, of course, there were those who tried to run away from this angry and big bull. Of course, the Minotaur will not allow anyone to escape from it, which is why these people were quickly destroyed. Seeing this, everyone else began to tremble with fear and stand still, finally realizing that running away was not a good option. But there were still some fools among them. The professor, who had previously yelled at the team leader, also decided to demonstrate his speed. He has probably already forgotten that he is not 19 years old, and the only thing he can run away from is a small turtle. A few seconds later, the Minotaur tore him into small, tiny pieces, and this professor will not give his students bad grades again. But if these students do not come up with a rescue plan, they can forget about normal university studies. This Minotaur is a little over 5 meters tall, so it doesn't need a weapon to tear a person to shreds. So far, it is difficult to understand why the difficulty level of this mission has increased, and it is unclear how to escape from this monster. Kim quickly realized that he had to distract this monster and become a decoy. The leader replied that it was suicide because the Minotaur would immediately tear off the boy's head. But Kim was confident in his decision. He said that no one else was ready for this, and they had no other plan. James was pleasantly surprised. Even in such a situation, Kim's face is very calm. He seems to be thinking of the most effective rescue plan. James has always believed that coming up with plans is his best weapon, but this guy is on another level. All this time, Linda continued to keep the bat from intimidating people and spreading panic. Later, she saw Kim walk forward and she realized that he had a plan. Robert, meanwhile, was upset that he couldn't get the reward. He was told that my brand was very dangerous, so he decided to step aside. There are many tasks ahead, and since he is an avatar of a god, he does not need to rush and take unnecessary risks. It is not known how much time they can buy with the help of Kim, but they have no other choice. The guy took a red rag, got ready for the rodeo, and said that as soon as he gave the sign, they should all run away. It looks like we're in for an interesting show. So let's see how this matador can survive the bull dance. All this time, Kim looked very confident, which put optimism in the minds of other people. Soon after, he finally ordered everyone to flee, and the group leader also repeated his call and said that everyone should run at full speed. There were many wounded people around, but other healthy people were helping them. It was nice to see. The team leader said that no one should look back, and for this, he received the skill of command shouting. A little later he stopped because he realized that he had to wait for the Kim. They could not leave him alone. The guy still continued his rendezvous with the bull, but soon there might be nothing left of it. This Minotaur is too angry because of this whole show. Of course he wants revenge and blood. So far, Kim has been able to dodge his attacks and defend herself in time, but this will not last forever. James was surprised by what he saw. He had never met guys with such reflexes and speed. Suddenly, he noticed that too many people were watching this battle and reminded them that it was dangerous and better to run away while they had the chance. First, he has to get everyone out of the gate, and only then will it be time to think about the future. Soon, this difficult mission was completed. The level of this task is gold, so everyone will be rewarded. James immediately began checking on the health of all the people around him, worrying about each of them as if they were members of his family. Realizing that everyone around him was safe, he felt it was time to help Kim get out. But suddenly, he saw that an unknown blue energy was preventing him from getting back to the previous level, which is called blocking. It seems that neither he nor his teammates will be able to help the team defeat this monster now. By this point, our protagonist had lost a lot of energy and was no longer able to successfully dodge all of the Minotaur's attacks. It was hard to watch him miss heavy blows. An ordinary person's body would not have been able to withstand such rigidity for a long time. Now it is clear to everyone that Kim is in a critical situation, but no one can figure out how to help him. The Minotaur continued to destroy the boy. It was so cruel that it went beyond imagination. All the people who were rescued with the help of Kim could not believe what they were seeing. It seems their savior really gave his life to save them, and they will never forget it. Kim showed no signs of life. It seemed that not a single piece of him was left. The Minotaur was so cruel. In his past life, this guy was not known for his fair character. To be honest, he was a rather insidious person, and not much has changed now. Perhaps that is why, when he heard the words of gratitude from James, he felt a little uncomfortable. But this is not so bad. The main thing is that Kim was able to survive and stay alive in spite of everything. He used to be a weak guy. There were too many players much more capable than him. But Kim always wanted to survive, and for this he had to become heartless and cunning, and we know how it ended. When you are the only survivor, at the very end you are left with nothing, and Kim finally realized this. When he comes back, he may make a completely different choice, and now behave completely differently. There are no unnecessary observers around, which is great, so now they can try a real fight with this bull. The Minotaur was surprised by the guy's behavior. Kim seemed too confident and urged him to a direct confrontation. At this level of difficulty, it's hard to understand why Kim hasn't died yet, especially after such powerful blows from his opponent. The Minotaur's performance is on a completely different level, with all key characteristics having the highest rating. Of course, Kim can't match him in these respects. He has to come up with something more clever. An ordinary player will never defeat such a guard in his life. In his past life, Kim always avoided meeting him. If they did have to meet, Kim did his best and did not think about the potential victims of other people because he only wanted to survive. But this time, he doesn't want to do the same. His past strategy didn't lead him to success, so it's time to change. Kim grabbed his opponent by his big horns and used the points to increase his strength. The strength indicators have reached the limit. He can no longer use points to increase these characteristics. Perhaps this is the balance. Now the Minotaur must finally feel the power of his opponent, because it was too easy for him before. Kim realized that it was time to use the Hobgoblin Belt, which increases strength by 10 points, and these scores do not depend on restrictions. Now the Minotaur has to feel the existence of a wall that someone like him will never be able to overcome. It was time to calm down. Kim felt that he had gained enough power to defeat his opponent. It was hard to believe, but now his strength was indeed stronger than that of a bull. Kim from his past life would never have been able to do this. He wouldn't have even believed this story. A lonely player, heartless and self-serving, inexperienced and mediocre, a stupid criminal who has never achieved anything. For someone like him before, this would have been impossible, but now he has no shortcomings. He is a second-round pick, and the time has come for him to become a true hero of humanity. The main task was completed. The category is white gold, and Kim will soon receive a reward for this mission. Victory over such a rival is the highest reward, but Kim still feels sad for some reason. He doesn't know what he will get for this mission, maybe a skill, but not points or small items. He went outside the gate and was surprised to see Linda. All this time he thought she had left with the others. She probably stayed because she was very concerned about his fate, which is nice. But Linda said that she was always sure that he would be fine. The last time they organized a team, she was able to see the status of each member. She saw that Kim was fine, even when he was losing the battle to the bull, so she realized that he was faking it. For this victory, Kim received white gold. He became the victim who destroyed the monster guard. As a reward, Kim received an orichalcus that can change shape. But that's not all. He also now has an additional 1,000 points, a regeneration skill, and a decisive battle time skill. The guy was very happy with these gifts. It's a good reward, especially the skills that can increase, with a high difficulty level. This is probably the first time in this game that someone has been able to defeat such a powerful guard and complete the main task. The progressive type has a high potential in the second part of the game, but unfortunately it is not an S-ranked skill, like the Jungsul Soon masks. It's time to read the conditions of the second task. You need to go to the Roman world and destroy the monster boss. You have 14 days to do it. The same task as in the previous life. Players who completed the mission together will receive the same tasks next time. Probably all the others have also received this mission, but Linda is not happy that a bat will go to the Roman world with them. The girl explained that he annoyed her a lot, especially his unpleasant smell. She seems to have realized very quickly what kind of person he is, which immediately shows how great Lin's abilities are. If she hadn't died so early in her previous life, she would have become a famous gambler, or a heroine, or a thief. They have 2 weeks to complete the task, so there is no need to hurry, and now Kim is thinking more about the observers who are not around. He began to think that Linda might have already become an avatar, but the girl assured him that this was not the case. She said she didn't want to contact anyone she didn't know, and even the word avatar made me feel sick. Kim couldn't help but notice how much her character had changed. Hardly a sign of the influence of the Cheong Sol Soon mask. Linda shows no signs of insanity, although even the same monster Helma could not completely get rid of the signs of insanity after the Cheong Sol Soon mask. The girl said that she did not think it was right to become an avatar. It all seemed like a waste of time. Kim was very surprised to hear that she received 12 applications for an avatar, which is a lot. But if you analyze her actions, you can see that she is really worth it, but now she is a member of Kim's team. The guy realized that he had to help her become a warrior who was as good as any avatar. To begin with, the first skill to train is the way to survive for someone who has been exposed to a Cheong Sol Soon mask. This technique is called Ragen, and little is known about it, but Kim knows all the nuances. He could not master this skill in his previous life because he did not have a Death Star. After the battle with the Helm, he was able to master martial arts, and it helped him a lot. But without the Death Star skill, it was impossible to learn Ragen, and most of these skills can increase, so they are difficult to obtain and master. That's why in his past life he didn't try to get them, but now that has changed, and Linda is showing incredible results and rapid progress. But for now, let's go back a few hours. There were enough interesting events. Our heroes once again had to deal with insidious and disgusting goblins. Kim decided to activate the skill of the time of the decisive battle. All actions are accelerated for a certain time. This helped him to destroy a whole flock of green goblins very quickly. It was spectacular. This skill always increases the power of your attack, and the skill can grow, so the stats will increase. But the main thing in such situations is not to lose your head, because goblins can attack even from the air. Kim had no problems with this. He reacted in time and struck ahead of time. He used the regeneration skill, unlike during the decisive battle. This technique is passive. Kim immediately started thinking about combining the power of the Death Star with a VIP brooch. Linda also kept up and successfully destroyed the goblins with her friend. With the help of the VIP brooch, she was able to accumulate enough points and quickly heal her injuries. After they destroyed the monsters, Kim realized it was time to share his skills with Linda. They found a nice and quiet place to do this, rested for a while, and got ready to turn on the status window. The time of the decisive battle is a pretty great technique, but for aligned, the most effective way to use the regeneration skill now is to use it. The system reported that if the communication between team members is weak, the ability to transfer skills decreases. It seems that as efficiency decreases, so does the punishment, that is, insanity, and the stronger the connection, the higher the efficiency of the skill. In any case, the ability to survive is a great way to attack, so regeneration can also be called an attack technique. Everyone else will have to dodge and defend themselves from monster attacks. But Linda will no longer need this, because she will be able to regain her strength immediately. In this way, he can use all his energy for the battle, and not waste extra time. Regeneration is not only about healing wounds, it also increases a soldier's endurance and speed. That's why it's very difficult to beat the Linda, which is why this skill is considered a high-rank technique. In the upcoming mission, they have a lot of time, which is why Kim wants to master the technique before starting the mission. Kim immediately explained to his friend that they had not learned enough to fight the avatar of the gods. He also said that he had another technique he wanted to share with her, as if he was ready to give her everything. It's strange. Linda noticed that he has changed a lot. He didn't care about other insects before. He didn't care about anyone. David explained that this technique would be perfect for her. Even the name says a lot. That's how the process of learning the Ragen technique began, and Linda began to progress rapidly from the very beginning. So, at a time when she is fully engaged, Kim decided to give back to the community. He immediately noticed that this time there was more activity than in the past, so he immediately joined the chat. He saw how the god who writes various obscene things in the name of honest life writes various obscene things, and he immediately remembered this god. This god, in contrast to his name, is very far from honesty. He is the god of the bat, and they are very similar. Judging by the large number of complaints, Robert started to behave much better. He failed to win the award in the first round. Kim was about to leave, saying that it was too uninteresting, but a user with the nickname Clown invited him to join his watcher. The system immediately reported that the appearance of anonymous users was hidden. It looks like the Clown invited the guy to the Personal Observer channel, which is very strange. The Clown couldn't see Kim's face, but that didn't stop him from showing his avatar. Kim immediately began to watch the observer's screen closely, wondering who the clown woman's avatar was. He immediately saw a short girl, and an unknown guy approached her and offered to help. He heard her crying, which is why he was able to find her and suggested that she find a safer place. But in response, this girl started screaming, as if she wasn't interested in being friends with him at all. Kim was very surprised, but he was happy because this was exactly what he was looking for. It would help destroy the monster from the Roman Tower. A little while later, Kim and Linda decided to find one interesting place that the boy needed. He explained that it was mandatory to complete the second task, and later they saw that almost no one was watching them. All this is because there are few players in this place who have been able to reach this level. This street looks very creepy, all done by monsters, although some of it is the fault of people. Kim has been used to this for a long time, but it's certainly hard for Linda to watch it all. There is no point in monsters touching such objects of civilization. The laws are no longer valid here. There are no police or military nearby. This is a manifestation of human weaknesses, but no matter how bad things are, not everything is destroyed. The screens show live news. The gods who control this system will never leave those in power alone. While Kim was explaining that the country's leaders had already been destroyed, one of the insidious goblins decided to attack Linda. It was a big mistake because in a second this goblin was dead. This girl learns too fast. Her sword blade is no longer as sharp as it used to be. It should have been replaced long ago, but she still destroyed this monster with one blow. While Kim has 30% extra strength, his girlfriend has a much higher percentage, and she is very strong, although she has only passed the first stage. Kim explained that they had to find someone, and then they could go in search of new weapons. They came to a central bank branch, but hardly to withdraw some cash. Nowadays, money is useless. You can't buy anything with it, so only points in the system are important. The guy explained that they had come here for a reason. There was a person inside who was needed at the second stage. As soon as the young players went up to the top floor of the bank, they saw that a real party had begun. We came to try to rob this bank, but the local guard was against it. He immediately became close to these scoundrels and demonstrated his close combat skills to them. Besides the fact that he acted very brutally, his excellent technique and flexibility were immediately apparent. All of this was complemented by his incredible speed, which is why it was almost impossible to hide from his blows. These robbers were ordinary gamblers, but it is unclear why they needed money in this difficult time. This is the guy Kim has been looking for all this time. He explained to Linda that they came for him. Despite the fact that the robbers were also players, he easily defeated them. Perhaps he had some special item. But Kim thinks differently. There must be another explanation for all this because this guy could be an avatar of a god. This guard immediately saw the new visitors and explained to them that it was too dangerous in this building. He explained that it would be better to do banking tomorrow because there are too many intruders here now. Kim explained that he did not come for the money and was surprised that the bank was even operating in such a situation. He also said that they did not even come to hide. They were interested in the guard. Kim said that he knew that the guard's name was Michael, but the man said that his name was completely different. Linda immediately grabbed his arm to check his pulse. It became clear that his heart was beating too fast, which meant he was lying. She also quickly noticed that his pupils were dilated, as if he was surprised to hear the name Michael. It's strange that he was so surprised to hear the name he was hearing for the first time. It seems he knew about all this beforehand. Not only was the guard surprised, but even Kim appreciated Lin's skills in the psychology of lying. The guy explained to the guard that he knew his real face and noticed how his tone of voice immediately changed. Kim also noticed that the guard was being watched by an observer all this time, probably belonging to the same clown. Later, Michael almost completely stopped trying to hide his true identity. Of course, this is good. Kim came here to make friends with him, not to become an enemy. He asked this guard to finally show them his hidden technique, and Michael was even more surprised to hear this. He explained that he had tried absolutely every possible technique in his difficult life. He did everything he could to stay alive and tried clothes and even objects. He thought that this was the perfect plan, but now it has been revealed, and he will have to show his true colors. A little later it became clear that it was not a boy at all, but the same little girl whose name was Katie. She said that they were looking for her in vain. She could not help because she had too many things to do. Kim guessed right away. He realized that she was busy robbing a bank and said it was a very undignified thing to do. Linda couldn't understand what was happening at all, and only later did she realize that it was a transformation skill. This is the very technique of this girl. She can transform into other people or creatures. Kim thought that Linda would start asking him how he knew all this, but she remained silent. It's all strange. He thinks she's trying to rob the bank, but it looks like she's protecting it. She said that she was not going to rob anyone, and explained that people trusted a professional security guard more than a little girl. But Kim knows all about her. He said it was she who brought the bandits here, and he's trying to create a real show. He knows that the people who were fleeing from the monsters have taken refuge in this building, so it will be impossible to steal the money. That's why she called professional burglars here. But of course Katie doesn't agree with these words. It's very simple. If bandits appear here several times, others will consider the bank unsafe and won't come here. So this girl was going to take all the money for herself all along. She seems to be a little genius. Only two people can manipulate other people so skillfully, the Bat Robert and Katie. Kim has seen too much of their techniques in his past life, so it's easy for him to see the truth. He said that he was not going to give her to the police. None of them are working now, and she could easily escape from prison. That's why she and Linda have to stay with him for a while, at least until they complete the second task. She was surprised that Kim was only on the second level, even though he seemed so cool. She explained that she was now on the third level and started asking him a lot of questions about the game. He explained that he wasn't going to give out any more information, but if she went with them, he would share the points with her. She started laughing at such suggestions because she thought they were fools who hadn't even passed the second task. This is her normal behavior, especially compared to her past life. But we have to come up with something. If she continues to treat Kim and Linda like this, nothing will come of it, so you need to raise your authority in her eyes. That's why Kim came up to her and hit her on the forehead with his finger. It was very strong, and of course Katie didn't understand why he did it. It was a very powerful blow, and Kim felt it very well, so he asked her to be more polite to him and his friend. But this only made Katie more angry. She believes that no one has the right to control her, let alone hit her on the head. And she tried to strike back and show this guy what real strength is, but her hand was immediately stopped by Linda. Katie has never met such a strong girl before, and she is not sure she will be able to free herself from her hand. Her weak arm will break in a few seconds if Linda doesn't let go. It seems that because of the pain, this girl cannot concentrate and change her form into something else. Although it tries to turn into something big and ugly, it fails. Linda said that they all need to be more polite to each other. They are people, not animals. Katie was in so much pain that she had no choice but to agree to all these conditions and ask for her hand to be released. Kim was pleased with his friend's help, and Linda now plays a much more important role in his team than he had originally thought. So it was soon decided that the three of them would go to the Roman Tower. On the way, Kim explained that he and Linda were not avatars and asked the girl to talk to them on an equal footing without formality. Of course, Katie was surprised because usually only avatars can be so strong, or so she thought. But you don't have to be an avatar to become stronger than an ordinary player. The most important thing is the weapon. Tim explained that good performance and characteristics are not everything. You also need quality equipment. Linda started to worry about whether they would be able to find proper weapons. There was chaos around. Not a single store had survived. But Kim assured me that everything was possible, and in a few minutes they finally entered the safe zone, as the system notified them. The guy understood where to go by the look of the store. He says that this is enough to realize that it is safe. There were traces of robbers around, but no traces of monsters anywhere. Things are not broken, there are no bodies of dead people, and monsters would not have started looting food. To buy the right weapon, you need to take advantage of the only opportunity, to open a point store. The girls were very surprised. Even the avatar didn't know it was possible. Kim believes that the deity tells his avatars about such subtleties because weapons are a necessary item in the game. But this is not surprising, because the clown is known for his sadistic tendencies. He could not send his avatar to take the easy way out. Katie is still at the initial stage of the avatar, so it may not be sucked in due to ignorance of such nuances. The system informed the players that they would no longer have the opportunity to buy weapons until they finished the second task. That is why they should take a responsible approach to choosing items in this store so that they do not regret their choice later. Kim immediately began to analyze the weapon, wondering what exactly this store could offer him. As expected, this store mostly has standard weapons, although the trick of the game lies in unusual items. There are no elixirs, even though they will immediately increase the chances of survival several times. If you go a little further, there will be a player who knows how to make weapons, but at the moment, they have no other choice. Kim believes that you should be grateful for at least some weapons, so you should buy the best available at the beginning. He immediately got a protective shield from the store. It protects the heart, so he had to put it on his body. The girl thanked her friend and promised to return the points for this purchase in the future. Now you need to choose the right weapon for the battle. The sword can be ideal for fighting most monsters. Linda began to analyze the available weapons, and in addition to the sword, she saw a spear, a bow, and arrows. But the most interesting weapon for her was a completely different one, which is why she chose a mace. This is a good choice. At least with the Reagan skill, it doesn't really matter what weapon you use. Kim knows that for every beginner, the best weapon is the one that can be swung, not cut and done. Katie said that she also hopes to get something as a gift from Kim, but why would he spend points on her? He had already proposed it before, but she refused, although she now visibly regrets it. The cheapest weapon in this store costs 200 points, so it's better to earn points than rob banks. Later, the process of buying new weapons was completed, and it was already dark outside. As soon as the team of young players went outside, they immediately encountered dangerous monsters. Kim immediately tried out his new sword, and it immediately pierced the goblin through, along with the concrete wall. In addition to checking out his new weapon, it was time to look at the platinum level reward. It was the perfect time to use a shape-shifting orichalcum, a versatile item that can be used in metal or liquid form, depending on the wishes of the owner. This coating can be applied to the desired weapon, then it will return to its original shape. It is a metal and a liquid at the same time, and there is also a reverse function, so it is interesting to see its effectiveness. Soon, the application of the orichalcum to the short sword was completed, and the weapon immediately became sharper, although it had no effect on its strength. In any case, Kim felt that it was above his expectations. This thing should be very useful. Soon it became clear that the young team of players had finally reached the Roman Tower. It looks very tall and beautiful. The world has just begun to change, and this tower seems to have already adapted to it. Otherwise, it is impossible to survive. You need to constantly try to adapt to changes in the environment. Kim immediately reminded them of the mission. They should all focus on catching the boss. This was the first time Katie had heard of a task where you had to find a bow samostra. I wonder what she had on the second level. The girl said that at the second level, the task was simple and banal survival. Now it became immediately clear why she moved to the next level so easily. It was too easy. They have to kill or die at the hands of other players until their number reaches the required number. Compared to them, escaping from the university was a fairly easy level, although if it weren't for Kim, everyone would have died from a guard or a hobgoblin. When Kim came closer, he saw unknown persons and said that they should hide behind rocks and wait. It would be wrong to move forward without intelligence, and the right strategy is needed to complete this mission. They were two guys. It looks like they are guarding this building or its borders. This is quite strange because there are no monsters around, so why are these players guarding the area? Kim explained that all this was done not because of monsters, but because of people, strangers like them. If this level offers competition among players, then it is clear why they are here. Katya was very surprised when she was offered to change her appearance and use it to her advantage. Kim believes that this will be the fastest and most effective way to get into this Roman tower. Linda supported his proposal, and together they began to put pressure on the little girl. She had no choice but to submit to the will of these two thieves, so she agreed to their proposal. She noticed that these men were not moving very fast, so there shouldn't be any problems with them. The main thing for her is to choose the right moment when one of them will not see the other. After that, you need to get closer to the man and make a simple movement with your hand. It was certainly unexpected to see that this little girl had such a powerful force inside her. The only one who wasn't surprised at all was Kim, probably because he knew her in a previous life. So Katie took one of the guards out from behind, while the other guy didn't see anything. This man was quite heavy, but Katie successfully hit his body and began the process of transformation. His partner was already visibly worried, and he was about to go to the top floor and tell his boss about his friend's disappearance. But the transformation process was completed, and his partner immediately appeared. He was reminded that the security would soon be changed, so they should return to the building. Linda, meanwhile, was surprised by Katie's strange behavior and thought something was wrong with the girl. Soon, the guards went up to the top floor of the tower, and they might be meeting with the boss right away. Soon after, Katie finally saw the second-level boss, and judging by her expression, she didn't like it either. It was not just a monster, it was a huge killer titan, and she had never seen anything like it before. One of his eyes was bigger than her head, so it's not entirely clear how they were supposed to defeat him. Other players said that they had to be very careful and work as a real team. Only then would they be able to catch the monster. But the boss started to behave aggressively, and all teamwork immediately broke down, and the players started to run away. Not everyone was lucky on that day. Some were unable to escape from this giant monster. Everyone has forgotten that they are obliged to complete this mission, and now everyone is worried only about their own lives. Some believe that the main task was to go beyond the Roman Tower. The boss can't go outside, so they'll all be saved if they escape. But soon they were disappointed as the monster quickly approached and blocked the only way out. This is when the real panic will begin, because it looks like none of them have prepared a plan B. One of the team members asked the other guys to pull themselves together and get ready for battle. He said that they all had to demonstrate their courage and perseverance, but in how many seconds the boss cut off his head. So the exit is blocked, and fighting this titan is suicide, so all that remains is to pray. Because from this level it is on the top floor. Of course it is huge, but the problem is in the dungeon. The starting point is the entrance to the monster room itself, meaning that the same people who were on the first level can enter. Because there is only one from the second stage, and there are two separate teams trying to catch it. But in the end, only one of these teams will be able to accomplish this difficult task. Failure to fulfill the mission will be punished, so you cannot retreat and you must succeed. Kim understood all this perfectly well, which is why the one who came later was waiting downstairs. Soon, the team of young players finally saw their opponents, and they were surprised to realize that it was John. John believed that Kim and his team were long dead, and of course Kim also thought that John was long dead. John's experience points didn't increase, but somehow he managed to survive. It seems he was just lucky. John also began to behave more politely with Kim, probably because he saw the boy fight a Minotaur. Kim asked this guy to take him to the leader, meaning he wants to talk to James again. Soon they finally reached the base of this group. Most of the people around them were already familiar to the Kim. Of course, they also all recognized this guy. It's hard to forget how he fought a Minotaur and saved their lives. Because there are so many players around, the number of observers is also high. Katie was interested in what Kim had done in the last round, because everyone around him was constantly looking at him. The guy explained that while everyone else was running away, he calmly destroyed a huge monster. Kitty couldn't believe that a Minotaur could appear on the first level, and it was even harder to believe that this guy was able to defeat it. Katie began to laugh at the boy, and said that someone must have helped him in the battle against the Minotaur. Suddenly, their conversation was stopped by James, who greeted Kim and was very happy to see him. All this time, he believed that this skinny guy had died in a battle against a monster, which is why he was so happy to see him. The girls could only watch the strong male embrace calmly. A little later, Kim told the whole story of the battle with the Minotaur and their fate. So now they have to be the first to destroy the boss, and do it faster than their rivals on the mountain. But it will be very difficult to do so because their opponents also failed to defeat the boss, and their strength is roughly equal. That's why Kim came up with an interesting idea to lure those who want to take all the glory for themselves. All of this will not be easy, but if you prioritize correctly and act as a team, you will have a chance. Young players do not yet know that in the future, they will have to meet another interesting character. Inside the Roman Tower, there is still a huge boss monster. 2 teams of players are hunting for him at the same time, but only one can defeat him. The team that fails to complete the task will be punished, and the punishment for a failed mission is always death. So all of them will fight to the last drop of blood in order to destroy this monster first. Before starting the mission, Yim started asking a million questions about the monster boss. Then he suggested something incredible. He said that the first team should catch this monster first. He said all this very seriously. If he was really at the top of the building, let them catch him first. James immediately started shouting that if they didn't catch this monster, they would fail the mission and die. But Kim answered in a rather interesting way. He said that he was not sure that the monster on top was the boss of this mission. Of course, after watching the video of the battle with this monster, you start to think so, but it is too strong for an ordinary monster. James realized all of this when he saw a video of the monster fighting another team. He also received a boss stage notification when he entered the Roman Tower, which means that there is a boss monster there. After that, he did not see any monster stronger than him on any of the floors of the tower. But Kim still didn't like it. He said that everyone around him was forgetting about the dungeons of the Roman Tower. It seems that few people know about this information. James didn't even know that this tower had a dungeon. Kim also explained to all his friends that the boss monster has one difference from the regular monster. This demon king knows how to gather his own army to protect him. Not far from the room where the conversation took place, there were very serious and powerful players. One of these soldiers, Mark, was immediately informed that some fools had joined them. He was told that in addition to the usual young players, there were some pretty interesting characters he should watch. Robert decided to go along with our team, and it's a wonder he agreed to trust their plan at all. Although this guy is a pretty bad person, his head works well and he knows what he's doing. Even though James agreed to go with everyone, he wants to make sure that they will really succeed. They will have to fight together with other players, and most of them are criminals in the past. During the first game in my past life, there was a lot of guild in this country. Among these guilds, there has always been one that stood out, founded by criminals right after the beginning of the world's changes. It was a guild that could already strike terror into the eyes of others with just one reminder. For their own benefit, they did not feel any shame in killing people and were ready to do absolutely anything. These people called themselves the Guild of Sins, and Kim remembers the leader who created this guild. This guy's name was Mark, and they met again, but this time in the second game. Seeing this giant, James immediately came forward and said that they had come to express their opinion. Mark was very surprised. He said it was too late to ask for a merger. But James said that they were not even thinking about it. He said that they were ready to give them the right to catch the monster boss on the top floor. Mark started laughing. He didn't even think that these jesters would be able to create real competition for him. It was not a concession, but an escape. James admitted that they couldn't beat them if they started fighting, so try to find another way. He said that Mark and his team could go hunting for this boss, and when the time ran out, a new boss would appear, and then they would start hunting. Kim appreciated his friend's negotiation skills. With such a serious face, James tells such a silly story. But James didn't stop, and tried his best to assure his opponent of his honesty. Mark approached him and warned him that if they tried to deceive him, they would all die a horrible death. It's better not to joke with this guy, because in addition to his big muscles, he can also fight well. He immediately directed dark energy at his rivals, and James began to assure him of his honesty. Kim tried to stay out of it and stay calm, but he also felt an unpleasant sense of anger. He immediately realized that he was looking at one of the avatars of the highest gods, the avatar of Deities. Mark calmed down a bit and said he liked it, and asked what his team members thought about it. They replied that they didn't care, and they wouldn't mind killing their rivals first, and then finding the monster boss. Mark agrees with these opinions. He cannot afford to blindly believe in the words of strangers. James understands his anxiety, so he's willing to stay with them while they fight the boss. Suddenly, a bat interrupted the conversation, saying that the leader could not stay here, so he had to do it. Even Kim could not have foreseen such a plot twist, although this guy is always one step ahead of the others. But even this offer was rejected by Mark, who said that everyone around him should stay, not just Robert. He is especially interested in Linda, and she should definitely stay with the rest of the team. These words seriously angered Kim, and he could no longer remain so calm and reasonable. The guy pulled out his weapon and approached the stamps. It looks like we're about to get a little more intense. This fool must not have liked Linda. Even if he doesn't know about Cheong Sal Soon, he certainly felt something. James began to panic, and as a team leader, he felt the situation was getting out of hand. But Mark didn't pay any attention to him at all. He decided to talk to Kim because he realized that he was special. The members of the Sin Guild were very angry to hear this guy talking to their boss. While Mark was not in a hurry to get his weapon, he realized that his opponent was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Then Kim surprised him even more when he said that in order to avoid casualties, they would have to compromise. But then strange things started happening. Linda activated the cannibal flower technique. The members of the Sin Guild were unhappy that their boss was talking to these fools for too long. Although he had wanted to take up arms for a long time, he was too interested in Linda. Kim came up to the girl and calmed her down, saying that it was better to stop now because it was not yet time for a battle. No matter how crazy this guy named Mark is, he's not worthy of using the Jonselson technique against him. Mark felt incredible pressure. He did not understand how he agreed to all the conditions of the opposing team. So it was decided that only one representative of their team would stay here, Robert the Bat. It is unclear what kind of magic was used to win these negotiations, but they were successful. Mark could barely keep standing. He didn't understand who they were or how they could convince him. In any case, he made a promise to himself that after completing this mission, he would kill them all. James finally relaxed. Until the very end, he was not sure that they would succeed. Kim assured them that they didn't have to worry about Robert. He wanted to stay, so it was his wish. Now they have to start preparing. The most important thing is ahead. All this was just the initial stage. In the safe zone, you could buy the items you needed to fight the boss. James didn't know that this game had such features, and his progress is not very fast compared to Linda and Kim. Everyone around them wasted no time in choosing their weapons for the battle. Not all of these people are martial arts masters, but like when you get into a game, you either have to learn quickly or die. James said that he believes these people will not limit themselves to just one monster boss. Kim asked him to calm down and not to worry, and he assured him that everything would be fine. The Sin Guild was also preparing for a battle with the Titan, and no one had seen the Mark so angry in a long time. Soon after, Kim had a brief conversation with someone on the phone, and he asked his interlocutor to do his best. Linda appeared unexpectedly and startled the guy. She asked him a few questions as usual. The guy told us that he would use a sharp spear and some interesting rings in the battle. These are workout bracelets, and you can customize the weight of the bracelets using the color of the crystal. The levels are distributed from red to purple, but all this is not for the Kim, but for another person. He then began to ask Linda if she had completed her training. The girl said that it would be enough for her to defend him with a mace. Kim learned a lot in his past life, and now he is curious about what his teacher does. Linda tried to find out what kind of weapon her friend was best at using, but Kim said there was nothing special. He learned to use all types of weapons at a basic level, and he does not have a favorite subject. But for survival or victory in battle, abilities are not the most important thing, at least for him. Because the strongest of all people, the one who defeated everyone, and the only one who was able to stay alive and see the end of the human race, is Kim. Perhaps this time, he will be able to win the title of the strongest warrior and player. Yes, it will take a lot of effort, but this young player is ready to do anything to win. Later, it became clear that James had also found a weapon. The leader of the group explained that he had received a lot of reward points for the first task, so he was able to buy some pretty decent items. Kim also noticed that James had become an avatar, and judging by his character, he is not an evil god, although this will be revealed in time. James also said that the rest of the team had also finished their preparations, so he came to say that everything was ready to go. But Kim warned me that he and Linda would have to leave separately because they had some business to attend to. He also passed his spear to James. When they find the monster boss, the leader must stick the spear inside his room. If you stick this spear in, it should go deep, but the blade should look up. If they can't kill the monster boss, they have to turn on this phone near the spear and tell Kim about it. It seems that the sleepers and the boss monster are somehow connected to each other, but they will find out about all this later. Robert was still with the Sin Guild, and he was furious that no one had started hunting the monster for several days. All this time, he was also thinking about Kim, and now it became obvious that this guy was a very special person. There is something about him, and the Bat received advice from his god to be careful with Kim. He decided to talk to the guard and said that he had some interesting information about the task. He ordered them to take him to the guild leader, and this information would help them a lot in completing the task. Kim dislikes the flying leather too much, which is why he has something in mind. He knows how strong the brand is, so if he has to choose a side, he will be with the strongest. Soon, the guard agreed to take him to the guild leader, but warned him that if the information turned out to be false, he would regret it. Of course, Robert realizes how serious everything is. This cunning fox has thought through his every move. The dungeon was still quite quiet, with quite a large number of large rat monsters gathered there. Soon James and his team got there, and they had to kill several dozen of these little rascals. If they hadn't brought lights with them, they wouldn't have been able to even see each other. It was so dark in some places. It also became known that there are too many monsters in this dungeon that live in the dark. They do not like light. These nasty little creatures also don't like to have uninvited guests, so they were very angry when they saw the players. But they are too small and clumsy to defeat armed men, so it was an easy battle. Kim continued to lead the team forward, even though James is formally the leader. But after the fight with the bull, everyone understands who the real leader is. There were more and more rats every minute, but Kim just loved it. He killed them incredibly easily. James was impressed with this guy's technique. He and the other players had a much harder time with these creatures. They have already come a long way. There are 6 underground floors in this building, and now they are somewhere in the middle. Soon after, Kim received a message from Katie, who wrote that they were also coming down. Judging by this guy's smile, everything is going exactly according to his plan. In another part of the Roman Tower, on the topmost floor, things were not so good. The Sin Guild continued to try their best to catch the monster boss. But so far, they were not doing well, and even Mark realized that an ordinary person would not be able to catch this titan. It's an unusual monster, and it's a basilisk. Its gaze turns everything to stone, so it's not just a snake. Mark tried to reassure his men and assured them that they would be able to catch him, but all previous attempts had failed. During his rest period, one of his guards came into his room with Robert. He said this guy has something to tell Mark, something very important and strategically useful. He said that his team was currently fighting monsters in a dungeon, and explained that the basilisk on the top floor was not the real boss. Robert said that the real boss monster was in the dungeon, and that's why his team gave up the attack on the basilisk so easily. Of course, the entire Guild of Sins was unhappy with this information, especially their leader, who promised to take revenge for this. Robert, meanwhile, was satisfied with his work. He made sure that the 2 teams would fight each other, and he would win. If something goes wrong, Robert will certainly be able to escape punishment, using the technique he received from God. A little while later, he led the Sin Guild to the entrance to the dungeon, and the fun would soon begin. But the Bat couldn't understand why there was no one here. He expected to see James and everyone else. Mar became even more angry and ordered all his assistants to look for these scoundrels. His bodyguard believes that they deliberately escaped. In the dungeon, they want to destroy the boss and easily escape punishment. Hearing this, other members of the guild suggested that they quickly catch up with these thieves and destroy them. After analyzing the situation, Mark realized that it was the right idea, and that's why he said they were going to the dungeon. When they finally got there, they realized that they should have brought flashlights because it was too dark. Later, they saw the silhouettes of several people and prepared for cruel and ruthless revenge. Mark was focused and concentrated. He had long dreamed of personally destroying Linda and Kim. But his rivals were waiting for them to arrive, so he greeted them and told them that they could not go downstairs and had to return. Mark was shocked. Is this guy really so brave that he wants to die right now? Kim greeted Robert and said that he expected him to do this. This guy was too predictable and uninteresting. Of course, this made the infamous Bat angry, and he also hopes that Kim will soon go to hell. Then the most interesting thing happened. It turned out that the guild leader's bodyguard all this time was Katie. She was the one who warned her friends that the opponents were approaching, and her skill is very useful in such circumstances. Now Robert realized why his plans had come to fruition so easily. It was like a chess game in which he had lost. Kim and his friends have come up with the perfect plan to finally destroy the Sin Guild along with the Bat. Later, it became clear that this team of bandits was starting to get worried, something they hadn't foreseen. Linda took a few steps forward and said that Kim should go to the other members of the team. She alone could stop the Sin Guild here. Of course, Kim started to worry about her, but he was sure that she would be fine, so he agreed to the offer. Katie didn't want to leave her new friend, so we had to pick up the little girl and take her with us. Finally, Kim asked me not to kill that ugly rat. He meant Robert. It was obvious that Linda was not happy with this proposal, but she would try to keep this fool alive. At the moment when Kim was almost gone, Mark made his next move and tried to desperately go on the attack. His target was Kim, because he realized that if he killed the leader, the whole team would be destroyed. But the young player, who is living his second life, is ready for all the insidious attacks of his enemies. The members of the Sin Guild were amazed that this guy was able to repel the attack of their legendary leader. After that, Kim asked Linda to be very careful, and if something went wrong, to come back to them immediately. He felt that something had changed, but this time he decided to trust his friend again. Soon he and Katie disappeared, and Linda was left alone with the Sin Guild, but this girl is best underestimated. Meanwhile, Mark was in severe pain after his failed attack, and his assistants immediately lifted him off the floor. He didn't want to look like a wounded animal, so Mark started shouting and ordered him to grab the bastard immediately. His men immediately began to carry out the order and look for the guy who had insulted their leader. It looks like it's too dark in this dungeon and they didn't realize that Kim had left long ago. But instead of him, Linda stayed with them and she's not going to let anyone out. Mark was surprised to see this girl's gaze, looking at them as if they were some kind of trifle. He ordered her to be killed immediately and to show her what the true cruelty of the Sin Guild is. Linda was unhappy. She doesn't like to get a lot of blood on her clothes, but these are the nuances of the profession. She prepared to defend herself against the attacks of these thieves, all of whom were sure that they could easily overcome the girl. You can't underestimate anyone in this game, because underestimating your opponent and losing concentration can cost you your life. In less than a second, it cut the first thief into 2 pieces, and his friend didn't even realize what had happened. While he was trying to approach her, Linda had already managed to strike him a powerful blow to the jaw. Her finest hour has finally come, and she will be able to show her power against some pretty strong opponents. Of course, these are ordinary players, but it's at least more interesting than killing green goblins like before. There's too much blood in this dungeon today. So far, it's not feeling the normal level of resistance at all. Although the girl is fighting alone against this guild of professional mercenaries, this does not prevent her from winning with confidence. At these moments, her calmness is most surprising. Even when several opponents attack at the same time, she does not lose her mental clarity. Her coolness can make anyone fall in love with her, and I'm not even talking about her martial arts skills. Strength is not its most important quality. It usually kills with its speed and accuracy. We can also note its defense. I don't envy these guys because it's hard to kill an opponent you can't hit. All these armed guys could not do anything against this miracle woman. It looks like she will soon be called to a new Marvel movie. Mark watched and could not understand who she was and how she could fight against 30 armed men at the same time. It is immediately clear that she is stronger than all of them put together, and she has not even gotten tired during this time. Mark watched her technique and couldn't figure out what exactly was preventing him from intervening and destroying her. In terms of speed and physical strength, he should be stronger, so we should at least try. Of course, all of his people expect their leader to take decisive action, so sooner or later he has to stop the line. Mark also showed all his confidence. He said that he was the avatar of the god Deities, so he had nothing to fear. He immediately prepared to use his most powerful weapon, a technique called the death sentence. If this technique hits the target, the opponent dies in 1 minute, but it does not work on creatures with higher levels than the owner of the technique. All of this can be used only once a day, so this brand is prepared for a fatal blow to the lead. He activated his equipment, but the girl managed to dodge. This deadly attack did not affect her at all. He couldn't believe it had really happened. Was he really just like everyone else, no better than her? There seems to be nothing special about the leader of the Sin Guild, and soon his head was severed from his neck. There are too many interesting events in the Roman Tower this evening, and it's not surprising, as the second mission in the game should look like this. Katie still couldn't calm down. She thought that leaving Linda alone was too risky. There was no guarantee that she would survive the guild's attack. But Kim believes that Mark and his guys are not too strong of a competition for her, so he is confident that everything will be fine. Although Katie believes that Mark is a powerful enough warrior, Kim disagrees. It's just the beginning of the game. Mark has only recently become an avatar. He can only give a death sentence, but it takes a lot of energy. That's why Kim is sure that the villain's head will fall off his shoulders before he activates this skill. Only now it has become clear that all this was planned in advance, and now Kim is going to the top floor to catch the monster. All of this was just a performance for the Death Guild. Kim was able to foresee everything a few steps ahead. That's why he brought Katie with him, even though she doesn't consider herself strong. But her skill is really very important for the team. Finally, they reached the top floor and had to do a little more to complete the second mission. Kim assured her that for all this help, he would definitely give Katie a big reward and buy her items worth at least 2,000 points. He also promised her a bonus, depending on the reward for completing the second level. But to do this, she must fulfill all his orders, that is, to begin with, turn into a ferret. Of course, it's incredibly strange, and of course Katie doesn't understand anything, but Kim assured me that everything would fall into place. They went inside and got ready for the final, and the girl decided to trust this strange player. In this spacious room, I found something unusual waiting for them, with many brick statues around. Kim quickly realized that all these guys were victims of the Basilisk monster. Now he asked Katie to go ahead and find out where the boss was. He assured her that everything would be fine. Just move quickly. It's unlikely that this guy is acting unreasonably. His every move is always thought out in advance, so it makes sense. Soon he heard the sounds of Katie and realized that she had finally found the monster. Now it has become clear that this is the guardian of this level, and it is unlikely that it will be very easy with him. When the Basilisk noticed the boy, he greeted him. His name was Organa, and if the Kim started to run away now, he would leave him alive. But Kim is not ready to run away. He did not come here to be afraid and run away. Unlike the Minotaur Kim defeated in the first level, this monster even has its own name. On this level, there is a monster with a name that players cannot destroy. This is the real Guardian, and he has an amazing skill. This lanky guy can turn all living things to stone. All he has to do is look into his opponent's eyes. Kim looked at Katie and reminded her of their conversation. He had already told her what she had to do, and now the moment had come. Of course, this little animal was nervous, but the guy assured her that everything would go according to plan. He threw her up so that she could jump to this mighty titan. It looks like her goal will be his eyes, the most powerful weapon of the second-level monster boss. As soon as he saw that Katie had attacked the monster's eyes, he immediately pulled out a knife and moved forward. This skill has a kickback. The moment he is unable to use the equipment, you have to gouge out his eyes. It wasn't immediately clear whether Kim had hit the target, and the price of a mistake is very high now. It seems that an ordinary knife would not help here. The organist was able to dodge it, but noted the guy's abilities. In this case, there is only one option left, but you don't have to worry, because the Kim is ready for it. According to ancient legends, one of the enemies of the Basilisk is a ferret, and this is its weak point. But this monster replied that this was not enough to defeat him, because the ferret would not be able to resist him. No matter how absurd it may seem, we are now witnessing with our own eyes the battle of a huge monster titan against a small ferret. Basilisk tried to use his crown technique and turn this little criminal into stone. But he failed, and only now the monster realized that it was no ordinary animal. Kim didn't waste any time getting closer to the titan. He didn't lose concentration and acted according to plan. Basilisk replied that all this was pointless because they were going to die today anyway. Seeing this dangerous look, Kim ordered the cat to bite this long lizard immediately. Now the moment of truth has come. Now everything must be decided. Either they win or they die. That's why Kim wanted Katie to participate in this operation so badly. Her skills are too important for teamwork, although at first glance they seem quite simple. Finally, you don't have to be afraid of the Basilisk's gaze anymore, and now the battle with it will be completely different. Without its main weapon, it loses quite a bit of power and is no longer as threatening as it was before. Only now does the organ realize that it has been attacked by an unusual ferret, but it is too late to think about it. I should have been careful from the very beginning, and now the chances of winning are about equal. Basilisk is very large, which can sometimes be an advantage, but because of this, its attacks are too predictable. That's why Kim tries to avoid meeting him in every way possible, and tries to be proactive, using his speed. Organa is still convinced that he will not let these little thieves go. They have hurt him badly, so he dreams of revenge. Somehow, Kim still managed to get his phone out and look at different information. This guy is a real psycho. He spoke to Katie and reminded her of the plan they had made the day before, and then they ran off in different directions. Of course, the Basilisk realizes that all this is for a reason, but this guy is too overconfident to feel a real threat to his life. It seems that without some elements of the plan, it will not be possible to kill this great monster. Basilisk considers this a rather ridiculous situation. Kim can use any technique, but he will not win this battle. Even without its main power, the Basilisk is still an incredibly strong and powerful beast. This is what is called a level difference, and it is why the organ still feels safe and comfortable. He is approaching his enemy and preparing a decisive blow. Will Kim be able to dodge this time? It looks like this impudent guy is up to something again. He said he doesn't like to talk much, he likes to act. At that moment, the Basilisk saw a huge rooster appear not far from him. Seizing the moment, Kim immediately began to approach the monster and pulled out his sharp knife. It seems that this is the difference in levels that Basilisk was talking about, but now it is playing against him. It became immediately apparent that the monster was very angry. Everything was not going according to his plan, and Kim took the initiative. Organa is confident that he can withstand all the guy's blows, even though Kim has recognized his weaknesses, but he is not strong enough to kill him. This battle has been going on for quite some time, but no one has the right to rest because the price is too high. Kim is successfully defending himself against all the attacks of the Basilisk. So far, his reaction is at an excellent level. But that's exactly what the monster wants. He's trying to do everything he can to make the boy tired and easy prey. One of them is bound to lose, but Kim has one big advantage: his experience from his past life. He noticed that the Basilisk was moving much slower, so he had to take advantage of it and destroy it. The authorities admitted that the guy was really well prepared for their meeting, but the difference between them was still too great. He believes that the guy has only one chance for salvation: an immediate escape from the battlefield. But Kim remains calm. He must have been looking for something and finally got what he needed. He admits that he cannot kill this monster, but he knew it from the beginning. That's why he planned for a long time how to defeat the Basilisk, but he found a way. He is used to this, to meeting opponents he cannot kill, opponents who are superior to him in all respects. What does he need to defeat them? A god's choice, high scores, useful skills, or unique abilities. All of this is important and useful, but it does not play a key role in battles with these rivals. In the first round, he lacked all this. He was not the strongest of all the players in the game. Nobody told him about his genius, but still this guy managed to remain the last player in the world. It was from this lesson that he realized something. Experience and patience, with these qualities, anything is possible. Basilisk said that all this is meaningless talk that will lead to nothing. Now Kim will die a brutal death. In response, Kim only smiled, and then explosions began on different floors of the Roman tower. The monster titan did not understand what the guy had done. It looked like some huge bombs. Throughout the week, some people placed sticky bombs on different floors of the tower that could be detonated remotely. Tim is well aware that this bomb will not be able to kill the Basilisk, but all this was not made for him, and these efforts will not be in vain. Only now the huge monster began to really panic. He felt that he was losing control of the situation. It seems to be his family trait to not notice anything around him during aggressive emotions. This is called a workout bracelet, and with the help of this crystal, the weight of the bracelet can be increased to 10 tons. So it was time for the Basilisk to feel the difference in weight. After that, Kim approached his enemy and told him that he didn't care about the difference in levels anymore. Now the Basilisk became so heavy that even the floor could not support its body. He was still sure that he would not die even if he fell from such a height. He believed that if he fell, the bracelet would break and he would be free again and be able to take revenge. But from below, he saw a golden spear sticking out of the floor, which is the last puzzle in the Kim plan. Organa didn't understand where this list came from. There can't be anything on the second level that can pierce his skin. He thought that this spear would not be able to cause him any problems, but the Titan had never been so wrong. That's what it means to see the big picture. That's what it means to plan many steps ahead. Before that, an interesting situation was also taking place on the lower floors. James and the other men came and stuck spears in the ground as the king had told them to do. But there they met a great monster of an observer and realized that they could not defeat it. They could not come up with a new plan, but they realized that their strength was not enough to win. Suddenly they all heard some strange explosions and realized that something was approaching them. Later, the ceiling was destroyed and they saw a huge titanium snake falling on them. They were lucky to take a few steps back in time to avoid broken bones. They were all amazed that this monster fell exactly on the spot where Kim had ordered the spear to be stuck in the ground. James said that the monster was definitely destroyed, so now we need to find the rest of the team and assess the situation. This is how they completed the second task, and now they are at the silver level and receive a reward. Starting with the third task, the main quest will be activated automatically after the time has elapsed or the conditions have been met. Soon after, the players saw Kim return, and they realized that it was he who had arranged all this, but he didn't have a single scratch on him. Without this guy, they would not have been able to complete the task and would have lost, so James immediately thanked him for his help. James was well aware that the Sin Guild, Kim and his friends, were much more powerful than he was. They were all players of a different caliber. He needs to improve his skills so that he can survive the next missions without outside support. James did exactly what Kim told him to do, which is why the mission was successful. Kim took his golden spear and said that while he had time before the third task began, he had some things to take care of. He wants to go for a short walk, but where exactly he will go is unknown. He told them they could always call him if something bad happened, and if he wasn't busy, he would help them right away. So it's time to temporarily part ways, but they will see each other again. It was at that moment that James realized that he lacked the ability to survive on his own, at least until the 7th level. But there is a certainty that he will be able to do it, because he has become an avatar, even if they forgot to ask him who exactly is his god. It doesn't matter now. In the future, Kim will learn everything he needs to know. Now is the time to rest a bit and catch your breath. Maybe do some quiet things. Of course, he won't do it alone, not without the support of beautiful girls. Looking at Linda, Kim quickly realized that she had dealt with the Sin Guild in a very brutal way. She sits in front of him as if nothing had happened, even though she had recently been chopping up her opponents like sausage with burning eyes. But she did not forget about her friend's request, and no matter how hard it was, she let Robert live. Of course, the bat was angry because an unknown object was put around its neck. Kim asked him to calm down and said that it was just an interesting insect bracelet, although it would be more accurate to say an interesting choker. A second later, the object made Robert fall face down on the ground. It was really tough. I guess now this disgusting guy is completely at the mercy of Kim. This choker can become incredibly heavy at Kim's will, and this thing is too hard to take off. Robert started screaming and said that he did not deserve to be treated so cruelly. But Kim reminded him that during his first mission, he had gathered people in a gym to kill them all. This time, he was definitely also trying to do something very bad, so all these actions are fully deserved. He recalled that all this time Katie was next to him. She looked like a bodyguard and watched his actions. Although his cunning plan failed, it was only because of the actions of Kim and his friends. Otherwise, it would have ended in disaster. This is karma, the bracelet that is around Robert's neck. His physical arrest and psychological punishment. Kim also bought an absolute contract from the DLC shop, and once Robert signs it, he will never be able to break it. According to this contract, Robert must become a reliable and honest person, otherwise the choker will put pressure on his neck and force him to die. If Robert refuses to sign this contract, he will have to deal with Linda. After a few seconds, the contract was finally signed, but now we will always know where Robert is and what he is doing. It's time to say goodbye, and let's hope this disgusting guy won't do anything bad again. Although his face looks docile, it is clear that Robert will never change. Now he has no choice. If he doesn't act correctly, he will die, so for a while you don't have to worry about him. Of course, after this assignment, Linda's scores also increased quite a bit, and she is already reading about the gold level. After a short conversation, they agreed to separate for a while and go about their business. Now they are a team, so they can find out each other's location at any time. After that, Kim called Katie to him. He is a man of the circle's word and will give her the promised reward. The girl was very happy and said that if the reward was bad, he would immediately feel her anger. Soon after, she received a hidden ring, which makes its wearer completely invisible for 1 hour and can be used twice a day. The girl looked very happy. She could not believe that Kim was really giving her such a cool gift. This is a rank B item, so her feelings are pretty clear, but Linda also wants to receive her gift. Kim promised to do so the next time he had something special for her. After that, they agreed to separate for a while, and it will be interesting to watch them separately. Kim didn't tell anyone where he wanted to go, but he was already dreaming of harvesting, whatever that meant. All the time, he is constantly watched by a large number of observers, which interferes with his plans. Katie was following him all the time, and he didn't understand why she was doing it, but she wanted to stay close to him. Her observers started to make him nervous, but eventually he stopped paying attention to them. Katie thinks he has incredible skills, and if she spends more time with him, she will learn something too. She assured him that she was following him for a reason, and if something bad happened, she was ready to help. Later, they were stopped by armed men who said it was their dungeon and ordered them to leave immediately. Kim agreed and suggested that Katie leave, but the girl didn't like being forced to do something. She wanted to provoke them and do something, but Kim's main task was to find out the place. Everything else came later. These guards are not stupid. They won't stand by and watch you go inside. Everything around them is too heavily guarded. If there is no way to get in, you need to think a bit and come up with a plan. The god of right living has been too agitated lately. His avatar has been disturbed too much. God the Clown, on the contrary, laughed at all this and said that his avatar was worthless. By monitoring the god's chat, Kim regularly learned quite important information from the game. Kati really didn't like the fact that he didn't explain anything, but that's not this guy's style. He explained that there is a dungeon near them. They don't need another entrance, because he can make a separate entrance. He touched the ground and activated the search skill, which takes place within a radius of 50 meters. He acquired this skill after defeating the Basilisk, which is somewhat useful because this technique is at the level of white gold. It's a skill that requires continuing to search, and after a while they found the right place. Kim explained that the boss's room was 20 meters deep, as it was the dungeon that was guarded by other people. But Katie still doesn't understand how exactly he is going to get to a depth of 20 meters. Maybe he wants to dig a hole? Anything can be expected from this guy. He can activate the explosives again, like in the Roman Tower. If it were a mission area, you could do something like that, but the dungeon is protected by special magic. It cannot be destroyed or entered by physical force, although someone has one idea. This item is called a dungeon destroyer. The main thing is to choose the right model for a particular dungeon. Kim got this through points for completing missions, and that's how he plans to move towards the boss room. Katie was shocked by her friend's actions. She had never met such crazy guys before. With such an object, you can dig a hole to the dungeon in about a few hours. This work took much longer, but after 5 hours of hard work, the first results were visible. Kim was able to make a huge hole 20 meters deep, and it's impressive. Soon they were there, and Katie was surprised by the guy's persistence and intelligence. Now they are in the deepest part of this dungeon, and mantises immediately appeared on their way. It looks like the biggest of these monsters is the boss of this dungeon, and it won't be easy. The young players are immediately surrounded by other mantises, all of whom are protecting their boss. Katie hates insects, but now the situation is critical, and Kim asks her to destroy all the little mantises. This is necessary so that he can focus all his attention and energy on the battle against the boss. So these two have started to work well together as a team, and we'll see what happens. There are too many monsters around. It will be difficult for them to defeat them all at once. Kim took out his golden spear and went on the attack. Like a true leader, he has to show results. The first monster was destroyed in a few seconds, demonstrating excellent speed and power. So far, everything has been fairly easy, but Kim felt that he had to remain cautious and not forget about defense. In this battle, the main thing is to press on the weaknesses of your opponents. Everyone has weaknesses. So far, our player has no problems with this, but his energy may run out faster than the monsters. Even Katie was surprised by the speed of destruction of these monsters, and it seemed that they were about E rank. Soon, Kim came close to their boss, a large red mantis with large pincers. The other mantises were easy to destroy, but it's unlikely that things will be as easy with their boss. Of course, it has a more powerful defense and sharper paws, but the larger it is, the slower it moves. Such monsters are easier to defeat due to the ability to predict their future movements. They do not even realize when they are being attacked, and this is exactly what Kim is going to use. His stroke with the golden spear hit the target, so the boss was destroyed and the dungeon was completely cleared. Kim was the first player to clear this place, and he will receive an additional 1,000 points for this. The level of remuneration is constantly increasing depending on achievements, which is good news. For this, Kim received an F-ranked crystal and an E-ranked sharp blow. A pretty good booty, but nothing special. This was earned for defeating the boss, but they should also expect a reward for clearing the dungeon. There must be something much more interesting for this. Katie was delighted to see such a large catch. 4 days passed, and the local players finally made it to the dungeon. They traveled a long way and finally approached the main gate. All of them wanted only one thing: the total destruction of the Rift boss and the clearing of the dungeon. Their journey has been too long to fail, and of course they all crave treasure and rewards. Their gods have promised them a great reward for clearing this dungeon, so expectations are very high. But what they saw shocked them all. When they went inside, they realized that there was no one here. All the treasures disappeared, the monsters were destroyed, and an unknown hole was visible on the mountain. Meanwhile, an anonymous person, number 48, logged into the system's general chat room again. Kim saw that the gods couldn't figure out who had cleared the dungeon they had left for their players. Each of them began to suspect the other, feeling that a conflict would soon begin between the gods. So far, Kim has been watching this calmly, but then he decided to intervene and do something interesting. His face was unknown, so he confidently took advantage of this once again. The guy greeted the gods and said that he had information about an interesting dungeon. He explained the approximate location of this place and said that you could get items of rank C there. He did not explain how he found out about the dungeon, but assured me that there was no point in lying. The god of good living intervened, reminding everyone that they shouldn't ask about sources of information, and approached Kim. This god began to ask the boy about his place of residence, but the other gods again interrupted the conversation. Soon, they all decided to stop their conflict and finally send their people to the dungeons, as Anonymous 48 said. Now the avatars will definitely go in the right direction for someone, and this cannot but make the guy happy. Even Katie had already received information from her god about this dungeon, but Kim said he would not go there. In his previous life, there were no normal items in that dungeon, so he used it as a lure. The guy said that he didn't want to waste time on this and would go to the main task, although the time was unlimited. He explained that if a fourth task appeared, everything would get confusing, which is why we had to hurry. But first, he wants to learn one important skill about which little is known. Looking at the sky, he felt strange feelings. Despite the fact that the world is collapsing, the sky remains just as beautiful. That's why he needs a constellation now, but other than that, he's not going to say anything. Katie didn't like the fact that this guy was always hiding the truth, but she had no choice but to follow him. This time he's unlikely to dig again. It's too deep, so it's impossible to figure out the exact location of the boss's room. Before they went in, Kim pulled out something and told the girl to put it around her neck. It would protect her from melee attacks, although it didn't look good. Katie was unhappy and said that the clothes stank, but Kim didn't listen to her at all. It looks like it's not exactly a dungeon, but a subway station, and the players immediately began to regret not bringing flashlights. But Kim explained that there was a reason why he did not bring a flashlight. He asked the girl not to ask any more questions and to follow him in silence, as the fun would soon begin. Their journey took quite a while, and Katie even started to think they were going in circles. He asked her not to say anything and to listen because he was approaching them. Of course, the girl did not understand who he was or why he was approaching them, but they immediately felt a strong wind. Her scarf immediately began to move on its own and deflected the arrow that was flying at her head. This is a level D defense cloth that can block close-range attacks up to 5 times, and the item is automatically destroyed after use. Kim warned her that she only had 4 defenses left, so Katie had to be careful. She offered to turn into something small so that it would be impossible to hit her, but the guy said it wouldn't work. Now they both have to be very careful, because now even Kim has been saved with the help of a protective cloth. For now, we can stop worrying, but the guy wants to see the face of his enemy. He got a rather interesting object called a chase thread, which, if you tie it to an object, will lead to the place of its owner. This thing can be used only once, which is why Kim tied it to the arrow that hit him. Soon he finally saw his opponent, but this archer was not going to show his face. It is called the Night Shooter, a monster that uses dark places where there is no light to attack its victims. This guy can move very fast, so it will be difficult for Kim to catch up with him. The player is well aware that he cannot lose this monster, but his protective fabric has saved him 3 more times, and there is only 1 defense left. After this scarf worked once more, it automatically destroyed itself, leaving Kim alone with the monster. The Night Archer was not going to engage in close combat and continued to run away. Soon, Kim saw an unknown creature with an ugly face in front of him. In the dungeon, you can often see different monsters during the mission, which is normal. The main thing is not to be distracted by these animals and continue to catch up with the archer. Usually, in the game settings, it is initially set that no one can touch them, neither players nor monsters. The Dark Archer decided to use Flash, a skill that shines a bright light within a radius of 10 meters. If a monster or player within range looks at this flash for several seconds, they may go blind for a while. Bats can probably exist in this dungeon only because of this technique. So if you have to turn into something to avoid being attacked, it's a bat, and that's what Katie did. The Night Archer could not guess this, and this is the difference in strategies. This difference cost him too much, and he was completely destroyed in close combat. There doesn't seem to be a separate room with a reward, as in the situation with the Mantis dungeon. There is nothing in this dungeon except for the items that the Archer defended, which is why there are no other monsters in such dungeons except for the boss. In most cases, the reward is not given separately, but for killing the boss, they give great things. Of course, it is not of the highest level, so that the indicators are immediately striking, but his ability cannot be underestimated. Although all of these items are weaker than the ones used by the boss, the appearance of a mobile vehicle is a lucky break. Kim took a few important items for himself, but said that Katie could have the rest. He was pleased that he had received a rather rare and necessary item and a few skills, and Katie also liked the coat. Now the guy's preparation for the third task is almost complete, and his key characteristics have been improved. Now he has a large number of different skills in his arsenal. There is no one stronger than Kim in the world. But this is still not enough to kill the same opponent, although there should be no problems with the main task. In any case, the guy's goal is to complete all the tasks. Everything else is unimportant. Upon completion of the third task, he will be able to get a first-level set. This will help him kill the same guy from the third task, also called the Damned Crow. It was time to go and try to pass this difficult test at last. We have completely forgotten about Linda. This girl is also worthy of attention because of her special abilities. Its potential has not yet been fully realized, which is why it is doubly interesting to watch. She has already managed to destroy more than 10 monsters, but continues to persistently search for someone. A little later, it became clear that she had been looking for her father and mother all this time, and she went into her apartment. Inside, she saw a lot of blood, oddly enough, but that was to be expected. This game is too cruel. As soon as she opened the door to the house, she was immediately attacked by flying monsters. She has long been sick of them, so she has no choice but to send them to hell. Of course, this didn't cause her any major problems. This girl has already reached a fairly high level of skill. She's not a beginner anymore. There were quite a few flying monsters, but Linda did not panic and always remained calm. But any peace of mind ends the moment you are insidiously bitten on the back. Of course, this was not a big problem for her, but in any case, she let her guard down, and if her opponent had been stronger, it could have been costly. The apartment was an incredible mess, with lots of blood and the bodies of mutilated monsters. But not only were the monsters at the end of the room, a little later the girl saw her father. He was dead. She immediately began to cry and lost control of the situation, thinking it was all a bad dream. Just yesterday, everything was fine. She was enjoying the life of a young girl, studying at university and spending her free time with her parents. But today she has already lost everything, and the worst thing about this situation is that no one will bring her father back. She saw her home phone start ringing, and Linda immediately thought it might be her mother. She picked up the phone, heard the voice on the other end, and her eyes immediately changed color to red. Meanwhile, Kim and Katie were walking in the city after completing another dungeon mission. They saw a well-dressed woman who greeted them and said that she welcomed them to the Roman Tower. It looks like they set up shop in this big building, maybe because all the monsters now avoid this tower? Katie could not understand anything, but Kim asked her to look around, and then everything would become clear. Even though it all looks strange, everything that has happened to them since the beginning of this game is a complete miracle. This woman stood there and was not at all afraid of the monsters on the streets. She said that Kim and his friend could enter the Roman Tower for free. Katie was against the idea. She said that this place was too weird and scary, and it was better to find something else. But Kim explained that they had to go inside to complete the task, so they had no other choice. They were told to be very careful, that the entrance and exit were in different places. The place was very clean, and the employees were ordinary people, not players. There may be even more strange nuances like this, probably due to the stupid tendencies of the guy who runs everything here. There were a lot of ordinary people around, which is quite strange because Kim is used to seeing only players or monsters. These are ordinary people who were not killed, and now they cannot die from monster attacks. Katie believes that this is one of the best options in the game, and it's better than death anyway. These people physically cannot die, which is why they have no choice, and the amusement park operates not only on the rides themselves. What if the system notified the guy that there was information about a new task? At first, it seemed like a fairly easy mission that they would complete quickly, but then the players saw something. Kim immediately broke into a sweat and lost his smile, as if he had seen something he didn't like at all. The problem is that this is not the same task as Kim had in her previous life. But the most interesting thing is that Katie was given an easy task, the same one that Kim had done in his past life. In addition to the fact that he received a completely different task, the complexity of this mission is much higher than it should be. Only true masters of the game or system will be able to complete this task. If it was the intervention of the game master, he would have appeared before Kim, so it was the intervention of the system. Of course, Kim killed 2 guards, but I would never have thought that there would be such a violent reaction. Katie couldn't understand why her friend was so upset, and he asked her to be quiet and let him think. If there are changes, then there must be good things about it. At least it indicates that the future is slowly changing. Kim remembered the name of the group, Roller Coaster Time, which is a game where you have to manage an amusement park. This place is the game itself, and the manager can do whatever he wants, so even unimaginable actions are possible. For example, the manager can break the ring to make the trolleys go off the rails, or make the Ferris wheel roll on the ground. Such managers do not need sales and money, they just want to see other people suffer. The little girl was not ready for such stories, even though she already knows how to fight monsters, but her psyche is still too weak. So this is the same place, and Kim immediately realized that it was a Crucian carp from the constellation of the Raven. Katie looks quite worried. She realizes that there is a psycho behind it all, and that's the worst part. Since ordinary people, not gamblers, work on the territory of this complex, it becomes clear that the whole thing was started by a crazy man. There's no point in telling Katie about the carapace. It will look rather strange that Kim knows about it. There is no one among the players who knows about the constellation, so that's why it's better to keep quiet about some things. There were many strong monsters in the past world, but the guards were the strongest of them all. But the constellation is a completely different level. This place was ruled by Karas, the constellation of the Crow. Karas was lower than the other constellations, but it had a certain divinity that gave it additional power. Generally speaking, it's still for the sake of constellations, but this guy was an exception, and that's a problem. He lowered the level of divinity that could exist in this world and used it for his own purposes, so now he is here. It looks like this scoundrel is going to spend some time having fun while there is no one here to harm him. Although, to be completely honest, in his past life he had fun in the same way and then disappeared. He is a constellation with a low level of divinity, but the amount of damage he has done to humanity cannot be compared to even a constellation of a very high rank. Finally, Katie realized that there was a very powerful guy sitting in this place who had arranged all this, and now she had to be more careful. Kim praised her for her ingenuity, saying that she was progressing rapidly, but that she should not relax. She also noticed that the layout was completely different, unlike the Roman world she'd been to before. It seems that the local owner has changed his taste, but that's not the point, because an unknown guy approached them. He suggested they go to an interesting place where they could really enjoy the amusement park. Kim immediately felt that the man's voice was very tired due to the constant fear of death, and he also noticed a strange object around his neck. This guy said that they should definitely visit their local haunted house. They would definitely enjoy it. Katie was against visiting a haunted house. She said she tries to avoid such places, but not because she is scared. Suddenly, the object around his neck started glowing bright red, and he immediately started screaming and begging to wait. This guy said he still had time and kept asking me to wait, which of course scared Katie. Kim remained as calm as ever, as if he understood exactly what was happening. The system has updated the data. He has to save people in this amusement park. He has to do it before the start of mission number 4. The level of difficulty of this task is quite average, but when the explosion occurred, it became clear that it would be very difficult. It was the bracelet around this guy's neck that exploded. Of course he died. He had no chance. Katie was incredibly scared, and it's at moments like this that you remember that she is just a child, even though she has already gone through quite a few difficult experiences. These employees probably had limited time to call visitors, just as the players had limited time to complete the task. Kim predicted that this would be the case. People in the amusement park were in a terrible situation. There is a killer and monsters among them, and they have to solve all these problems and get out of this horrible place. The more people a Kim can save, the higher the reward he will receive, even though only a few people were saved in his past life. In any case, the right person is here, so first we need to collect all the seals. Kim approached one of the workers and asked him to tell us about the place. He seemed to want to go inside. The worker immediately warned him that he was unlikely to like it there, but Kim could not refuse the assignment. Otherwise, he would die. The worker said that all the gamblers who came here could not last long and died or hid. But if Kim wants to get into the haunted house so badly, he must go all the way through and thus complete the task. On paper, everything looks quite simple, but in real life, things are always much more complicated. The easier the tasks are, the harder they are to pass, so you have to be very careful, and then maybe you will succeed. The employee wished the players good luck and closed the door behind them, as Katie was too scared even though they had just entered. She explains that she is very afraid of the dark, which is why she holds on to Kim so that she doesn't lose each other, as it is romantic. Kim asked her to be careful, not to lose concentration, and to always follow him. Suddenly, he saw something approaching them, and he reacted in time to save Katie's life. The girl started screaming and was very scared. It was a very dangerous situation. One blow and they were dead. Behind them, real zombies started running after them. It was the scariest haunted house I've ever seen. Kim took out his weapon and started to fight off these monsters. They are not too fast or smart, so there shouldn't be any problems. While the guy was fighting, Katie lay down on the floor and started crying. This girl is too scared. He realized that he had to take her in his arms and calm her down. Otherwise, there would be even more problems. New monsters were waiting for them ahead, all of them looking quite scary. Although this is enough to scare a little girl, it won't stop an experienced player. An equal fight against the monsters began, and it was quite difficult for Kim to fight them, and at the same time hold Katie around her neck. So far, Kim has been successfully coping with these difficult challenges, skillfully destroying monsters with the help of martial arts. He assured Katie that she could easily destroy them as well. They were too weak, and she shouldn't be afraid of them. But the girl kept crying and couldn't calm down, so it was better to leave her on the street and do everything on her own. The attacks of these monsters are based on the template of a room of fear, with traps appearing from all sides, as if out of nowhere, and monsters attacking. But the difference is that they are actually trying to kill visitors, and that's the problem. So far, Tim has successfully destroyed these creepy creatures, but their number is growing. Soon, Katie started laughing nervously, as if she had lost her mind, although it could be because of nerves. Even though Kim was better than he is now in his past life, it is very difficult to fight and protect someone at the same time. He asked the girl to hold on to him tightly and quickly ran forward, which can be called a training session of defense and offense at the same time. He had never done anything like this in his previous life, so it was a great experience. The employees of the attractions were surprised. These players were the first to leave the building in 15 minutes. Kim said that it wasn't too difficult. The monsters weren't very strong, so it wasn't too hard. Katie fell to the floor, wiped her tears from her eyes, and said that it was quite easy for her as well. Kim was happy that everything went well, but now he had some questions for the employee. Naturally, he was interested in the bracelet around the guy's neck, so Kim asked him where he could buy one. This guy has some pretty strange desires, but in the end he got what he wanted. This bracelet can be detonated remotely, or some conditions can be set. The guy took out a nutcracker and tried to cover the bracelet with this object so it would become stronger. After that, Kim threw him to the floor, and Katie doesn't understand what he wants to do. Kim began to count to 3, and then this strange bracelet rose into the air as if by magic. Kim said that he blew up this bracelet, but it remained intact. The fact is that it is impossible to break the coating of nuts with an internal explosion. Although everything inside this bracelet was broken, this is exactly what Kim wanted to achieve. It's very simple, and now he wants to share this knowledge with other amusement park workers to save lives. It is easy for a person who has turned away from others at least once to repeat it in the future, which is why Kim never passes by other people. In his past life, he was unable to act like the same person, although he was one of those whom he helped. But then Kim said that they would not return to the amusement park. It could be dangerous there, and it was better to obey the system. Of course, Katie was surprised, because this guy had just said that he wanted to help people, and now he had changed his mind. First, he plans to collect all the seals and the necessary information. He suggested that the girl go and ride a roller coaster, and she said it was her favorite thing to do. Katie believes that rides are the best thing in the world. Only the haunted house is her weakness. But when they returned to the rides, it turned out that everything was completely different, not as she had imagined. The girl said she couldn't stay here any longer, and Kim just laughed in response. Although if it wasn't for her, he would have already died 4 times, because at first they were riding a roller coaster, and it was very dangerous. There were things with human faces flying everywhere, but it wasn't enough, because it was even more fun afterwards. When the trolley reached the top of the slide, the mouth of a huge monster appeared out of nowhere. After that, they went on a free-fall ride, but the brakes were broken. That's why they flew to the ground without being able to stop, and were close to crashing to their deaths. After everything they experienced together on that day, the haunted house seems like an ordinary kindergarten. But there's still one more ride left, and I need to finish it quickly and finally leave this damn place. But Kim said that they would not be able to ride the last ride because the amusement park was closed. Soon evening came. Lights began to burn everywhere, and it was quite beautiful and atmospheric. Katie began to hear a pleasant melody. Probably some kind of evening event had begun, but it was better to hide first. After they found a safe place, they began to analyze the situation. Perhaps the evening parade had begun. It was not very clear from a distance, but it became clear that many monsters were on the loose. All of them were having fun and enjoying the evening. Of course, their goal was to destroy people. Kim immediately covered his friend's face. He didn't want the child to see such a horror. These monsters mock ordinary people. They organize torture and enjoy their suffering. Katie suggested that they immediately return to a safer place, but Kim said that it was dangerous. There were so many human corpses around for a reason. After Kim said that it was dangerous around, he went somewhere forward, probably forgetting his own words. He explained that they could not be found and called the girl to follow him. There were too many monsters in this park, and there were workers standing in front of the buildings and rides. That is why the players had almost no place to hide. In my past life, there was a survivor who told me everything, and he also said that there is a big safari in this park. According to his words, those who are there are players who are stuck between the first and third tasks. In a normal situation, this is almost impossible, but the Caracas seems to have changed the rules of the game. He must have been interested in this game of gods. The constellation has divinity, but it is not a god, so Karas cannot participate in the game. It's quite possible that he signed an agreement with a master of the game, or found some kind of a loophole in the system. Now the time has finally come when Kim wants to know how he arranged it all. First, he needs to go and see the very safari he learned about in his past life. As the story goes, there were a lot of people there, and Katie approached these guys and asked them to come inside. Everyone immediately noticed that there were 4 seals on her hand, and after that, Kim and Katie were allowed to enter the safari. I kept telling them about these seals, which is probably a very important nuance in this amusement park. They were told that even the leader of the players in this amusement park has only 3 seals, so Kim is now considered a pretty cool player here. Katie also showed me her seals and said they were the best in the city. She has no modesty. Later, they met the other players and were asked to wait for the leader to arrive. The player who took them inside is called Patrick, and he has already managed to tell them some of the laws of the place. Everyone around is a player, along with ordinary people, about 200 in total. Of course, not everyone is here at this moment, but Kim is sure that the guy he is looking for is also here. This guy can't be anywhere else, and after how many minutes did Kim see this for himself when he found him? The supreme divine being Hephaestus, who is the 12th Olympus, has a single avatar. This guy's name is Donald. It's strange that such a powerful and strong god has only one avatar, and even more so such a calm and quiet guy. In his past life, he was one of the most famous players, and Kim remembers it well. The weapons he created always sold for incredible prices at auctions, and that's how he became famous. There would be no player who wouldn't dream of getting their hands on at least one of the items created by Donald. It's no exaggeration to say that players who have stayed in this game for too long have done so only because of its items. Although looking at him now, Kim realizes that this is not the same Donald he knew before. This guy used to shine like the sun and never lost hope, even in the most difficult situations in his life. But now everything has changed. It seems as if he has already lost all his talents. You can get depressed looking at him. Next to him sits his older brother, who is rumored to have died at the end of the 3rd task in his previous life. Kim and Katie approached them, said hello, and asked to sit next to them. They explained that they were new to this place and were looking for new friends and a place to rest. The older brother's name was Mark, and he immediately greeted the newcomers and said he would be happy to talk to them. Everyone around them avoids these brothers, so they miss ordinary human conversation. Kim noticed that his older brother seemed to be blind. In his past life, everything was completely different. But now it doesn't matter. They started to get to know each other. Looking at Katie, Kim realized that she was only being quite relaxed with him, because now she was only silent. Kim said that they want to become friends with the brothers and to make every effort to complete this task. But then, after Kim thought about it for a while, his intuition began to tell him that something was wrong. He looks like an ordinary player. Even his sword is quite ordinary. Although the sword later caught the guy's attention, Mark explained that since he lost his eyes, he has been using it as a staff. Suddenly, Donald interrupted the conversation and asked his older brother to shut up and stop talking about it because the memories were too painful. After that, the younger brother said goodbye to everyone and said he was going to go to bed and get some sleep. Mark apologized for his younger brother's behavior, saying that Donald had become too sensitive lately. After analyzing the situation, Kim realized that there was nothing strange here. Everyone around him was cautious with strangers. Then Mark got upset and explained that he had just recently run away from him. Did he really mean the Caracas? Before going to bed, he planned the next day, and now his goal is to collect as much information as possible, and of course he must not forget to be careful. He looked at Katie and couldn't understand whether she was really that brave when she needed to be, or whether she just didn't care. Suddenly he saw that Mark had woken up in the middle of the night, wondering where he was going to go at this hour. He went up to the other players and said he had to go to the bathroom. They were unhappy with his request. It is too dangerous to walk alone now, but they are afraid to go with him. Mark said that he had a rough understanding of the surrounding area, so we didn't have to worry about him and he would go alone. They agreed to open the door for him, but if he didn't come back, they wouldn't look for him. All this time, there were observers watching, and it's hard to tear yourself away from these creatures. Kim couldn't understand why the observers were following him to the restroom. Something was wrong. The whole situation was too strange. Kim immediately decided to enter the community under the mask of anonymous number 48 and start a conversation with the clown god. This woman started laughing and said that he had started appearing in the chat room too often and told him that he was loved here. In the past, he had already given them great information about the dungeon, and the god Friday was pleased with the raid in that place. He approached the clown and asked to watch together as an observer, and he explained that he didn't have a personal avatar, so he didn't have an observer. He also said that one player constantly refuses to become his avatar, which is why he wants to watch him. The clown thought it was strange. Players like to become an avatar, but maybe this anonymous god is too weak. The clown said that many people are now trying to get this player and make him their avatar. She said that she would also like to make it her own if she didn't have Katie. Her avatar is currently resting, so she can easily give Kim access to her observer. Instead, she asked him to tell her about it first if he saw something very interesting. Now the Kim has access to the observer and can safely watch the desired character in the game. It is still unclear why Mark decided to go into the woods at night without help. It is unlikely that he only wanted to use the restroom. Soon, an amazing creature appeared near him, a white bird with a curious blue aura. Although Mark cannot see anything, it is clear that he does not feel the presence of this bird. He bent down and bowed in front of her, so it was obvious that it was to her that he had come. Kim was very surprised to hear Mark trying to tell the bird information. He said that today was nothing out of the ordinary, but there were 2 new players. Kim quickly realized that the voice of this bird did not sound like a carousel, so it was a wung. This deity ordered Mark to observe the new players, and if they started something interesting, he should immediately tell them about it. This bird said that the Carapace Master needed to find more people, and now the whole plot becomes more clear. So there is a great and powerful guardian who rules this place, I mean the Wung. But what this great guard is doing on the territory of the Karas, the whole situation is very strange and confusing. Inside this city, the only guard was a Basilisk, but you can forget about him because the Kim killed him. But we are talking about another guard, who is also not far from this place. Perhaps all this is because the task has changed. Perhaps the deities have learned about the Kim. It has long been understood that this world is a game, and its main server is controlled by a game master. But he is by no means the highest being in this world, although many people do not know this. There is someone who is above the master of the game, who interferes with the rules of the game and manages it. This is the system. It seems that all this is connected to the system, since the guard is a hidden monster that is defined by the system. Of course, Kim knew that this could happen soon, especially if he behaved too conspicuously, but it turned into a problem. In his past life, he had seen many people whose thoughts differed from their behavior, so he knows that Mark was not pretending at all. Even the clown was surprised that this blind guy turned out to be a real spy. It's still not clear. In his past life, Donald said that his brother was a good man, and even sacrificed himself for Donald. We will find out the answer to all these questions a little later. In the morning, the sunlight woke up all the players on the safari, and Kim was one of the first to wake up. He immediately greeted the others and got to know those he hadn't met yesterday. He got tired very quickly, and it turned out that even gathering information was not as easy as he thought. But if you put it all together, it all fits with my past life, everything except the Wung, because this starfish is a rather rare type among monsters. It is a bit slow, but has strong armor and powerful energy. The more it eats metal, the more its defense attack becomes. With his current skills, Kim won't even be able to wound this monster. This opponent is too hard for him now. Katie has also been trying to understand the whole situation, although she doesn't understand much, but she hopes that Kim won't start hunting the guard. Last time they all almost died, so she is completely against this idea and considers it suicide. Kim explained that he realizes that fear is too much for him, but they will definitely meet in the future. If the conditions of the upcoming battle are favorable and Kim makes significant progress, he will be able to defeat this monster. No matter what they do now, the Donald will not get better, so when the time comes, everything will be resolved by itself. Kim decided to leave his brothers for a while, saying he had important business outside the safari and promised to return. He asked his girlfriend to keep an eye on the two brothers, and he would explain everything later, but for now she had to trust him. He asked her to tell him anything that might seem strange, a simple enough task, so she agreed. Kim said goodbye to her and went to an important meeting, and now it was time to taste the monster called Wung. Yes, 5 minutes ago he told the girl that he would not meet her, but it was just so she wouldn't worry about him. In another part of the city, there was a huge fortress with many monsters inside and no light. All evil creatures adore the darkness. They enjoy feeling human horror and smelling fear. Someone came to this cave. He has been living in this place for a long time and he likes it very much. But today he has an important meeting. An old acquaintance, a titanic guard named Wung, has come to see him. Wung came to talk about the problem related to the third task of the game. He considers it very important. Karas knows that the strongest player now has only 3 seals, and he likes to watch frightened people who can't get a second seal. Wung replied that this information was outdated, which was the case until yesterday, but it has changed now. There is a player who has managed to get 4 seals, and the most important thing is that there are already 2 such players. It's hard to believe that this is even possible, that one of them did it without the support of a deity. Now I immediately looked at the information and saw how these 2 were able to go through the roller coaster and water ride. He also saw that they were on a free fall and even in a haunted house. It's all strange because it was the hardest test from the very beginning, and the level of this mission has been increased even more. If nothing changes, today they will be able to get the 5th seal and pass this task. If the carapace interferes with the main task, problems can be read, even though this method could simplify everything. It would be ideal if Kim came here himself, but it all seems unrealistic. Karas asked his assistant to leave these players alone. He believes that if they complete the task, there will be advantages in this as well. Recently, fewer and fewer players have been riding rides, as they have lost motivation due to the high level of difficulty. So if Kim and his friend can complete this task and get out of the park, the other players get an incentive, which is good. Hearing this wonderful plan, Wung said that it was time for him to leave. His patrolling time had already passed. Karas noted that he turned out to be a loyal ally, although when they first met, he seemed too stupid. It was Karas who added the Wung guard to the game. Almost no one does such things, and of course Akartos does not know about it. Wung said goodbye and left. Today he wants to meet some insects and destroy them. The weather at the safari was great. The sun was shining, and there were lots of trees and flowers around. Birds were constantly singing songs. Kim already knows that the Wung is patrolling this particular road, and if this is true, he should have already passed through here. Soon he finally saw the giant, and their long-awaited meeting took place. Stroknaya approached the guy and smiled, saying that he was not interested in killing crazy people. Now there is no doubt that he serves as a Caracas. These guys think the same way. Everything is the same as before. The guy is sure that the guard wants to see him run away from him with horror in his eyes. But his hands do not tremble at all, which means that today this guard will have serious problems. The experience from the past life gives him too much. He becomes more confident and better able to feel the right moments to launch an attack. But sometimes it seems that he has lost his mind altogether. The Wung is too big and powerful a guardian. His armor cannot be pierced so easily. The guy can't even wound him with a sword covered in walnut. Does this monster eat metal even while patrolling? Kim didn't expect him to be such a powerful opponent, but if he wasn't, it wouldn't have been interesting. Wung also noticed that the guy wasn't fighting to his full potential. He didn't know there were such interesting players in the game. Both fighters are confident of their victory, but as always, there is only one place at the Olympics. Wung said that he was not interested in fighting this insect at all. He suggested not waving his fists, but talking calmly. Kim replied that the guard talked too much. Instead of working with his tongue, he should attack instead. Of course, this made the guard very angry. He didn't know where such an intrusive guy came from. but his corpse would not leave a wet spot. So now we will see the true power of Kim, which has not been fully realized all this time. But now it will be needed. The guy managed to dodge the monster's first powerful blow, even though it is inferior in power, but its speed is on a different level. Even though the Wung is very large, there are many problems in its defense, and this should be taken advantage of. Because it constantly eats metal, its defense has become incredibly strong, like titanium. Kim immediately noticed that his weapon did not break or change its shape, which means that the guard's body is no stronger than a peanut. This is good news that provides an opportunity for counter-arguments, so all Kim needs is the strength of the blow. He lacks the strength to do the guard's defense, so you need to find his weaknesses. Everything related to the intellectual game is a significant advantage of Kim. He is almost always smarter than his opponents. This is also one of the important things in martial arts. Sometimes it's not the stronger who wins, but the smarter who wins. We are now witnessing a classic battle between David and Goliath, but the outcome is still covered in fog. Kim attacked various parts of the guard's body. He even tried to hurt his eyes, but found no weaknesses. If he does not have time to see the opportunities for victory, it can cost him dearly. The only reason he's still alive is because of his speed and superiority in this aspect. To fight this Titan, he raised all his characteristics to the maximum in advance. Now they are all at level E, which is higher than any other player. And even with all these characteristics, the guy can't even scratch this giant. Of course, Kim guessed that with his current level, he would have an incredibly difficult time with this monster. Now it's clear why when you mention the name of this monster, other people's hands and feet start to tremble. If the Wung guard is so strong, it is likely that the abilities and characteristics of the Karas are much greater. Kim tried to destroy this monster, but there is nothing left to do but use the first round set. Kim started to speed up and break the distance, and the guard didn't like it and called him a little rat. After that, the guard promised to destroy him and hurt him so badly that it would be hard to imagine. But first, the monster has to find the boy. Now Kim is hiding and is at a distance. Of course, this looks pretty ridiculous, but there was no other choice. With Kim's current characteristics, she would not be able to defeat the guard. This requires a strong and powerful punch of a strong attack, and there is only one way to do it. While Kim was trying to escape from the huge Titan, the other players on the safari were relaxing in the sunshine. Mark began to think that Katie and Kim were brother and sister, and started asking unnecessary questions of the girl. Of course, she said it wasn't true. Their surnames were completely different, so they couldn't be brother and sister. Mark said that he thought so because they felt very good about each other, which is why he thought they were from the same family. Then the conversation turned to the fact that they both managed to get 4 seals, although this is rare nowadays. Katie started bragging about how hard she had worked to reach this level. Because of this, she did not see her close friend approaching at all. Kim scared her very much. She asked him to warn her in the future when he tries to come up behind her so quietly. Mark greeted me and said that they were talking about Kim at that very moment. Katie said that the brothers were very curious about how they met her. Kim loves this story. He said that he met Katie when she was trying to rob a bank. While the girl was angry with her friend about this story, Kim approached Mark and asked to talk to him. Kim has something very important to tell him, but he doesn't like this environment, so it's better to step aside. Mark agreed, and in a few minutes they were far enough away from the resting place. Kim looked at his opponent carefully and asked him if he had told the Wung guard about this place. In response, Mark was not only surprised, but immediately drew his sword and pointed its blade at the Kim's neck. There were some other questions that we wanted to ask him, but the situation is already difficult, so it's better to forget about it for a while. These words seemed very strange to Mark. He doesn't understand what it all means and what kind of game Kim is planning. The guy smiled and said that he hoped the Mark would attack him and use all his strength. Kim wants to see what this blind guy can do, and Mark immediately agreed to the offer. His sharp blade was close to chopping off their head in a second, but he was saved by an incredible reaction. This is how it happens. You think you're looking at a weak blind person, but it turns out that he is a real martial arts master. Kim immediately noted in his mind that his opponent was quite good with a sword. This really commands a lot of respect, especially considering that the Mark cannot see anything. It seems that he is using the spiritual eye, as I had heard about it in my past life. Mark noted that Kim used to talk a lot, but now he's just evading all the time. That's why the Marks have no choice but to kill this arrogant fool. He felt that the Kim had moved away from him, and that's why he decided to quickly close in and deliver the final blow. Mark was very surprised when his best shot was not only deflected by Kim, but caught with his bare hands. It seemed impossible. How can an ordinary person catch a sharp sword with his hands? Mark immediately sensed the approximate characteristics of his opponent, which is amazing considering that he's not even an avatar. It became clear that Kim's flexibility and speed made him such a difficult opponent. He skillfully dodges all the attacks of the marks and remains unharmed. This battle could have gone on for a long time, but Kim decided to use his secret weapon. Mark immediately realized that he would not be able to do anything with these sharp-tongued guys. This is because the Kim uses the Gauntlets of Darkness, which are very strong and help to protect and resist magic. Kim admitted that he was surprised by the blind boy's abilities, but compared to Kim, he was too weak. Now the guy finally wants to hear the answers to his questions. Why is Mark trying to spy for the guard? This blind guy has enough skills to play this game on his own and achieve great things. Mark fell silent, and it was at this moment that Kim finally realized that Vung had promised to leave him alive with his brother in exchange for help. Mark admitted that it was true. When they first encountered the guard, he fought him alone. Although Mark can't even call it a full-fledged battle, it was nothing more than a regular child's toy for him. As a result, fighting this monster without support turned out to be a wrong decision on his part. In the same battle, he lost his eyesight, and his younger brother plunged into severe depression. He had no choice but to agree to all the conditions of the guard. At that moment, he felt its power and was in a hopeless state. But with all his strength, he tried to save his younger brother, even if he would go to hell for it. So now he tells all the information to the guard from the moment he gets to the safari. This information is mostly about what happens between ordinary people and players, nothing serious. Kim decided not to do anything now. Up to this point, all this hadn't bothered him too much, and he might be able to take advantage of this situation. If the guard collects information but does nothing, it means that he is only interested in watching the players feel fear. Soon Mark realized that Kim wanted to fight against Wung. He knew that this guy was strong, but he warned him that the monster was on a completely different level. If you don't have a proper plan and idea, the team will quickly turn into a torn calf. But Kim said that he had already fought behind the guard and realized that it was different from any monster he had ever met. But he admitted that he was unable to destroy the monster immediately, although this does not mean that he will not be able to defeat it in the future. Finally, he asked Mark to continue to carry out Wung's errands, but that he should also tell Kim this information. He will tell all the details when it all makes sense, but it's too early. And of course he told his younger brother to tell him all about it, and Mark was immediately upset to hear it. Kim explained that all this is important because his younger brother Donald is one of the main figures in this case. When Donald found out about all this, he was very angry and surprised. He said that he should have known about all this from the very beginning. Mark apologized to his younger brother and explained that he didn't want him to worry all the time. But now Donald is even more worried, and he is afraid that something bad will happen to his older brother. Mark had no choice but to apologize and admit her mistake. Finally, Katie realized why Kim had ordered her to follow these brothers. Kim explained that now it was time to finally destroy this guardian, and that's what it was all about. Katie tried to go and try to complete the game's tasks, but Kim forbade her to do so. He told her that she should not leave the safari grounds because the guard might be somewhere nearby. Soon everyone knew that Kim would be preparing to destroy the Wung. Kim would not be surprised if this monster came here and started killing other people. According to Mark, they have about a week left, and then they will have to destroy the monster. There is no other way to get out of this territory, although this task is too difficult even for the owner of 4 seals. Kim is well aware that he cannot win alone, which is why he is ready to ask Donald for help. He knelt down in front of this young man and asked him to make a weapon that could kill the guard. For a while, the guy was silent, then clenched his fist and promised to try to do it. Soon the preparation process began, and now everyone is focused on achieving the result. A basic kit for designing weapons and making equipment was prepared for Donald. The guy had never seen such a professional set before, and although he was surprised, it was clear that he was pleased. All of this was purchased with the help of points earned for past achievements and mission completion. Donald said that this should be enough to design the right weapon. He liked it so much that he wanted to start working as soon as possible. Katie said it was all very strange that these items should appear in such a place, and hinted that Donald had agreed to all this too easily. The guy replied that he was very happy to be able to help in an important cause, and it was not difficult for him. Katie said that she now realizes that Kim had planned it all from the beginning. She knew what kind of person he was, but she didn't expect him to behave like that with a little boy. Kim told her that there was only a 3-year difference between Donald and her, so she should keep quiet. Donald said that he is already in his 3rd year of high school, although he looks much younger. Kim asked me to stop talking about all these stupid things and try to install a dome here. The protective dome is needed to prevent others from getting in, and Kim knows that Katie is very good at it. She was angry because she didn't understand how he knew about it, but she went to do it anyway. Sometimes it seems that her main ability is to make other people nervous, but now she is on her 3rd task, so she has already mastered the skill of installing the dome. To do this, you need to divide the space and make a little effort. After some time, everything was successfully done, and Donald was safe, and now no one can even understand what exactly he is doing there. Kim was very pleased with Katie's work. He did not expect that this girl had already learned to divide space. Still, we have to admit that supporting a high-end deity is a completely different level. That is why in the first round no one could find this girl when she ran away. No wonder they say that if you want to become an avatar, you have to choose a high-end god. However, I bought something for Donald, and he is going to make a weapon out of this metal. At first, Donald could not figure out what exactly he should do. There were too many types of weapons, maybe a spear or a sword. But Kim asked him to stop and took something out of his pocket, and he drew what he needed with his own hand. An unusual weapon was drawn on the paper, and it was supposed to destroy this huge guardian named Wung. So far, this giant has been calmly walking the land and did not even know that a real hunt for him would soon begin. He had always thought that with such abilities they would be looking for and collecting seals, but he didn't find them, and realized that they had left the safari. Suddenly, a small toy bear ran up to him, greeted the guard and said he had an urgent message. Wung quickly realized that the owner of the caravans was calling him personally. Titan got excited and said that the real party would start soon and everyone would have a lot of fun. When the guard said that he would go straight to the carriages, the bear was upset and said that this was the wrong choice. He explained that it takes time to prepare other monsters, and he didn't realize that all this was important. For daring to talk to his boss like that, he immediately felt the power of the guard. Wung began to strangle him with his trunk and said that one monster would be enough in this situation. Soon, strange things began to happen on the safari, and Patrick and Katie sat on the mountain waiting for the monster. Kim warned all the players in the safari that strong monsters might soon appear here. At first they ignored the evacuation advice, but then their attitude changed when Katie showed them her seals. If she hadn't had the stamps on her hand, they probably wouldn't have listened to her advice at all. They heard something in the woods, and the girl immediately turned into a big bird and went to check the situation. Her skills are very important in various critical situations, and it's always great to have such a person in the team. She approached the place of the loud sound and realized that the Wung guard had finally come to them. So far, she doesn't understand how they are supposed to catch him. It all seems absurd. Soon, she told the patriarch that the guard was approaching them, that he was close, and that they should get ready. Everyone else had not yet managed to escape, although they had been warned in advance, because the monster came faster than expected. Katie started to think about running away from here immediately, but she can't leave Kim. He has helped her too many times and saved her life. The girl began to think of different options for the plan, and she suggested luring the monster into a trap. Suddenly, she saw Mark approaching her and saying that there was no need to trap anyone. Did he really want to fight the monster? Mark explained that he had no right to run away like a coward, although of course he was not strong enough to fight the monster. But his main task in this confrontation will be to delay time. He must do everything possible to give other players extra time to save themselves. This guy is ready to sacrifice himself. Katie started smiling and laughing nervously again, as she always does in life-threatening situations. She began to think that they needed Kim's help immediately, because the monster was too close and people were still not evacuated. Meanwhile, Mark was approaching the guard, who looked calm and ready for any eventuality. During this long time, he had been watching these people, being the eyes and ears of the guard, which is why now it is time to answer for his actions. Mark is obliged to detain the monster in any way possible, so he approaches it and says hello. Mark said that he could help the monster catch these people. They are trying to escape, but Mark is ready to show them a shortcut. Suddenly, the conversation took a wrong turn, with Wung saying he didn't want any help and didn't want to listen to Mark because he was trying to buy time. He is well aware that Mark is not the kind of person who would immediately run to him and start helping in such a situation. The guy realized that he had no right to let this monster go so easily because all the other players would be destroyed today. That is why he took out his sword and said that the time had come for revenge. The monster started laughing and said that they hadn't fought him for a long time, and he hoped that Mark's abilities had improved since then. The guy tried not to think about the last fight between them. He made progress and wants to show it. And no matter how big and strong his opponent is, the outcome of the battle today should be completely different. The blind guy immediately showed his speed. In this aspect of the martial art, he progressed the most. But in response, Wong just laughed, saying that speed is no good to anyone if there is no weapon that can pierce the opponent's armor. At this speed, it's not even possible to scratch the entire monster, and Mark immediately felt that things were not going according to plan. Titan said that Mark had worked very well for him, finding out the information he needed, but it was time to end the cooperation. He struck a powerful blow at this guy, and in the last seconds, Mark hoped that his younger brother would forgive him. But suddenly the guard felt that he was being attacked with an unknown weapon, and it seemed that another guy had appeared who was ready to challenge him. Of course, we all know who we're talking about, and Kim finally showed up and intervened in this situation. He believes that there is no point in the great power of the guard. It will not help him at all today. Titan ate too little high-quality metal, and that's why he almost lost his arm after being shot with a weapon. Kim is happy to see this monster again, but this time he brought his friend with him. Kim said that his friend would definitely cut off the head of this monster. He was ready to introduce them. His friend's name is Pile Bunker. Katie was still in the form of a bird, searching for something in the forest, and Kim kept giving her stupid tasks. Soon she finally found what she was looking for. It was Donald, and he looked very scared. The girl immediately ran to him to make sure he was okay. She was afraid he might be injured. The guy greeted her and told her to hide with him. He was sure it was the safest place in the forest. Although she agrees with these words, how can they kill the monster if they hide here? Meanwhile, Kim had already begun his battle with the giant called the Wong. This is not the first time these guys have fought each other, but now Kim has a joker in the form of a new weapon. Wong is trying his best to destroy this guy once and for all. He's tired of him. It only takes one good shot to do this, and no player in the world can withstand it. But so far, Kim has successfully defended himself against all attacks. His plasticity is quite high, and this allows him to dodge blows. Kim also began a psychological attack on his opponent, saying that Wong had become even stupider since their last meeting. That's exactly what you have to do with a guard. When he is too angry, he becomes very predictable in his actions. Aggression completely blinds him and he forgets to fight intelligently. Kim also immediately noticed that the monster was moving more slowly, because it had lost an arm and was less stable. The guy is also not very happy with his actions. He wanted to destroy the monster in one blow, but so far he hasn't been able to do it. He decided to break the distance a little bit and move back, all part of the strategy. He is fine. Kim is not wounded and is healthy, but after the first shot he needs to reload the weapon. We need one more minute for this new toy to start working again and finally finish off this scoundrel. In a minute, Kim hopes to send the guard to hell, which is where such fools belong. Of course, Wong does not agree with this plan. He is a real guardian, and it cannot be that he will be killed on the third mission. He got very angry and started to quickly approach the boy to crush him and drink his juice. You have to remember that the monster is too big. While he was trying to get close to Kim, the minute had already passed. That's why the weapon was fully reloaded and Kim could send the Wong to hell at any time. The monster immediately got scared and started calming the guy down. He asked him to stop and said he had a suggestion. Punch promised never to kill people again and to do whatever the Kim ordered him to do. But the guy didn't like this plan. He said he was done fighting this Dumbo elephant and activated his weapon. After a few seconds, Mark felt that the presence of the guard's aura had disappeared. The monster was destroyed, and of course Kim will receive a quality reward for defeating such a strong guardian. Soon after Mark personally saw that the Wong had finally died, it was time to breathe a sigh of relief. Kim completely destroyed his head. Even a starfish dies from such a shot. As it turned out, such a large and powerful monster is also mortal, and that's a good thing. Mark wanted to know where exactly Kim had found the weapon, but there were too many observers around, so Kim promised to tell him about it later. Other players from the safari began to appear around. They couldn't believe that this monster was really dead, and they were finally free. Mark, like all the other players, immediately began to thank their savior. because without him, it would not have happened. Suddenly, Katie appeared with Donald and said that Wong was the interim boss and there was only one more left. Of course, everyone around her started looking at her in surprise. No one understood what it all meant. The girl tried to explain something, but Kim intervened and closed her mouth when she shouldn't have. She talks too much. Kim assured us that they would be ready to tell us all the details later. Now is not the time. Of course, he means that now it's time to destroy the Crucian Carp, which is the one behind all this. When Kim destroyed the huge and powerful guard, many people watched him with the help of observers. For example, a Greek general, he was surprised by the strength of this guy, even though he did not know who he was. Anonymous number 97 said hello to the general and said that this guy has been stirring up trouble in the game for a long time. No one can believe that an ordinary guy can defeat a guardian, especially if he is not someone's avatar. Then the gods turned to the clown, and they reminded him that it was his avatar who walked with the Kim. The clown replied that she was not going to say anything about this guy, but he was acting in her style. When it was over, Katie immediately started asking Kim about the reward for destroying the monster. The guy said that he received an object called a grimoire, although it looks like an ordinary stone. But makeup is an A-ranked subject, and little is known about it because almost no one has received it. It allows its wearer to eat metal and turn it into body parts, and it can be used as a starfish skill. Katie was surprised that Kim had received an item of rank A. Could it be that if you eat orichalcus, your body can be partially made stronger? And that's exactly what it is if you use this skill correctly. So if Katie can destroy the guard as well, she'll definitely get something similar. Kim said that he was very lucky. He was also surprised that he got such a cool item, but Katie was still very jealous of him. Seeing her despair, the guy immediately threw a makeup into her hand and told her she could keep it. Of course, this was a surprise for the girl. She thought that such items should not be thrown around. He reminded her that she can change her appearance, and now she can make weapons out of her hands and turn them into metal. This thing is very valuable, and a girl should check all its features personally. Katie may see this as a reward for her help. She will be able to realize the potential of this skill more, so she should accept this gift. The girl hopes that he will not go back on his words. She takes this gift and will never give it back. Of course, she couldn't resist because she had an incredible desire to test the skills of this stone. She immediately activated it and saw that she had a starfish technique. If she hadn't been an avatar, she would have been able to share this skill. Although if she hadn't been able to transform, she wouldn't have lasted as long. Kim immediately sees people with incredible future potential, and this is one of his characteristics. After that, their entire team realized that they had to return to the central amusement park. Their goal was quite simple, to help people get free and finally become free. They were able to save many ordinary people from the monsters, and also began the process of freeing employees from explosive bracelets. The employees of the amusement park were very afraid that something could go wrong and they would explode. But Kim assured them that he had found the right method to unlock their problem. I think everyone remembers how he was able to neutralize the bracelet with the help of an orichalcum object. Suddenly, the boy saw Catty next to him and he got angry because he asked her to look after the crow. But the girl is interested in another question. If they escape, what will happen to their seals? Will they really forget about them so easily? If they let everyone go free, no one will put a seal on them. And how can we accomplish this task? Kim immediately turned to one of the employees for help. He must also have a stamp. He immediately asked this man to put a seal on Katie's hand. It should work. She immediately felt the result, although at first she had strange feelings and fear. She couldn't believe that all this time they had been risking their lives for nothing when they could have so easily obtained these seals. Kim reminded her that he was the one who had taken the most risks, and that was why she had better keep quiet. So all you need to do is get a stamp from an employee at the amusement park, and the other players' tasks are also solved. Meanwhile, in his tower, the Crucian Carp began to get really nervous. He realized that something had gone wrong. The Wung Guardian should have returned long ago, but he is still missing, which is why he called his assistants. He was immediately informed that there were rumors that Wung had died this morning. Judging by the size of this monster, he must have killed a lot of people before he died, at least half of the amusement park. It seems that Karas did not realize at all that the Wung was really dead, and that he did not kill the others, but was killed. He immediately began to ask who was able to defeat this powerful and great monster. Karas was very angry that his assistants had allowed this to happen, but they explained to him that at that moment the other players started attacking them. The whole thing was a planned escape from the safari and amusement park, and the Karakas couldn't believe the players dared to challenge him. He ordered his assistant to immediately gather all the monsters and send them to the safari. They must destroy everything that moves there. But his assistant also explained that he hadn't told us everything because there was another problem. Some of the monsters ran away to the safari from the very beginning after they found out what happened to the Wong. They told me that there was no one left in the safari. It was completely empty. The flying raven started screaming with anger. He didn't understand what kind of player could do such a thing. Soon, all the deities learned that there is a special guy with special skills in this game. It is at this point that the most interesting things will begin, but it is too early to talk about it now. Meanwhile, all the ordinary people and players tried to leave the amusement park. Mark has already learned that there are too many wounded boys and girls around, so he has to hurry before the monsters come. It's even strange that it was so easy to resolve. Is it possible that if you go outside the park, everything will end? Kim said that everything is really good now, but they need to move faster as long as they are not in danger. He meant a crow, and soon it will definitely come here and cause real chaos. Suddenly these guys felt some strange emotions. Was something terrible approaching them? Kim looked up and saw that there was a lot of dark matter around him, and it looked like it had begun. Everything that they were so afraid of will happen now, and they will not be able to do anything about it. A big black crow is approaching. People and players have not had time to fully evacuate, and this is a problem. Panic may soon ensue, even though few people know anything about the Crucian carp, but its appearance is enough to strike terror into people's eyes. Even Kim admitted that it all looks pretty terrible, and we need to quickly prepare for a collision with darkness. Of course, a constellation is a constellation. It's not some ordinary monster or green goblin, it's something of a completely different kind. Soon, the Karakas landed near Kim and Mark, as if realizing that they were the main culprits in this situation. He admitted that they really deserved to be applauded, because he did not think that anyone would be able to force him to act. Kim immediately realized that he was facing a tough opponent, and he hadn't been this nervous in a long time. At the time of the battle with the organ, he was also a little afraid, but mainly because of the limitations of the second stage. He had a rough idea of what techniques and tricks this monster would use, so it wasn't critical. In the battle with the Wung, Kim was a little worried about the unexpected transformation, but there was no fear in his eyes. But this time, he really started to get nervous. But it's not fear, it's excitement for all those people he's fighting for. In his past life, he would have no doubt left them to save himself, but now everything will be completely different. He told the Mark that he was holding up the raven and ordered everyone around him to run away immediately while they had the chance. Katie immediately realized that she had to act and obey her friend's orders. She told everyone that they had to move and not look at the crow. Karas was surprised, because Kim was behaving as if the enemy would stand by and watch in silence. Of course this will not happen. The constellation has come to take revenge and show its true power. So it was immediately clear that the time had come for a decisive battle. Kim had to protect the people, otherwise it was all pointless. Karas was surprised to see that the guy easily dodged all of his initial blows. The raven thought that it would be enough for him to strain a little to smear this fool on the ground. But Kim showed no signs of fear at all. He said that today he would silence the crow forever. This is how it happens. On the one hand, you are a strong and powerful monster, but some unknown guy talks to you without any signs of respect. Kim is sure that the enemy deserves to be treated this way. It is he who made these people suffer. Karas replied that Kim talked too much, and now he would make this little slug suffer. That's exactly what Kim was trying to achieve. He angered his opponent, and now all he can do is stall. Not even half of the people have been able to leave the amusement park yet, so the Kim has to fight for at least half an hour. Everything he's done all this time has been for this moment, so he has to succeed. Karas immediately activated his shadow running skill, a rather nasty technique that can cause Kim serious problems. The boy has to remain determined and focused, because the Karas is better than him in terms of flexibility, strength, and other indicators. But Kim also has his own strengths. He has magical equipment that will allow him to survive and attack his opponent exactly on target. Karas immediately noticed his enemy's strengths, and he thought that this battle would be much easier than it actually was. Kim is constantly analyzing potential battles and his opponents, and he understands how to act on favorable terms. Now he has activated the weaponization skills of the Gloves of Darkness, the ability to throw or shoot objects at a selected location with precise accuracy. Finally, we saw the caravan start to get excited. He realized that the guy wanted to catch up with his speed. Of course he doesn't like it. Petty people have no right to challenge him, and to do so with such confidence. That is why the enemy stopped all attacks and prepared to strike back. He wants to show the guy the difference in their levels, because he is a constellation, and Kim is just an ordinary player. Stones from different sides started attacking the guy. He had to dodge too much to stay alive. In addition to constantly dodging stones, you also have to remember that the crow is always there, ready to strike a fatal blow. Kim had to activate all her abilities and characteristics to survive. He had never been so close to death, and the crow even managed to scratch his face. Next time, things could end up much worse, so Kim must come up with another plan. Karas didn't want to fight at full strength from the very beginning, but Kim made him too angry. Kim is trying to remain optimistic, but it's clear that he won't be able to withstand several more such attacks from his opponent. The crow called the boy a fool and promised to teach him a lesson he would never forget. He raised his hand up and began to activate a skill, something like channeling energy. Judging by his face, Kim already knows about this technique from his past life. He definitely did not expect this. The raven asked him to look closely with his little eyes and memorize everything he saw. In his opinion, this is the power of the constellation, and now Kim will feel its true fury. Kim should not think that if he goes beyond this territory, everything will be over immediately. The raven is ready to kill them all in a few seconds, and it won't take him much effort because he's not subject to the level rules. Kim's powers are now limited, and he is angry that the raven is playing against the rules and using the energy transfer skill. Karas is too fast and powerful, and Kim immediately realized that it would be difficult to dodge his new attacks. That is why he decided to first hide from all this, and only then try to do something. Karas respects his opponent. They've been fighting for 10 minutes and Kim is still breathing, so that says a lot. He realized that opposite him was an unusual guy who got into this game. Kim can be called a special player with great potential for the future, but today he must die. This unusual guy also has his strengths, but he still hasn't been able to make progress at the constellation level. At first, Karas was very angry with this guy, but now he finally felt respect for him. Kim should be happy to hear such words from such a powerful opponent. The boy himself must realize that he can never match the strength of a crow. From the very beginning, he was nothing more than a decoy to stall for time and allow his friends to escape. But the raven can't wait any longer. They have to finish this battle because he needs to kill other people in this area as well. That's why he asked Kim to accept his death and die with dignity. And because of this, he would not cause him great suffering before he died. But now we see proof of the transcendence of Kim. All the people have gone beyond the park, so the main task has been successfully accomplished. With this, Kim was able to receive a first-round gear set as a reward for successfully completing the mission. Now he can get all the skills or items he earned in the first round. Depending on the level of the main task, he can only get one skill or subject without a level limit. Proof of transcendence of level S helps to double all characteristics in the battle against the constellation monster. All of this will take place within 30 minutes, and now they will be able to inflict lethal damage on the opponent. This technique can be used once a month, but it doesn't matter now, because the crow has realized that it is finished. He can't understand why this guy has so many skills and strength, even though he's not even an avatar. He could not even believe that he would have to endure such pain because of a small slug. This made the Caracas very angry, and it tried to attack the boy with its sharp feathers. It all looks like a real wave of death, but Kim is confident that he can dodge it. Not only will he be able to dodge, but he will also try to strike back with a powerful and sharp blow. Of course, the Caracas are not afraid of any human attacks. They believe that no spear can hit them. But he completely forgets about the special skills of this player, one of which is hitting the target. Now the crow will realize that this guy can no longer be underestimated. He is really an equal opponent. However, he activated the spear and applied the skill of proving transcendence and hitting the target. But even all this did not help him pierce the heart of this monster. He was too sick of the Caracas. The angry raven began to try to strike back. These guys really deserve each other, and they can fight until the next morning. If Kim didn't have additional protection, he would have turned into a steak long ago. It's very hard for him, but he has to keep going and keep fighting. He has to win today. Karas still can't believe it. It all seems impossible because Kim is just an ordinary player. Usually, the Raven destroyed ordinary players in a few seconds and they could not respond to it. But now the situation is completely different. There is a player who can challenge the constellation. Kim thought it was quite funny that the constellation's Raven was screaming so loudly after an attack from a regular player. Now he will finally feel how dangerous this guy is and will respect him forever. Karas thinks it's a bug in the game. It just can't be. There must be some kind of god playing for this guy. Kim doesn't notice her opponent at all and goes straight for him like the character Neo from The Matrix. Now he is well aware that he is seizing the initiative of the battle, but it is too early to relax. The sharp feathers of a raven can tear any creature to pieces, so you need to be careful and dodge in time. Some of these attacks will certainly hit the target, but with the help of protection, you can reduce the damage. Kim has no fear of his opponent at all. All his excitement seems to have faded away during this time. The Raven activated the shadow running skill again and did everything he could to make the little slug finally die. But even this was not enough, and soon he would experience what Donald's weapon was like. Let's not forget that in his past life, this guy was a famous weapons manufacturer, and now his skills have not disappeared. Karas tried his best to defend himself and created a wall of his feathers, but would it help him? The explosion was so powerful that it broke Kim's weapon, but even without it, he is still confident of victory. He thinks he can defeat the enemy of the constellation with his bare hands, which is too arrogant even for him. Karas was able to easily dodge his attack and seize the initiative in close combat. He started laughing at this guy and said that his self-confidence had led him to the grave. But Kim is still in control of the situation. He recalled his previous words that Karas should not lose concentration. Was it all a cunning plan of the guy again? Did he foresee everything a few steps ahead? It happened, because all this time he was holding his spear and finally managed to pierce his opponent's stomach. Karas started spitting blood and saying all sorts of bad things about the guy, but soon he finally stopped talking, forever. In the second dimension, this guy was closely watched, and he attracted the attention of many deities and constellations. Some people even started to think that there was a real bug in the system, but it's scary to even talk about such things to the gods. The master of the game, Akartos, closely watched Kim's actions. He was dissatisfied with the Raven's action and considered it stupid. Akartos began to regret believing Karas. He thought he had everything under control, so he got 50,000 points and turned a blind eye. Although the Karas was quite weak, it still belonged to the constellations, and Akartos believed that everything would pass. He also saw that there was a problem with the player's balance. Kim was able to use the skill of transferring techniques, and perhaps it was all related to the system. Raven is too young a constellation, and probably not many people know about it, so it's best not to tell anyone about it. It is unclear how this player managed to defeat Karas, but now he will be closely watched. Meanwhile, the system announced that the first large-scale update is starting, and there are many interesting things to see, as well as information about the fourth task. Now the players get an open world and will have to join a new community, and the next task will be a big raid. Each area will have its own raid boss, which you will need to defeat and receive a valuable reward. All of this will start in 2 weeks, because there are some people who have not yet completed the third task. That's why they will have enough time to rest and recuperate, and Donald will be able to finish repairing the guns in peace. Kim can now walk and get out of bed easily. His wound is almost healed because he used the magic items. Although this wound was really deep, the regeneration skill helps to heal it 60% faster. Kim said that he had important things to do and wanted to go to a neighboring town. This girl will never be able to understand him. She has to get used to it, but she will not go with him. The clown is now openly watching them, which is constantly annoying and confusing. Kim believes that he was very lucky that this time the Caracas used the vision blocking technique. The black curtain covers everything in darkness and blocks visibility, so the observers did not see the spear that pierced the Raven's heart. Judging by the behavior of the observers, the clown wants Katie to go with Kim, but she still doesn't want to do it. That's why it's time to offer her something, and this girl loves offers. After the update, there is an option to create guilds, and of course Kim wants to take advantage of it. Katie said that she doesn't really like working in teams, and Mark wasn't sure he could be of much help. Only Donald began to openly support this idea, and said that he had always dreamed of being in a team with Kim. Kim assured us that they can all speak directly, and all of them are very important for the success of the guild. To begin with, Donald will become the best weapons master, and Mark is a strong enough yak player to be as good as the avatars of the gods. He also has important skills, such as a spiritual eye, so he has a lot of potential. So the guys quickly decided that they were all ready to form a new guild. After this conversation, Kim said that it was time for him to go to the next town and do whatever he wanted. Soon after, a high-speed train departed for the same city from the city station. The station staff assured us that they would do everything possible to make the trip comfortable. But after the system was updated, new guilds appeared very quickly, such as the one for the Eastern Moon. They broke into the train and said that it now belonged to their guild and would be completely captured. But these self-confident guys forgot something because there can be very powerful and strong players on the train. Of course, I'm talking about Linda. This girl has made incredible progress, and it's unlikely that she will like the train she is on. The most interesting thing is that she is not the only one on this train. Kim was also there, and he heard something loud going on in the back of the carriage, and he thought that a monster had appeared there, but he did not interfere. This time, he didn't like the reward, as he had previously received white gold level items, but this time he got a regular reward. This item is called the Hunter's Sense, which allows you to find the location of an object using objects or monster tracks. In any case, the guy didn't like it. He missed the reward for the crow and the completion of this task. But a little later, the system informed him that he had become the owner of the constellation of the Raven and would receive a raven's eye and a black curtain. As soon as he is able to raise his divinity, he will immediately start using all these skills, but for now he has the status of a lower deity. The Raven's Eye creates a black raven that can be sent on reconnaissance, and with the help of a black curtain, you can transform in the dark. Kara successfully used all these techniques in the battle against Kim, so these are pretty good skills. But right now, skills are not the most important thing. The most interesting thing is that destroying a constellation gives you divinity, although only a lower level. In any case, it's all good to get it, and if everything works out, the Kim will soon see the Witch's Observer. A witch who wished for the death of all mankind despite her love for people, and at the same time wanted to keep them alive. It's even funny to say, but this woman was the kindest to people among all the others. The guy decided to sleep a little and rest so that the journey to the city would go faster. Meanwhile, members of the guild continued to try to seize the train, but so far without success. Their main problem was an incredibly aggressive and strong woman. As soon as her red aura appears, it means that everyone around her will soon die, and this story turned out to be true. Rumors and legends spread very quickly among the players of this game, so they had already heard of Linda, but did not believe in her abilities. These guys made her angry for nothing. They should have sat in their seats and not moved for the rest of the trip. Now they are trying to apologize and beg for salvation, but it is too late to do so. Linda is not going to believe the words of these guys, even though they promise to reform and help people and volunteer. Maybe in a normal state she would have believed them. But now her eyes are glowing red, so we all know what it means. Soon after, the train successfully arrived at the station, and it seems that the guild soldiers were unable to stop it. Rumors began to spread around about what happened inside one of the cars. Kim had heard about it but hadn't paid attention. Now he was surprised to see Linda behind him. He did not know that she would also arrive at the same time as him. They had not agreed to go together. Although, of course, Kim told her that he had completed all his business and was heading to this city. But they did not agree on where and how they would meet, which is why it all looked strange. She had already heard about what was happening at the amusement park and safari. With the help of the system, she also knows about the boys' battle with the constellation of the Raven. If she had been there at this difficult moment, everything would have been much easier. But all this time she was disturbed by the third task. It wasn't too hard for her, but it still took a lot of time, and she didn't have time to help her friend. Kim explained that he came to this city to catch the local raid boss, which was quite expected. Linda is already used to this guy constantly acting strangely and changing his plans, so she doesn't ask him any questions. Kim can't figure out what she thinks of him, whether he's a strong and cool guy or just a fool. It's time to go to the central part of the city, and Kim will tell you all the details about it later. In another city in this country, many observers were watching Katie at the same time. The girl was looking for something, but couldn't find it because Kim hadn't told her everything well. He drew her something that looked like a map, so she could use it to help her search. But it will be difficult for her to find a father and daughter with blonde hair in the foreigner neighborhood. Instead of a photograph, she only received a drawing. and it was of rather poor quality. There was a bad situation around. It seems that a local monster organized all this and did not let anyone survive. Kitty thought she had an easy task, but later she realized how difficult it would be. She noticed the approach of the lycanthrope monster in time, and if it is not destroyed immediately, it will be difficult to reborn later. This monster looks like a real werewolf from a Van Helsing movie, a rather creepy creature. As soon as it all started, Katie didn't notice that she was being watched from above. He was a rather young player. He greeted the little girl and said that it was very dangerous to be down there. It seems that he is the foreigner he is looking for, and his daughter should be with him. The girl said hello and thanked him for his help, and the guy replied that this was the only way to survive in this game. He was the one who hit the werewolf with the rockfall technique, so Katie must owe him her life. His blonde daughter was next to him, and she did not want Katie to be saved, and because of this, she made her father angry. It's because of Katie's observers. It shows that she is an avatar and much stronger than the others. Later, they all got to know each other. This big guy's name is Taylor, and his daughter's name is Lynn. This was exactly what Katie was looking for, so she immediately asked to go along with the two. This man is definitely a good player, because only a true pro could throw a large piece of concrete at this monster. Nothing is known about his daughter yet, but it is unlikely to become a serious problem. Taylor immediately agreed to the little girl's offer, but his daughter was against it, because why help someone who is stronger than them? If Kim advised me to join these two, then there is definitely something to it. The girl immediately informed her friend that she had found the two players. He called them the keys that will lead humanity to victory, but that's not the point. Let's get back to Kim and Linda. They notice that humanity comes to order if the game is in the form of an open world. The tasks cannot be any kind of task. One of the soldiers came up to them and asked if they were players in this game. The fact is that he needs to know their names and registration numbers because they were ordered to check the personal data of the players. Kim believes that it is pointless to try to control the players in this world. He suggested that Linda not waste time on all this and try to jump to the building opposite. Although this soldier tried to stop them because he could not let them go so easily, no one listened to him at all. Linda and her friend immediately showed him what real professional gamblers are like. From the height of this building, you can see almost the entire city. A truly magnificent view opens up. Linda guessed that they had come here to find the boss's raid. Kim activated the Eye of the Raven skill, which is the same technique he received during the last battle with the constellation. Linda was impressed with the skills Kim has. She said he is special, but he thinks he still has a lot to learn. While the crows are looking for the boss of this city, they can check their characteristics. Kim was surprised at how quickly the Linda was progressing. All of its parameters were increased several times. She has mastered the vital organ damage technique and raised her regeneration to rank C, and her Reagan skill already has 3 stars. Does this mean that she has been possessed by an evil aura? Or is it close to that? Will it really happen to her? Because of this, Kim was upset, and Linda immediately approached him to understand the reason for his sadness. But he immediately changed the conversation and said that the crows had sent him a signal. Judging by its size, it can be quite a powerful monster, so you have to be prepared for anything. There's still a lot of time on the timer, but the raid boss has already appeared, so this timer is probably an ambush for inexperienced players. They immediately noticed the marks of large wings and claws. Perhaps there was a fight between the winged monster and the beast. But Kim assured them that these were all signs of the same monster, and suddenly they heard strange sounds. The ground under their feet seemed to explode, and it became clear that the party had begun. Now Linda recognized that it was indeed the same monster, which is hard not to believe when you see it with your own eyes. A black tiger with huge white wings, one of the 4 most evil creatures in Chinese mythology. It is called a gunga. This tiger is really huge, and Linda and Kim look like ants against it. The guy did not expect this tiger to start attacking in the open. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to find this monster, but he found it on his own. If a huge tiger was able to hide here, then its cave is in this place, so now the players must unite and destroy it. Suddenly, Linda began to smell a strong odor of blood, and we all know what that can lead to. Gunga jumped very high with the help of his wings. It seems that this smell of blood is coming from him, because there is an object sticking out of his body. Kim began to realize that this monster had already met and fought someone very powerful. They were preparing for a hard and long fight, but the tiger instantly disappeared in an unknown direction. Kim realized that there was a horn wound on his body, But the information he had heard was later. There were too many inaccuracies in his past life, and he can't remember everything. To begin with, you need to analyze the area so you can understand that this is not a tiger's den. Soon they found a Kirin, a sacred unicorn, and it looked like it was dead. This is probably his territory. Linda had already seen something similar in Chinese mythology. She had heard that this creature had white hair. The two animals must have fought each other, and the Kirin was able to wound the tiger with his horn. After that, the unicorn became weaker and lost this battle, but its opponent was too powerful. The problem is that all this time, Kim was eager to find the tiger's tracks so that he could find the Kirin and take its horn. So it's a failure. Kim was very upset that without the horn, he would not be able to get to where he needed to go. It is also quite dangerous if the Gunga can get energy from this horn, so it is better to look around and analyze the situation. It's a dungeon, so there might be a reward, but it looks like the level of this dungeon is low, so it's unlikely to be interesting. A little later, Linda reported that she had found mithril, which is a fairly strong metal, and she also found a large egg, which is interesting. Kim immediately started screaming in surprise. The girl explained that she had found this egg near the unicorn's body. She started digging and found it. Kim immediately ran up to the insect girl and started hugging her and thanking her for what she had done. It was the first time he was so happy. The Kirin egg is very important. The female Kirin carries it for a long time, and soon a new unicorn will hatch from it. If it's a female, it's Kai. If it's a male, it's Rin. And the common name is Kirin, so it's pretty simple. It turns out that this is a monster egg, or to be more precise, it is a sacred animal, and there will be a lot of reward for getting it. But now I will have to carry this egg with me all the time, which will not be easy, but it will be worth it. The system informed the player that he should pour his blood into the catalyst, and this would have an impact on the beast's abilities and statistics. Kim didn't really want to put his own blood in it. He thought that Linda's blood would be better suited for this, because she has the Death Star skill. But then he realized that it would only make things worse, since there are 48 hours to find the right blood, and maybe Katie's blood would be suitable. It will be quite difficult to find another right player for this, as Katie is perfect in all key characteristics. Meanwhile, he saw a message from this girl, saying that she had already found the people he had told her about. Soon after, they finally meet, but Katie still doesn't understand what the unicorn egg has to do with the people she found. She wanted to know everything in the world, but Kim, as always, said that he would tell her about it later. Now she has to stay close to Taylor and Lynn, the father and daughter she recently met. The girl immediately hinted that she would not do it for free, and that's how times are changing. Young people are ready to do something only for a reward. Kim thought he could do everything on his own when he started the second round with all the knowledge he had gained. But when he met the heavily altered Minotaur and Caracas, he realized one thing. The interference of the system must be taken into account. And that's why he needs her, a player with the strongest characteristics, whom even the gods fear. The pinnacle of humanity, the one who can change the entire scenario of the game and rewrite history, is a girl named Lynn. Meanwhile, this little blonde girl was already looking at the unicorn egg, and she had never seen anything like it before. She started talking to Kim as if he were a very old man. Does he really look that bad? But it's quite logical. There's a 10-year difference between them, so Lynn can't talk to Kim without showing respect. These conversations made Linda very angry, and as soon as Katie realized that the real devil was behind her, she immediately stopped talking. Kim can't return to his previous location because he still won't have time to catch the boss's raid, even though they've already seen him. Kim began asking Katie for information about the local boss, interested in all the nuances. The girl said that the raid boss of this city is very big, about the same as other guards. Judging by combat power, the guard will be stronger, but the difference is that the boss has higher defensive characteristics and more health. That is why he cannot be killed so easily, and he has fewer restrictions on his actions, so he can cause very serious problems for others. Katie suggested killing this boss quickly, but it's too early. The other players aren't ready for it yet. The raid boss has changed. Kim doesn't remember that in his past life he was wounded by a unicorn horn. In his past life, Kim was not even in this city. But the monster's attack was so unpredictable, as if it was waiting for Kim. There were many traces, as if it wanted to trap the boy. The battle between the unicorn and the tiger ended quickly, even though it was less than 3 days after the information about the boss raid. There are too many inaccuracies in this situation. Of course, all of this could be banal system interference, but there may be another reason. Akartos had been watching this player's actions all along, and he recognized that Kim was unusual and had quite a lot of potential. He also found out that Kim was able to find a Kirin egg in the dungeon, which is interesting. So far, the Game Master looks quite calm. He realizes that even if an animal hatches from the egg, it will not solve all the boy's problems. Also, Akartos cannot understand why the animal is so weak. It is only slightly injured and already moaning in pain. It was the master of the game who did everything so that this tiger could absorb the energy of the Kirin's horn. But in order for the guy not to notice anything, it was necessary to increase his wound healing and adaptation skills a little. With a little effort, this big tiger can really be turned into a legendary monster. For now, let's go back to the real world and see what happens to Kim and his team in 2 weeks. The guy was walking around the city with Linda. They were quite calm until they met someone. It was Robert the Bat. This guy put on a black cloak and changed his combat gear. As soon as he saw Kim and Linda, he immediately showed all his hatred for these two. There were also too many military and police officers around. They probably want to show that last time they didn't fight at full strength because of the unexpected attack, but their weapons don't work well against monsters. They could entrust the whole thing to ordinary players, but in this case, the players will have more power. The military and police don't want the kind of training they got in the open world, but it's not very important now. There were many more players around than in Kim's previous life, all gathered to hunt for the boss. There were many players looking for new friends and forming teams, and Kim and Linda were also invited to join one of the teams. Of course, they immediately refused the offer, and the captain of the other team was surprised, thinking that the two of them would not be able to survive. He also thought that Kim was trying to show off for his girlfriend. All these people started to make Linda nervous, and she suggested killing them all, but Kim reassured her and said they should hurry. It was after that that they saw Robert, and Kim immediately went up to him and asked him what exactly happened to James. Robert said that James went to his home village because he was worried about his family. It became immediately clear that Robert had succeeded in the third task, judging by his equipment and skills. It is impossible to master the skill of transferring in the usual way, as everyone knows. Avatars can only do this with the help of their deity, which is why they have such a destructive effect. But the problem is that deities don't give this skill for free, so Kim decided to go to the deity chat to scout the situation. He has become quite a well-known character, and everyone is interested in what he is doing at the moment. Also, all of these gods have already learned about the Kirin egg, so the observers are doing their job well. The clown has such a character that she would never tell anyone about it, so it's not a problem. Kim turns to Robert. He is sure that this guy has already learned the skill of motivation and asks him to use it now. The bat immediately began to assert that he did not know this technique at all and had not studied it. He seemed to have forgotten what would happen if he started lying, and Kim immediately hinted at serious problems for the guy. Robert immediately asked him to wait and told him that he knew this technique and had studied its nuances. A large black raven was in the sky above them, and it began to approach the boys. Because of this, the asphalt around the area began to tremble, and stones began to break off and fly in different directions. Kim quickly became close to Robert and ordered him to use this technique immediately. The guy explained that if he didn't do it, everyone around him would die. It looks like a monster is sitting and watching people to attack at the last moment. The situation is rather ambiguous. If he really wants to kill the players, then there was no need to watch, especially since there was still a lot of time left before he appeared. The answer is quite simple. This beast wants to eat a little before the final battle. Kim immediately started shouting loudly and ordered everyone around him to immediately hide in a safe place because the raid boss was coming. In response, everyone started laughing. The system indicates that the bot will appear only in 10 minutes, which is why everyone started calling Kim stupid. He warned them that if they did not listen to him, they would soon all die, so they had to find a safe place and run away. The result was quite obvious. In such a situation, words alone will not help. You need to act. He looked at Robert and ordered him to activate this technique quickly, but the bat replied that it was not so easy to do. There are clear conditions for activation, and you need to understand the way the target thinks. If you start manipulating people without warning, it will no longer be inducement, but hypnosis, so we need to prepare our weapons and change our plan. Kim asked his friend to hit the fire hydrant with all her might, and not to ask any questions about it. When the raid boss appears, Robert must use the induce skill when people start to panic. He has to take them to a safe place because soon the real rock and roll will begin, and for that, you need proven weapons. Kim began to feel that there were only 5 seconds left before the boss raid, so he had to get ready. Soon, people began to panic. The ground around them began to tremble as if an earthquake had started. Everyone was surprised because they thought it was not yet time for the monster to appear. Only Kim remained calm. It was clear that this was exactly what he had been waiting for, exactly what he had been preparing for, and now he is ready to act. As soon as the boss appeared, Kim immediately prepared his favorite weapon to send this guy to hell. Of course, he was not alone in this difficult battle. Linda was also ready to help. They immediately started attacking the boss's raid from different directions, acting like a real team, and it's a pleasure to watch. Of course, all this looks rather strange, because monsters with wings rarely come out of the dungeon. People could not understand what was happening at all. The system indicated that the monster would appear later. The military and police joined the situation and were ordered to open fire without warning. This is exactly what these guys have been trained for all their lives. Just give them the opportunity to start fighting with someone, and then it will be difficult to stop it. They were so excited that they even activated and used a tank, which is really powerful. The order was not to stop until it was confirmed that the boss was completely destroyed. The military was sure that after such an attack, the monster should be torn into 1,000,000 pieces. They must have underestimated this guy too much, because their attacks did not impress him at all. They immediately began to run away and try to save their lives, but it's too late to think about that now. The most interesting thing is that the tiger has changed a lot since its last appearance. It looks like he has decided to start the process of evolving into an adult, and if this is true, it's a problem. An adult Gunga is the same as a full-fledged guardian. He has an increased scope of action, and it will be very difficult to stop him. Judging by the fact that he gets all his power from his horns, it was not without the help of a master of the game. It was certainly a Kartos, and Kim quickly realized that it was this master who had helped the monster become so powerful. People, the military and players immediately began trying to save their lives, but it would have been better if they had found a safe place immediately. It may be too late now, although the military has been ordered to try to stop this monster, but it is already too close to them. Thanks to the help of the Game Master, this tiger went through a very quick and easy evolution process. Kim realized that he had to ask the bat for help immediately, and he would not have thought of such an idea before. Robert also realized that he had to take action, so he began to activate the skill of motivation. This should help save most people and enable the military to do their job. Although this monster is completely unaffected by modern weapons, the military should also be informed about this. Not all players were ready to run away. They had just received the 4th task and decided to try to defeat the monster. They had a stupid logic. They believed that because the monster was big, it had many weaknesses. That's why they decided to attack him. But these fools forgot that they were facing a real Gunga. Kim intervened and saved one young player, warning them that they were facing a powerful monster, so they had to fight for real. His weapon, called a pile driver, is too slow to fight this tiger. I wonder if a spear will suffice. The players also realized that it was difficult to approach this monster because of its spiky hair. Attacking from a distance is also not possible. Its skin is too thick, so even magic arrows cannot pierce it. Now, no one understands what exactly to do with this tiger, whether to fight it on equal terms or to run away. Right now, there is a chance to fight it without losses, but Kim doesn't know when it will turn into a full-grown monster, so time is running out. Only now have some players realized that this tiger can also fly, so it looks like a real supervillain is in front of them. Some of them began to realize that they would rather sit in a warm room and drink delicious cocoa. This task was a mistake for them, because if the tiger fell to the ground now, it would destroy half the city. There is almost no point in running away. This city can be destroyed anyway, but standing and waiting for death is not an option either. Kim cannot allow a fatal catastrophe to happen, and before the monster descends to Earth, it must be killed. Of course, Kim is well aware of the fact that compared to Crucian Carp, this is just a not-so-moving target. If you do it right, you can easily hit him and cause him serious problems. Kim has to get the timing right for his attack. Timing is very important now. If you rush too much or are slow, you can miss the perfect moment to strike. The people around them were shocked. Does this guy in the black cloak really want to throw a spear and try to hit this monster? None of them knows who a Kim is. They do not understand its characteristics and capabilities. The guy asked his friends for help, and he ordered them to immediately pull the chains on themselves to pin the monster to the ground. It's a pretty interesting plan because it will make it easier to hit him, and it will also prevent the monster from destroying the city by falling. Seeing that even the girl was helping in this difficult task, the other players also began to pull the chains. They still don't understand what exactly the Kim is up to, but they only need simple help, so it shouldn't be a problem. Of course, he didn't like all this. He had his own personal plan to destroy the city, and all these chains restricted his movement. That's why he did everything he could to break away. But the strength of the players was greater, so he failed. The tiger fell to the ground, and the players immediately started shouting that he should be killed while they had the chance. Kim began to notice that this tiger was beginning to grow into an adult. If nothing is changed or interfered with, it will be completely transformed, and this cannot be allowed. We need to kill this beast immediately while we have the opportunity, and that's exactly what Kim is doing. The guy jumped up and shot the tiger's head with his weapon, but this monster is too strong, so it didn't help. Kim had a feeling that it would work, but for some reason his skin was found to be too strong. Linda intervened. She felt that it was her finest hour and said she would try to help. The girl thinks that she is better suited for this task, but will she really do what Kim thinks she will do? She wants to plunge the sword into her heart to cause the maximum effect of the Death Star, but that's crazy. The deeper the sword enters the heart, the more the gain increases, so there is only one movement left. In order not to die, Linda will use the regeneration skill, which is why she will quickly recover from her injury. As soon as her eyes began to burn with red flames, the commander immediately realized that this was his final station. This blow was really powerful, and now we can see what the power of the Death Star is. The time has come to order everyone around to run away from this monster. It's too dangerous to be near him now, because the last blow is about to be made. Linda has no problem with this. She finished off the monster and it immediately fell to the ground. This girl has incredible potential for progress, and it is very interesting to watch her evolution. And it wasn't enough, so she decided to add a few more blows with her trademark weapon. But then terrible things began to happen. The tiger opened its mouth and tried to swallow the girl. Kim immediately started screaming because he realized it could be fatal. It all happened too fast, and Kim could not help his friend because she was inside the tiger. But the important question now is whether it needs help at all. Perhaps the Gunga made an incredible mistake when he tried to eat this juicy girl. After a few seconds of incredible suffering, he fell to the ground and showed no signs of life. People started gathering around to look at his terrible body, and suddenly something started coming out of his head. It was Linda who did it with an incredibly large tiger, so she deserves the credit. The girl wiped the monster's blood off her body and started waving to the Kim as if nothing had happened. It looks like even the raid boss will die quickly if his brain is torn open. It gives you goosebumps. The deities immediately started talking about what had happened. Even they were surprised by the battle between the two players. They also noticed that the raid boss was too strong, with high experience and strength. Someone even noticed that the tiger had a guardian level, so everyone began to guess that the game master had interfered. Without his help, the tiger would not have been able to become so strong. But why did he do it? Perhaps because of that guy in the black cloak. Suddenly, they were joined by an anonymous number 48, and we all know who it is. The deities were quite excited by this event. They don't like the interference of the game master. They are afraid for their avatars. This needs to be stopped immediately, and instead of talking a lot, we need to come up with a countermeasure plan. They don't like the fact that the master of the game, Akartos, doesn't do his job, and this is unforgivable. After that, a real conflict began, and it seemed that Kim was just enjoying the process. After that, the master of the game, Akartos, could not log into this server for a long time. He made too many enemies. With this victory, Kim received A-rated Gunga leather, a rare type of adult skin that is very tough and durable. It can be used to make very high-quality items, so the tiger had time to evolve before the Linda destroyed it. Linda also received a reward, the Dark Jade of the Unlucky Star rank S. It is a crystal of the powers of the Kirin and the dead tiger. It has unusual power in it. If you make a weapon out of it, it will be a top-class weapon, but now there are no right materials, so we have to wait for better times. Suddenly, the girl approached Kim and asked him to take the gift away, because she had just finished off the wounded monster. Kim assured the girl that she deserved this achievement and should keep the item, then she would find a way to use it. It turned out that Robert also received an achievement and earned a silver level for helping people avoid danger. He said that it was only thanks to him that everyone was saved, but no one paid attention to his words. After they finally sorted out the awards, Kim decided to ask Robert what he would do next. Linda asked not to touch this guy, and to give him the opportunity to change under James's watchful eye. They reminded him that he still had a bracelet around his neck, so he had to be careful not to do anything wrong. Linda doesn't have any special tasks at the moment, but she really wants her mother to contact her. They spoke only once, but the girl was unable to find out where her mother was. In this world, no one knows when they will die. The mother found out that her daughter was alive, but did not try to meet her, so there are serious reasons for this. The stronger Linda gets, the more often Kim thinks about what would have happened if he hadn't left her to die in his past life. In the past, she didn't even have time to develop her abilities and died, but now she is constantly progressing and helping Kim. Although she died in her past life, she is alive and plays an important role now, which proves that fate can be changed. Finally, the task was completed, and it was time for them to have a little rest. They deserved it. But all this time, they were constantly watched by an observer, and it was almost impossible to hide from those eyes. Not far from there, strange events took place. Unknown men tied up children and forced them to follow them. The children were constantly crying and calling for help from their mother and father, but they were ordered to shut up or have their tongues cut out. These men were satisfied with today's booty. They found a place where ordinary people were hiding, a school with children. They don't even know where they are taking the children because they are only following orders, and these children will probably die soon. But suddenly, these men saw an unknown man approaching, and it was not clear from afar who exactly was approaching them. But a little later, they saw that it was the leader Thomas, and they immediately asked him why he came to them. Thomas explained that there was a rat among them, and he had come to find it, and everyone immediately began to worry. No one wanted to admit that he was the one who leaked the information, so Thomas decided to kill them all. Of course, these men were left with no choice. They decided to immediately start running away and try to save their lives. Maybe they would have succeeded if they had a different opponent, but it will be hard to escape from Thomas. Soon they all died a brutal death because they thought the black sky was a joke. For now, let's go back to our old friends and see what the young talents are doing. Lynn and Katie spent time together, but they often quarreled over various issues. Lynn believed that they could have scored more points if they had used a different strategy, and Katie said that she was a gold level and knew better. The young blonde said that they should be more careful because she would not be able to survive if something happened to Katie or her father. Of course, her friend told her not to worry and that everything would be fine, that she was too confident, and that with her skills, she didn't have to worry about anything. It was at this moment that an unknown man approached her from behind and tried to hit her, but luckily Lynn managed to warn her. If it hadn't been for the help, Katja's head would have turned into a pancake. But this girl reacted very quickly and realized that she had to punish the attacker. Using her new skills, she turned her arm into iron and hit him in the face. Only now these guys realized that they were not attacking ordinary girls, because ordinary school children do not know how to knock out men. The girls immediately saw that unknown people were trying to surround them. They were not ordinary players. Looking at their faces, you could understand that they were some kind of zombies. Katie began to think that they were attacked by monsters in the form of people who probably don't take them seriously because of their young age. But later they finally realized that this girl was an avatar. She turned her hands into weapons and said that it was a special Mantis scythe with a mithril coating. Soon, these guys quickly realized that they had gotten angry with the girl for nothing. She showed them what she could do and what she was capable of, and started chopping everyone around her to pieces. Raketi completely forgot about her friend, who was left all alone in front of a large number of bad guys. Katie immediately began trying to get to her friend quickly and save her life. Soon, these men realized that they would not be able to get what they wanted and began to flee quickly. The girl was very lucky that nothing bad happened to them. She assured us that they did not harm her. At the last moment, she managed to dodge, even though it seemed like she was about to be captured. The girl could not even understand how she did it. She just tried to repeat the technique of Katie. Now, all this is not very important. The main thing is that they are safe and sound. But then they saw something that immediately caught their eye, because the blood left behind by these men was black. As soon as they saw Kim, they immediately started asking him about this black blood. Katie said that she cut off one of these men's hands and saw a dark liquid instead of red blood. The boy quickly realized that the girls were being hunted by the devil's servants or a black gang. All this seemed strange because they shouldn't have enough strength now and should be quite quiet. Perhaps all this happened because Mark died, and if everything is going the way it was in his past life, the black gang should not appear. But without him, their influence could only increase, so Kim only helped these demons become stronger. Kim said he understood who attacked them, and the girls immediately started asking a lot of questions. The horse hadn't seen Taylor's expression for a long time, and it was understandable, because these demons had tried to kill his daughter. Kim said that it is quite possible that these people were connected with the devil. When Taylor heard the word devil, he almost fell to the ground. Both girls had similar expressions on their faces, all of them shocked by Kim's statements. The problem is that the guy can't understand exactly where these demons are trying to get to. In their previous lives, they were destroyed by completely different people, so now they have almost no ideas. Linda interrupted the conversation and mentioned the third task, which was not too difficult, but there were a lot of rivals, and it was then that she had to fight a man with black blood. At first, she thought it was a technique, but he must have made a contract with the devil. Have groups associated with the devil really appeared in this world, the last time Linda destroyed them, but other gangs remained. Kim said that they should first go to the site and look around. He noticed that a lot of new stores had opened there, so business must be booming in the relevant world. He believes that it is very dangerous to do this, but he realizes that ordinary people have nowhere to go and need to do something. One of the store employees quickly realized that Kim was a player, but warned him that his goods were not yet available. Kim assured him that he did not want to buy anything, but only asked if there were any cases of child abduction nearby. The man began to behave strangely. He said he did not know anything and did not want to hear strange questions. Of course, the boy noticed his strange behavior, which only confirms the fact that children are abducted nearby. He decided to approach him and try again to persuade him to have a calm dialogue. Kim also showed him a picture of Linda on his phone. Maybe he had seen it before. But the seller still didn't want to engage in a dialogue. He started sweating and said he didn't want to talk about anything. Linda must have really caused a real pogrom here, so Kim decided to say that she was his friend. Finally, it worked. The seller said there were too many prying eyes around and invited me to talk inside the store. The store hadn't had a single customer yet, and the shopkeeper immediately said he remembered this cruel woman. He also said that he saw some men who were interested in children. They were part of a guild. These men did not appear here from the very beginning, but then this woman appeared and destroyed them all in this area. That's why it's hard to meet them anywhere near each other now, and now it's even hard for this man to look at Linda's photos. It is unclear how she found them, but it seems that she destroyed all the organizations that existed here, and the Black Gang took advantage of this and took over the area. It was the Black Gang that started kidnapping children and forced everyone around them to keep silent under the threat of death. Thanks to his past life experience, Kim quickly realized that if these people were trying to kidnap children, it meant that they were targeting the mask of grief. In this world, not only deities play games, there are other creatures called demons. Deities choose no more than 2 avatars because they have to be controlled all the time. They focus all their attention on the avatars and give them incredible support, but they also intervene and give orders. With demons, the situation is completely different. One demon can sign a contract with a large number of people and share its power. In addition to this, he can give his power to his slaves and create many guilds. Demons, unlike gods, did not look at the capabilities, abilities, and character of a person. They are only interested in the thirst for strength and weakness to temptation. They are only interested in whether a person will follow and blindly believe in their words. Everything else doesn't matter to them at all. For them, this game was not entertainment. They perceive it as a reality that leads to the destruction of humanity. The Mask of Sorrow is worn by a rather strong level 27 demon called a Nibiros. Kara's is not his rival at all, because this demon absorbs human grief and vitality, and with the help of this he becomes stronger. The life force is converted into points, which is how the mask's power becomes stronger and stronger. This going can manifest a force equal to the constellations, and now this situation has become clearer. The group in black are the demon servants. They are connected to the Nibiros, and now Kim knows what to do next. He has to destroy the group in black. That salesman kept talking about white buildings, and Kim used his technique to start analyzing the situation around him. But the problem is that almost all the houses are white, and most people have dark hair and dark clothes. It will be very difficult to find black bath participants among them. But the participants are not Kim's main goal. He wants them to help him find their boss and then destroy him. To do this, Kim had to kill many members of this gang, and a hunt for him began. Everyone thought he was a member of the Eastern Moon Guild, a new guild that does bad things. Kim pulled out his weapon and said that who he was secret information that no one else should know. He is sure that they will all die today anyway, so there is no point in talking to them again. When he sensed danger and saw that he was being attacked, he immediately activated the crow's eye technique. Black crows appeared out of nowhere and started attacking these people, quite well to distract their opponents. This opportunity can be perfectly used to launch your own attack. That's exactly what Kim was counting on, and that's exactly what he did as soon as they were distracted. After that, it was time to show them what the shadow running skill meant, a technique that was picked up after defeating the Caracas. These pagans lost the Kim and could not find it and see it for some time. The guy was searching for the missing children all this time, and they probably hid them in the basement. Then Kim decided that first of all he had to destroy all these bad guys. They work for the demon, so they don't deserve to live in this world. After that, he successfully found the basement of the building and found a large number of abandoned children there. They were all crying and afraid because they didn't know whether he was good or bad, and the children were ready to go to the very scary place they had heard so much about. Kim realized that he had been mistaken for one of the gang members. The children were very scared and cried all the time. They were told that they would be made into players. Kim was surprised that children were actually being told this nonsense, which is what lured them here. He explained to the child that one cannot become a player at will, and it is even more impossible for an ordinary person to make someone a player. The child kept crying and calling Kim a liar. They want to be made into players too much. The guy tried to calm the children down and explained that he came here to make them free. He released them and asked them to go home immediately, and promised to resolve the issue with the men who kidnapped them. The world has changed too much. Even the children want to become players. Anyway, they are now saved, so it's time to see this building. Kim remembers that he hadn't looked at the 7th floor well. Their boss must be there and they need to find him. Meanwhile, Thomas was unhappy with the loud behavior of the others. His assistant approached him and said that they had a problem and he wanted to tell him something. One of their branches in the city center was completely destroyed, and the most interesting thing is that it was done by one person. From the surveillance footage, it became clear that it was a man in black clothes, but black crows covered the cameras, so the video quality is poor. Looking more closely, Thomas began to think that it could have been a servant of another demon. But where did the crows come from? That is why Thomas realized that it was time to go to his older brother. This man with dark hair was named Paul. He is the boss of the group in black, and he almost always spends time in his office on the 5th floor. He started telling Thomas that some fool had decided to kill their people from another branch. After Thomas told him that he already knew this information, Paul ordered him to take care of the matter. He said that they could not allow their gang to be disrespected, which is why this case is very important. Paul warned that this guy in black looks pretty strong, so Thomas should be careful. There were at least 50 people in that branch, and they were all killed by one single player. But Thomas is confident in his own abilities, saying that there is no one stronger than him among those who signed the contract. That's why he immediately goes in search of the guy in black and promises to take brutal revenge on him. Meanwhile, Kim examined the branch office building and found the exact location of the main headquarters. It will be easy for him to find this building, but there are too many observers now. They would rather watch their own avatars than him. He needs to try to do everything he can to avoid being detected, because if the opponent sees the observers, there will be no point in attacking. Besides, the attention of the gods also makes him nervous, especially if it is the attention of some powerful deities. One of the observers was quite strange, and Kim began to think that he might be a witch's observer. At first he thought it couldn't be, because if it was like in her past life, she must have her own avatar. In any case, the most important thing now is to decide how exactly he will destroy the gang in black. The number of their fighters in the main headquarters is too high. It will be much harder than last time. The guy decided to release the children from the basement first, because it was immediately clear that the children were being used to wake up the mask of grief. Soon, Kim was inside and found the place where they were keeping the children, which was hard to watch because most of the children died very quickly. The gang members expect the children to last at least a few days, but they die much sooner. From the conversations of these guys, Kim heard about Captain Thomas, who was also a member of this gang in his past life. After that, Kim immediately came out and showed his face, and the guys thought he was one of them, the new guy in the position. They ordered him to help remove the dead children immediately, but they immediately paid for it. Soon they both died due to severe internal bleeding. Kim immediately went to the child, who was lying on the floor and showed almost no signs of life. All of this seemed rather strange to him. A mask of grief is an artifact that feeds on sadness, and those who have sucked out these emotions live in sadness until the very end and then die. Such people have no peace on their faces even after death. This mask has less power than he thought. Judging by the records, these bandits sucked the lives of a large number of children in 2 weeks. After a while, gas is released from the bead and kills whatever is nearby. Kim found the item, but who is using it? Was it a demon servant or one of the contractors trying to save the children? It is clear what he was trying to achieve, but now we need to get the children outside. Meanwhile, Paul sat in his office and was incredibly angry. He still has not received information about who attacked their branch. The search is ongoing, but there are no traces. So you have to ask the Nibiru's master to wait a little longer, and you need additional time to gather new children. He was told that the man in black clothes who controls the crows might be a servant of another demon. His assistant began to worry about the strength and power of Thomas. If this guy chose the other side, then problems would begin. Paul explained that it was all just nonsense, that Thomas treated him like an older brother and would never betray him. But the assistant still asked his boss to think about it in his spare time, because it could spell disaster. The gang boss went to his window and started to panic, all because he saw a bunch of crows flying at him. Soon, the window broke, and all these black crows flew into the middle of the room. Soon it became clear that these birds were holding bombs on their feet, and that was really fun. Soon the headquarters began to explode from the inside. These horrible people deserve to die like that. Very quickly, this information reached Thomas, and he was told that the head office had been attacked by unknown persons. The guy immediately started to worry about the gang boss and the mask that was in the basement. He was told that after the explosion, the mask was under the rubble. The attacker took the children away, but didn't touch the mask. If he has divine power or is connected to demons, he must know that it cannot be destroyed, so he targeted children. It all looks very strange, and Thomas is in a great hurry to get back to his room to understand what exactly happened. Recently, the sign of the raven has changed, meaning that the constellation has been killed and its power has been taken by someone else. Thomas was informed that it was done by one of the most famous players, although they are demons and cannot enter the community of gods, but there are too many rumors around. Thomas also found out that this guy with the power of a crow was still at the headquarters. He's probably checking to see if there are any survivors of the explosion. Little is known about this guy. He is not the type to show his face, and even in battle he does not show his true self. Thomas wants to make him fight in such a way that he can't hide anywhere. Now the captain plans to go to the place where Kim's partners are, because that's where his base is, and it will be easy to find him there. The one who talks to him through the system connection is worried that Thomas might die in this battle. The mask is still not completely ready, but if you put it on, it will be easy to defeat the Black Crow. Although Thomas doesn't like the idea, he's not in a position to choose. That is why he agreed to put on this mask, and now the demon Nibiru will bring him victory. Soon after, he was in the city where Kim's assistants and friends were staying. He immediately saw a large man named Taylor and 2 small girls. They could not understand who exactly had come to see them and immediately began to worry. Before that, everything was calm. All of the boys' friends took shelter from the rain and enjoyed warm tea. They talked about various topics and didn't care about the weather at all. Linda still hasn't returned. She's probably doing some observation outside, although in this weather it's a rather strange activity. Katie began to tell me that she was scared to even think about Linda's skills. They looked so terrible. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud sound as Lynn dropped a plate on the floor and broke it. Katie began to worry about the girl and asked her if she had hurt her hands. But Lynn said that she started to feel something strange. Something bad was coming towards them. She could not understand what exactly, but she felt that she had to prepare for the worst. That's how a tall man named Thomas walked through their door, and he quickly found their house. Katie began to think that it might be Comrade Kim. Maybe things weren't as bad as they seemed at first glance. But very quickly it became clear that he had not come here to sit quietly and drink delicious tea. He probably hasn't been to school ethics classes and doesn't know that you can't hit little girls. Katie felt a lot of pain, which is strange because her mithril was supposed to protect her. Thomas warned her that if she was quiet, he would kill her quickly and not make her suffer. He also made a mistake and underestimated this little girl too much because she can surprise. She is not going to be afraid of anyone in this world, which is why she activated her weapon and went on the attack. But today she is facing a really skillful opponent. His skills are very high. With his speed and reaction, he was able to stop her attack in the first seconds. After that, Thomas tried to take advantage of the opportunity and strike a decisive blow. But at the last moment he was stopped by Taylor. This great man does not like his friends to be insulted. Thomas is sure that Taylor wasn't the easiest opponent before the game started, but he doesn't have time to talk now. He asked Taylor to step aside and die quietly, but this man has a daughter, so he will fight to the last drop of blood. It looks like we're in for a real Mortal Kombat fight. Thomas has superior characteristics, but we don't know Taylor's abilities. No one has ever seen this man with white hair demonstrate his fighting skills, so it will be interesting to watch. Meanwhile, very important and interesting events were also taking place at the headquarters of the gang in black. Kim began to have a severe headache because he had called more than 100 crows for help. But with this, it will be easy to destroy the gang in black, and Kim also realizes that they have certainly hidden the mask. While the boy was trying to figure out whether he could destroy the mask or not, the observer informed him that Katie's avatar was in danger. At first, Kim thought it was some kind of a bad joke, but in fact the situation was really critical. In just 10 minutes, Thomas was able to easily win the battle against Taylor and Katie. He watched Lynn cry and immediately remembered his childhood and a very similar situation. The demon immediately turned to Thomas and asked him not to kill the child, explaining that he had great power in him. He also said that he felt high and pure magic in this child, which he would definitely need in the future. The demon allowed him to kill all the other members of their team and take this girl with him. Thomas approached the little girl and told her that if she wanted her father and her friend to stay alive, she had to follow him. He promised that everything would be fine and that he would definitely save their lives if she behaved. She had no choice but to submit to this evil man and accept his terms. But tonight, things won't be so perfect for Thomas, and it's time to experience what real problems are. Linda returned after surveying the surrounding area and immediately began to act with an axe. She didn't expect Thomas to be able to dodge her first punch, but she didn't stop and continued to attack. He immediately felt that his opponent was moving even faster than him, but it was too early to panic. Linda was very determined. She saw that her friends were in danger, and so she prepared for a serious battle. The girl quickly realized that her opponent was quite strong. After her several blows, he was still alive, which shows his professional training. She was sure that one good strike would be enough to win, but he was incredibly flexible, like a snake. You can immediately feel the experience of a professional boxer, so you need to use a completely different tactic to win. This is not a problem for such a skilled player as Linda, and she has made great progress and is no longer afraid of anyone. Thomas quickly realized that he would not be able to leave this house so easily and take Lynn with him. To do this, first of all, we will have to deal with this annoying girl, and it will not be easy. Linda decided not to waste time and immediately continued to attack the attacker with punches. And the speed is at a completely different level, and this helps to launch a large number of attacks. However, Thomas did not panic at all. He saw that his opponent was aiming only at his head and attacking without using tactics at all. There's nothing difficult about it. Her technique is quite ordinary, so he's confident that he can win with one good punch. He managed to get into close combat range and deliver a right-hand punch, which was really powerful. Although the fight ended quite quickly, he was still impressed by the speed of this girl. She almost managed to break his arm with her repeated attack, although no one had ever managed to do so before. This battle was quite dangerous, which is why the guy quickly packed his things and realized that it was time to run away. He had already gotten on his motorcycle and prepared for a quick ride in the rain, but what he saw in front of him shocked him. Linda didn't die at all and didn't even lose consciousness, although there is blood on her hands, but she is ready for revenge. She began to try to catch up with him using the speed of her legs, even though it seemed absurd. At first, Thomas thought it was all just a dream. Did she really think she could catch up with a speeding motorcycle? How fast must this girl be if she can really catch up with him? Is she really the daughter of Sonic? With every passing second, Linda was getting closer and closer to her target, with only a few centimeters to go. But at the last moment, Thomas used his demonic mask to save his life. This insidious strategy worked, and he was able to break away from his pursuer again. Of course, the demon's help was needed, as he could not let him spoil the main course. Very quickly, Thomas was able to reach his destination, the city's main boat dock. Everything seemed quite calm, but the demon told the boy that the same raven would soon come here because he wanted to save the lynx. Thomas became very curious about who exactly was hiding behind the raven mask, because he has some very interesting friends. She is not only a foreigner with powerful close combat skills, but also a high school student with interesting techniques. And of course, the little girl with blonde hair who had so much interest in the demon. Surely this raven must be a serious opponent and a difficult test for Thomas. He also mentioned that the girl in black is also part of their big team. Perhaps she is one of the most dangerous of them. If there are such powerful players around this raven, then he is also a talented character. The demon said that if Thomas did not put on a mask in this battle, he would fail. The demon also warned that if Thomas lost, his contract would be terminated, which would lead to serious consequences. It didn't take long for the Black Raven Kim to arrive at the scene and prepare for a fierce confrontation. Finally, these guys met each other, so we will see what happens to those who hurt Kim's friends. Raven recognized his opponent. He had seen him before in mixed martial arts fights. Seeing that Lin was still alive, he asked Thomas why he decided to take this girl with him. The guy replied that this was the best way to get the Kim to come to him personally, and as it has become clear now, this plan worked. So it's pretty simple. This meeting was supposed to happen because Kim destroyed the gang in black. Thomas quickly felt the strength of his opponent. He realized that his internal energy was at a very high level. Voron explained that he decided to destroy the gang in black because they were behaving too badly and attacking his friends. But Thomas came here to take revenge for this gang, and he said that he would take Kim's head with him. Seeing that Thomas's hands changed, Kim realized that his opponent was trying to use a technique to strengthen his body. It all looked strange. Kim hasn't fought unarmed for a long time, but he's ready to show Thomas a masterclass. Both boys wanted only to win, and simultaneously began to attack each other. We are going to have a battle on opposing courses, which is always interesting to watch because you never know who will emerge victorious. Using his experience as a boxer, Thomas tried to get closer to Kim and land a good punch. Of course he wants to use his strengths, but Kim always fights smart, so it's unlikely he'll succeed. The Black Crow knows when to defend itself and when to launch a decisive counteroffensive. Using the right technique, he tries to break through the strong defense of his boxing opponent. Thomas quickly began to realize that his opponent was very strong. He had underestimated him from the very beginning. The demon warned about the power of the raven, and now the boy has no choice but to use the mask. The demon also spoke about the difference between a contract with a god and a contract with a demon. He explained that demons can force their people to do what they want, so Thomas has no other choice. Kim was not going to stop, and continued to use the techniques he had learned after defeating the Black Crow. But none of this may help after Thomas puts on this demonic mask. He didn't want to do it from the very beginning, but because of the contract with the demon, he had no other choice. If Thomas were stronger, he could have won on his own, but the difference in levels is too great now. Soon, the mask was finally put on, and it all looked quite impressive, but at the same time eerie. Kim realized that he could be in serious trouble if he didn't come up with the right plan. Using memories from his past life, he tried to predict what would happen after Thomas put on the mask. Perhaps their experience scores will equalize, and then they will be approximately on the same level, but all this is just a guess. The demon enjoyed being able to control Thomas's body. He felt that he could now take control of the situation. And first he needs to meet Kim in person, say hello, and then completely destroy him. Kim is now facing the 27th ranked demon, the same majestic and terrifying Nibiros. He still remained calm about it, saying he didn't want to hear any unnecessary talk because it was bad to be in the rain all the time. Nibiros was interested in this guy, all because he heard that Kim was able to destroy the caravans, and that deserves respect. However, the demon believes that all of this is impossible. An ordinary player could not really defeat a real constellation. The mask is still not fully formed, which is what gives Kim the opportunity to win, because otherwise he would have been dead long ago. The Battle of the Titans has begun, and it's no longer a battle against an ordinary green goblin or another player. Now Kim is fighting against a very strong opponent who is fueled by demonic power. There is nothing to add. But the guy still remains calm and confident in his own abilities, even though his opponent is strong, but his movements are too predictable. That is why Kim is confident that he can easily win, even though he is fighting a demon. There was a lot to see in this battle, with everyone trying to take advantage of their strengths and avoid dangerous moments. So far, it's been clear that Kim has the initiative, and he even seems to think it's like a regular punching bag. When he thought about fighting a masked demon, he expected much more resistance and danger. Even if the Kim cannot cut him in half because of his magical power, the demon must still feel pain through the body of the Thomas. Surprisingly, even in such a difficult situation, the demon still continued to laugh and remain calm. He acknowledged that Kim really has excellent martial arts skills and uses his strengths well. But he is still just an ordinary person, and we should not forget that. Due to his severe injuries in this battle, Thomas partially regained consciousness, although his brain is still controlled by the demon. Until he takes off this mask, he will not be able to escape the control of his consciousness. That is why he found the strength to try to break this demonic mask in strange ways. Kim began to realize that this guy was trying to regain his consciousness. It's quite unusual to watch, as Thomas not only wants to break the mask, but also resists the demon's manipulation of his own strength. Nibiros called Thomas a fool and said that this mask is not as easy to break as he thinks. Only those who are at least on the same level as the demon, or who have entered into a contract with the demon, can hack the demon's artifact. So Thomas was finally able to do it, and the Nibiros were very unhappy with his behavior. He said it was a very stupid thing to do. Thomas replied that he had long wanted to break the contract with the demonic force, especially since Nibiros would certainly get rid of Thomas in the future. That's why the boy decided to be the first to leave his former owner and finally become a free man. Now he can be 100% free to do whatever he wants. Kim is ready to continue this fight, but the question arises whether Thomas wants to fight him after he broke his contract with the demon. Thomas explained that he was not fighting him because of the demon, but rather to take revenge on the gang boss in black. The contract is completely terminated, and the experience points remain at the same level, so he is only capable of one single attack. That's why he suggested that we continue this battle in black, and finally identify the winner. He was amazed at how quickly Kim agreed to these terms, approached him, and prepared to deliver a powerful punch to his jaw. But now Thomas began to feel that he could see movements that he had not seen before. This guy started adapting to the Kim technique very quickly. Did he still have the experience points from the mask? Now Kim began to feel that the initiative was slipping out of his hands, and this was an unpleasant feeling. The guy realized that he had to come up with something quickly and use all the capabilities of his body. That's why it's time to show your flexibility and skills in medium-range combat. Kim was able to find an opportunity to hit his opponent and did it really effectively. It became clear that no matter how strong Thomas was, his opponent was currently superior to him in all key characteristics. It was such a powerful blow that for a while Thomas thought he had learned to fly. But he had better learn to swim, otherwise he will end up at the bottom of the sea. This battle was over very quickly, and there could be no doubt about the winner. Kim admitted that his opponent did deserve respect, but none of this matters now. But as it turned out, it was not that simple, because somehow Thomas managed to survive and opened his eyes. When he looked up, he saw a little girl with an umbrella in a white dress. She smiled and said hello to him. It was obvious that he did not understand how he had survived, and so this girl explained that she had saved him. Thomas is no fool. He quickly realized that he was facing an unusual person. But who was he? She said he was asking too many questions for a miserable warrior, but she was willing to answer some of them. This girl, oddly enough, is one of the 7 demons who rule the devilish world. Her name is Azazel. It was obvious that this answer completely shocked the guy. He realized that he was facing the legendary demon of laziness. Interesting events began to take place in the eastern part of the city, which will soon affect the storyline. There were several people in the spacious room talking about a potential merger. It seems that the master of the Ascending Guild named Edward is against this idea. He suspects that it could be a trap. One of the most important masters of the Genesis Guild, Master Brian, said that he could not predict where this would lead. The other member of the Genesis Guild is very tired of all this empty talk. Sharon said she will leave if they continue it. That's why the guys got tense and started looking for a solution to their common problem. Brian did not call them all here today to talk about unification alone. He said that he had a question about the main task, and this immediately surprised the others. The guild update took a little time, But the main task hasn't started yet, and there are some signs. Brian reminded us that everyone has known for a long time that various dungeons have started to appear around. He believes that these are all signs that too many dungeons have appeared this time, and that this is causing more and more problems between the guilds. That is why he is thinking about something. The next task will probably be aimed at competition between guilds in the fight for dungeons. It's a pretty bold statement from the guy, but we have to admit that it has a solid basis. So he is not suggesting a mandatory unification, as long as they do not quarrel with each other during this period. This is nothing unusual, just a classic proposal for a peaceful solution to this problem. As it became known recently, after the fourth task, it became possible to form guilds, and this changed the rules of the game. Now you can buy any area in the city center, make it a guild office, and it will become a safe zone for players. Kim believed that all this would happen much later, at least that was the case in his past life. But the attention of the gods is too much focused on the special players in this game. That's why all this time he was planning to join another guild, but after meeting some players, he changed his mind. All this time he needed a safe zone so that no bandit or even an observer could get there. He wanted to do it later, but circumstances changed, which is why he had to hurry. In the guild building, you can feel much freer because there is no constant surveillance of the gods. Kim invited everyone inside and said that he would tell them all the details of this safe zone later. He couldn't help but notice that Linda had become quite upset lately, and he hadn't seen her laugh for a long time. The girl explained that she was upset because she could not protect her friends, but that was in the past and life only goes forward. Still, she is concerned about some aspects of her progress and realized that she is missing a lot. It is not only about increasing experience points and combat skills, but the girl feels like she has to learn a specific technique. All of this seems strange because Linda is incredibly strong even now, so how does she want to become even stronger in the future? Kim immediately thought of Thomas. He constantly thinks that this guy could have survived this strange explosion. He felt that something had interfered with his last attack, and only demons could have interfered. Moreover, given that this force was able to deflect the Kim's blow, it is quite possible that these are 7 demons. All of this constantly keeps Kim from calming down and enjoying the moment, and this tension irritates him greatly. Only Katie is acting quite relaxed and laid back, and she has already started thinking about starting the next task. There is no information about this mission now, but Kim said he would tell all the details when everyone arrives. Soon their big and friendly team finally got together. Everyone was there. Taylor and his daughter, Donald and his older brother, and the girls. They have all heard that there are more and more dungeons lately, but this does not guarantee occupation. Kim said that they should pay more attention to this and said something about the seal of the dungeons. It is not yet clear what he means, but everyone immediately began to look at him with interest. Simply put, only those groups with marked people will be able to fully enter the dungeons and work there. Until now, there were no restrictions on dungeon entrances, but after the system update, they can be set. Mark immediately came up with a pretty interesting idea. He said it would be more profitable to take possession of a large number of dungeons. And that's exactly what Kim was thinking about. Stable delivery of resources, buying points, player growth. All of this is a chance to become a leader in this game. Of course, everyone understands that real competition will begin, and the big players have long since begun preparing for this moment. Several large guilds have already appeared in their city, and those who are not members of the guild cannot participate in the main tasks. That is why Kim gathered all his friends together on this beautiful day. He wants them all to join his guild. The brothers immediately agreed to these terms. Their opinion has not changed at all since their last meeting. They owe Kim a lot, so they agreed to everything. Katie said that she didn't mind working with Kim at all, so she also agreed, as did Linda. Taylor and his daughter believe that they will not be able to help this guild. Last time they could not stop Thomas at all. But Kim assured me that they were exactly what his guild needed, and he insisted that they join his team. He is well aware that Lin has the best abilities of all the players who are still alive at the moment. Taylor, in turn, has a very strong compatibility with the gods as an avatar, so he is not inferior to other players. In his past life, he was even one of the best players for a while, and Kim remembers it well. The family of foreigners eventually decided to join the team of heroes and become part of their new guild. Now it's time to talk about the really important things. Katie is very interested in what the guild will be called. The girl said she was even ready to offer her name, but Kim assured her that this issue had already been resolved. Of course, she was dissatisfied with this answer and was afraid that the guild would not be called the way she wanted it to be. But Kim assured the girl that the name was pretty cool and said that their new guild was called the Godslayer. Of course, none of the members of this new team had ever heard anything cooler in their lives. All of them looked at the crew with satisfaction and said that they were completely satisfied with the name, and the captain was pleased with himself. After the name issue was resolved, it was time to see the guild headquarters. Donald was amazed by the house. He didn't understand how Kim was able to find an affordable place and in such a great neighborhood. This house even has its own dungeon with weapons for raids, which is something even some of the best guilds can't boast of. There is also a training ground to improve your physical abilities and hone your fighting skills. Of course, Linda spends almost all of her free time there. After losing the battle against Thomas, she trains almost all day long. But we must admit that Kim is not far behind and is also constantly improving his fighting skills. He has already realized that there is too much anger in this girl. Even now she is trying to restrain herself so as not to destroy him. But sometimes it becomes noticeable that her eyes fill with red blood again, and then it is very difficult to stop her. During all these trainings, Linda successfully learned to control her aggression, which is why Kim is still alive. It all happened so fast that the horse didn't even realize how Linda managed to push him against the wall. It was time to stop training and rest. Otherwise, Kim would have to spend the night in the hospital, in the surgical ward. Even though Linda was fighting so successfully, she was still dissatisfied with the fact that she had never been able to hit a Kim. She started asking him where he learned to fight like that because she wanted to borrow some of his techniques. It all looked strange because all his life he only played computer games, and now he has become one of the best martial artists in the world. While they were talking about how to move during their attack and defense, a crazy girl with ice cream ran into the room. Katie said that this room stinks too much. It's not even possible to train here anymore. This young lady used to say that she would never come to this hall, but now she is here. The girl said that there were some strange sounds coming from the incubator, and that's why she came to tell us about it. As soon as Kim realized that it was the sound of fanfare, he immediately began to think that it could be a sign. All his intuition told him that the little unicorn Kieran was ready to hatch from the egg. No wonder these sounds began to come from this place, so the unicorn is almost ready to be born. The system began to report that it was indeed true. Kim had received an achievement for helping a unicorn to be born. Now he can officially call himself a man who tamed a sacred animal, something few people have ever done. Watching the birth of a unicorn is always exciting and very exciting, as you can see from the faces of Katie and Kim. Soon they saw this child with their own eyes. It was really impressive. Katie immediately took him in her arms and began to take care of him, while Kim could not get over the shock. The catalyst turned out to be so effective that the unicorn turned into a real child, and it's not clear how it happened. This creature combines human blood, which has extraordinary abilities, with the blood of a sacred animal, and now the child must master magic and various techniques. In about a month, he will become a teenager, although he will have a good character, but this can always change because he has human blood in him. The development of this child will depend on the method of upbringing, and as it turned out, it is a girl. It turns out that this child belongs to Kim, no matter how strange it looks, and she needs to be named, for example, Maria. It was Katie who suggested this name. She always wanted to be called that way too. It was time to show this child to all the other members of the new guild, and Katie immediately ran to do so. Kim decided to let the girl raise this child for a while. It would be the right thing to do and would not distract the boy. A little later, it was time to talk about the work. There is an important point in this building. Depending on the dungeon, there will be different points. The fifth task is called the Dungeon Race, and its key objective is to clear as many dungeons as possible. Linda said that there are too few people in their guild, and they may have to compete with others. Is there another way? Katie said that we should attack the dungeons that give the most points, but it will be difficult to find out this information. The dungeon has a clear principle of appearance, but you need to decipher this code, which requires a map with the last dungeons in the city. Using the crow technique, Kim was able to get this information, but only the Genesis Guild analyzed the principle of how these dungeons appeared. But looking at this map alone, almost nothing becomes clear. It is not enough. But a little later, it became apparent that these dungeons seemed to form constellations, but they were given few points. How exactly constellations can be connected to dungeons and raids, it all makes no sense. The team leader said that they had some hints that the tasks would be related to constellations. So the goal of their guild is dungeons, which give high points, and they should focus on them. They are divided into groups of insects depending on the category of constellations, and you can get 10 points for a dungeon located in the city of the brightest star. After that, the guy explained that all of this was not even the most important thing, because the most important thing was Katie. Even though it sounds completely incomprehensible, the guy promised to tell us all about it later. This is nothing new. Kim always tells something interesting and leaves the most important things for later. Now it's time to talk to Linda. Kim warned her that she can't fight players all the time anymore. This is a competition, not a fight to the death. The girl was a little upset and said that she only wanted to kill bad guys. It is up to her to decide who is bad and who is good, but in any case, she should try to be calmer. Excessive attention to her will lead to problems for the entire guild, so no matter how cruel she is, she needs to calm down a bit. Kim realizes that she is not talking to a child, but to a grown woman, so he is confident that she can handle it. Suddenly, the boy saw something that made him really worried. He received a letter from a dream witch. It's strange because Kim was her avatar in the first round of her past life, which is why he was so surprised. Meanwhile, interesting discussions were taking place in the Deities chat room, because the king said that the war was calling him. He was looking forward to this competition. The Hammer King was unhappy that there was another king in this chat room besides him. All the deities under different nicknames were constantly talking about the upcoming competitions and showing off their avatars. Suddenly, an anonymous person, number 48, joined them, saying that he had information about dungeons that give high points. Everyone around him immediately recognized him, and before that his information was always at the highest level. He immediately showed me on the map where the high-level dungeons would be located. Many people began to offer to let his avatar join their guild, but Kim immediately refused. The guy took his time and calmly told us everything he knew. His plan is quite simple. He wants to give us useless information about small dungeons and a few large ones to gain trust. One of the deities understood his plan, probably only interested in the place and time of the appearance of the dungeon of the 12 constellations. Surely the leader of the Genesis Guild already knew about this, so soon Kim finished distributing free information. Now he has a message from the deity he was an avatar for in the first round and is called a Dream Witch. Deities can send messages to players up to 10 times a month, so they save this opportunity and rarely write even to their avatars. It's very strange that God sent a message to an ordinary player who never received such a message in his previous life. The Dream Witch wrote that she likes Kim, and she doesn't worry about message restrictions at all. Everyone around her tells her that Kim is someone else's avatar, but she doesn't believe it and wants him to become her player, so she can make him the winner of this game. This woman probably doesn't remember what happened to whom in the first round, and she can't repeat the story, so she refuses the offer. He respects her proposal and realizes that she is not to blame for her past failures, but they are going their separate ways now. The Goddess of Dreams said that he could always turn to her if he needed help. She also said that she would always be watching his future achievements. Meanwhile, Katie kept thinking about the words she had said to them at the team meeting. He believes that now she will be the main link in the upcoming battle, first sitting in ambush and then acting. The girl was unhappy. She felt that Kim was constantly trying to give her the hardest job. A new dungeon began to appear next to them, and everyone was told to get ready for it. Katie didn't understand why there were so many different people around. Maybe it would really be a 10-point dungeon. She doesn't like being told to come here alone, but now she has to stop worrying and act and use her skills. She turned into a bee and joined the team members of one of the guilds. They all began to enter this dungeon together, and some of the members of this team tried to keep other guilds out. I watched them closely, and it seemed that there were only fools around her, and she had to understand everything quickly and get away from here. The players tried not to relax because it was unknown what kind of monster would appear here. They immediately noticed that this dungeon was completely different from anything they had seen before. Everyone took their positions, even though no one saw that the bee was with them, but it was also fulfilling its role. The girl took the request of her guild captains seriously, so she wanted to prove herself in the best way possible. A little later, no one was watching her anymore, and she could safely turn back into a human being. Then Katie pulled dynamite out of her pocket. It can work remotely and does not affect monsters or players. It is not expected that she will have to work with it at all, but this game forces players to constantly progress. Soon after, a loud explosion occurred, and thanks to this, she was able to block the entrance and expand the exit. She didn't know where exactly the man managed to get all that dynamite, but she enjoyed working with it. The girl was lucky, and soon the dungeon was completely cleared, and she can be proud of her. The other guilds were constantly arguing over this dungeon, ready to kill each other to take it for themselves. Everyone was happy to find a dungeon that gives a lot of points, which will help raise the overall level of the guild. Suddenly, they saw an unknown girl approaching them. She said that there shouldn't be any other people near this dungeon. The guys started to panic because they didn't understand who she was and how she had found her way here, but one of them explained that he had let her in. He didn't want to kill the Lind right away, so he decided to have some fun. The problem is that today, only Linda will have fun, because in a few seconds she showed her true strength. None of these players could even move anymore, and of course they immediately began to panic. Linda immediately noticed the strange moon tattoos on their arms. She had heard of the guild. Linda did not stop at all and tried to destroy everyone who got in her way. In a fairly short time, she was able to imprison 32 members of this guild, which may be enough. A little later, the official ranking of these competitions was released, and the Godslayers Guild was in second place, along with Genesis. The Ascending Guild was the first, and that's what Genesis wanted to do, and they want to continue to hold this position. But next week, take a sharp step forward and take first place so that no one can stop them. They are sure that no one knows about the constellation except them, and that is why they behave so confidently. A little later, Sharon and Brian started talking about the Guild of God Killers, and they didn't know any information about these guys. They also found out that the Guild of Godslayers checks all dungeons that give high points. They have something in common. They also know about the connection between points and dungeon positions, so they need to be watched. So far, the Guild of God Killers has not yet realized that they are already being closely watched. So far, everything is going exactly as Kim expected, with most guilds hunting low-scoring dungeons. Katie has already cleared 2 difficult dungeons, and Linda is also constantly helping her and dealing with dungeons for 5 points. Thanks to the wonderful work of the women, the guild has already managed to get more than 25 points. While everyone is working hard for the progress of the guild, a little child named Maria is growing up fast. Other team members have no problem so far, so the captain can be satisfied with their work. Lynn came up to Kim and said that she also wanted to hold Maria in her arms. The team captain was not very ready for the fact that he had to grow up quickly, and now he has a lot of responsibility. Lynn is constantly worried about not doing enough for the team, and she wants to learn the basics of martial arts. But Kim assured me that it was too early for her to think about that, and it wasn't because she was too young. First, she has to get to know herself and her inner energy, and only then think about martial arts and competitions. Kim is well aware that she was not the type of person who needed to train or sharpen her skills from the very beginning. It only becomes stronger by observing other team members. She needs to understand that training and hard work very differently for her than for everyone else. Thanks to this conversation, the girl began to feel more confident, and her mood immediately improved. Perhaps she is also influenced by Mary, and we must not forget that this child is partly human and partly a sacred animal. Perhaps she already knows how to use her magical powers on the 2nd day after birth. And all this could be quite dangerous, because in a few seconds, Mary began to shoot the energy of the sun from her horn. Of course, this was unexpected not only for Lynn, but also for Kim, who had never seen anything like this before. Although the boy said that he was not afraid at all, it was obvious that it made him tense. This child is special and should be treated in a special way. Even in his past life, Kim had never experienced anything like this, so it's hard for him to adjust. Some team members began to guess that they would soon be contacted by the Genesis Guild. Most of the players have already started actively discussing their teammates, and they are now one of the most famous teams in the country. Although perhaps Genesis thinks that only they know about the constellations and the distribution of points for dungeons. Godslayers only clear dungeons that give high scores, so they may be of interest. But Kim warned him that he didn't want to talk to Kim, and he started thinking about finding another team member. Mark thinks it's only right to clear a new dungeon for 10 points, and there's a lot of talk about it now. But Kim has already learned that the Genesis Guild is watching this dungeon. He explained that there is nothing wrong with low scores. There is no big difference in the scores for monsters. While they were talking, they quickly approached the right place. Kim combined the Gunga skin with the coat of darkness and received a Ranka garment, so now he has even more confidence in his own abilities. Many regular players and even ordinary people were constantly monitoring the guild's rating. The system upgrade changed their lives and completely changed the rules of the game. Everyone was surprised because the Godslayers were now in first place, ahead of the Genesis and the Rising Guild. No one had ever heard of them before, but members of other guilds were the most worried. Now they realized that those who were clearing the dungeons behind their backs were guys from the Godslayer Guild. The members of the Genesis team and the Ascendant Guild are very angry with their competitors and are ready to destroy them. But the problem is that the killers of the gods work from the shadows, and almost no one has seen them with their own eyes. There are only suspicions about the dungeon they cleared, but there are no witnesses to these raids. It seems as if the god killers are secretly watching their competitors and are constantly outpacing them. Edward said that he had seen a strange man walking around their neighborhood, but he could not check who he was. Brian said that it was definitely a member of the team of god killers. They all need to be careful because they are constantly being watched. But conflicts also arise between other guilds, and Edward is unhappy that the Genesis Guild closed the gap so quickly. Brian explained that they were just lucky because their dungeons were of a high rank. All of them must now think about how to stop the god killers, because their credibility could drop significantly if they lose the competition. There are only 2 weeks left to fulfill this mission, so now we need to act very boldly and quickly. To begin with, Brian suggests stopping the dungeon sweeps and starting to gather information about the competitor. This is not the time to be thinking about points, so guild members should expect further instructions. All of them must unite and act as a single organism. Only in this way can their honor be protected. Perhaps there will be only one chance to find out who the god killers are, and it should be taken. Edward agreed to these conditions and said that the Rising Guild would temporarily stop its dungeon sweep. Genesis will do the same. They want to see the faces of their competitors too much, and they are ready to do anything for this. Now their main goal is very simple, to expose the Guild of God Killers at any cost. Meanwhile, Kim did not stop and continued to work constantly. He immediately felt that border security had been tightened. It's not hard to guess that their competitors are more interested in finding them than clearing the dungeon. All of this is pretty bad news because now their jobs are under threat. But there's nothing wrong with meeting with your competitors. If they want to see you that much, it's not a problem. Most of the warriors are in dungeons, which is even better because Kim is ready to meet the bosses of other guilds. He never believed that their strategy of working in the dark would be permanent. They are always ready to open up to the world. It was time to use another skill he had learned from the constellation of Karas, the technique of running in the shadows. But it seems that this technique is not as perfect as it is said to be. It turned out that Dorothy had heard the approach of an unknown enemy and was able to defend herself against his attack. Kim knows exactly who she is. This girl is the right-hand woman of the Genesis Guild boss, known for her high level and lack of character flexibility. She ordered him to show his true face or prepare to die. The guy was in no hurry to die, and that's why he offered to talk, but Dorothy wouldn't listen to him. She immediately drew her sword and launched a direct attack on the boy. If it wasn't for Kim's incredible reaction, he would have been dead by now because she is a true swordsman. In order to survive the battle with this girl, you need to concentrate as much as possible and show everything you can. Dorothy felt that her opponent was also a tough nut to crack. She likes to feel strong and hates weakness. Kim once again suggested that we talk and not rush to beat each other. But this girl is not the type to negotiate with Kim. She pulled out her Urumi sword and got ready for the second round. Kim didn't expect to have such a serious weapon, which is an indicator of her guild's training. These rivals really deserve each other, but the problem is that Kim doesn't want to fight and kill Dorothy. He tries his best to stop her and calm her down, but she gets angrier and angrier. This time she pulled out a small, sharp knife from her pocket, her third weapon in a few minutes of fighting. This pair of players tried for a long time to figure out who was the strongest, and finally the battle was over. Kim won. Dorothy recognized his power and prepared to die. But the guy didn't come here for that. He explained that he was a member of the Guild of Assassins to the Gods and came here to talk, not to kill. Finally, she understood the meaning of his words. All this time, she did not believe that he really wanted to talk. The fact that Kim is a member of the team of God Killers radically changes the case. It's time to talk to the Genesis Guild boss and resolve all misunderstandings. At first, Brian was not going to believe what he said, but Kim said he knew about the constellation. After these words, there was no longer any doubt that Kim was indeed a member of the Guild of God Killers. Even in the Genesis Guild, not all team members know about it, so now we can really talk about it in peace. Brand invited Kim to sit down next to him and calm down, and Dorothy was now free to go. He assured her that everything was fine and she could really go to her room and rest after a hard battle. Kim still didn't show his face. He was more comfortable talking in the shadows. Of course, the Brand is interested in understanding the reason for this meeting because it is still unclear. Kim reminded us that members of the Genesis Guild are actively looking for his friends, and that's why he openly came here himself. Brian began to realize that the Kim had come to ask for a relaxation of control over the dungeons. But as it turned out, Kim was not interested in this at all. He said that the dungeons could continue to be controlled in the same way. All of this was quite unexpected, and the purpose of this visit is still completely unclear. However, he said that there were 2 interesting places in their city that he came to tell about, and it was better not to go there. He also said that there are about 16 different dungeons near them, and they are also very dangerous. The guy talks as if something very bad will happen if you go in there. Later, it became clear that he was talking about the constellation Scorpio. Kim said that unknown people hid a bomb in this dungeon. He talks about 8 out of 12 zodiac signs, fragments of the Scorpio constellation, which is known for its cruelty. The problem is that no one knows where they are. Kim can't give details, but a monster sleeps in the Scorpion's dungeon, which can turn their city into a bloody sea. Of course, Brian was not going to believe Kim's words right away. He said he wanted to hear full proof. Kim said that it was one of his skills to be the first to know about the most important information. But if Brian wants to hear the evidence so badly, he can give him some data that he will definitely believe. Kim has to get this guy's trust by any means necessary, because he's bound to get in the way of this case. This is because what he had to go through in his past life was a real hell. It is not known where exactly it all started, perhaps because of the guilds that started clearing the dungeons. But in any case, the monster woke up and a real hell began, which is hard to forget even in the next life. Perhaps it was a trick of the publisher to keep the gods happy, or perhaps something else. 2 other monsters emerged from the fragment of the Scorpion constellation Antares, and the third part of the city was destroyed in a week. In this battle, the Rising Guild suffered incredible damage, and Genesis also had to heal its wounds for a long time. The progress of the city's players immediately slowed down, as did the rate of improvement of players across the country. That's why this time Kim wants to stop this incredible disaster so badly, and he's ready to do anything to do so. Among the 18 dungeons, there are only 2 places where the Scorpion constellation can appear if nothing has changed. Brian said that one of his scouts had contacted him and informed him that they had indeed found a mithril in this place. He wondered how the guy in the cloak had found out about all this and what level the Guild of God Killers was at. It's not an unusual metal, but mithril, and if Kim gave them the mine so easily, it means he had something more valuable. In fact, it is. Kim has 2 locations of mithril and white steel. Giving one of them as a gift is nothing. If there is indeed a monster in the dungeon, then the first priority is to destroy it. Kim said that the Genesis Guild should keep an eye on the dungeons for a while. He would have been happy to talk to other guilds of insects, but hardly anyone would listen to him, which is why he came to Genesis. But if Brian refuses him, Kim has a completely different plan and will use it. Kim speaks as if he has a million ways to achieve the desired result. It looks too self-confident. Anyway, Brian believed the guy and said he would do everything in his power. He also said that Kim could ask him for help at any time, after which the conversation ended and Kim disappeared. It happened so fast that even Brian had never seen such sudden disappearances. If a guy like Kim decides to attack you without warning, you will be sure to die. Of course, the Scorpion is a very dangerous monster, but it does not reach the level of a full-fledged guardian. If you are properly prepared, it can be easily stopped, but only if the preparation is really serious. Donald made a special gas mask, made of mylar and 8 types of materials. This thing helps you breathe fresh air even if there are poisonous gases around, and you need 5 of these items to get started. Kim said that he would buy all the materials needed, as long as these items were made on time, and Donald said that for him, such work is a pleasure. This room was made personally for the manufacture of equipment, and Donald is in charge here. He has also already managed to make clothes for Kim, and the team captain was very pleased. He called it the Coat of the Dark Knight, and it has high-level defense and resistance to magic, as well as special skills. The only thing left to do is to cover the rest of the equipment with myrrh, although Donald doesn't understand why he needs to do this. He thinks that white steel weapons do not need to be additionally coated with mithril. Kim explained to him that this metal has special qualities, and Donald should understand what this means because he is a professional in this business. Kim said that he would like to do it alone, but he doesn't have enough time. The system may intervene in unexpected ways, so you need to call your entire team for help. They quickly gathered and decided to go, all focused and prepared for this case. Katie thought that we would have to go into every dungeon and search, but Kim said that this was not the case. He also asked Taylor not to stop and continue to follow other players. He also took out a bracelet from his pocket and gave it to him. This bracelet was received as a reward for clearing the dungeon. It might come in handy. For now, Taylor will not be able to test the effect of this item because it belongs to Kim. Now it's time to find what they're here for, and to do it quickly. With the help of the star power technique, this is much easier to do than if Kim were to do it alone. The guy told me that all this is not far from here, the 5th and 15th dungeons. However, one of the dungeons is currently in gate mode, so Kim can't check it out yet. The last dungeon is located in the place where the star of the Scorpio constellation shines brightest. While it hasn't been formed yet, we need to do the rest, and it will take about 2 days. They will start dealing with the last dungeon separately, but now they have to clear the first 2. Very quickly it became clear that the Guild of God Killers was not alone here. They had plenty of competitors. Of course, Katie can turn into a member of another guild and go inside, but what will everyone else do? Kim told me not to worry because their task was to completely clear the dungeon. He says this with a face as if he wants to kill everyone in these dungeons. Linda offered her help in this case, although she had previously said that she would only kill bad guys. Even though this case is really urgent, you can't kill everyone around you. Even if time is short, you still have to be careful. Linda is now in a dangerous condition. It seems that up to this point she has been fighting the power of the Death Star all this time. But it became clear that she was no longer the same as she was at the beginning, so it was better to entrust this dungeon to Kim. In a few seconds, the problem with the competitors was solved, and they all fainted at the same time, which is unlikely to have happened by accident. Now the team could go inside, and at first glance the dungeon looked quite ordinary, nothing special. But all this was only at first glance. Kim warned of the dangers and asked for gas masks. They don't know what can happen inside the dungeon, so you have to be ready for anything. Meanwhile, Taylor continued to fulfill his assignment and kept an eye on the other guilds. He was standing in front of the gate to the 18th dungeon when he received a strange message about the danger in his neighborhood. His god personally told him about it, so there is really something dangerous inside this dungeon. The gates of the dungeon began to burn, and the speed of formation immediately increased. Kim was right. The game master or creator must have intervened in this situation. It doesn't even look like the other dungeons, and it will probably get 10 points. Even the leader of a rising guild has never seen anything like this. This form looks like a poisonous mushroom. He decided to personally check the gate, even though it violates the agreement with the other guilds. Edward believes that one dungeon will not be a problem, especially since the Genesis are occupied by other areas. Edward ordered half of his team to stay here and the other half to go inside with him. Meanwhile, the Guild of God Killers continued its movement in the middle of the dungeon. There were quite a few small and annoying green goblins. But as we already know, these guys are quite easy to deal with. They do not pose a serious threat to professionals. Even Katie can destroy many of these monsters on her own, so they didn't scare the team members. The problem is rather in their number. When there are too many of these green monsters, it becomes difficult to stop them. Kim destroyed more than 10 monsters very quickly. Was Katie surprised when he became so strong? The guy explained that he trained hard and was able to make rapid progress. He thought that Katie should also start training with Linda so they could help each other. If they fight at least 3 times a week, the Kenties will make incredible progress. Soon, Kim began to feel the aura of the stars, which means only one thing: they are almost there. When the guy saw what they were looking for, he pulled out his weapon and asked everyone to step back. He also ordered them to put on their masks more tightly and not to interfere with his work. He immediately started using his weapon while the rest of the team waited patiently for him. Soon, the large purple crystal began to crack, and it became clear that a monster would soon appear. And so it was in a few minutes. This cockroach is really big, even bigger than they say. It's all because of him. The reason why the townspeople were doomed to death in their past lives was his poison. Conventional gas masks did not help, and the losses were incredibly high. Now with Kim, I am sure that he can destroy this monster without his main weapon, poison. He is not so strong anymore. But we must not forget that in addition to this scorpion, we will soon have to catch another one. Even though the scorpion's level is lower than the guardians, you still need to act like a real team to defeat it. Another dungeon was also being explored, and the Rising Guild did not stop in its tracks. They found a large medium-level crystal, whereas before they had only come across low-level crystals. However, so far, Edward has not seen any special signs in this dungeon, although such crystals are a great benefit. If you make equipment from these crystals, you can become the strongest guild. They did the right thing by coming to the entire dungeon, and the search is almost complete. The boss was informed that the other team members had found a huge hole. It looks like they want to take everything here and leave nothing behind. These guys don't even realize that they are being watched by a spy from the Guild of God Killers. Taylor began to feel that real problems were beginning, and if they went down to the very end, they would be in a dangerous zone. If it were an ordinary situation, his goddess would have ordered him to save them. Taylor would have done it even without her advice, but now the situation is completely different, and he can't figure out what to do. She sent him a message telling him to get out of this dungeon as soon as possible. But Taylor is not a weak character to leave these people to their fate. That's why his goddess began to convince him that they were not ordinary people, but players who were stronger than him, so he didn't need to worry about them. But Taylor is still a military man, and even if they are players, he still has to protect them. Taylor felt the greatest joy when he was made an avatar. It was the happiest moment after changing the world. He was told that he had the heart of a hero, and those who have the heart of a hero are not inferior even to mythical heroes. That's why the goddess offered him to work together as a team. And if Taylor now turns around and starts running away, will her words be worth anything now? The goddess of justice, Aster, recognized that he was right and said she was proud of her avatar. Meanwhile, Edward found a stone with the seal of the dungeon, which is interesting. This crystal is incredibly large, and when you see it shining, you immediately feel a high level of excitement. Suddenly, Taylor ran into the room and ordered all the members of the upstart guild to flee immediately. He said that the monster had a lot of poisonous gas inside, and if they didn't hurry, they would all die here. Of course, Edward was shocked by these words. He did not understand who this guy was and where he got this information. But suddenly the crystal really began to behave strangely, and it became clear that Taylor was telling the truth. But there is one problem. We should have retreated much earlier, not when the scorpion was already born. Now this huge cockroach can cause real havoc in this dungeon. Even the scorpion didn't expect the cracks in the crystal to appear so quickly, so he thanked the guild for that. He is a Scorpio Antares, and he has a reason for being interested in this game on Earth. The reason is quite simple. The Raven Karas died, and his constellation was given to an ordinary guy. That's why when he was asked for a few scorpions to play with, he expressed a desire to personally participate. But it was necessary to adjust the difficulty level because it is the 12th constellation and has divine power above the average level. That's exactly what happened, and he doesn't like the decrease in his score, but overall it's not a big deal. Running away from this monster is not the worst solution. The scorpion likes it and usually starts using poison. Also, the monster immediately saw that there was a god avatar in this room. It seems that he knew in advance about the appearance of the scorpion. But Taylor doesn't look like a very special player. The game has just started, so there is no player who can kill the constellation. Surely there is another way to win. And it was this way that the one who killed the Carp Crow had learned. Scorpion began to destroy the fighters of the Rising Guild very quickly, and Edward began to panic. His people begged for rescue and help, but stopping this monster is almost impossible for ordinary players. Just a little touch and they are already torn apart. It's not even interesting. Only two brave souls decided to challenge this big cockroach, Edward and Taylor. He immediately felt their power and became more interested. After all, he was fighting against a guild leader and an avatar. Taylor was already sweating profusely, and he was beginning to regret that he had decided to stay here and not run away. Edward was also dissatisfied with his strategy because his guild members suffered because of it. Taylor asked Edward to run for his life, saying that he could hold off the scorpion. But this huge man was not going to do that. He was sure that the monster would soon relax and they would have a chance to attack. No one knows about this, so there may not be a second chance to escape, and it is better to escape while there is still time. Although it was hard to accept, Edward understands that it is true. He does not have the strength to defeat the monster. That is why he agreed to run away and left Taylor alone against the huge scorpion. The monster was surprised by Taylor's behavior. In such a situation, it would be pointless to sacrifice oneself. He warned the boy that all these soldiers would die anyway if he went outside. After that, the scorpion began to attack the boy and press him with all its might. Is this really the end for a foreign warrior? Will Lin really remain an orphan? In those last seconds, he thought about his team and realized that they would definitely be able to take care of his daughter. She is old enough to not allow anyone to hurt her, so you don't have to worry about her. In those difficult seconds, Taylor felt that his bones were about to break, and blood came out of his mouth. Suddenly a goddess began to address him, asking him to become her representative. At first, Taylor began to think that he was imagining it all, perhaps because of the sheer strain his brain could not take it. But the scorpion also heard these words, and he doesn't understand what she's talking about. Does she really want to make an alliance that wasn't made even in the days of myths? Perhaps the Aster has completely lost her mind because of the sadness for her avatar. Does she really want to make this ordinary guy a representative of the goddess of justice? Suddenly, another guy intervened and said that the goddess had to wait a bit. Scorpio was surprised that someone came to save this foreign soldier. I think everyone has already guessed that only Kim could intervene in such a hopeless situation. Scorpio was shocked that there was a player who could stop his attack. Then Kim turned to Astra. He said that Taylor is the perfect representative for her, but she knows it won't work out. She couldn't understand how he knew all this, and Kim replied that he had this skill. She chose Taylor to be her representative to save his life, but now she's better off waiting. Kim was pleased that he decided to give this guy his bracelet. This item turned out to be useful. This bracelet, depending on the user's state, allows you to instantly travel to the location of the owner of the bracelet. Is Taylor really not capable enough to become a representative of the goddess? He assured me that this was not the case at all. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to withstand this. The problem is that Taylor is too strong for Astra. If she uses all his power, her body will not withstand it and will explode. Taylor was happy that he was alive anyway, and he immediately began to thank his rescuer for his help. Kim replied that it was not difficult for him to do so, and assured him that Taylor could rest a bit while he worked on the scorpion. Of course, the monster was incredibly angry that these people dared to talk about such things in his presence. Kim is well aware that Antares has come here to personally check how Kim killed the Caracas. This is exactly the behavior of this scorpion. Now he will feel all the anger of this guy. The horse promised that he would beat the scorpion so hard that it would start to regret being born. Kara's, which was an ordinary constellation, could not fully show its power in the battle against the Kim. But Scorpio is a higher-level constellation, so this battle will certainly be much harder for the guy. This battle is quite unequal, because the scorpion has much more powerful parameters, but the horse is much smarter than it. The monster is not satisfied with all these ostentatious techniques. He warns that he should not be underestimated. But the captain of the Assassin's Guild never underestimates his opponents, and he has already felt how hard the monster's skin is. After realizing its weaknesses and strengths, he began to aim for the area near the monster's joints. It can resemble a real chess game, which is how you can describe the battles in which a Kim participates. But now the scorpion has something to respond to these smart attacks. It has poison gas. This monster probably underestimates his opponent too much. He thinks that Kim came here alone. But we shouldn't forget that if a Kim goes somewhere, his loyal friends almost always go with him. Linda pulled out her mace and began to aim for the scorpion's head. It was a powerful and accurate shot by the wielder of the power of the Death Star. And that's how you drink these cockroaches. He realized that he had to take advantage of this pause and finish off the wounded beast. Taylor did not stand aside and also decided to help his team. It was time to show off his big biceps. He doesn't have superpowers, but having such powerful hands is like being an Iron Man. With Taylor, Kim, and Linda's help, they can be even more active and attack the scorpion from different angles. This is exactly what was done, and this disgusting guy finally began to feel real pain. He realized that the situation was getting out of his control, and now he understands how they defeated the Raven. He is especially interested in this guy in the cloak, although his equipment looks ordinary, but these techniques are quite interesting. All this is very annoying for a Scorpio because it cannot use its invincible power. He got angry and decided to show who he was, because this monster is an Antares, the 12th sign of the zodiac and the highest-ranking constellation. The monster could already guess that his poisonous gas does not work on opponents, but why does he spray it so much? Later, it became clear that this was all a cunning plan to retreat, but also a possible counterattack without warning. That's exactly what happened in a few seconds. It was a treacherous trap of a large scorpion. He made them believe that he started to run away, and a few seconds later showed his true face. Kim started thinking about a plan to win, and he asked Lin to start stalling for time. Scorpio quickly realizes the location of its enemies through vibration, so it needs to be distracted. This was not exactly what Linda wanted, but she agreed to the request. Of course, this girl would like to destroy and kill, but stalling can also be an interesting task. After that, Kim turned to Taylor. He asked Taylor to contact the goddess, and he did so urgently. The fact is that Kim wants to ask her for the power of the 7th zodiac sign, no matter how strange it may seem. Soon, Taylor fulfilled his team captain's request and called the goddess. The zodiac sign is scales, so he wants the goddess to summon a Libra, which is the Latin name for this zodiac. The goddess did not ask how Kim knew all this, as she knew that he would not answer these questions. But does he really want Taylor to use the scales? If so, she cannot give her consent. Kim assured me that even if Taylor can't control this zodiac sign, all the goddess has to do is summon it. Meanwhile, the battle with the scorpion continued, and Linda tried her best to stall for time. It wasn't easy for her, but Kim asked her to find the strength to continue doing it for at least a few minutes. He even managed to save the girl with the help of an orichalcum coating, as another second would have left her dead. Taylor began to guess what exactly Kim wanted to do. He began to do everything in his power to help the guy, but even his breathing stopped at those moments. Soon, he was finally able to say the right words and summon the scales of the goddess Libra. In different parts of the city, we immediately noticed something interesting in the sky, a glow coming from the territories for which the Ascendant Guild is responsible. Even Brian couldn't understand what was going on there, which is probably why Kim asked him not to go into the dungeon. It seemed that a huge yellow heavenly beam was now attacking the Earth, although it looked very beautiful. The team of god-killers surprised the Scorpion. He did not expect that they could really summon a Libra. He thinks that they are all crazy because there is no one here who has divine skills. Scorpio doesn't understand why call a Libra if no one can even pick up the scales. It wasn't until later that the Scorpion began to realize what these brazen players were doing, but it was too late. This was exactly Kim's plan, to cause a huge scale and destroy the Scorpion. Finally, it became clear that this monster had calmed down a bit, and now he would talk less. This is the Libra, and it disappeared immediately because there was no user. This is probably because Taylor immediately lost consciousness after the blow. He used all his strength and played his role perfectly. Now it's Kim's turn to act. The case is not over yet, and the Scorpion is still alive. Even though he is seriously wounded, this guy still poses a serious threat, so he must be destroyed. Now I couldn't believe that he could really die at the hands of a player during only the 5th task. All this seemed absolutely absurd to him. He could hardly have believed it an hour ago. He screamed with his last strength and tried to stop it all, but only death awaited him. Kim showed all his power and made this monster never doubt his abilities again. Everything happened exactly as Kim thought it would. The death of the 12th zodiac sign is a big problem that cannot be compared to a car accident. The creator had to make a personal effort to do this, and the guy was upset because he could have received a reward. But if the creator really intervened in this situation, the system cannot leave it unanswered. And so it happened. Kim beat the Scorpion to death and got the Scorpion Hunter achievement. Now he can choose a skill of rank A. Of course, the guy is very happy about it, but if he had killed the monster personally, he could have gained the divinity skill. Suddenly he felt that magic began to activate very strongly around him. It became clear that it was the astral metal Esther, the same one that the boy had learned about in his first life. This metal is similar in power to mithril, but it has a stronger resistance to magic. As for the conductivity of magic, it is the best metal of all. It retains all the strengths of other metals, and this is the unique power of Esther's. Kim took it in his hands and started thinking about whether it would be enough for startup capital. But now he has a completely different problem. He has to take 2 of his friends with him on his own. The only way to do this is to start flying like Superman, and with the skills of a crow, it is possible. Many players around saw everything that was happening, and they have already started to create legends about the guy in the black cloak. Soon after, an updated guild ranking was released, with Godslayers in first place, Genesis in second place, and then the Ascendant Guild. But now let's move a little bit to a completely different side of this city and watch an interesting character. I think everyone remembers who saved Thomas and prevented him from dying. This girl is constantly lying on the bed and doing nothing. Thomas offered to spar with her to have some fun, but she said it would be uninteresting. Then he suggested that she return to the world of the devil, because if she sleeps all the time, the demons will start talking behind her back. But even this offer she rejected. No one dares to talk behind her back. The problem is that she is too lazy. So you can't understand how such a lazy girl could take the 3rd place in the world of devils. She probably became this way because she was too strong from childhood, never trained, and did not do uninteresting things. This is a feature of the strongest in the world, but there is one person who is interested in it. This is a girl with golden hair, and if she wants to become a demon, she will have to give up her place. Thomas doesn't understand why she let him live at all. He's just a low-level player who only wants to get stronger. She explained that she found him to be a rather interesting toy, like an antipode for her. He reminds her of a little teddy bear that children play with. Observers are no longer interesting. It's better to look at everything in real life. She believes that Thomas should become stronger and take revenge on the crow, but the boy admits defeat. If they see each other, they will fight, but Thomas has no desire for revenge, that's all. The demoness packed her things and said it was time to go for a walk. She was probably up to something again. Thomas was unhappy to have to go for a walk in such sunny weather, so she called him a stupid worm. He doesn't understand what's going on in her head at all. This girl is constantly changing her plans. They came to some unknown territory of the plant to think that it was all absurd. But suddenly Thomas noticed a child running around in this place. It looked like a little girl. The demoness said that he did not stand there but started acting. Otherwise, this child could die. It seems that times have changed and now demons are ready to save children. It's all getting too weird. There was nothing but death in this guy's future, but recently everything has changed and become a fog, so it's hard to predict anything. Someone who should not have been here from the very beginning intervened in this case. The people in blue cloaks are trying their best to catch up with this girl, knowing that there is a dead end ahead. That is why they are so confident that they will be able to catch up, but in this game, everything is always too complicated. The girl looks very frightened and starts crying. It is obvious that she is already panicking. But suddenly she hit something or someone because she wasn't looking at her feet. A little later it became clear that Thomas was on her way. He looked too dangerous in that mask. Looking at his black clothes, she began to realize that he was also a demon. All this scared the girl, but a little later she began to think that he might be a contractor. It is strange that she met him trying to escape from the devil's servant, but in any case, she should ask for help. A little later, the devil's servants caught up with the girl and tried to figure out who was standing next to her. Thomas can't understand why they are dressed like that. They used to wear only black clothes, but now they have changed to blue. One of them started talking to Thomas and told him to give them the child, but Thomas decided that his fist would speak for him. It was a really powerful punch, like Mike Tyson hitting his opponent with all his might. Thomas warned them that if they did not turn around and start running away, everyone would die in this place. Of course, this was enough to make all the devil's servants run home. No one wants to test this guy's strength. Soon the girl was rescued, although some of the devil's servants did not have time to escape and received several blows to the face. It was time to ask this girl why these people were trying to catch up with her, and they were doing it as a pack. The girl started to worry, so Thomas told her she didn't have to answer his questions, and she was free to go. She could not believe that he was really ready to let her go home. He probably started asking too many unnecessary questions, but if they try to grab her again, he won't be around. This girl is behaving very strangely. She says almost nothing and is constantly watching Thomas. All this time, the demoness was watching them, and it was clear that she was pleased with the performance. Later, she immediately ran up to the child and asked him what his name was. The girl was very frightened, but still answered the question and said that her name was Barbara. Then the demon told Thomas that if he took this girl with him, she would leave separately from them. But the guy planned to leave Barbara here and not take her with him, even though she is not an ordinary child. Suddenly, Barbara said that Thomas had changed her fate because she was supposed to die here from the very beginning, a plot twist that was hard to predict. The girl ran up to him and asked him to take her with him, a rather strange suggestion. She began to explain that she could see the future, and that's why Thomas immediately became nervous. She explained that she is the avatar of Skulda, a goddess who can control the future. That's why this girl knows how this game will end. And at that moment, Thomas began to realize how important a treasure he had gotten his hands on. If he doesn't take her in, her brother will die, at least she is sure of that. The girl burst into tears and began to shake as if she had a fever, and her brother was probably really dying. She had to die. Then her brother would have decided to take revenge, escaped from prison, and would have remained alive. But everything happened quite the opposite, and now he has to die, and she doesn't want that to happen. So the Azazel knew all this and deliberately brought him here. It was not an easy walk. The demoness said that Thomas could do whatever he wanted, and she would walk around a bit. The guy got on his motorcycle and told Barbara to do the same. They should come back and talk. The girl later said that those who kidnapped her and her brother were a guild that competes with the rising moon. She also said that this guild is called a mountain spring, and that's all she knows. Thomas had heard stories about this guild for a long time. They used to be part of a black brotherhood, but then they deviated from them. It is not surprising that they are now engaged in bad deeds, but have they really started kidnapping children? Barbara explained that they were trying to steal and use the skills, and that the future could be used to benefit the guild. Of course, the girl didn't want to help them, and that's why they took her brother hostage, at which point the Azazel appeared in the room. Barbara said that she can see the future quite accurately to begin with. What will happen in 3 seconds? There is almost no recharge for her skill, so she can use this technique all the time. It also sees clear dates, such as a few days or months, but the further into the future, the longer the recharge time. It's a much bigger skill than the technique of an ordinary avatar, and perhaps personal skills are also involved. The girl also said that this is not all. She knows how the game will end, and this is her main weapon. All this is strange because even the gods are not allowed to know about it, although if we are talking about a person, he could bypass the system. To be more precise, Barbara can see the end of the game. She sees the end of this particular world. In most cases, such games always end badly, and it will probably be the same here. But Barbara replied that this was not the case at all, that this game had a completely different ending. Not bad, but not good either. The most interesting thing is that the end has already changed once, and she doesn't know why. From the very beginning, she knew what the end would be, even before the game started. She knew that only one player would survive, meaning that the ending of the game would be bad, the world would be lonely. But just before she started, the ending of this game changed completely, and it keeps her awake at night. Then Barbara saw that the end would be completely different, not like it was before. Usually it happens when she is sleeping. The girl has strange dreams that later become reality. It was the same with the game's finale. It changed, and she began to see completely different pictures. In these dreams, there was also an Azazel, and she, like the other demons, came to bow down before their king. This king will be called the King of the Demons of Madness, and we all understand who he looks like. However, now Kim is far from becoming the King of the Demons of Madness. He is quietly spending time in his safe territory. The guy planned to stay in 2nd or 3rd place, but it so happened that they won the competition. During all this time, Maria has managed to grow up a lot. This special child is approaching adolescence. Now she can't figure out what she should call Kim, because they have an unclear relationship. She said that she wanted to call him Dad or Mom, but he got very angry and said that she could not do that. He is well aware that she has no mother, although if you think about it, Lynn has taken on the responsibilities of a mother. The guy said she should call them all by their first names. It would be easier and no one would be offended. Katie is very much connected to the Mary. She says that this cold creature is very beautiful and always takes her with her. Perhaps it's all because of the unicorn blood in her body. The girl already has 5 magic attack techniques and even a regeneration skill. If it continues to progress so quickly, it will become a very serious force. The girl told us that there was a dungeon that Kim had been waiting for so long, and that's why she came here. Kim immediately thought about it. The business with this dungeon is very important, and he has to be careful. It's time to harness the power of the Raven and go on a little exploration. Soon he found what he was looking for, a dungeon of dreams, and it was special. With the help of the crow's skill, Kim can follow him from a long distance, and the constellation of cuirasses is to thank for this. A little later, the boy stood up and said that Mary should also go with him because he needed her strength. He probably refers to the power of the sacred animal to open the door to this dungeon. The Dungeon of Dreams, unlike other similar places, is separated from the world, and this is its main decoration. Such dungeons are called instances, so to enter the Dungeon of Dreams, you need an object with sacred power. But despite such great restrictions, you can get something important as a reward. Called the Lapless Sandglass, this treasure belongs to the S rank and is capable of showing the future of one person for 30 minutes. But it's hard to take this reward seriously enough, because 30 minutes is too short to travel to the future. Linda said she also wanted to enter this dungeon and see what it really looks like. Moreover, when Kim goes inside, someone will have to look after Maria. Kim agreed to these conditions. They decided to go there and face the first problem, which was the door of this dungeon. He looked at Mary and said that she was the one who should open them, but he did not explain how. Suddenly, the girl, using her horn, created something similar to a soap bubble that flew towards the door. Kim and Linda watched in silence and did not even dare to intervene. Soon, the gates to the Dungeon of Dreams were finally opened, and that's how Maria became a full-fledged member of the team. Kim told the girls that they didn't have to wait here, but could go home slowly. The time has come to enter this dungeon alone, and if something happens, he must rely only on himself. The conditions for clearing the Dungeon of Dreams depend on who entered it. It's mostly about the person you want to see the most. This is Kim's first time in this dungeon. He had only heard stories about it before, and now he is seeing memories from his past life. It is not clear when exactly he was in this building. It all looks like a fog. Suddenly, the guy heard an explosion near him, and although it's a memory, everything looks very real, and Kim feels real emotions. Then some unknown large blue energy appeared, as if it had imprisoned Kim. But it didn't last long, and then he became free again, like a bad dream. This is probably what he regrets most of all, the task from his past life. The memories immediately became much sharper. He felt the emotions he felt at that moment. An unknown guy in yellow glasses appeared behind him, looking like a clown. Kim immediately became angry and prepared for a fight. He felt the unknown approaching and prepared his fists. Although Kim is famous for his high-speed attacks, which are compared to the speed of lightning, even this was enough. His opponent was even more agile and was able to quickly retreat to a safe distance. Later, Kim recognized him and asked him what he was doing here at this late hour. This guy with the strange glasses is Christopher. He said he came to kill Kim. This is exactly what the guy expected to hear. It matches his memories, so everything was planned perfectly. Christopher said that Kim should have agreed to the terms. It's better to save the players, not the ordinary people, but there are too many of them. Christopher also knows that Kim still tried to attack them, tried to hide and do everything in the dark. It's as if the Dungeon of Dreams is trying to make the Kim laugh. It's all absurd. This assignment is one of the ones he regrets the most, even though its conditions were quite simple. 1,000 ordinary players and 1,000 ordinary people. You had to choose one side and save them. Each of the teams could not leave the area monitored by the Game Master. The other players had to choose one side and then kill the opposing team, so it's a really horrible task. Kim chose 1,000 players because players are more needed in this world than ordinary people, so he has to fight Christopher. But now it looks like he's not going to do it at all. Christopher said that if Kim quietly returned, he would make an exception and not kill him. He doesn't have the attitude of killing all enemies, although the others do. Kim said that he is now ready to quietly retreat, but this does not mean that he is abandoning the task. Christopher is too overconfident, and there is an explanation for this. At that time, his guild was the strongest, and so Kim pretended to retreat. Of course, this guy realized that this was not at all like Kim's behavior, but he was still very confident in the victory of his team. After a few seconds, Kim disappeared. He had too many thoughts in his head. It's unclear how old he was then. I think he had just turned 30, so his body was not so young anymore. In general, this moment was not the same as in his past life, because Kim still had to kill Christopher. I wonder how his guild will react to this. What Christopher will think about Kim's decision to run away. Meanwhile, people began to gather around one of the strongest players in the game, a girl named Lin. In his past life, Kim made his choice and regretted it a lot. He could not forget that day. In that task, he killed Lin, which is all paradoxical because now, in this life, they are members of the same team. After that, Kim would go back and think it was over. Donald met him, greeted him, and asked him if everything worked out. Kim replied that his plan failed. There were too many things in the way, so he got out of there to begin with. He looked at the Donald and thought he seemed like a stranger, which is a rather strange feeling. A lot of people gathered around and everyone wanted to ask their question. People were wondering if Kim would continue. The guy grabbed his head and said that he didn't know anything for sure. He needed to think carefully and prepare his equipment. A little while later, it all ended, even though it looked so real, but it was still a bad dream. Kim woke up feeling a cold sweat on his body. Nightmares are really horrible. He looked at the system and saw that his rate of progress was much slower than in his second life. All his indicators were much weaker. His speed was not a strong point at all. The task hasn't changed. He has to clear the Dungeon of Dreams, but if he dies inside his memories, he will die in real life. Now his memories have taken shape, and he has to complete the task thanks to his memories. The level of difficulty is quite high. Suddenly, he heard someone talking to him. It was a woman's voice, and he remembered that she was supposed to be transformed at that time. It was a witch. She noticed that he was also in a bad mood today, but she came to support him anyway. Kim is upset because this world is approaching destruction. He came back too late, and it can't be changed. But it would be wrong to blame her, because she is really sincerely trying to save humanity. This witch's name is Idra, and Kim said he wanted to ask her a question, but she was very surprised to hear her name. It seems as if he is not her avatar at all and cannot use her name. This witch immediately blushed as if she was ashamed of it. Perhaps he had never said her name. Idra, the Witch of Dreams, is an external god who appears in ancient myths and is also the only deity who is interested in people. In other words, it's a deity from another world who wanted to participate in a game from another galaxy. But there was no such creature who could tell her anything. No matter what she did, she had the power to forgive everything. Perhaps that's why even the system itself left her alone, and later Kim still didn't understand why she chose him as her avatar. In any case, she constantly supported him, wanting all of humanity to survive. But after the destruction of the world, she disappeared. Kim began to ask her about the Dungeon of Dreams, a question she did not expect at all. Only now she realized why her avatar was always upset. That's the problem. Probably because this is a Dungeon of Dreams, and that's why he called her by name. Now the puzzle is complete. Any creature that has its own individuality behaves in this way, and this applies to people and gods who look like people. If Kim can feel insects, he can't avoid it. He's not the kind of insect who depends on his memories to talk about them. The witch is sure that he hasn't been to the Dungeon of Dreams yet, so his problems are not related to this place. Kim asked the Circle Witch if it bothered her that she was not real, but the woman replied that it gave her a sense of pleasure. Kim asked her to tell him all about the Dungeon of Dreams because this topic worries him. This dungeon is too perfect. Kim does not remember the faces of all the players he met, but this person definitely existed in this world. That's why he wants to know if this person was created by the dungeon or really participated in that event. Human memories are too imperfect, and it is impossible to create this world with them alone. Based on these memories, we are now searching for that period of time, and then copying the Kim world, which is possible for the system. The witch explained that now the boy's past or his future would take shape. The people who exist here begin to behave like those characters, but they are not real. They are just copies created by the dungeon. Even the witch is a mere copy, so it's only now that Kim begins to understand all of this, especially how to accomplish this task. To clear the dream dungeon, he needs to complete this stupid task first, and this can be done in the same way as in his past life. But if he wants to be properly rewarded, the answer he already knows won't work. The result that the Dungeon of Dreams wants to see is not a repetition of the past. It needs to be perfect, not like the last time. If he had been able to save that child then, if he had only made a different choice, what would have happened? It's time to go back to my friend and talk to him. He's been spending all this time in the workshop. Kim came to Donald and said that he wanted to find Katie to help him in the battle. It is unlikely that she will agree. This girl always does things differently, but Kim really wants to get an item that she can make. It's an elixir, although maybe Donald can do it as well, although anything to do with alchemy is quite a difficult task. Donald said that none of the players can know her whereabouts. She hides herself too much. If even Donald, who is the best equipment manufacturer and knows all the best players, doesn't know where it is, then that's a problem. Very quickly, Kim realized that he couldn't even enter the Deities' chat room, so he was running out of ideas. He decided to talk to the witch and ask her, but the Idra said that he had become just like a child. Usually he just ignores her all the time, but it's only a dream, so you can afford to be a little more cheeky. Kim said that she could have written him a letter to avoid coming in person, because appearing in character is also worth a lot of points. The witch replied that it was better for her, that it was actually just a dream, so there was no point in keeping her points. After that, Idra told us exactly where Katie was, so we decided to go there right away. It's very interesting to see what Katie was like in this timeline. Maybe she's older? Later, Kim found the place where his friend was supposed to be. It's old school, a rather strange place to hide from the world. The guy immediately went inside and saw that everything around him was destroyed. It was a perfect place for filming a horror movie. There were many corpses around, and the worst part was that one body was wearing a uniform worn by Katie. The guy started to worry, but suddenly his intuition began to tell him about the impending danger. His intuition almost never fails him, and this time is no exception, because he was really attacked by someone. Kim was able to defend himself from this attack and heard a woman's voice. He said he did not expect such a sneak attack. It was Katie. She looked different and was older. She said that this world had completely plunged into chaos. That's why it's better to attack first than to be stabbed in the back, and Kim was happy to see her and hear her voice. She said that they hadn't seen each other for quite a while, about 2 years, and she hadn't seen his horrible face. Of course, she asked why the boy came to her. Was he so sad that he had traveled so far? The guy said that with the help of his god, he was able to find it. It was not very difficult. She used to be a favorite of the gods too, and it was an interesting time, but a year ago it all ended. The last time Kim saw her, there was no observer near her, and anyway, this game is just fun for the gods, who then leave their avatars. The girl realized that if Kim had come all this way to find her, there must be a good reason for it. She asked him to follow her because this place was not the best atmosphere for serious conversations. But the place she brought him to was not much better than the corridors of that old school. Looking around, he saw various photographs, and Kim immediately realized that these were dead people. Katie explained that these were her classmates, but she could not find photos of all of them. It became clear that all of them were her friends, although in reality she had much fewer close people. The world started to change, so Katie also had to adapt to it. She was always a quiet and silent child. When she completed the first task in the game, she realized that it couldn't go on like this. Katie realized that she had to survive in any way possible, and she learned to pretend quite well. The game started as if yesterday. She and her friends came to the city for a walk, and the whole world turned upside down. Then she had to get separated from her friends, and after that, she tried to find them for a long time. At first, we had no money, so we had to rob banks, but it was all pointless. The school uniform was the only thing that united them, so she could not wear other clothes. Later, the girl managed to find her friends, but it was too late. They were able to hold out for a very long time, probably made a contract with demons, but then they were used and killed. It seems to her that it's all just a dream, but she still tries to remember the dead. Her parents also died on the first day of the game, so she had nowhere to go. Kim thought it was all done by demons from the Dark Brotherhood, but later he realized that he had killed all of its members, so how could that be possible? He immediately began to worry and asked Katie if her friends belonged to the Dark Brotherhood, the one run by the Nibiros. The girl said that her friends were elsewhere, and now it is better to be careful with those who have made a contract with demons. The girl was surprised that Kim was asking her so many questions. She didn't understand why he came. The boy explained that he wanted her to help him pass the assignment, but after everything he heard, he believed that she would not be able to do it. All this time he thought she would be able to make the elixir, but now he is not sure. The girl said that it was not a problem for her, and started asking questions about the amount of elixir. Kim assured her that 1 bottle would be enough, and said he had one more request. He pulled something out of his pocket and asked her to do the same so that higher-ranking players could use it. Far enough away from their secret conversation, some also talked about Kim. Christopher still couldn't understand why Kim did this, first stepping back and then disappearing completely. It was not like him at all. Christopher was asked not to be distracted and to think about his business later, as he had an important meeting. They have no right to be distracted by various nonsense at such a difficult time. There is only a week left before the task, and it is a meeting of the Agatram Guild. All the main characters are gathered. The leader of this guild, Joseph, said that it was time to end all these affairs. Charles said he could easily solve all these problems himself. He just needed to use his best skills. But the leader replied that we shouldn't underestimate our opponents, even though they are a pretty strong guild, but there are also capable players among the opponents. Charles disagreed, saying that their rivals were just a weak guild of geniuses and they had nothing to fear. However, we must not forget that this guild has the sacred Virgin Ruth, as well as the guy in black. Charles immediately reminded me of him, the same strange guy who uses different types of weapons. Finally, Joseph remembered him. This is the guy who constantly interferes with them. Most likely he is the strongest player on their team. That's why they started looking at the youngest player in the guild. Doesn't she want to try to kill this guy in black? Suddenly, someone entered their room and began apologizing for interrupting their negotiations. He said that they had serious problems. A large number of players were found outside the quarantine zone. All this time, everything was too quiet, so these players were constantly preparing. Charles wanted to go out and deal with them, but it could damage the guild, which is why the Hun will personally take on the case. Meanwhile, all the important processes were completed, and Katie was able to make the elixir and various items in just 2 days. She explained that she had a lot of free time, so she was able to do it all so quickly. Still, we must admit that Katie from the future is on a different level, which is why it was the right decision to ask her for help. Only now Kim realized that today was the day when they would be attacked with an incredibly powerful attack. Although he immediately joined afterwards as soon as he could recover from the battle with Christopher, and they won. Most of them had to be killed with a covert attack. There was no other option for victory. Kim also mentioned that the Hun will be participating in this battle, so now will be the perfect opportunity to defeat him while he is acting alone. This whole situation is beginning to escalate, and the events in this timeline are also very interesting. Many players gathered and planned their future actions. It was obvious that they were excited. All this is because the Hun appeared, and they believed that he had to be killed immediately as soon as they started attacking. Even a healthy soldier came and said he was giving them 10 minutes to get out of here, because this was the last warning. There were problems among the players. Some believed that fighting the Huns was suicide, while others thought it was a matter of honor. But it was all strange, of course. The Hun is much stronger than these players, but why does he give several warnings? Maybe there is a reason why he can't fight, but in any case, there will be someone left. The players said that they were not going to back down and would attack. Today they want to destroy the Huns once and for all. This great and strong warrior remained calm. He said that he accepted this choice and was ready to show them his power. The Lord then told his aides that he would be able to resolve the issue himself. He was informed that his opponent had a high rank, but the Hun replied that he did not care at all. Now we will see what this healthy man is capable of. Maybe he is really as dangerous as they say. The battles were officially launched, and each player began to use their strengths and try to win the battle quickly. So far, it all looked strange, because the Hun didn't even try to block his opponent's blow. Perhaps he was too quick to this great man. Perhaps it was all just a cunning plan. Suddenly, the Hun began to look very surprised. He could not believe that his opponent really knew Baldra. It was hard to guess at first, but it seems that in Norse mythology, Baldur was the second son of Odin, the god of light. There is nothing to say here. This is a god of the highest category. He enjoyed universal love, and nothing in the world could harm him. It's time to show these arrogant players that they are worthless. Gong demonstrated his incredible strength and completely destroyed his opponent in a few seconds. Everyone was shocked by such brutality, and how could he defeat a high-ranked player with just one punch? At first, the players couldn't believe it, but soon realized that it was time to run. But this guy is not going to let them off so easily. They seem to have forgotten that he warned them 3 times about the consequences. They did not want to back down from the very beginning, so now they must be punished. Of course, everyone started to panic and even cry, which is understandable, especially given the level of their opponent. This guy is too big and powerful to even try to stop him. It was really suicide to fight him, and now these fools will remember this lesson for the rest of their lives. But a little while later, the goon stopped. He saw in front of him the same player in black, about whom everyone around him was actively talking. He is happy to have met this guy in person. He recognized him immediately. Everyone knows Kim's face. According to rumors, he is not someone who fights in open battles, and this is true. But Kim said he thought the Hun was trying to kill these fools, and he didn't like it. Gong started to worry. There was no one stronger than him in his guild, but Kim somehow managed to block his blow. Kim very quickly approached his opponent and said that he had completely forgotten about his worst habit in games. There are times when you have items that are not particularly valuable, but you don't use them. You accumulate these items and then you feel too sorry to use them, even though it's not worth it. In the past, Kim was too cautious, and he frankly admits it. But now the Hun will never be able to defeat him. After these words, the great warrior saw a message in front of him. His god warned him to flee immediately. Of course, the Hun was shocked and froze in place, as he had never received such a message from his god in his life. But everything happens for the first time, and within a few seconds he felt incredible pain. It was strange because he had just activated his skill, but it didn't help him at all in the battle against this black monster. The problem is that it's too late to run away now. The Hun is too badly wounded to do so. The last blow is coming, and this great warrior will remain only a part of history. A little while later, the battle was finally over, and Kim successfully returned to the Genesis Guild office. We must not forget that in this life he is a member of this team, and of course everyone is surprised that he was really able to defeat the Huns. Kim said quite calmly that he did not expect the rumors to spread so quickly, and said that this battle was quite simple for him. Brian was shocked. He knows very well that the Huns are not the type to be killed by accident. Kim is pleased with himself. Of course he figured that if his name became very famous, it would be easier to interfere in things. In his past life, he hardly ever used the name mistletoe, the tree that became the origin of Ragnarok in Norse mythology. This thing can nullify the skills of gods, and it could help reduce losses for their sides. Now Brian recognizes that Kim is much stronger than it seems at first glance. At least he can really stand up to all the leaders of the best guild, the Agathras. So far, Brian can't figure out if Kim is telling the truth or just trying to make a joke. Kim approached the leader of his guild and said that he needed 3 days to complete the task. Rumors that Kim had indeed managed to defeat such a strong opponent spread widely. Even the Sacred Maiden from the Genesis Guild, a girl named Ruth, found out about it, and she is a very strong and skilled player. Kim knows very well that she is the best healer of all the players. Her skills are incredible. She thanked him for his compliments, but she still can't understand why he brought the Hun body here. There is no particular reason for this, but Kim just wants her to save him. It all looks ridiculous. Why do it, and how exactly can she save a dead person? Kim keeps calling her a holy virgin, which makes her very angry, but she decides to try to help him. But there is one problem. This guy is dead, and his recovery skills are at 0. Kim was able to heal his wounds, which are barely noticeable because the guy had smeared an elixir on his body before he died. It's all very strange, and Ruth can't understand that if Kim anointed him with the elixir, why did the Hun die? It seems as if he is trying to test the girl's skills, but she is not going to believe his jokes again. If the elixir had worked, he would have survived, but he died after the Kim anointed his body. All of this is incredibly strange. Kim again began to pretend that he knew nothing, although he knew everything perfectly well. Water Ruth began to guess his insidious intentions. He wants to blame her for the boy's death. But Kim said that he had no one else to trust but her. He would try to destroy all the members of this guild together, so he would not contact her again. She asked to be warned in the future before such requests, so that she could have time to prepare. Kim promised that next time he would definitely bring a gift for the Holy Virgin. All these dialogues immediately make sense when you know the future, and when you know what will happen when this task is over. The Holy Virgin Ruth will die after that. This moment was only a nightmare of the dungeon, but when he comes out of there, it will all be over. In the past, he didn't even have time to say goodbye to her, although she was a very important person to him. After the battle with Christopher, she treated his wounds and was constantly by his side in difficult moments, but then he recovered, and they never met again. That's how the story ended, and that's why Kim feels sad in her heart. Now it's clear why he wants to give her a gift the next time they meet. Meanwhile, the Agathram Guild also heard these terrible rumors that the Kim had killed their strongest warrior. Joseph said that he knew about the Kim weakness, but it was highly likely that he was using a bridge. It became clear that the guy in black had prepared very well for the meeting with the Huns, and now he was ready to defeat any high-ranking player. Naturally, everyone started to worry, and now everyone feels threatened. But the most interesting thing is that Lin was not at all surprised by these events, of course, because Kim killed even her father. All these plot twists are very interesting. In the next life, they will be friends, although in the past it was quite the opposite. Everyone knows this story about Taylor, the hero who was able to defeat one of the 12 constellations, the golden calf Aldebaran. But then a Kim started hunting him down and successfully destroyed him, and for a long time everyone talked about it. But then the Kim disappeared, and the talk stopped. After that, the goddess made a contract with Lin, but she never said a word to her again, perhaps because of her father's death. Although he is sure that the goddess continues to watch over her, and she must kill this scoundrel named Kim. This girl really has a lot of talent and can do it any time. Charles said they can't wait any longer, and he's ready to kill Kim personally. Everyone in the room was very tense. It seemed that this situation really threw the whole guild out of rhythm. Most players were silently watching what the leader would do. Of course, he was expected to take decisive action, and he said that they could no longer be so weak. They always believed that no player could fight their best warriors. But as a result, they suffered incredible losses, and it all happened in just a few minutes. That is why they can no longer afford to relax, so everyone must realize that it is dangerous to walk without support. In 2 days, as soon as everything is ready, this person will definitely pay for what he did. And it is clear that Lin will be looking forward to this moment. She will enjoy every second of the guy in Black's death. However, these are just plans and dreams, and reality is not always as simple as we would like to see it. In real life, he has an incredible number of different talents and techniques. He moves unnoticed and attacks instantly, and even the best guilds will have a hard time dealing with him. He has now made all the preparations and will now begin active operations, and then the most interesting things are waiting for us. It became clear that the territory of ordinary citizens had already run out. With the help of her observer, the goddess asked the boy what he would do next. Of course, the answer was obvious. He said he would fight. Did he really think he could do everything on his own? The goddess didn't expect him to be so crazy. He hadn't done anything like that before, but now he's changed his approach. Even Kim doesn't understand why this happened, probably because he has learned much more than before and now knows that he has an Idra. Previously, he had always refused to use the power of the gods because he believed that it was tightening the rope around his own neck. In fact, it is, but let the rope be tightened because it doesn't really matter if the Kim escapes death. It's just a fantasy world, so you can behave much more relaxed than in real life. Meanwhile, the Agatram Guild was keeping a very close eye on all its territories. They saw that danger was approaching them, and judging by the fact that their opponents were acting in secret, there were few of them. A leader can observe the entire content, but never see them with their own eyes. Perhaps they are already outside this city, or they know how to properly cover their tracks. Jessica suggested that they should be destroyed outright, but it's dangerous because they don't know what to expect from their opponents. This girl is one of the leaders of the Agatram. She is a rather powerful player and always likes to be proactive. They asked her to take her time and wait for the best moment to attack, but she didn't like it. She said that usually Christopher is always ready to start a fight, but today he is behaving quite differently. The guy replied that he had a bad feeling, but they had to act because they risked being trapped. Jessica wasn't going to listen to all these pathetic guys anymore. She said she was ready to do it herself. That's what a woman is like. She does not like to sit and wait for the situation to escalate. She believes she can personally solve all the problems and destroy these small fish. But suddenly she began to feel something, whether she was imagining it or there was really someone here. She saw some dark energy behind the destroyed building, and it interested her. She started to approach and saw some unknown red flash of light. Later I realized that it was some unknown object, but it could be a bomb. She believes that this is a plan of some fool, because it will be difficult to undermine her, as she is a specialist in witchcraft. Now she can easily turn this object into an ordinary iron can. But suddenly this object began to glow strangely, even though Jessica had removed all the magic from it. It was clear from the girl's eyes that everything did not go according to her plan. She seems to be a bad expert in witchcraft. A little later, it became clear that it was all a trap. She was trying so hard to avoid it, to get into the very center of the events. Even all her incredible magical talents didn't help, and Jessica was roasted like a little grilled chicken. Everyone around us heard this huge explosion and saw flames and smoke, and some people were even injured. Later, it became clear that this smoke should not be inhaled because it is poisonous. But the problem was that it was everywhere, so it was almost impossible to avoid this polluted air. Somehow, Jessica managed to escape from the terrible flames, but she began to inhale too much smoke. She has not yet lost consciousness, but she is already beginning to feel the effects of this poison. A little later, she heard a man's voice saying that he expected her to find the explosives. Even though she managed to survive, all the other people suffered because of the poison, and she was the reason why the explosive went off. So it was all a cunning plan of the guy in black, and Jessica was just a pawn in this strategy. Kim apologized to her, but said that her time had already passed. Morian was really too annoying. She was surprised that Kim knew the name of her god. He was really an unusual guy, and that's why he had to be destroyed in one blow. But when you are trying to destroy a Kim, you must first of all make sure that you do not die in this battle. He hasn't seen a wizard for a long time, and such characters are really rare in this game. She didn't even notice his approach. It seems that the poison from the bomb had affected even her. He was able to defeat one of the leaders of this guild so easily. Even in this life, Kim became very strong. Now we need to destroy the others very quickly before they all gather together. Other members of the guild heard the explosion and realized that the danger was fast approaching their backs. Meanwhile, Kim continued to stay near Jesse's body and wait for the others to arrive. Suddenly he felt a completely different but strong energy approaching him. It was a couple of quite dangerous guys who came to destroy him. Christopher and Charles are in a bad mood today and are not going to joke around. They are out for revenge. Now Christopher immediately began to regret his previous decision. He should not have let this scoundrel go. He was too stupid to think that Kim was one of the players who fought for the people. He should have cut off his head back then. Now many ordinary people are dying because of this smog, and there is nowhere to run from it. This poison has already spread almost throughout the neighborhood, and now even the players are at risk of death. And now even Jessica is dead, so Kim definitely deserves to be executed, and we can't just leave it at that. These two guys are unusual players. Christopher is the avatar of the deity MANHUA, and Charles is the avatar of the deity Agni. This means that they can use the power of storm and fire, and this is a really dangerous symbiosis. Together, when they fight as a unit, these guys can cause a lot of trouble for anyone. You also need to understand that they are very motivated, and when you have additional motivation, you always fight more aggressively. The attack was launched, and to begin with, Kim decided to retreat a bit. This is the right decision, given that he is fighting two high-ranking opponents at the same time. Using his instant attack, Christopher was able to catch up with him, but it turned out to be just a shadow. It became clear that Kim would use all his tricks. No one said this battle would be easy. Now it seems that Kim is everywhere at the same time. It's called a game of shadows. All these warriors can fight at the same time and help Kim, and they also distract the attention of the opponents. Charles came to the main stage and asked his friend Christopher to dodge his upcoming attack so that he would not be hurt. It seems that now we will see what the real power of fire is, and whether it is really as dangerous as they say. But Kim can't just let this guy use his skills. It's too dangerous. That's why he activated the shield technique and blocked the fire attack, cunningly but effectively. All of this was created with the help of skills, but it's just a fire. You just need to block the supply of oxygen and magic, and it will go out. Of course, Charles didn't like this very much. He said that he had enough fire for a new attack. These guys are too angry with Kim, and because of that, they are completely losing their minds and their cool. So far, Kim has easily avoided all of their attacks, but because of his anger, they are becoming too predictable. But don't underestimate them. They are avatars of high-ranking gods, and this is always dangerous. Even though they are tired after several minutes of intense battle, they still continue to fight. It is unclear what Joseph is doing right now. Perhaps he has entrusted this matter to these two soldiers, or perhaps he is busy with his own affairs. In any case, it's an ideal situation for Kim. His opponents look tired and he's ready to take advantage of it. He smiled and said that he would not run away from them anymore and was ready to take the fight to the opposite side. They were immediately happy that he was ready to take their blow and die on the spot. But Kim assured me that there was no need to run away anymore, and that they would be the ones who would actually face serious problems. However, Christopher began to suspect that something was wrong here. He knows that Kim almost never interferes unless it is to his advantage. He fights only when he is absolutely sure of his victory, and this is his way of introducing a case. At first, this guy was hiding, and then he came to them without any help. In addition, he behaves too boldly in the battle with the two guild leaders, which he would never do in normal life. It was through these thoughts that Christopher began to realize that it was all a big trap. He immediately grabbed his friend and told him that they had to leave immediately and could not wait even a second. Of course, his intellectual abilities should be noted, but it was too late to run away because these mice were caught in a mousetrap. They immediately realized that they were in a difficult situation and should have fled earlier. It seems that Kim has learned to use magic because what is happening now cannot be called otherwise. The guy explained that he didn't even use it. All he did was activate the magic tool. Now this item does all the dirty work for him. He only needed to install it here earlier. It can be called a swamp with a special paralyzing poison, a really unpleasant thing. Kim immediately warned the boys not to think he was being mean because they were fighting 2 against 1. Now it became clear why Kim initially killed Jessica, because she was a sorcerer. If this girl had been with her friends at the time, they could have broken the spell. If they could have guessed his insidious intentions earlier, this would not have happened. They were trying to have fun and paid for it seriously, which will be a great lesson for them in the future. It's also hard work to eliminate each dangerous player individually. Kim tried to do it quietly, but it didn't work, and the guild leader had already guessed everything. Now Kim can't figure out if he can beat Joseph and everyone else at the same time. He has an idea for this, but first he needs to defend himself from an insidious attack from behind. A little later it became clear that it was not an enemy at all. It was just Katie coming back to have some fun. She said that she felt sad in the abandoned school and came to help. The girl is curious about what Kim is planning to do, and thinks they will have more fun together. Now she understands all of her friend's plans. It's a game, and he's confident that he will succeed. But we must not forget that when you come to the enemy's territory, you always arrive in a dangerous position. At any moment, you can be sneakily attacked by real professional mercenaries from any direction, and then it will be too late to call for mommy. But none of this applies to players as talented as Katie. All he has to do is snap his finger like Thanos, and that's enough to protect himself from any threat. She said that she was also participating in this task, and that was why she would help Kim, because she had been resting for too long. Kim was amazed that she decided to come to his aid. He thought she was not very interested in such things. Globally, this is true, and it's really not very interesting, but she probably had reasons to help her friend. All of this can be explained by her thoughts on how this task might end. In any case, her skills are incredibly useful in such difficult conditions, and Kim is very lucky to have come to help. Although she can also be difficult, you don't have to worry about her. This girl will not let herself be offended. Katie said that Kim shouldn't hesitate to start fighting the strongest man, because if he shows up, she will start running away. This girl is too smart. She understands even the smallest hints and always supports the critical moment. Such friends should be appreciated. Kim asked her to detain all these bad guys while he deals with the hungry boss. Katie prepared for her solo performance and asked no one to disturb her. Meanwhile, Kim was approaching the leader of the Agatram Guild. He was very angry and dreaming of revenge. Joseph should have stopped this guy from the very beginning and prevented this disaster from happening. However, the past cannot be changed, so we must do everything we can to stop the man in black right now. Joseph is a really worthy opponent. He should not be underestimated because his abilities are extraordinary. He has a technique of victory with which he defeats the most powerful enemies. If he activates the Sword of Light, even a Kim, with all its high characteristics, will feel real pain. It became apparent that the leader was too angry and couldn't see anything around him, so Kim managed to dodge his attacks. It is unclear how this technique works, but if you use distractions and start attacking, you can defeat Joseph. Of course it will be dangerous, but Kim is such a skilled warrior that he will not die in this battle. Joseph said that his mistake was that he showed too much mercy, even though he should have killed Kim immediately. Although the leader is not as strong as Christopher or Hun, he is still dangerous. Kim understands that it is not profitable for him to fight in such a place, where he needs to get away from here first. Of course, the leader realized that they were trying to lure him into a trap, but he was sure that he had no weaknesses. He seems to be overconfident, but Kim has nothing special in store for him. Although he prepared for the fight against Charles Christopher in advance, just as he did for the fight with Jessica, this was a completely different case. While Joseph can't catch this guy, his agility and speed help him avoid all the leader's attacks. Joseph is convinced that Kim can't beat him without outside support because he's too vile and mean a player. Kim doesn't mind this characterization at all. He is confident of winning because everything is now ready. Compared to Joseph, Kim knows that he lacks a lot. He doesn't have such incredible skills. They are all quite simple. But there is only one characteristic in which he is better than his opponent, and it is not meanness or inability to bluff. Soon Joseph will be able to experience what it is, but Kim is ready to say right away that it is an Hydra. In this area, it became noticeable that some strange things were happening to the sky. At first, everyone started thinking that a huge thunderstorm or tornado was being eliminated. It looked so terrible. The sky is getting darker by the second, but Kim remains calm, as if he knows the real reason for this process. Therefore, it is the Hydra that should become a key player in this battle. It is the Joker of the Kim. Finally, Joseph calmed down a bit, and his excitement became noticeable. He did not understand what exactly Kim was up to. What happened next cannot be described in any other way than as the intervention of a deity. A player named Kim summoned the Dream Witch Hydra to help him, and she responded to his call. It seems that in order for it to help, the player must become its representative. Kim agreed to these conditions and immediately saw the system's report, whether he had become a representative of a dream witch and gained the skill of spiritualism. This is a very, very high-level technique that allows you to temporarily use divine power by calling it into your body. Of course, it takes a lot of energy, and I should have warned you that it takes so much energy. Now it is not even clear whether Kim feels anything or not. One wrong move, and he risks losing his mind. But don't forget what the power of the last player on the ground is worth. This is no joke. Now he can do whatever he wants, and especially defeat the leader of the Agathrum Guild. Of course, Joseph does not agree with this at all. He will fight like a beast that has been driven into a dead end. But will his perseverance and motivation be enough to defeat the one with divine power? Now we will be able to see this for ourselves, and the outcome of this battle will become clear very quickly. The power of fire against divine energy. This slogan is worthy of the most interesting battle of players. Both wanted to win the fight with the first attack, but there can't be two winners. Very quickly, Joseph realized that his fire attack skill was gone. It seems that the divine power is much stronger than any fire, even if it is fire from the Mordor. Without his most important power, the guild leader will not be able to stop the enemy's attacks for long. To be more precise, he will not be able to do anything else at all. Kim made him suffer and spit his own blood. This battle is very close to the end. But at the moments when it seems like it's over, an unexpected player can enter the scene. A player who everyone has temporarily forgotten about, but nevertheless a player who has not lost his danger. She waited for a long time for the moment to take revenge, and at the best possible moment she came to kill Kim and avenge her father. However, she didn't have time to destroy him with a back attack. This guy is always one step ahead. He was able to anticipate her attack and dodged it in time, which of course would have been impossible without divine power. Now she has every opportunity for revenge, but will she be able to defeat such a strong player? Kim has seen similar techniques before. This attack looks like a Christopher attack, and it doesn't look like an imitation. But Christopher lacks experience, even though he has this technique almost perfectly. Lynn is less experienced than him, but on the other hand, she has much more talent. Then he felt that she was trying to overpower him with a Charles attack. She had learned a lot from her older comrades. This is what is called a truly incredible talent. She has a great future, but in a different timeline. While Kim was fighting, he kept looking up, as if he was waiting for something. A lot of people followed them, of course. They are both avatars of their gods, as well as just strong players. This battle is worth the attention of even deities who have nothing to do with these players. It's so interesting. Idra didn't expect this girl to try to do exactly that. This scene is really great. We can call this battle a real cherry on top, especially considering each other's motivation. One of the best players in the game is pitted against a girl who dreams of avenging her father. Also, we should not forget that the Lynx is a representative of a deity who destroyed a large number of innocent people. We've heard a lot about Lynn being one of the most talented players in the game, and now it's time to see for ourselves. Kim, as always, looks quite confident and calm, showing no signs of excitement or stress. So far, the battle has been going on non-stop, and no one wants to give their opponent time to rest. At first, Kim could not understand why she was trying so hard to kill him. He must have forgotten that he had killed her father. But the girl said she had other motives for doing so, so it's not that simple. It's always a pleasure to watch such battles of different elements, each of them being a professional martial artist. The girl said that Kim is too cruel to himself and to others, and if nothing is changed, there will be no one left. Kim replied that it was ridiculous to listen to this nonsense, because it was coming from a girl who could do nothing but stand there and watch. She is well aware that she looks ridiculous, but she is sure that Kim should have found another way. She accuses him of being absorbed in his own pride and seeing nothing but himself. That's why she, as Taylor's daughter, has to stop Kim, because her father would have wanted her to. It was at this point that she decided to ask for help, and this appeal was addressed to a deity. She called the goddess of justice, Aster, and asked her to become her official representative. Let me remind you that this is the same goddess who made Taylor her avatar, and then her representative in other timelines. And it looks like now she will come to help his daughter. The little girl can get real power from this goddess. Many people enjoyed watching the battles of different strong players in this game. One deity hadn't played for a year, and she got sad and decided to turn into a male god and go conquer beautiful women. But suddenly she saw something very interesting, a battle between two real professional players. They are both representatives of the gods. Lin is the avatar of the goddess Aster, and she is quite a powerful fighter. And the other guy is an intergalactic god, so this battle is getting much more interesting by the minute. The Witch of Dreams is a deity of the highest rank, so if you compare these two, it's like a fly fighting an elephant. It's all amazing because this girl is fighting a strong player with whom she has such a big difference. Her opponent is too difficult. It is rare to see a person using the skill of spiritualism and still remain sane. This deity even thought that Kim could also become a god if he gained divine power. But all of this is not the most important thing now. You can't find such characters in other games, so I would like to join them. Everyone was interested in watching this Battle of the Titans, and of course Katie was also watching this battle closely. Kim, meanwhile, became much more focused, all because he realized that Lin had become the official representative of the goddess. If she had taken her father's place, she would have taken a completely different form, but there is no time to stand around and admire her. Kim knows that as soon as he starts to get distracted, he will die immediately because his opponent is getting stronger by the minute. He needs to constantly concentrate on the girl and not forget that she has many different techniques in her arsenal. As soon as she became a representative of the deity, she immediately gained confidence in her own actions. She began to attack more aggressively and do everything to destroy her enemy and avenge her father. It seems as if they are fighting in a tornado, with swords and knives flying around, and two warriors fighting in the middle. So far, Kim has successfully held off the girl's onslaught, but Lin is constantly changing angles of attack and finding different solutions to problems. She realizes that Kim is very good at defending himself, but every player has their weaknesses. That's how the game works. And as soon as she could find the Kim's weakness, she immediately approached him and struck him with her sword. It seemed like we could start rejoicing and popping a bottle of champagne, but it's not that simple. As it turned out, it was again one of this guy's techniques. The shadow play saved his life again. This made the girl even more angry, and she started attacking again much more sharply and frequently. All of them have too many different ways to win, but this battle still cannot end. Kim decided to use iron ore, a giant artificial meteorite. It was created by fusing many years of iron ore that was sealed in a nearby dungeon in an imaginary space. These words make almost nothing clear, but it is obvious that this thing can really bring you a lot of problems. With his skills, this player already knows how to attack others with meteors, and we won't see anything cooler today. But it was not for nothing that he called Lin one of the strongest players in this game, and it was time to make sure of it. The girl is constantly trying to come in from the other side and destroy Kim, but even when it seems like it's over, he manages to defend himself. Kim realized that it was time to somehow stop this battle, although he hasn't been able to catch the linchpin yet. Is this really the pinnacle of humanity? Now we will see what Taylor's daughter is capable of. Only one must survive, so will Kim be able to withstand the blow of this Iron Lady? Lin will stop at nothing to avenge his father's death. For many months in a row, she fell asleep with dreams of this sweet revenge. About how long and slowly it will destroy its opponent and cause him incredible suffering. Everything she is showing now, all these skills and techniques, is a work of the highest level, and others even think they are dreaming. The fight between these two players went completely beyond the game. It went beyond the human level. This is what we can call the battle of the true representatives of the gods. With divine power, they reach the level of transcendence. When you watch this, you can't even breathe. It's so epic and legendary. This battle was watched not only by ordinary players, but also by most of the gods' observers. Everyone was wondering who would win, as these two became the central figures of the game. This number of observers was previously only seen in the first stage of the game. They all came to see the future winner, because it is clear that whoever wins this battle will most likely win the game. For Katie, Kim always seemed rather strange, but now it's clear that he is a truly incredible person. Kim said that this show should end. It has been going on for too long. She completely agreed with these words and said that she would now send Kim to hell. With the divine power they would have received from their gods, this battle became much brighter. It seems as if they have moved to the center of space to fight. But still, Lin's attacks have no effect on her opponent. She thought that if he could block this blow now, she would step back and aim for his throat. Now she really needs to be precise, and if she can bypass his defense, the job will be done. But Kim was able to defend himself at the last moment, and he not only repelled this attack, but also prepared a counterattack. It was so lightning fast that even such a talent as Lin did not have time to see the blow. Kim seems to have chosen the same method of attack as the girl, and they exchanged blows. Of course, Lin immediately fell to the ground, even though she wanted to take revenge, but I can hardly do it in this life. The onlookers around them froze in place. Was it really over? Was she really dead? Kim has already begun to miss the regeneration skill and the Death Star skill. He still had one more thing to do, although the task was completed, but now he was only thinking about using the elixir. He knew what he was going to do now, to try to create a real drama out of this ending. Kim activated some unknown force, and at the very beginning it was not even clear whether it was a bomb or some kind of secret energy. There were too many corpses around this battle, but they all began to open their eyes. Suddenly, even Lin opened her eyes, and she doesn't yet understand whether she is dead or still alive. There is one item that can put an object into a coma. It worked with monsters, so at the very beginning of the game, some people used it. Few people know about it, but after significant levels, it was no longer effective, so this subject was forgotten. With the help of the item, you can put a person in a state of clinical death and complete the task, which is why Kim asked for it. He took not only a bomb to enhance the bead's effect, but also a liquid potion derived from the smoke vapor. Ordinary residents immediately fell into coma as soon as they started inhaling this gas after the explosion, and he personally cut high-level players with a blade that had been poisoned with this potion. It also helped that the opposing side was holding people hostage for security reasons. Therefore, it was possible to put all of them into a coma at the same time, and Kim added poison to ordinary water. His girlfriend also joined the task, so he was able to defeat the players. Everyone on the opponent's side fell asleep, although all the while he could have asked for help from the Lynx. But in this case, only the issue of the task would have been resolved, and that would have been the end of it. But there are other aspects of the game that Kim was so worried about. You just have to look in different directions. Look at how many observers are around now, and look at how happy the players are that they survived. Only now Lin realized that she was wrong, and Kim chose the best way. She looked at him and said thank you, and at that moment, tears were streaming down her face. It's hard not to note that this moment is too sentimental, but sometimes it's even lacking. Of course, all this could not have happened without outside support. In this case, another deity played a role, the God Clown, or as he is also called, Loki. It all looks like a comedy, no one died, and the gods returned. The game, which was no longer of interest to anyone, began to come to life, and everyone expected a completely different ending. He achieved a new result, but it all turned out to be just a dream. Did he really have to act so desperately? He seems to be the last player on Earth since he was able to achieve such outstanding results. The goddess is very pleased with her avatar, and thanks to the skill of spiritualism, she was able to learn a lot about him. The player is a single player in the second round, and if things continue like this, she will not be able to sign a contract with him. There is a reason for all this, and the door will not be able to be opened again. The key to all this is a little girl with blonde hair named Lin. But for this, you need to have 2 keys, which Kim will find out a little later, but it's quite interesting to watch. By the way, for such an interesting outcome of the game, the reward is only some Laplace times. Isn't that too heartless? The goddess decided to give her avatar a personal gift exclusively for him. Gods are too illogical creatures. Kim opened his eyes and saw the darkness around him. Was he really back? Now the guy wants to see what happened after he lost consciousness, but even that is not very important. Looking more closely, he saw a Laplace hourglass, rank S, in his hand. This object is capable of evoking the future of one person, but as we remember, there are too many specific conditions. Kim realized that it was time to get out of here. Maria and Linda were sure to return. For completing this difficult task, he received the status of a past representative and achieved results that no one had ever achieved before. For this, Kim will receive a new skill, so it was all an unusual hallucination from the Dungeon of Dreams. When Kim saw the girls, he immediately asked them how long they had been waiting for him. He was shocked when they explained to him that he had been unconscious for more than 7 hours. He offered to come back and rest at home for a while, and it must have been hard for the girls to wait for him. After this difficult task, Kim realized something. He realized that it was possible to change this whole world. The goddess watched the boy with interest, hoping that he would like her gift. It's time to return to the safe zone and take a break. Kim deserves it. It all seemed very strange to him, especially when he acquired a new skill that didn't even have an exact name. Of course, he also did not expect the skill of the deity Idra to return to him. Called imaginary space, this technique can help create and open up time spaces in the air. In his past life, Kim often used this skill along with the technique of spiritualism. He usually failed to open the space there. You are living beings or large objects, although it is a pretty great technique because it is related to inventory. But why did Kim have this technique? He had never heard of such a skill being rewarded for dungeon missions. However, he soon realized that all this must be connected with the Idra, although he could not ask her about it. Although when the deity realizes that Kim has started using this skill, she will be the first to start this conversation. Katie approached the guy and asked him what new techniques he had learned recently. It was strange to see her in this school uniform after seeing her in the previous timeline. Now Kim realizes that during her walks, Katie was constantly looking for her friends, and the last task makes it clearer. She assured me not to worry about her and said that she would run away as soon as it became dangerous. Today, Kim seems a bit strange to her. He became like this after returning from the dungeon. It seems he had a hard time there. Kim said that it was really a hard test and assured me that Katie should not go there. A little later when she left, Kim thought that he would first have to resolve the issue with her. He knows that all this can be connected with the devil, and this is a serious matter. The most important thing now is to collect information, and of course Kim has enough tools to do this. Soon Linda started looking for him. She couldn't figure out whether he was in the house or had already gone somewhere else. Lately she's been very sad, as if these two little girls are afraid of her, but why? Maria saw Linda and asked her if she was going inside. This place contained memories of the past, horrors from childhood, so Linda could not attack at full strength, although she was satisfied with the dungeon. She wondered if Kim would be angry when he found out that she had taken his lapless watch. On the one hand, he should not be too angry with her, although if he is in a bad mood, it will be possible. Now she is constantly thinking about what will happen if she uses this watch. What kind of person will she become in the future? Will she be able to return to the normal life she had before, or will things only get worse? The girl tried to use this watch and see what it would show her. A very beaten man appeared in front of her. He started calling her names, said that she had been called out of the Cheong Guild and had signed a contract with the devil. Then she saw herself, her red eyes glowing as if she were really possessed by the devil. Linda had heard about the Chan Guild, which was quite powerful in one of the city's neighborhoods, and it was said that their leader had made a contract with the devil. If she has no extra tasks, tomorrow we can go to the neighborhood and see what's going on there. The next day, it turned out that Linda was not the only one who was going to get information about the Cheon Guild. Thomas also walked around the city trying to find out something about the gang. He came to talk personally to a well-known guy named Daniel, also called a professional informant. Thomas explained that he didn't need any big information, just the location of the gang. The Dark Brotherhood is rumored to have been destroyed. I wonder why a man like Thomas would want to find the location of the Jong Guild. Does this guy really want to go up against this gang? They are getting stronger every day, so he can't beat them without support. But if all he needs is the location, the informant can easily tell him about it. Of course, this information is not free. 1,000 points will be enough to pay for it. Of course, the informant offers a low price, knowing full well that in this case he risks losing his head. After payment, Daniel thanked Thomas and invited him to contact him in the future. Azazel still didn't understand why Thomas had asked what he already knew. It looks like this guy wants the gang to get word out that he's looking for them. And of course, Daniel will tell all about their conversation. But we need a guild leader named Richard to be there. All these rumors need to reach him and get his attention. Thomas seems to have become too confident. Is he really sure he can beat this player? But his demon has already gotten used to the guy's self-confident behavior, and he can't be changed. Soon he will go in search of this guild, and perhaps at that moment he will meet Linda, and we will see a revenge between these two. Daniel is going to go to the Cheon Guild right now and tell them all this new information. Of course, the leader, Richard, also called the Iron Devil, finds out about this, and Tom hopes that his level will not disappoint him. Meanwhile, Kim continued to search for the information he needed in the system. He did not know the names, but he had seen the faces before, so he quickly found what he needed. The problem is how exactly to break the contract with the devil. It should work if you break the devil's relic, as Thomas did. But it's impossible to do this with ordinary efforts. Even Kim has only seen it once, although he's already participating in his second game. The easiest way to do this is to have the devil personally terminate the contract with the player, but it's not easy. The girls said that Katie and Linda went for a walk, and everyone else went to find new points. It's all strange because Linda is not the type to go out for no reason. She studied hard at university, and when the world changed, she started hunting monsters or training. I think the girl said she was going to join a guild, and if Lin is right, that guild is called the Chan. As soon as Kim heard this name, he immediately turned 180 degrees and ran fast, realizing that a new problem had arisen. Linda only knows the guilds that are on her list to destroy, but Kim didn't expect the John Guild to be on it. Lately, she's been too quiet and Kim has relaxed. Maybe she's unhappy that he's been paying too little attention to her. Kim hopes that Linda won't kill Katie's friends, but anything can happen in this situation. Meanwhile, the informant Daniel came to the Chan Guild and told them that Thomas was looking for them, and explained that he had seen him with his own eyes. The leader of the John Guild, the Iron Devil Richard, listened to all this very calmly. But he still didn't understand why Thomas would try to take over their guild. It was pointless, and he wasn't the type to crave power. Although, if you think about it, it might even be good for you, because the Iron Devil has long wanted to fight Thomas. If he can win the battle with this guy, he can get the title of the strongest player and sign a contract with the devil. If there is a girl who can see the future, the whole country will now be in Richard's hands. Now he has to destroy the Thomas and free some of them, but if he can't get them back, he'll have to kill everyone. And when it's all over, a second Dark Brotherhood will definitely appear, and no one will stop them. Meanwhile, Thomas was getting ready to go to the Chan Guild. The real party would soon begin. However, he cannot understand why this little girl who can see the future wants to go with him. She said she was worried about him, and she also looked at the future and said that there would be no danger for her. The problem is that there will be a creature that can change the future, and that's what scares Barbara so much. Nevertheless, Thomas had no choice but to take her with him, and soon they reached the main building of the Cheon Guild. It was very quiet around. It all seems rather strange. Maybe the informant didn't tell Richard anything. But in any case, Thomas will only find out about it when he goes inside the building. When Thomas went inside, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Everything was empty, and no one was there. There are no employees at the workplaces, and even no regular security guards at the building. But suddenly he felt that there was some sound on the upper floors, and that perhaps all the most interesting things were there. Barbara was very worried about her brother. She said he should be in the basement. Soon they were going down to the basement together, and Thomas promised to try to save her brother. Thomas has an incredible sense of smell. He very quickly realized that there were at least a few people in the room, but no brother Barbara. The girl also knows this, but she wants to see all the rooms because it is important. She seems to have seen something in the future again, but she's in no hurry to openly talk about it. Her ability to see the future very quickly gets boring to others. However, soon they were able to find the children with the help of that technique. They were wearing black suits. Of course, it was clear that this guild was of a rather low grade, but to use children as workers was too much. The girls recognized this guy and realized that it was because of him that they were asked to sit downstairs. Maybe Thomas had already killed everyone? The girls got down on their knees and begged the guy not to kill them because they still wanted to live. As it turned out, these were the ones Barbara saw in her future, but she didn't ask them to come with her. Thomas can't understand why this girl made him come here. Maybe these children have something, even though they are just servants of the devil. However, Barbara turned around and ran forward. She said they had no time and had to save her brother. Thomas kept hearing a strange sound in different rooms of the building, as if something was about to jump out. Thomas became visibly nervous and told the girls not to follow him. They explained that they were not here by choice, and they believe that if they follow him, they will be able to get out of this hell. They also gave their names, Sandra and Carol, and explained that they had joined the Cheon Guild against their will. Suddenly, Barbara began to run even faster and chat her brother's name. I think you're all incredibly surprised, just like me, because her brother is Christopher. Of course, Thomas was also surprised to see this talented player and realized that this was Barbara's brother. It became clear that he had a fever, so we had to take him to the mountain first. It's still very strange that there is no one around. Maybe they are all on the upper floors. But suddenly, everyone began to hear a strange sound, and it became clear that something was approaching. Thomas was the first to react, although everyone else was in a state of shock. The guy started shouting for everyone to run for cover and grab Christopher. Strange things began to happen, especially when little Barbara was able to grab her big brother. No one could understand what exactly happened, but then they turned their heads and saw it with their own eyes. At first, it became clear that a hole had formed in the ceiling, and other players came down from the upper floors. The most interesting thing was to see the leader of the Chon Guild. He was in a very bad condition, and someone was holding his hair. It seems as if this guy was already dead, and the girls he imprisoned didn't even know how to react. The head of this talented player, also called the Iron Devil, was held by a girl named Linda. When she saw Thomas, she immediately threw Richard's body away because she recognized the guy in the mask. She did not know that they would meet again. But finally, this meeting happened, and she will be able to enjoy revenge to the fullest. This time, she came with weapons and had already had a go at the Iron Devil. Linda doesn't like to waste time on unnecessary conversations. She gets right down to business. Kim has already told us that she doesn't like empty walks, and when it comes to fighting, she behaves the same way. So this girl with red hair immediately began to attack her enemy, and he was not ready for all this. She had been thinking about sweet revenge for a long time, and now she had the perfect chance to do it. As soon as she approached, she drew her sword and struck a powerful and accurate blow. Although Thomas did not expect such speed from the woman, he reacted and struck back. You have to remember his boxing experience, because that's the only way to understand how he can hit so hard with his bare hands. But it's not about his attack at all. It's about the fact that the Linda doesn't even try to block his blows. She's not even going to stop after she starts spitting her own blood. This girl is so well trained. Of course, Thomas started to bleed out, but he has excellent regeneration skills that help him to stay on his feet. He does not understand how she was able to withstand his powerful blows. His body was hardened by magic, but Linda still withstood his attack. Judging by the fact that Richard survived with his arms and legs intact, he was not called the Iron Devil for nothing. Even though he quickly lost the battle to the girl, his body remained intact, and that's at least something. If Linda hits Thomas again, he will immediately turn into a corpse, just like Richard. This girl isn't going to joke around and stop until she achieves her main goal, so Thomas is in huge trouble. The guild's headquarters is hot today, but not because of the members of this dark gang. On the contrary, their leader has long since been destroyed, and the real battle is between completely different players. Finally, Thomas realized that his opponent had become much stronger since their last meeting. Remembering her previous version, you can immediately feel the progress and improvement of all her skills. It's not just that she scored more points, and it's not just about trusting her feelings. Linda has become better in all aspects of martial arts. She has mastered the technique perfectly and is not afraid to use it all the time. Thomas realized that it was not profitable for him to fight for this woman because he would soon die. Although if he tries to escape now, these girls will not be able to survive without his support. Besides, 2 of them are servants of the devil, so his helpers will certainly find them and take them back to him. That is why the guy has no choice but to accept this fight and try to survive. But if he doesn't kill her with one blow, he will certainly lose this fight. Every second, this situation is becoming more and more threatening for him, and huge stones are already flying at him. His iron fists are ready to repel this blow, but the problem is that the Linda is ready to repeat its attacks until the end of the game. When her eyes start to glow with the Death Star skill, it becomes clear that she won't stop until she gets the desired result. Thomas felt that he needed to gather all the magic of his mask and contain the Lind. In this situation, only Iron Fists can help, and he is counting on them. However, this girl has made so much progress that even Iron Fists are not ready to stop her. She doesn't even think about dodging his blows, but rather goes forward and attacks him without thinking about defense. It seems as if she has lost her mind and her instinct for self-preservation. However, this tactic works. The situation is not the best, and if it were not for the magic of the mask, he would have already died due to significant injuries to his body. But his attack was also quite effective, as Linda lay on the floor covered in blood and showed no signs of life. Thomas immediately reassured the little girls and told them that Linda would no longer be a problem. She was already dead. But in response, he was told that Linda was still breathing. At first, Thomas could not believe it, because it was impossible. It's all absurd. He saw her neck break. Can she really move after that? Is she really going to try to put the neck bone back in the right place with her own hands? It's not entirely clear whether we're watching the events in the game or some kind of zombie apocalypse movie. Linda seemed to enjoy seeing how much this surprised Thomas. He has no other choice. He has no hidden power, no hidden weapons. He looks into her eyes and sees only a cold and cruel look without a drop of compassion. It's as if she's looking at him the same way she looks at a stone lying on the floor. Can she really be called a person too? Because now she doesn't look like one at all. It's very much like the end. Now Thomas will close his eyes and fall into an eternal sleep, and he won't worry about anything else. Linda came close to him, raised her weapon and prepared to kill him, but stopped at the last moment. She smiled and said that this time it was her who won, her eyes no longer burning with fire. She said that she had won the battle this time, and if Thomas wanted to, they could play again. If we recall their last meeting, when Thomas attacked her comrades, she was supposed to kill him. But he didn't kill anyone that day, although he could have, and that's why Linda didn't. Of course she wanted to destroy this impudent boy, but there are too many children here. However, at the last moment, she saw a message from Kim, who asked her very strongly not to kill the masked man. So she is not going to kill Thomas or the children sitting behind him. She doesn't consider herself a hired killer, and she doesn't kill everyone around her indiscriminately. Of course, she loves to destroy her enemies, but her heart is not as cruel as they think. Linda explained that she has a very bad attitude towards evil, but now she does not feel evil spirits from Thomas. Finally, she said that Kim asked Thomas to continue to protect these children. He could not understand why this guy saved his life. If Kim hadn't written to Linda at the last minute, Thomas would have been dead by now. But that's a whole other story. The battle was over, and it was time to return home. It was hard to look at Linda because of her numerous injuries. Suddenly, she felt something, as if her heart was going to burst out of her chest out of fear. It seems that the words she had just heard had touched something inexplicable in her soul. She and Thomas had a short conversation, and the boy believes that she can become stronger if she is alone and stops following Kim everywhere. Of course, Thomas recognizes that the Black Raven is very powerful, but Linda is also unusually talented, and it's amazing that she always listens to him. The girl began to think seriously about these words. She had never thought about such topics before. Thomas realizes that she received the message during the battle from Kim. Only he could stop her and order her not to kill Thomas. The girl said it was a secret and did not answer this question, but Thomas understood everything anyway. She was suspiciously obedient, and even Linda herself admits that this is true. People are not used to abandoning those they obey, and the same applies to this situation. But Linda believes that the time has not yet come for this to happen, so she has to be quiet and wait. Waiting for the moment when she becomes strong enough to hold him, even if he wants to run away. Kim saw the girls that Thomas was able to rescue. They were school-age and behaved quite freely. Kim immediately realized that these were Katie's two friends, maybe even classmates. Kim also met with Azazel, the same demon who signed a contract with Thomas. She was surprised because she hadn't even told him her name yet, but it turned out that Kim already knew everything about her. He remembers perfectly well that in her past life she did not sign contracts at all. This girl is too lazy, but suddenly he decided to find an assistant. Of course, she wondered how Kim knew all this, but the guy answered as usual that he had his own method of finding out information. In general, there are different methods. For example, someone can see the future, or use a skill to see the right clues. There are a lot of incomprehensible and interesting things in this world, so you can invent a lot of things. Azazel was sure that Kim would kill the man with whom she had signed a contract, but for some reason the guy didn't. Of course, he had the opportunity. He just had to stop writing to Linda, and then Thomas would have been dead. Azazel began to wonder why he was behaving so good-naturedly. Kim calmly replied that he was interested in saving the children, and that is why he did what he did. It's all because of contracts. These kids have made contracts with the devil, and this is a real problem. Only a contract with a higher-ranked demon will be able to override their previous contract. This situation is very confusing. Azazel was pleased. She doesn't like to do anything on her own, and now she has more servants. She also said that Kim is a very interesting character, and she has been wanting to become friends with him for a long time. Besides, most demons like to have fun, so she wasn't the only one who was interested. At this point, Kim is being watched by many observers, and it's not surprising, because he is one of the most famous players. Azazel already knows that Kim is being watched by a very annoying person. Her avatar constantly follows this guy even in dangerous dungeons or guild headquarters. She certainly knows that she has her own transmission technique, but why doesn't she talk about it? Is she waiting for Kim to do it? Azazel said that it was time for her to return to her contractor, asked the Raven to take care of herself, and said that they would see each other again soon. A few seconds later, she disappeared, while Kim was thinking that he didn't really want to see her again. Whatever happens now, he will have enough time to prepare. He always thinks a few steps ahead, and this time was no exception. Kim ordered his Raven to keep an eye out for Azazel, and if they meet again, It will be during a battle in the Devil's World. Meanwhile, the Devil's World was also interesting, especially in the building of debauchery, which is the name of this castle. The legendary Akartos appeared there, and this guy was very unhappy with one single player. Lately, he's been thinking about Kim all the time. This guy does anything and makes him tread carefully. Of course, he could not expect the gods to show their displeasure, and they have too many rights as gods. He came to this incredibly beautiful building to talk openly. Surely this house is higher than a deity of the highest rank. It would be great to be there someday. He was immediately met by the Mara Papias, the demon of lust, the sixth devil in the world. He was surprised to see such an unexpected guest, and said that he enjoyed the game even without Akartos. Akartos immediately said that he had come here to ask for something. It was obvious that the Mara Papias was not very happy with these words, but he said that he was ready to listen to him. Akartos thanked me for this opportunity and said quite briefly that he wanted to temporarily gain the power of the sixth demon. But to be even more precise, he wants to gain the power of someone who has entered into a contract with Mara Papias. Apparently, this is a girl, and she must have very developed characteristics, if even Akartos wants to borrow her power. Meanwhile, Kim has successfully gained the skill of resisting psychological attacks at rank A, which helps most people defend themselves. This technique completely stops psychological attacks of the B rank and makes it easier to defend against the A rank attacks, and the guy is very happy with these capabilities. You can't get this kind of equipment in the usual way, so he was very lucky. If he continues to make rapid progress and train, he will be able to reach the S rank and will no longer be afraid of psychological attacks. Linda found Kim at the gym and asked her for help, as she usually works out at this time. Recently, she has been constantly trying to improve her S-ranked brutal killer skill and wants to increase her blood absorption power. He asked her to sit across from him and look at his eyes, and Linda did so immediately. Of course, it all looked very strange, and she could not understand what exactly Kim wanted from her. A little later, he asked her in a quiet voice to use the Death Star technique, which was such a surprise. He wants her to do the same thing as when she tried to hurt the Devil's people. She was surprised by this strange proposal and began to think that Kim wanted to practice his new technique. However, a little later she approached him and carefully used the Death Star technique. He immediately activated his new technique of resisting psychological attacks to test its effect. At first everything was fine, and that's why he asked her to enhance the effect of the Death Star. As he expected, the Death Star technique is a psychological attack in itself. An ordinary player wouldn't even be able to move after that. But now Kim will be able to constantly train and improve his resistance to psychological attacks. He asked Lin to keep going, and so they practiced for the next few hours. After the training, he also offered to help, because Linda always asks for help. But the girl said that she didn't need anything from Kim right now. He had given her a weapon, so he had already done too much for her. Kim explained that he gave her the weapon because he promised, and now he would have to keep asking Linda to train with him. It will take about a week. He realizes that it is a lot of work, but still asks for it. Before he could say anything, Linda agreed, saying that she was ready to train every day because she had nothing to do anyway. But she also wants to ask for something in return. She doesn't want to work out in this gym because she would rather do it in her room. It seems she doesn't want anyone to come in and interfere with their training, or she has other plans. Of course, Kim agreed that if this technique was accidentally used against a Maria or a Lin, they would be seriously injured. This may not be a very special request, although it will be enough for a lead. They agreed to start training in Kim's room or Linda's room tomorrow. 2 months have passed since that conversation, and Kim has received a special assignment. The Game Master will tell him more details before the mission begins. The creator personally conducts this quest, so even the explanations will be of high quality, and it will take place in Glastonbury. There was someone there who saw the third candidate personally, Sir Arthur, and of course there will be a need to use techniques to resist psychological attacks. Kim has made great progress in this area, so now he can be confident and prepare for the start of the assignment. Katie is very nervous. She's not sure if she'll be able to make it into the top 100 players on this mission. Kim assured her that she was much stronger than most of the insects who would participate. But she is very much against participating in these competitions, which is not surprising because her weaknesses can be revealed there. In addition, she has already found her friends, and maybe that's why she doesn't want to participate. Linda is also worried that if she doesn't make it to the top 100, then why should she go to the gathering place? Mark is also very nervous before the start, but Kim constantly calms everyone down and assures them that they need to wait for the details. Donald assured his older brother that he would succeed because he had personally prepared the equipment for him. "You don't have to worry about these brothers at all. Kim recently gave them a lot of points. Linda is also very strong, so you don't have to think about her at all. She's one of the favorites of the competition." Kim has already agreed with all the participants. There will be 4 of them in total: Linda, Katie, Kim, and Mark. He couldn't leave the children alone, which is why he left Taylor with them, especially since he said he didn't have enough points. The system announced that a special server task was about to begin, and all participants were asked to calm down and wait for further instructions. Soon, they will all be in a completely different place, and even on a different continent, because the competition is taking place in England. Once there, Kim realized that he was on the main field for this task. But there was a problem. Somehow Mary got there, although how is that even possible? Kim immediately came up to her and started asking her a lot of questions, and she said that she was playing with a lynx and suddenly found herself here. Maybe it's something like a pet in games, and it followed Kim, and we'll have to protect it as much as possible so that nothing bad happens. As soon as Kim thought about it, he immediately felt that some unknown huge monster was coming at him. It seems that the competition started immediately, and the players were not even given time to prepare. But then even stranger things began to happen, because Mary used her horn to make a huge hole in the monster. She apologized to Kim and said that it all happened so fast that she did not have time to react. At first he wanted to say something to her, but then he changed his mind. It was probably better not to offend this child. Soon it became clear that most of the participants had already started participating in the competition. Despite the fact that a small number of players were selected, they began to gather from other servers. So now it's clear why there are so many of them, but the situation is still unexpected, and many were not prepared for it. Although, of course, most of them immediately took out their weapons and began to act. With the help of Kim's crow skill, he watched his teammates, Mark and Katie, destroyed the first monsters very quickly. And of course, as expected, Linda also did not experience any problems at the beginning of this test. Nevertheless, Kim is not going to join his friends, and the treasure hunt is still separate from each other. As soon as Kim said it was time for a special guest to appear, the sky immediately cracked. And it was from there that the very character Kim has been waiting for a long time appeared. This guy with blue hair is called Akinen. He is the game master of the English server. Akinen immediately greeted the players participating in this competition and soon told them who he was. The game master explained that they were all called here for the event task. In simple terms, it's time for bonuses, something like a gift for server representatives. They had already seen in their system that this task would be a treasure hunt, with items of rank D and higher hidden throughout Glastonbury. They can be in ordinary chests on the ground, or even in trees. Some treasures have already been given to players after they have killed the monster. The Game Master also immediately informed the players that they should never attack the guard, as it is a huge dragon that they should try to avoid. Suddenly, a player who had signed a contract with the god Apollo, his name was Eric Sanders, started talking to the master of the game. He asked what would happen if he could kill this dragon, and Kim immediately recognized this guy, who was also a pretty famous character in his past life. In his past life, Eric Sanders was a competitor of the avatar of Agatram, and there are certainly people of this god here. The Game Master has also been notified of the achievement of the era. Once this guy hunted a guard and even killed him. He likes to brag about this act and considers it his main achievement in the game. But the Game Master said that he was informed that there was another character among these players who had killed the guard. Eric Sanders immediately began to worry and tense up. He thought he was the main star of this competition, but it seems that he is not. Akinen said that Eric had destroyed the 4th guard, but the first 3 monsters were killed by 1 player. He did all this with little or no support from others, even though these monsters were incredibly powerful and strong. Eric couldn't believe it. An ordinary player couldn't kill 3 guards, and he wasn't going to believe in these fairy tales. But the Game Master assured him that it was all true, but this player wanted to remain anonymous, so Akinen would not mention his name. But he still emphasizes the fact that among the players, there is a man who destroyed 3 guards on his own. This arrogant fool still can't get over the shock. It's all really true, and he has a much stronger competitor. Maria couldn't understand why Kim was hiding his achievements and didn't want to talk about them. The guy said that if everyone knew about it, they would start asking him too many questions. He has already realized that this information has reached others through a Kartos. This master of the game talks too much. Then Akinen continued to explain the rules of the task and reminded the players that they had to find all the necessary items on the territory of Glastonbury. The higher the rank of the subject, the more points they get, so it's very simple. A few words should also be said about the S rank, because there is only one item this morning, and it is the most valuable in this task. A player can get 50 points for it, although only 20 points are given for the A rank. Eric Sanders said that he had heard that there were SS-rated items and asked if they were in the area. The Game Master said that they could not give out such items on this task because they would get into trouble. If such an item really existed, it would be worth 100 points. After the task is over, the scoring will begin. The server that scores the most points will receive various privileges, including doubling its points. Everyone was surprised to hear this news, so there will be a really fierce fight and competition for the first place. All the rules have been explained to the players, but it is unlikely that it will be very interesting to look for treasures in peace. In addition to this, various tests and additional tasks were prepared to make it more interesting. If you recall what happened in your past life, then this task will certainly include monsters, as well as a village with surviving participants. And an additional task will be in this village not far from here, which will be interesting. The monsters who were invited here can appear day and night, and they are very strong. But the biggest problem will be the guards, because this time there will be not one, but two of them. Kim will try to act with the help of knowledge from his past life, especially since he needs to find one interesting place. Finally, the Game Master added another interesting detail. All items found here cannot be stored in the inventory until you return to your server. We need to bag them or use some skills, and Akinen hopes that everyone understands the reason for this. It's similar to the robberies. Most players realized this immediately and prepared for an uncompromising fight. The Game Master has officially announced that the competition has begun, and players can start searching for treasures. All of this will take place over the course of 2 weeks, which is plenty of time to find a large number of items. Of course, everyone is very interested in who will be able to find that special item of rank S and see the winner of the competition. The Game Master wished all the players good luck and left them alone. Now they all have to come up with a plan of action. Kim said that he would act with Mary to protect the girl. All the other members of his team will now be able to do all the work without support, so there's no need to worry about them. Although the Game Master said that there is no SS rank item in this area, who knows that this item is here, regardless of the task. First, we need to figure out exactly where to go. It's a solid mountain all around, but Kim knows that there is a village not far from here. These territories have already been captured by monsters, and the village itself is located elsewhere. Kim learns information very quickly with the help of the Raven skill, and she always helps us in difficult situations. That is why he is going to use this technique to find the second village he needs. When he scouted with the help of a raven, he saw no signs of the village, so it was in a place that was not easy to see. As Arthur said, there is a forest with an incredibly large lake, so it will be easy to find. Kim is confident that Linda has joined Mark, and he doesn't have to worry about these two. Maria and Kim have been searching for the right area for quite some time, and the girl even started to worry that they might have gotten lost. But Kim assured them that he was well in control of the situation, and at that moment, they heard some players arguing with each other. It was as if they were trying to divide up an object, and each of them believed that they had found it first. This is the perfect time to use the Raven's help and see what's going on. Soon, Kim could see the conflict with his own eyes, and it became clear that many players had gathered there. From the very beginning, Kim saw a girl named Sharon. He had already fought with her once. She is a member of the MANHUA guild. He also could not help but see that all this time she was in conflict with the Holy Virgin Ruth, our old friend. I don't understand at all how these two girls could meet each other. They are very impudent girls and have a bad temper. Soon they may start a fight, so if we don't intervene, the conflict will be unavoidable. But Kim said that he wasn't going to bother them and waste his time. It's not clear why they should fight, especially players from the same server. I guess it's just commonplace and banal competition. No one wants to give away what they saw first. Kim asked Maria to go quietly, otherwise they would be seen very quickly and start to interfere. Soon, they finally found the place Kim was talking about, and it turned out to be really beautiful. Maria said she felt strong magic. It seems her skills have been progressing a lot lately. There must be a magic spell activated here, similar to the one that scares away monsters, and Kim had a hunch about it. This is the lake Arthur was talking about. He came here when he was running away from the monsters, and then realized that they would not come here. Nevertheless, he continued to be afraid of the monsters that might be outside, and so he never left. Arthur was morally broken. He threw himself into the lake and chose death, and that's how he ended up in this village. Kim said that now they both have to go into this lake, no matter how strange it looks. Maria immediately started to get nervous and explained that she hadn't learned to swim yet. Kim smiled and assured her that everything would be fine. She just had to close her eyes and hold her breath. So far, Maria has no magical skills to use in the water. They appear only depending on actions. But Kim is sure that a girl with unicorn blood in her cannot drown in water, even if she goes completely into it. He asked her to hold her breath just in case, took her in his arms, and dove into the water together. Inside, everything looked like an ordinary lake. He saw nothing strange, so he couldn't do without the skill of finding his way around. This technique can help you find the right way even in the darkest places. Kim soon saw signs that he was heading in the right direction. He made a few simple manipulations and finally opened the gate he had been looking for. As soon as his hand touched the gate, the system immediately notified him that he had entered the safe zone. Soon he realized that he was in the very village he had heard about and had been searching for so diligently. They were immediately met by security guards, who soon informed them that the two players could enter. It was strange to see a player from the outside world. They couldn't understand how Kim and Maria were able to find this place and go inside. As the Kims told us, this village is a copy of Glastonbury, and it looks like they are seeing the player for the first time because they are isolated from everyone else. Soon they arrived at their destination, and the guard said they could go inside. Of course, they did not expect anyone from the outside world to come here. Kim and Maria were met by a girl in a strange hat who greeted the player and said that she had a guest who had not been invited. She was also surprised that the guest did not come alone, but brought something interesting and small with him. Kim said that in order to talk to each other, you first need to say your name. The girl smiled and said her name was Morgan. She was the owner of the Avalon and the Last Witch. Meanwhile, Linda has been trying to find Kim using her system and the map, and she doesn't understand why he's headed to a completely different place. It looks like this guy has come up with some cunning plan again. If he wanted to join their efforts, he would have called a long time ago, but he didn't. So he doesn't need the help of his friends yet. Probably Linda still lacks strength. The girl started to worry about all this because she doesn't have a lot of techniques and abilities in her arsenal. It cannot transform into other monsters or create incredibly useful weapons. Anyone can just fight. It's not some incredible technique for a player, so there's nothing special about it. Until this world turned into a game, she was the only one, and now she's starting to regret it all. If she had known that this world would change so much, she would have acted completely differently. Now she has only physical strength left, but she is still second to Kim, and if he decides to leave her, she will not be able to stop him. That's why she tries not to do anything he doesn't like, to obey him in everything and follow him as if he were her father and mother. She has always been a good child, and she has learned to play the role of a good child. Linda was indeed a dream child, and she was also immune to mental disorders. This is where the peculiarity of perfectly controlling one's emotions and remaining calm no matter what came from. But to be honest, it can't even be called immunity. It's more of a feature of managing your strengths. That's why the desire to kill was not something special for Linda, and why she didn't become crazy about the Death Star. And that is why she could remain a good child, but she has too much desire to keep the Kim in her hands. But you can't do that, even though she should still be good. You can't let the Kim start to hate her. Now Linda is choosing the tactic of being a good and obedient girl, but then all that will change. Avalon is a utopia where wizards and fairies live. The masters of this land are Vivian, a mute, and a real witch who lived in the time of ancient myths. We have already met this witch. Her name is Morgan, and she loves the color blue. So this is where the Avalon was, but Kim didn't know about it and didn't even realize it. Judging by the fact that she calls herself the Last Witch, it is clear that there is no other one. Morgan is confident that Kim will succeed, even though he is only a newcomer to the Raven constellation. At first, the witch thought that he came with the unicorn, but then she realized that he was the child of the creature. The Celtic children had already told her that the world had turned into a game, so now she is hardly surprised by anything. Now it's hard to believe that the child Kieran came to her, but why? And what do they want to get from her? It's been a long time since people have come to the witch unaccompanied by wizards, and if she can, she will definitely help them. Of course, Kim took advantage of this opportunity and said he wanted to get the legendary sword. She smiled at him and said it would not be a problem, and she immediately showed him the caliber, a sword of the SS rank. This sword is the most famous weapon among humans, but it can only be used by those who have the right of the master. Its precise characteristics cannot be verified, which is logical because only a true owner of the sword can do so. The witch seems to be suggesting that they pull out the sword with their own hands, but it is unlikely to be easy. It will be something similar to when the Avengers tried to lift Thor's hammer, classic flashbacks. This sword can only be wielded if the muscle strength is at the A or S level, so it is unlikely that Kim will be able to use it. Morgan said that whatever Kim did was pointless. He couldn't get him out, so he should ask for something else. But Kim refused and said that he still wanted to take this sword, and he didn't need anything else. He was trying so hard to lift it and get it out of that stone that he started lifting everything together and trying to put it in his storage. Even the witch hadn't gone that far, so Morgan began to worry too. Soon everything worked out and Kim thanked her for her help and for getting the sword. The witch started to panic and stopped the boy. She asked him to wait and tried to find the right words. Morgan promised to give him many other good items, but only if he left this sword with her. Kim replied that he was not interested in anything else because he only wanted this sword, and he would personally give it to the owner. After that, the witch's mood changed completely, and she asked Kim who he was and how he knew about the owner of this sword. However, he is not Merlin, so he cannot know about all this, but he again said that he has his own channels of information. The boy assured her that if he could not find the owner of the sword in 2 weeks, he would return it immediately, and the witch was immediately happy. But Kim added one more nuance. If he does return the sword, he must ask for something else in return. Morgan assured him that she would generously reward him for returning the sword. She gave him her word as a lady of the village by the lake. After that, Kim also asked for something. He wants to stay in this village for 2 weeks. Morgan doesn't mind, but instead she wants to stay with Maria all this time and promises not to do anything bad to her. She had never seen Oriental deities, and if she had such an opportunity, it would have been wrong not to take advantage of it. She assured her that she would not hurt the girl and would not do anything bad to her, although Maria was visibly nervous. Kim agreed and asked him to teach this child magic, explaining that going with him would be more dangerous than staying here. He also explained that Morgan was not very bad, although she was a witch, but if something happened, he would come right away and save the girl. He asked her to behave well while he was away and promised to buy her ice cream when he returned home. Meanwhile, in the forest, the players saw an unknown guy with a wooden stick. He looked like a fool. They thought that it was a competitor from another guild, even if he was one of the leaders on the English server. One of them approached this guy and said that he could not walk with his head up when such weaklings walked by. A second later, he hit this guy and made him fall to the ground and drop all his belongings. However, this guy did not pay any attention to them at all. He calmly got up and started picking up his items and did not say anything in response. Of course, this began to irritate the players. They were unhappy that this guy didn't even have his own pride. These fools believe that they can safely insult everyone who is weaker than them, although they do not realize that this is the Arthur that Kim was talking about. He made these players so angry that they decided to continue to cause him problems and beat him even harder. The guy finally started talking. He said he didn't mean to offend anyone and wanted to continue his journey in peace. Because of these words, they called him a miserable worm and pushed him a few meters forward. One of the players even pulled out a sword and said he wanted to fight him because he didn't deserve to live. As soon as he said these words, he immediately felt what it was like to be attacked by rabid crows. At first, everyone thought they were attacked by monsters, but only later did they realize that they were ordinary birds. Soon they saw the Kim and realized that it was he who was directing these crows. Kim said that he had personal business with this guy and ordered them to leave immediately. It all happened very quickly. Of course, all this is strange. The traveler did not want to beat these players, although everyone knows that he is much stronger than these fools. Arthur replied that he was just a weak boy, and nothing would change if he boasted of his strength. He believes that these players were right. He is a fool who left his family to die. But he naturally wondered why Kim had saved him and what he wanted from him. Kim calmly opened up his system and said he came to heal his leg and mind. After that, he made him an offer to become a member of Kim's team, very straightforward and simple. However, Arthur immediately refused the offer, apparently because he could not forget the illusion. Kim has a lot of respect for this guy, but you don't have to believe in illusions all the time. You have to look at the transparent reality. However, this guy didn't give up on his ideas. He thanked the team for their help and said that was enough. Kim realized it was the perfect moment to change the subject and talk about King Arthur. Everyone knows that they are located in Glastonbury, home to the legend of King Arthur, and thinks it's a great topic of conversation. The traveler replied that King Arthur liked his son, who wanted to come here, but his father was always busy. The conversation turned to the Babylonian dragon, the guardian of Wales, and the traveler often told this story to his son. Kim said that the time had come for them to go to this Babylonian dragon together and meet him. Strangely enough, the traveler agreed to this and went with him, saying that his son would be happy to see this monster. However, so far this guard is behaving rather lethargically. He continues to sleep and does not pay attention to anyone. The guy said that his son was constantly teasing him that his father did not look like King Arthur. However, Kim is confident that he can become a hero, and these are not empty words. We just need to find evidence of this. If the traveler can pull out this sword, then that will be enough. Kim does all this because they want him to become a member of his team. He knows exactly what kind of illusion this guy is seeing, and that's why he understands his feelings. After the game started, too many people died, and there were many who had similar symptoms. They saw their dead relatives and suffered incredibly from these painful illusions. Arthur explained that he does not want to forget his son, even if it is only an illusion, but he wants to see him. But if these illusions were his real family, they would not have left him like this and would have wanted him to live a normal life. That is why he must gather all his strength and try to get this sword. Kim believes that the traveler needs to change, and Kim needs such a player in his team. However, not everything turned out to be so easy. As soon as Arthur tried to get the sword, Kim saw that something was wrong with the raven's eyes. At the same time, a new conflict arose between the players in the forest, again over the girl. An aggressive guy was shouting at a girl named Chris Bright. He ordered her to immediately return his comrades to normal. But Chris calmly replied that she didn't want to do it, and that we were probably in for another fight. She believes that the demon must have warned her that this was the fastest way to find the raven. She assured that no one should worry because she would not kill other players. Eric Sanders cannot return to his normal state. He is under the influence of a mesmerization technique. Of course, his friends don't like this, and they become more and more irritated and prepare for a battle. Suddenly, a real raven appeared, furious that someone was using his name. However, Chris Bright got what she wanted. She said she had a special case for Kim. Soon she started laughing and said that she had received an order to kill the Kims. He had heard of this impudent and overconfident girl before, but he didn't think she was that bad. The girl said that Kim looked quite strange, but she was not going to fight him, and she didn't like looking for everyone individually, so she used her charming skills. Of course, this technique is very powerful, but we remember that Kim spent many weeks training with Linda to stop psychic attacks. Chris had heard that Kim tries to save people in critical situations, and now she is ready to give him the opportunity. There are many players around who need to be rescued, but if he resists, she will kill them all, so the Kim must stand calmly. She already knows that he has the skill of resisting psychological attacks, and warns that this technique should not be used either. Kim realized that she was smart enough to gather people around her who were affected by this technique, and this complicates the matter. Kim began to think about opening up the imaginary space behind him, and not expecting to be attacked. However, this situation began to escalate as girls who still could not share one subject began to return. It was the Holy Virgin Ruth and Sharon, and they were surprised to see the large number of people around. Chris Bright thought it was his friends, but he said he had nothing to do with them. Suddenly, Sharon aggressively approached him and said that he was the guy who had interfered with their dungeon. Brian told her about the raven. He said that the raven and his friends were clearing their dungeon. At that moment, the girls started quarreling with each other because each of them wanted to talk to the crow personally. They started calling each other stupid and ugly dolls, which is really fun. Suddenly, Sharon started using a strange technique, something you rarely see among other players. This skill is called Brisingamen, and the effect of the technique is quite simple. It helps to completely take control of men. This technique can be applied to a limited number of people, and the number of applications also has a limit. The skill has a more powerful effect than Chris Bright's enchantment, and now this technique has been applied. All the men immediately felt relieved. The spell was broken and they could move. Sharon ordered them all to leave the chair and come over to her. These women's things never get old. Of course, the hired killer was not worried about this because she still had female players. And at that moment, a holy virgin intervened in the conversation. She could not understand what it was, and then she guessed that it was a skill of the abnormal state. However, she has her own counter-arguments and is ready to apply them to other girls. It looks like Chris Bryant is in a lot of trouble now because her equipment has been completely unlocked. A battle of two elements began, each woman believing herself to be the best and wanting to demonstrate this in front of everyone else. Meanwhile, Sharon continued to mock the girl with white hair who came to kill Kim. However, because she completely forgot her main goal, she allowed Kim to approach her from behind and deliver a devastating blow. The guy immediately realized that it would be right to destroy the one who had made a contract with the devil first. Of course, Chris Bright tried to stop him and offered a draw. However, the guy replied that he was not interested in a draw at all, and he only thought about winning. It was a precise stabbing, and Chris Bright was close to dying, never having come close to completing the task. However, at that moment, another girl was approaching her. Perhaps it was some enemy who wanted to finish off the injured Chris. However, this girl touched Chris Bright's face and healed all her wounds. Of course, the devil's servant was happy because she almost died, although this had already happened in her life. She was saved by Cirrus, although this girl said that Chris was good at dying, and if they hadn't signed a contract with Mara Papayas, it would have been over long ago. Chris thought she would succeed on her first attempt, but she never managed to kill anyone. However, thanks to this attempt, Ciri realized that ordinary magic alone could not defeat this raven. However, Chris Bright said she didn't want to contact him anymore, but they couldn't refuse the Game Master's request so easily. He said that he would kill them both if they did not fulfill his orders. Chris began to visibly panic. She said that they didn't even have normal fighting skills, and it would be difficult to defeat this opponent. However, Cirrus told her that they had found something interesting, and if it didn't help, they would call the Game Master. She was referring to the great red Babylonian dragon and the mythical hippopotamus, and probably only the guards would be able to stop the raven. A vibration began to be felt throughout the forest, something like an earthquake. Katie, Mark, and Linda went through all these tasks together. They tried to find objects and felt these strange tremors in the ground. It's not hard to guess that it's a guard, although up to this point there were signs of a completely different scale. Of course, they did not expect that this guard could also fly, but where did the vibrations in the ground come from? Soon they saw something trying to get out of the ground, and now it will become clear what it was. This is probably the mythical hippo, although this animal does not look like a hippo at all. Katie said they should have brought diapers with them because even Kim wouldn't help with such monsters. Linda thought about jumping into the monster's mouth and killing it from the inside, just like she had done with the gunga. Of course, it is clear that this girl has an incredible regeneration rate, but for this monster, it is nothing. If it jumps into his mouth, he'll think he's been given orbit gum and tear it to shreds. Linda immediately checked the system and messages, but saw nothing from Kim. She could only see his location, and of course she was very curious about what he was doing so busy that he had completely forgotten about his friends. Kim had already seen that there were 2 large guards on the loose, and he thought that the witch had woken them up, but she said she was not that crazy. Only Mary was pleasantly surprised. At last she saw divine beings just like her. The witch started shouting at him, saying that this was not his house, but he was being too impudent. He accuses her of waking up big monsters and bringing an unknown man with her. Kim calmed the girl down and explained that the traveler's name was Arthur, the owner of the Excalibur that Morgan was so careful to protect. Of course, the witch could not believe that this tramp really became the owner of this legendary sword. He looks like an ordinary beggar asking for money for food in the subway. She said she would never believe these stories until she saw it with her own eyes. Kim smiled and said that this was what he expected from her, so he wanted Arthur to draw this sword in front of her. This guy's finest hour has come, and Kim expects him to take decisive action. However, Arthur replied that he had never said he was going to get this sword. Kim has always respected his opinion, and that's why he wanted to wait, but there is no more time. Does he still have doubts and feel different emotions when watching these horrible monsters? Arthur says that he has no guarantees that he will be able to reach the sword, but Kim is absolutely sure that this action will be successful. The more Arthur delays, the more players will die. Is he really ready to do this? Without hesitation, the traveler replied that he agreed to try to get the sword, all for the sake of other people's lives. Everyone held their breath and said nothing, all their attention focused on Arthur's hands and sword. But as always, at the most interesting moment, we are forced to return to the events of another storyline. As soon as the players heard the sounds of big monsters, they immediately started checking the system. Everyone was visibly worried. However, soon they received a message. The owner of the item of the highest rank SS appeared, so Arthur really did it. He was really able to get this sword and showed that he was worthy of King Arthur. It's incredible. Even Morgan was impressed and said that the Raven had a very developed intuition. He was right all along. It was after these words that she took her magic wand and began to say some strange words, as if it were a spell. To begin with, you need to sign a contract. The traveler's legs and inactive physical abilities will be restored. This is what happens when you become a legendary sword and show that you are a special player. But the guards cannot wait for all this. If they are already awake, they want to destroy someone. Edward started to get visibly worried. He hadn't been doing well at all lately. Dorothy started shouting at the fat man and said that he was the leader of the guild, so he had to come up with a plan. Even he has no choice but to pray when he faces these guys, but Edward is glad he couldn't take part in this game. The players decided that the first step was to destroy the hippopotamus, although it would be harder to fight the dragon. But at least it was possible to kill the hippopotamus. Those who are in the top 10 from each server should go forward and fight in the front row. Some players can see the monster's abilities with their skill, so it is said that the hippo gets bigger and bigger over time. Of course, there are limitations to its growth, but if left unchecked, it will become too dangerous. That's why the player Eric should act now. He should be placed first, because he already has experience in killing the guard. Everyone expects Eric to become a real leader in this battle, but it seems he is not quite willing to do so. Although he talked a lot about his victory over the guard, when it came time to demonstrate his skills in real life, he started to worry. This is because the monster he destroyed in the past was much smaller than this behemoth. However, he had no choice and began to prepare for his first attack, his target being the hippo's eyes. Suddenly, at the moment when everyone was ready to attack the monster, someone saw the same traveler. But now he was no longer limping. Now he looks much healthier and stronger, and he is holding a strange sword. Everything indicates that Arthur has come to destroy this monster, but the guard has completely different plans for today. The hippo immediately began to attack the boy, and was not afraid of his sword, but Arthur managed to dodge the first attack. This traveler is too stupid to fight this monster alone, so he did not come here alone. Soon he started calling for his friend, and at that moment, Kim appeared with his incredible weapon. It seems that Arthur played the role of a decoy and distracted the monster from its main threat. It is a weapon that contains enough ester and myrrh and does not pierce iron. It was made by Donald. No one asked him to do it, but the guy thought that this weapon could be useful, and he was right. The attack was as accurate as possible. Arthur and Kim worked as a real team and they succeeded. But this may not be enough to destroy this behemoth, so Kim asked Arthur for help. He must immediately attack the monster's leg so that the hippo cannot move. Of course, Arthur was not very happy about this task. Kim is always asking him for something. First a contract, then a sword, and now this. However, it is possible to do this now, and if Arthur refuses to help, many people will die. It's time to use the true unifying power of your sword. It can concentrate energy and increase the power of the owner. However, the hippo looked incredibly angry. He didn't like being attacked and injured so treacherously, and he wanted revenge. The other players prepared to fight the guard. Not everyone wants to stand by and watch this monster destroy Arthur. Eric Sanders also felt that his finest hour had come and began to apply his flame technique. He didn't do it alone. All the players tried to help Arthur. They all realized that if this guard is not destroyed, then he will destroy them all. Arthur also did not hesitate to attack the monster with his sword. All this superpower must work. A few seconds after his attack, the behemoth seemed to explode, leaving only black smoke and ashes. For some time, all the players stood there as if mesmerized. No one could understand what had just happened. At first, it seemed that the hippo was really destroyed, but a little later, the red eyes of the big monster became visible in the darkness. After a few seconds, there was no doubt at all. The guard was able to withstand and survive the combined attack of the players. And now he's coming to destroy them all, so they can't stop and have to keep pushing the monster. Eric began to have doubts. He was not sure that there was any hope that they could defeat the behemoth. However, a little later, the players realized that all this was just a warm-up, because now another guardian, the Babylonian dragon, was heading their way. This defender of whales is considered to be even stronger than his friend the hippo, and it is unlikely that anyone will be able to stop these two monsters at the same time. At this point, the players began to panic. They couldn't even defeat one guard, and now there are two. Kim has been watching the guards from the air all this time, and even he is probably confused and doesn't know what to do. It's all much harder to control than he could have ever imagined, but he has to come up with something. Perhaps Arthur knew how to control him even before he shared with him the skill of resisting psychological attacks. Kim felt incredible strength holding his weapon in his hands, but would it be enough to defeat the dragon? The answer to this question will soon become apparent, but it is unlikely that Kim will have an easy time with the dragon. The guy immediately started calling Arthur and asked him to block the whale's defender. It won't be easy, but Arthur has to help the boy, because it was with his help that he got this sword. Just like Morgan, if this is the same red dragon of legend, he will not be able to kill King Arthur. Now we will see whether this traveler is worthy of the title of king, but if he has drawn this sword, he must be worthy. The dragon is not going to bow its head to any other creature in this galaxy. It considers itself the strongest of all. Soon Salo realizes that the dragon even knows how to talk, and he looks at Arthur in surprise. This is a sign of a type of magic, and the fearful man did not expect to ever meet someone who would hold this legendary sword. And now Arthur has a hard time understanding how this red dragon turned from a legend into a monster. However, he explained that this role was determined for him by the system. Someone became a player, and he became a monster. Is resistance really impossible after all? He is the same legendary red dragon. However, it's impossible to fight something that includes all the laws of the universe, so there's not much difference between a dragon and an Arthur. But it's strange that he turned into a monster. Wasn't the red dragon supposed to be a player? But only people who look like gods can become players, which is why they can make them their avatars. The owner of the sword wanted this dragon to tell Arthur a lot of things, but he could not do it. However, according to the oath of the gods, he is obliged to help this traveler at least once. That is why the dragon turned around and began to approach the huge hippo guard. At first, everyone around us had doubts, but then it became clear that he was trying to destroy the behemoth, so this was helping Arthur. Of course, the behemoth was completely against such arrangements. He believed that they were acting in concert and fighting on the same side. From a distance, the players could not even understand what exactly was happening there. Only the signs of a big battle would be visible. Only a little later, those with observation skills saw that the dragon was trying to destroy the hippo, and so far it was succeeding. I realized it was time to intervene and finish off the wounded beast with my weapon. He skillfully approached the monster and struck it in the back. All those who watched this event nearby immediately felt the taste of this hippo's blood. After helping him, the dragon flew away. It seems he's not going to wait for Arthur's gratitude. Kim gained the achievement of a god killer and received a special reward for destroying a strong guard. When he came down to Earth, he could not understand where the red dragon had gone. The whale's guard must have realized that if he stayed here for a while longer, he would have to fight with the other players. Everyone was amazed because they did not expect Kim to be such a talented and strong player. Julian approached him and said that he was honored to meet the living legend. It turned out that even this guy is here. He's a player from Germany, and he signed a contract with the god of another constellation. In his past life, he was quite an active player. Julian said that he would like to talk to Kim personally, but the guy said that he should leave because of the prying eyes. Julian agreed and said he hoped they would meet and talk again in the future. Kim confirmed these words, but he turned into a raven and disappeared shortly afterward, all of which happened very quickly. Now it is clear that all servers will be merged in the future and will only get bigger. So it's pretty easy to understand that every outstanding player in this game will be important now. You need to remember all of this to prepare for the very moment that Kim is waiting for. For a while, let's go back to the world of the devil and the palace of debauchery, since we haven't seen what's going on there for a long time. Akartos returned to the Mara Papias. He was upset and said that his plan had failed because the mental attack had been stopped. Of course, the devil was not happy about this news, but it was not obvious that he was very surprised. Akartos suspected something was wrong, because he even told us the exact location of the hippo. Later, the devil replied that Kim did not feel even the slightest threat, and this is amazing because he is too strong. Strong players are an incentive for them. At least that's what Mara Papias believes. Now he can't wait for Kim to prove herself, for example, in the competitions that will soon begin in the Devil's World. Recently, there has been more and more talk about the Black Crow in this building. Kim knew in advance about the method of attack, regardless of the appearance of the guard. Of course, Akartos was angry because the Red Dragon did not obey him at all, so this could not go on. The monster is not enough to destroy Kim, so he will do everything to find another way. Some time passed, and they started counting the points for this competition, and the English server was in first place, so Kim and his friends were only second. Now the Game Master has to intervene and have his say, but Kim is still unhappy for some reason, even though he has solved all the problems. Kim is worried that the master of the game, Akinen, has done nothing, although the witch thinks it's for the best. It's all strange, because usually the masters of the game don't behave like this, and it looks like Arthur is in a bad mood too. He still can't find answers to his questions. That's the kind of person he is. He got a sword but didn't get any additional courage. Kim asked him to think about it after the competition was over, even though his faith in this guy seems strange. However, the Raven has long since learned to trust his intuition, and perhaps he knows something through memories from his past life. Maria came into the room and called Kim. She wanted to know if the competition was over. The guy replied that nothing had been finalized yet, but the results were already quite obvious. They should get about 100 points for this sword. So with this score, no matter how successful another server is, it won't be able to catch up with Kim and his friends. Arthur thanked his new friend for his help and said that all the England players should also thank him, but Kim replied that he was not doing it for gratitude. Therefore, it is enough that the whole of England can reach a new European level, and its players are encouraged to become stronger. Sometimes he is too kind, to the point where it even looks suspicious, but he is. Maria approached Kim and with tears in her eyes began to ask him to take her with him on the mission. However, Kim was in a bad mood and immediately said that she could not go with him. It could be too dangerous. He also said that it is not often that you get a chance to learn magic from a great witch, so Maria should appreciate this opportunity. Before he left, he promised to fulfill any of her wishes in the future if it was realistic. Another week of competitions on the English server passed, and Linda was dissatisfied with her achievements during this time. She knows that Kim is always busy, but she is angry with him because he has never written to her. Suddenly, she felt someone approaching her, and without even turning her head towards him, she ordered him to run away if he didn't want to die. This guy doesn't seem to be going to run away at all. It's not clear why people never listened to it the first time. But suddenly she heard a voice that immediately seemed familiar, and her heart immediately began to beat twice as fast. Only a few seconds later, she realized that behind her was my brother, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. His name is George. He was glad to see that his sister was alive, because he had been worried about her a lot, although he had heard the news from his mother. It turned out that he constantly talks to his mother, but if he came to her, he wanted to tell her something. But George said she was taking it too seriously. He could have found her by accident. However, he is her brother, and she knows his character very well, so it is unlikely that he came to her without a purpose. George smiled and said that Linda remains as prudent as ever. She has always been cautious. George said that he really had no purpose in this conversation. He just wanted to suggest that we meet up sometime when they both had some free time. You can have dinner with your mom because they haven't seen each other for a long time. Linda couldn't help but notice the strange tattoo on her brother's neck. It immediately caught her attention. The girl began to recall battles against various bad guys who also had similar tattoos on their bodies. Did her brother become a member of one of the gangs she had met before? However, let's digress a bit and see what is happening on another continent. In the rather spacious apartment, a child's cry could be heard, and it seemed that Barbara had dreamed something again. Her sisters Sandra and Carol immediately came running to her and asked what had happened. The girl explained that it was just a nightmare, although to be more precise, she saw the future. She explained that all the people in their hometown would soon die. Of course, there must be a reason for this future, and apparently it has to do with that girl in the black suit. Of course, everyone remembers what Linda looks like, but will she lose her mind and destroy everything around her? Barbara explained that her nightmares are constantly changing, so none of this is accurate yet. But the only thing she is absolutely sure of is that she saw the killer with a Death Star. Meanwhile, Kim continued to observe the news in the gods community, and the Guild of God Killers began to be talked about too much. So their guild becomes known, but if it is not stopped in time, it can only complicate his business. Soon after, he met with Katie, and it seems to him that she was the one who did the most in this case. While everyone was focused on the dragon and the hippo, she was constantly collecting items on her own. And she did a great job, because she was really able to collect a large number of items of different ranks. However, one thing keeps bothering Kim, and he can't help but notice that something strange has been happening to Linda lately. At first glance, it's not clear. She doesn't seem to be offended, but you can't say that everything is fine. If he realized what was going on, he would immediately talk about it and try to solve the problem. Kim approached the girl to say hello, but she was very scared, which had never happened before. Of course, the guy noticed that as soon as he approached her, she immediately closed her messages. Maybe she was hiding something. Kim could clearly see that she was reading her messages with a serious face, and he decided to ask who was writing to her. Soon, Linda decided to talk about meeting her brother. She said that he wanted to meet her, and unlike her, he had always been talented. Is there a person who has more talent than Linda? Kim had never even heard of such a guy in his previous life. Kim quickly realized that she did not have the best relationship with her brother. But he would explain that this is not the case. She is worried about her mother being with her brother, even though it looks great. But not everything is as simple as it seems. Linda is upset because her mother doesn't really love her. To be even more precise, her mother is afraid of her daughter, and this is really strange. So Linda doesn't want to go with her brother and mother at all, so Kim offers to go with her. He is always very kind and ready to help in a difficult situation, which sounds quite good, but not expected. Linda explained that she was interested in the offer, but there was one problem, and Kim would soon find out about it. Soon they went to this meeting together. There was too much garbage on the streets of their city because of the constant battles between players and monsters. Kim immediately recognized this street because it is usually the place where the devil's servants gather. Soon they approached the meeting place, probably not the best place to have dinner with your family. Surprisingly enough, the restaurant is still open, and they were immediately greeted at the entrance by an employee of the restaurant. After how many seconds of looking at his visitors, the guy immediately started to panic. He didn't just panic, he started shouting that he didn't want to serve the demon killer. Linda doesn't like to be called a demon, although sometimes she really is a demon, and she really is a killer. The girl came up to him and told him to behave calmly and ordered 2 Americanos. She seems to have already learned the technique of returning items, and she is also becoming an increasingly well-known personality on this server. All that remains is to learn how to communicate with other people, because so far she has difficulties with this aspect. Soon after, she received a message that her brother would soon join them in this institution. When he came in, he immediately said that he was usually not late, but that he had very important things to do. Linda immediately started asking him where their mom was. She was so impatient, she hadn't even asked George how he was doing yet. After that, he looked at the guy sitting next to Linda and asked her who he was. The girl calmly replied that this guy's name was Kim, and she liked him, an answer that even Kim himself did not expect. George was also very surprised. He said that no one had ever liked Linda, so she must be joking. However, the girl replied that it was not a joke at all and that she was telling the truth, and then George became really nervous. Of course, Kim began to feel quite uncomfortable. He had guessed her feelings, but she had never spoken about it so directly before. But that's not the most important thing right now. Kim started looking at George and realized that this was the very problem Linda was talking about. He very quickly guessed, because it's not hard. This guy has black hair, black eyes, and a strange tattoo, so he's got a contract with a demon. Linda said they should get right down to business and forget about formalities. That's more like her, straightforward and simple. George immediately smiled and started talking. He said he wanted to show her something, that he had changed a lot and was not the same guy he used to be. He frankly stated that he had signed a contract with a demon who was ranked 17th in the rank. He looked at his sister and realized that she had hardly signed a contract with anyone. Kim did not like these words very much, and to be honest, she signed a contract with the guild. Kim also quickly realized that the demon George had contracted was higher in rank than Nibiros. George told his sister that she no longer had to pretend to be good. The world had changed, but she was still the same. Linda said that she felt more comfortable that way, and Kim, meanwhile, couldn't figure out if this was the Linda he knew. This short and unpleasant conversation was ended when George said he was ready to show his sister her mother and ordered her to follow him. Linda never had any special talents as a child, and the more she was good at something, the more her father demanded of her. He often shouted at the girl and said that he and her mother had invested too much in her, and she should achieve more than they did. The parents were confident that their daughter could make more progress to justify their investment. Of course, the mother of this little girl saw her father constantly yelling at her. She realized that all these demands were absurd, but she could not say anything because she was afraid. And the main problem is that this fear later turned into cruelty and violence. She started beating her daughter all the time. She beat her for absolutely every mistake, and it almost never stopped. However, for Linda, this violence made no sense, and the girl began to smile through her tears. When her mother saw it for the first time, she was horrified, and we can understand her. No amount of suffering or punishment could intimidate Linda. She was very dependent on her mother, and that's not right. However, the girl realized this too late, but still tried to continue to obey and endure. After that, Linda began to hide her abilities all the time, resigned to her life, and ignored her father's demands. But her mother still didn't love her daughter, and that's what upset the girl so much. Her father realized that he would not be able to make progress in raising Linda, and so he shifted his expectations to his young son. The mother also treated George much better, and it was obvious that she loved her boy. George, who had been overlooked until then because of his sister's abilities, was desperate to meet his parents' expectations. Although, unlike his sister, he was unable to achieve outstanding results. Because of this, her parents often yelled at her and compared her to Linda, and she witnessed such scenes until she entered university. After that, all she had to do was wait for her mother to forget about it all and try to bring her closer to her again. The world changed, the father died, and the mother continued to avoid meeting her daughter. But now she herself has expressed a desire to meet with Linda, and it looks very strange. Kim noticed that the girl was worried about something, perhaps the people around her. She replied that everything was fine and she would not kill all these people, although she felt quite a lot of evil aura here. Linda knows that her brother is standing with her now, so she has to be patient, calm down, and be a good girl. However, her eyes show her true emotions at this moment, but she still tries not to show her true face. Soon after, George told me that he already knew that everyone around him was calling Linda the Devil's Killer. It all looks quite strange because she is not an avatar, and she did not even make a contract with the devil, and everyone she killed was too weak. Soon they finally reached their destination, and George said that now they would see their mother. As soon as he opened the door, people in black suits immediately began to bow down to him, calling George their boss. Kim immediately focused and tensed up. Maybe this guy was up to some dirty tricks. As it turned out, George is the head of the Eastern Moon Guild, and he became one of its leaders and won the trust of other players. He said that he became the head of a new branch in the area, unlike his sister, who became nothing. Although these words were very offensive, Linda remained calm and said that it was true. She doesn't even want to say that she envies her younger brother, although she probably felt that he was taller than her. The girl doesn't pay any attention to all these words of George's. She says again that she wants to see her mother. Of course, all this upset the boy. He said he expected a different reaction and called his sister boring. Soon he ordered his assistants to bring something, and Kim and Linda immediately tensed up, because it was unlikely that he meant to bring his mother. Soon his assistant brought him a strange box. It is not yet clear what is inside. Then George took the box, called his sister, and told her that now she had to open his gift. The girl was immediately very frightened. It couldn't be, because he loved his mother very much. No one had seen Linda so tense and frightened for a long time. When she opened the box, her eyes widened twice. At this point, George immediately started laughing out loud throughout the room. He was sure that his sister was surprised and pleased with his surprise. Now she has her favorite mom, and George thinks he did a good job of taking revenge for Linda's bad attitude. Her mother constantly mocked her and beat her, and now she is officially punished for all this. Of course, no one expected such a plot twist, and Linda doesn't understand why he did it, since her mother loved him very much. He explained that she loved him, but she hoped too much, and it put pressure on him. Everyone knows about her problems with her head. When her father disappeared, she immediately began to bother George. She's not even a player, she's just an insect who is constantly telling him what to do, and that's why he killed her. Kim stood silently by all this time and was in a state of shock. He realized that George was just a psycho. However, this inadequate guy told Linda not to worry, because soon he would also send her to her mother, and they would be together all the time. Linda will not be able to attack her brother, so this situation requires immediate intervention by Kim. But a few seconds later, the guy started to feel strange emotions, something to do with the Linda. The girl dropped her mother's head on the floor, and to be honest, it's a bit scary to look at. Kim immediately began to calm Linda down, saying that she shouldn't do anything, that she should wait and hold on. However, this flame that had awakened in her did not allow her to calm down, even though she really wanted to quench this fire. Soon her eyes began to blaze with red light, and we all know what that means. Linda wants to kill everyone around her again. She has to do this to protect what she values so much, and if she is not reassured, the apocalypse will soon begin in this building. George couldn't understand why his sister was being so quiet. She was too bored again, although there should be at least some reaction. As soon as she took a step toward him, he smiled and said that he would show her how strong he was. But a second later, she grabbed him tightly by the neck and began to lift him above her. It seems that he was waiting for this, so he immediately drew his sharp black sword and prepared to strike. George promised to cut her back in half and tried to do it a second later. However, what happened surprised him greatly. The wedge did not die and was somehow able to withstand this blow. To do this, you need to have incredible endurance and regeneration skills, and the Linda has all these qualities. He started begging his sister to calm down and let him go because he realized he was close to death. It was at this moment that she smiled just like she did when she was a child and when her mother beat her. George immediately began to call his assistants and ordered them to stop the woman immediately. He doesn't understand why they are standing there and not intervening in the situation. His neck is very close to being broken. They did not have time to do so, perhaps because they were shocked by the strength of this woman, perhaps because her aura did not allow them to intervene. But in any case, this story was completed when Linda said goodbye to her brother and cut off his head. And I immediately realized that they were in serious trouble because the madness she had been holding back for so long had awakened. After that, Linda started calling Kim's name many times and turned to face him. She kept laughing like crazy and then promised to protect Kim and told him not to worry. She won't let what happened to her mother happen to him, but it's all absurd. The girl said that she would kill all these ants around, so with Kim, he could not worry and trust only her. However, he is well aware that her condition can lead to disaster, and only he can stop Linda. This is no longer a competition in a game. You have to be ready even to kill, otherwise the Kim may die. Linda started glowing red more and more and repeated that she had to kill everyone. It's as if the devil has entered her body and is trying to get out. It looks creepy. Not even the best player in the world could reach such a speed, and in less than a second, 2 of the demon servants were brutally killed. There was no real death. Linda would run past these cockroaches and destroy them and send them to hell. Kim stood there and couldn't understand what was happening. He didn't even have time to turn his head, and most of the people in the room were already dead. Of course, they all screamed and tried to escape, but when the Linda reaches this state, it is useless to scream and run away. Kim doesn't care what happens to the guys from the East Moon Guild, but at this rate, Lin's condition will only get worse. He tried to tell her to calm down and stop, but she only smiled in response. Of course, he didn't want to activate his powers for this, and he especially didn't want to fight her, but there was no other choice. But even his powers could not stop this insane anger and aggression that took over Lin's mind. The girl did not stop and continued to destroy the members of the Eastern Moon Guild one by one. It was as if they were all just turkeys on a farm, and she came to prepare for Thanksgiving. She looked at Kim and smiled. It was obvious that she didn't want to kill him, so even in this state she realized that he was her friend. Of course, this can already be called a plus, but it cannot be allowed to go outside the building, otherwise a real disaster will begin. Her goal was quite simple. Linda kept repeating that she had to kill everyone. She can't lose any more people close to her, so she has to protect them to stay good. She has always tried to be a good child, but without close people, no one needs a good child. Linda hasn't completely lost her mind yet, but if she is not stopped in time, it will be difficult to bring her back to normal. That is why Kim had no choice but to intervene and use force against this woman. However, we all understand how strong Linda is in this state. And to be honest, I'm not sure that Kim will be able to stop her. But we must always remember that this guy wins primarily with his intellect. He finds reasonable solutions to difficult problems. He didn't expect to have to figure out this subject again, but now is the perfect opportunity. He managed to put it on the girl and made her stop. Kim asked her not to waste her strength because this bracelet weighs 10 tons. After that, Kim thought of writing to Katie. Maybe she could come up with something. However, this was his mistake. As soon as he was distracted for a minute, a real horror happened. So, it's not hard to guess that in this state, Linda quickly decided to tear off her arm to break free from the bracelet. It seems that with the restoration of the A rank, such tricks become possible, but a person should still have pain. At this rate, it will soon reach the city center, and then real chaos will begin. Linda must forgive him, but Kim must destroy the upper part of her body if he wants to protect the city, which is the only option. He took his weapon and approached the girl behind her back. The last thing he said were words of apology. There was a very loud explosion. Is it really true? Will we never see Linda again? And so it happened. His weapon worked perfectly, and the Lin's body was torn into 2 parts. Perhaps this is ironic, because even in this life, Linda also died. She did it in the first round when she defended the Kim from the attack of the Green Goblins. Now it is also dead, and the most interesting thing is that she lost her life again because of this guy. And he has blood on his hands, the blood of a person very close to him, which will be difficult to accept. I should have realized that I shouldn't have brought this girl here. I should have realized and prevented her from opening that box. Kim closed his eyes and tried to hold back his tears. Now he would regret it all for the rest of his life. But it's too early to jump to conclusions. We already remember what rank a regeneration is capable of. Kim felt pain in his legs and fell to the ground, and it became obvious that he had been attacked again. Kim soon realized what had attacked him, and of course he recognized the red axe. Linda looks like a zombie. She was cut in 2, but her regeneration skill is so strong that she was able to recover. She smiled and said that the Kim had made a big mistake because he was supposed to aim for her head. Now he is in trouble or has lost both legs because of her insidious attack. She approached him and began to apologize for it, but she also had no choice and had to do it. She said that she wanted to do this because Kim is very strong, and if he doesn't like her anymore, he will run away and she won't be able to catch him. That's why she was constantly worried about all this, probably completely lost her mind and was seized by madness. Linda kept crying and telling Kim not to worry, because she would always be there for him. On the contrary, he will now be better off without his legs, because the Linda can become his legs, and he will not have to be upset about this stupid game. Now she will protect him and he will always be safe and feel her love. Now she is happy with herself, and happy that the world has changed. Now all her loved ones will always be with her. It seems that there is no one left in this area of the city. Everyone has either died or fled. But Linda heard something. She saw an ordinary mouse running next to her. It seems that this girl became completely inadequate, because she started attacking this little animal as if it were a servant of the devil. But somehow this mouse managed to dodge the axe at the last moment, so it looks like it's a professional gambler too. Tears were visible in the eyes of this mouse, which must mean something. Not only does Linda have her regeneration skills, Kim has also collected a lot of points and skills, and with that, he was able to regenerate his legs. But he could not have done all this without help, so he had to write to someone. Katie came to his aid very quickly and was able to support him in this difficult moment. Now Kim is trying to figure out what exactly Katie did to Linda. Did they really fight? However, this is not entirely true. The girl explained that she had closed the Linda in an interdimensional pit, the same thing she did when she created the bunker. This skill works in much the same way as magic, so Linda will be held hostage for about 2 days. As in the previous case, it will not be possible to split this defense. For this, you need to remove the effect of the equipment. Of course, Kim noticed some peculiarities of Lin's behavior. He is always very attentive to such nuances. At first, she completely lost her mind, and then she seemed to recover. Most likely, the problem is not in her skills, but in her personal characteristics. Katie said she didn't have any techniques for this kind of thing, and if she didn't know, then no one else would be able to help. This time, even Kim can't come up with anything. The situation is too complicated and not classical, so it's hard to understand what to do. He saw a tall girl in a red dress in front of him. She saw his worried look and immediately came to his aid. Idra began to fear that Kim might start praying to another deity, so she immediately came to his aid. She said that the guy shouldn't be so surprised because she didn't come into this world by a straightforward path. To put it in modern terms, she used a VPN to plant a fake file in this world, although the process is a bit difficult. If you act like demons, all of this becomes possible, although usually gods don't pay that much attention to the game. Of course, there are limitations, but if the player gives her enough reward, she can help. Otherwise, the system will treat it as an error and immediately remove it from the game. As for the reward, everything is simple. Players can easily give their points to the deity. There is nothing special about it. Although, of course, none of the players know this, few people can tell this information. If someone doesn't like something, they can do it on their own, so it's bad to envy God. Idra also said that she remembers all the rules and does not break them. Even now there is a broadcast, so the creator sees everything. Recently, Idra became interested in videos and started uploading them to her channel. Her nickname is the Dream Witch. It is certainly strange to hear that a deity posts a video on her channel and asks for a like, but in her past life everything was completely different. But now it doesn't matter that the Idra is filming everything on a hidden camera, because we have to think about how to save the girl sitting in the pit. Idra is able to attack the mind and cause hallucinations, so she can give advice, and this advice is that Linda should meet with her mother. In fact, all this is not very difficult, then its features will appear again, and it will quickly return to normal. However, Kim immediately said that the problem was that it was impossible to do so. Her mother had died. But the Dream Witch has a different opinion on this matter. She said she had an idea how to organize it. It has something to do with the past, someone who has already been in the past, even though it was just a dream. It is strange that Idra knows about this at all, because she was only a part of this dream and was not in the Dungeon of Dreams. She approached the Kim and said that if this problem was solved, she would have more followers, and that's what she wanted. This method is quite simple. You need to change the dream dungeon, and then the reward will change. As it has already become known, there is a quest in the dream dungeon, and Kim already knows everything about the reward. If he can change the dungeon, the reward will also change, so the main task is to return the mother Linda. The boy can't understand why the Hydra sacrifices her points and helps him, even though he's not even her avatar. But as it turned out, she wasn't going to spend her points. She called him an impudent guy and said that he would pay for all this. She has already said that she has to get a sufficient reward from the player, and such a difficult task will cost 100,000 points. She is sure that Kim will be able to pay this amount, and he should be grateful to her, because none of the gods would do this for such a price. Soon after, he transferred the required number of points to her account, and Idra immediately began to have a headache because of the complexity of this mission. It looks like she is now starting to edit videos and upload them to her channel. When Kim goes inside, he immediately finds himself in a time when his mother Linda was still alive. At that time, they could already sign a contract with an IDR, although it was not mandatory. In general, it all looks strange, because this witch from the second round knows the information from the first round, and she must have created a similar situation in the past. Soon, all these clarifications were completed, and it was time to work. With the help of the Dream Witch, the Dungeon of Dreams began to change, and the process was launched. Now it is a Temple of Dreams. This temple is now officially handed over to a player named Kim, who will now manage it and can be called the Temple Boss. It's still an idle temple, but now Kim will be in charge of it, which is all quite confusing, but not really important. To enter this temple, Kim has to choose only 3 of his skills. It seems that he won't be able to use many of them in the past. He will have to abandon a lot of different techniques, but that is the price of saving a mother's life. According to the Dream Witch, Kim found himself in a time when his mother Linda was still alive. He immediately saw that there were no scars or calluses on his hands, so it was not too far in the past. Now he is trying to understand what exactly this moment in the past is, but it is strange that he does not feel the people around him. With his current score, he's pretty weak, so maybe this is just the first round. Suddenly, Kim heard strange sounds and turned around, and he didn't like what he saw at all. It was too bad a time to appear in this world. This is probably the approximate end of the dungeon race, so the smoke that can be seen around is poisonous. Kim did not expect the Idra to send him at the moment just before his death, although this may be because she has poor control over the timing. Next time we need to talk to her about it, but for now we need to find a safe place immediately. Kim immediately used his search skill to do so, because if he didn't hide in time, he would be in serious trouble. Soon he found a great place to hide, and it was at that moment that he heard an unknown creature approaching. In his current state, it is better to avoid battles. At this time in his past life, he was searching for and collecting items. Then he fainted from the venom of this scorpion, but fortunately someone saved him, and he returned to Mr. Taylor. Perhaps someone carried him on their back and then left him on the road, and he was lucky because he could have died. Now you can breathe easy. The scorpion will be caught tomorrow, and the Idra will also come to him soon. Now it is necessary to quickly clear the Temple of Dreams and leave here with Linda's mother, but she must go with him of her own free will. There is no time limit, but if the horse dies, the same thing will happen in his reality. So her mother needs to be somehow spoken to. Now she should be with her son, and he is probably in the Dark Brotherhood or in the Guild of Sins. If such a situation has already arisen, then the Dark Brotherhood is much more suitable for Kim. He immediately went in search of the right information, especially about players who had recently become members of the Dark Brotherhood or the Sin Guild. He found the same informant and asked him if he knew a player named George. He said that he knew this guy and that he was called a rising star. He was in the path of sin. Kim was immediately upset to hear this information. He had hoped that George would be a member of the Dark Brotherhood. The informant said that he did not know the exact location of George, but he was supposed to be sent to a new branch. I had to pay 1,000 points for this information, which is not a big price, but now I have too few points. The informant thanked him for the payment, and Kim, convinced that he had no more questions, wanted to leave. However, Kim was in no hurry to say goodbye to him, and said that there was one last detail to be done. The guy took out his sword and slit the throat of this informant, which was to be expected from someone. He did this because the informant would certainly tell this information to the Sin Guild. Soon, he found the right place where the gang members were staying. He also mentioned that an Idra was to appear soon, but he was upset because it was too uncomfortable to follow without the crow's eye skill. Luckily, he has a search technique, and he tried to use it, but suddenly he felt that he could be followed. This didn't happen in the first round, and it doesn't make sense because they don't see each other. Perhaps something has changed in this Temple of Dreams, or perhaps all this time he has felt the presence of an Idrar. As usual, she was late, but it doesn't matter now. It's good that she came at all. Kim doesn't understand why she sent him at the moment when the big scorpion appeared, but the woman replied that she couldn't control the time skill. Even now she is late because she has synchronized her memories with this world. After this short conversation, it was time to make Kim his avatar, and now he had the skill of imaginary space. With this skill, Kim can feel much calmer, and his mood immediately improved. Then Idra told me that she had received something interesting on her way here. They met later, so she didn't know if the girl was still alive. The witch knows that Kim felt her presence. She was the one who had been watching him all along. A similar guy doesn't understand who the witch is talking about, but at this time this girl is still alive. Soon, Idra finally told him the girl's name, and her name was Linda, and Kim was definitely not expecting it. Of course, he remembers perfectly well that she was killed at the very beginning of the game, when the world changed. So she had the Death Star skill from the very beginning, and Kim could not have guessed how much this technique could help people in a critical moment. Of course, he understands that with such equipment a person can recover even after death, and there will be no trace of the wounds. So at that moment, Linda was still alive, and the Dream Witch saw her in person on the way to Kim. The goddess's words really make sense, because Kim did not check whether Linda really died after the attack with the goblin. He ran away immediately. Idra saw that he didn't trust her words very much, and that's why she told him that he should go and see for himself. He took this advice and immediately tried to apply the search skill. He realized that the desired object was 40 meters away, turned on the noise isolation, and decided to see the linden tree with his own eyes. Is she really alive? But then why has she been watching him all this time and not even trying to get closer? Soon he was able to find her, and she must have lost her Kim and was confused because of it. Idra was right. Anyone could say that if they saw it with their own eyes, it looks like a monster without a mind. Is it really Linda? Is it really her who saved his life when he fainted due to poisoning in the first round? She picked it up and carried it to a safe place, only now Kim saw the picture in its entirety. But he cannot understand why she has changed so much. It seems too illogical to him. The guy decided to approach and catch this girl right away, and we need to close all these issues right now. At the moment, she doesn't have the same regeneration skill as in the second round, which is why she chose a cautious tactic. In addition, it was immediately apparent that she did not show even a hint of anger toward Kim. It became clear that it was definitely Linda, but of course not quite the way Kim was used to seeing her. After making sure she understood what he was saying, the guy stood up and told her to follow him. Usually, those who have the Death Star skill feel hatred for all people in the world. This quality is given to them from birth, and that is why they become enemies of humanity. But with Linda's, everything is different. She did not show such manifestations, probably because of her personal characteristics or something else. Kim took his friend to the IDR to ask for her advice, and now Linda is very much like a pet. Kim has her own thoughts about this. Perhaps her character has become quieter because of the trauma she received from the goblins. But there is a high probability that the Death Star could, on the contrary, have shown itself even more in the second round. And this technique merged with its instincts. That's why she looked like a human being then, but now it's completely different, and it looks like she has completely lost her personality. Even now, it is not known whether this is a feature of the Linda or a defense mechanism of the Death Star, but it is known that it stayed close to protect Kim. In the first round, the guy didn't feel it at all. She must have died at some point while she was watching him. That is, she died protecting him from danger, and he did not even know about it because she could not tell anyone about it. Now he has decided to do everything he can to save her in the second round. He feels it is his duty. In the meantime, let's move on to the headquarters of the Sin Guild and see what's going on there. It's too quiet inside today, as if everyone around us has completely died and shows no signs of life. It's unlikely that anyone would decide to attack a guild run by an avatar of the god Hades, because it's insane. Probably everyone around went to catch a huge scorpion. The guards behaved calmly and did not suspect that they were being watched all this time and would soon get into trouble. When they felt someone approaching them, it was too late, and the Kim used his speed to destroy them. He asked Linda not to bite anyone around her, but in this timeline, this girl looks like a naughty dog. Although she has the characteristics of an incredibly strong warrior, she behaves like an ordinary child. This girl's fighting skills haven't disappeared at all. She even moves faster because she doesn't have such a strong regeneration skill anymore. Kim said that it would be too dangerous to go on and that she could not follow him, although of course Linda was against it. She was so eager to go with her friend that she even managed to say a few words, and the girl looked at him and said she would protect him. After that, it was hard to stop her, and so the only thing left to do was to let her follow. Meanwhile, Linda's mother, whose name was Margaret, tried to calm her son down and asked him to stop. George replied that he could not do it because it was the only way to stay alive. He must submit to the one who is stronger, because that is what his mother taught him. Margaret is probably worried because the guild leader has shown interest in her, and now they have to meet him. At first, it seemed that she would refuse the meeting, but Margaret agreed for the sake of her son. Of course, we all remember the leader of the Sin Guild, whose avatar is called Mark, and he is still alive in this timeline. George is eager to become his close ally because it will help his career in the guild. He is sure that he will soon sign a contract with the devil and become the leader of one of the branches, and finally show his sister that he is better than her. Meanwhile, on the lower floors of the Sin Guild headquarters, it was fun. Everything around was almost completely destroyed by Kim and Linda. Even in this timeline, this duo is too dangerous. They quickly killed all the guards and used the scorpion's poisonous gas. Using the Kim system, I realized that there are only a few people left in the building. George and his mom, and the guild leader, Mark. They had already heard about the unrest outside, but they were not too worried about it. Mark felt that there were only 5 people alive in the building, and it looked like he was facing worthy opponents. He can see all of this with the help of the King's Eye technique, which immediately sees the living and the dead around him. He thinks it's quite funny that he has only 2 rivals, and he hopes they will be worthy of his attention. Mark got to his feet very quickly, and it became clear that even this simple action had frightened Margaret. George decided to take the situation into his own hands. He asked the leader not to interfere and promised to destroy all these cockroaches personally. This guy seems to be confident in his own abilities, which is exactly what a leader wants to see in his soldiers. Of course, George's motives are quite simple. He wants to seize the opportunity and win the trust of the Marks. He can't rely on this stupid woman alone. Anything can happen if the guild leader changes his attitude towards her. George feels that he has become strong enough. He is no longer the little boy he used to be. He took out his sword and set off on an adventure, not even realizing that he would have to fight his own sister. Mark felt that enemies were approaching their room, and now we will witness an interesting family drama. When a Kim enters his opponent's room, he opens the door with his feet. Inside, he was immediately met by George and tried to cut off his head with his sword, but Kim skillfully dodged and jumped high. It seems that this young man overestimated his abilities too much, and now he is fighting a real alpha male in this world. Kim decided not to use his sharp blade, but was content to stab George in the neck to make him lose consciousness. It happened very quickly and it looked incredibly easy. That's what the player's skill means. Mark saw these unusual abilities and now understood why his men were weaker than Kim. He likes strong players. He used to easily destroy his enemies, and not a single player on their server was interested in him. That is why Mark is very interested in this battle and hopes that Kim will be able to cheer him up. Kim returned to this time without most of his skills, but some tricks remained with him. Of course, he is ready to use his strengths at the right time, and that time has come. He doesn't like opponents who talk too much, which is why he wants to destroy the brand so badly. In his past life, he had this opportunity, but this arrogant leader of the Guild of Sins was destroyed by Linda. Now the Mark's performance is quite high, and he also has a special technique, so we can't relax. Moreover, this guy was also angry after he was wounded in the neck, and he promised to break the Kim with one punch. The technique of imaginary space is very important in a battle against strong opponents. It helps to become unpredictable and attack from different sides. When your opponent uses this technique, you can't figure out where to expect his attack. If it turns out to be fast, it will be a killer symbiosis with this technique. Mark noted his opponent's skills, but he thinks that Kim is afraid to fight him in an open way. But all these words do not affect Kim at all. He does not lose confidence in his own abilities and continues to follow his plan. He said he expected much more from the leader of the Sin Guild, and thus forced him to use his strongest techniques. It was time to use his main weapon, and Mark was ready for it. He activated the Queen technique. After that, the guy immediately disappeared, and everything around him seemed to be covered in a red fog. Kim has heard a lot about this technique, which allows you to hide and attack the enemy unexpectedly. This is one of the very techniques that Kim really dislikes, because it's hard to fight against. Soon after, Mark appeared and sneakily attacked Kim, and a few seconds later there was too much blood in the room. As it turned out later, this blood belonged to the guild leader, and he never understood how the Kim could sense his approach. However, it's not that Kim had seen it all along. All of this can only be called ordinary intuition. While the opponent is guarding his defense, he will certainly decide to attack from the front and deliver a direct blow. You can hide your abilities, but your habits won't go away, so Kim won again with the help of banal logic. Yes, it was cruel, but cruel players should be punished like mad dogs. That's how the leader of the Sin Guild and one of the best players in the game was destroyed. But now it's time to talk to the woman for whom all this was planned. Kim asked Margaret to follow him, but she was hesitant and afraid that she might die at the hands of this stranger. Kim called his friend Linda over so that Margaret could see her daughter with her own eyes. Of course, she was surprised and thought her daughter had died at the beginning of the game. The girl immediately started running to her mother and hugging her, and even after losing her mind, she did not lose touch with her loved ones. Kim said that they shouldn't stay in this place for long, because soon fighters from another branch might come here, so they should leave. Kim explained that he had come here specifically for Margaret, and if she wanted to live, she had to move faster. He had no choice but to pick her up by force and carry her with him, because otherwise she would have stayed with her son. Kim said that he was not a fan of elevators, and chose an alternative way to leave the building through the window. You could say that this is a rather exotic way to go down, but there was nothing faster. Soon the guild warriors will arrive at the building, and today the Kim were lucky that most of them were trying to catch a scorpion in the city center. After a while, George woke up, furious that he was treated like a small slug and not even killed. He saw that his boss was killed and realized that if he had made a contract with a demon or a god, everything would have been different. However, he suddenly logged in and saw that he had received a message, and the most interesting thing was that the god Hades had written it. Meanwhile, Kim began trying to tell Margaret the whole situation, but she still couldn't understand anything. Kim asks her to meet her daughter, but Linda is here now, so it's too hard to explain. Kim hoped that an Idra would appear and help him in this matter, because everything is so complicated that it is even impossible to explain to an ordinary person. Linda, meanwhile, hugged her mom and then Kim, one by one, and it was clear that she loved them both very much. Margaret had never seen her daughter treat anyone outside of their family so well before. Kim assured her that if she showed the same reaction, her daughter would most likely love her as much as she did. However, Margaret immediately started screaming and waving her arms, showing with her whole appearance that she did not need such love from her daughter. It became immediately clear that she was afraid of Linda. But what was the reason for this attitude toward her daughter? It was probably because she was hitting her, but Margaret said she had never done that and looked away. Kim immediately realized what kind of person he was facing, the kind of person who does evil to other people to overcome their own fears. But Kim still can't understand why Linda loves her mother so much and endures so many bad things for her sake. At that moment, Linda looked at Margaret and told her mother to hate her more. The adult woman immediately seemed to be frightened, and it was noticeable that tears appeared on her face. Linda did not stop and continued to talk to her mother. She said she was a good girl. Margaret could not bear to hear such emotional words from her daughter, even though they had a relationship. She took a step toward her daughter and gave her her hand. And it was at this important moment for this family that some kind of explosion occurred, perhaps an attack by monsters or the devil's servants. This explosion immediately knocked Margaret and Kim down, but Linda remained on the ground because she had been walking like a dog all along. All this was very unexpected, and during such a conversation you do not expect an attack by some evil forces. Soon it became clear who exactly came to them. It was George, and he probably wanted to take revenge for his boss. Kim deliberately left him alive because he didn't want to create a family drama. And this is exactly what Hades took advantage of. He knew when and how to offer his help to this guy. Now this god wants to test George's abilities and ordered him to destroy Kim. Doesn't this guy realize that his attacks could harm his mother and sister? But it looks like he knows that. George said that he tried to shoot them and kill all three of them at the same time. So this guy seems to be a real psycho. Hades must have given him a large number of points because another guild leader died, and now George has become much stronger. From the very beginning, Kim did not want to kill him because it would be difficult for him to persuade Margaret to go with him. But that's not the worst of it. Now George has learned some of the techniques that Mark had mastered, and one of these techniques is called Quine. The first time, Kim was able to defend himself and figure out where the enemy was coming from. But will it be so easy this time? George had just learned this technique and hadn't had enough time to perfect it. That's why Kim was able to stop him and defend himself from a dangerous blow. It was too obvious an attack, so it was easy. George got even more angry and said that now he would hit much harder, but his punches were still blocked. Kim explained that the geode destroyed the building. Lime powder filled everything around it, and that's why the geode leaves traces when it moves. With the help of this observation, Yim was able to anticipate all of his subsequent attacks, and then it was time to strike back. All of this is a good lesson. What's the point of high performance if you can't use it? Kim approached him and delivered a fatal blow. There was too much difference in experience between these two guys. George couldn't believe that he was really dying. He was the avatar of the Demon King. Wasn't that enough to be the strongest? But it looks like it's not over yet. George tried to get out of his body. Maybe Hades taught him some regeneration tricks. Kim immediately focused and tensed up. He realized that this battle could be much harder than he expected. Hades offered him additional powers to destroy the Kim, but George was confident that he could kill it with his own hands. It all looks very scary and dangerous, and we need to kill this guy very quickly and get out of here. That's exactly what Kim decided to do. He approached George and plunged his sword even deeper into his heart. It seems as if he started talking not to George, but to Hades. Kim doesn't understand. Or did he need to bring it to that? The guy was right. The Demon King is really talking to him now. He has completely taken over George's mind. This legendary demon said that he was in a bad mood now, and he doesn't like to be upset. He has the impression that this is not the first time Kim has killed his avatar. It became clear that Hades did not remember everything in the same way as Idra, but he still had feelings. Of course, no one expected that Hades would be able to inhabit the body of the dead George, and now death itself would attack Kim. The situation is quite tense. The difference in their performance is too great, and it will be difficult for Kim to escape from this hellish duel. Hades grabbed his arm, so it's possible that Kim will have to cut off his arm. However, it is too early to draw such conclusions, because Kim will not fight this demon alone. He has Linda to help him. She saved him from this hellish capture and left his right arm intact. But all of this has a price. And now the Demon King began to look like a crazy monster. He began to shout at them and said that they were not afraid of God. Kim smiled and said that they are not afraid of anyone in this world, especially some loser. After this attack, a bone in George's arm broke, and Hades realized that it would be difficult to defeat these two people in such a weak body. That's why he decided to exercise that this time he really lost, and he did it out loud. Kim immediately suspected that all this could only be a cunning plan of the Demon King, who would hardly let them off the hook so easily. He decided that as soon as Hades tried to strike him again, he would send him back to hell. Hades admitted that he lost, but also added that he would do everything possible to prevent Kim from winning. The very attack that the protagonist was preparing for has happened, and now we'll see if he can defend himself against it. One of Kim's strengths is his timing. He always chooses the perfect moment to launch an attack. It was thanks to this that he managed to cut off George's head, the same death as in the other timeline. But Kim saw that the psychopath's face was still smiling, so maybe he had something in mind before he died. Only later did it become clear that all this time it was not Kim who was the main target of the attack, it was Margaret. It seemed like life stopped at that moment, even though everything was happening incredibly fast. But it was as if the god of time had stopped the world. If everything hadn't happened so fast, Linda had time to react. She ran to her mother and covered her body with her own back. This is one of the most epic moments of this story. Margaret always beat her and did not show her love, and in return, Linda gave her life for her. It is unlikely that her body will be able to withstand such a powerful blow. When Hades hits someone with its attack, these people usually die. Kim couldn't understand why she did it, but the girl said she wanted to protect her family. Her mind must have returned to her body because of the incredible pain, but will it last? Margaret had never seen her daughter so calm and happy, and it melted her heart. Linda asked her mother not to be angry with her. She understands everything. She understands that Margaret is afraid of her. However, Linda still can't figure out where she made a mistake. She remembers Kim's words that he said to her several years ago. She apologized to him for not being able to protect him anymore, but she was sure that he was strong and would be able to pass this game. From their first meeting, she was confident in him, because he was always like that. If he started something, he would see it through to the end. In the end, the girl said that she had one request for him. She asked Kim not to forget her in any way. With tears in his eyes, he looked at her bloody body and said that he would never forget her, ever. He held her hands when tears began to flow from her eyes, and he was the one who witnessed her last breath. Soon, the system notified the guy that he had absorbed the sick girl's love feature. So it wasn't a skill, but a trait created out of the girl's hopes, her love for only one man and her desire to protect him. It's not yet possible to know what the effects of this feature are, but we need to think about something else right now. Only now did Margaret realize that her daughter had died, a few seconds after her brother's death. Perhaps Margaret is acting so calmly only because she is still alive, although perhaps she doesn't care at all. Her son was brutally murdered, and her daughter gave her life protecting her mother, which is hard for anyone to survive. Margaret recalled that Kim wanted to tell her something. He was inviting her to another world, but she was not sure if it was safe there. But Kim did not persuade her to go with him. Apparently, this situation completely changed his intentions for the future. He said he was wrong, and now he realized that such a mother was not the right kind of Linda. Of course, Margaret could not understand what he meant, and tears continued to flow down her face. It is unclear how she reconciled herself with her daughter before. Even if she did beat her as a child, it is now in the past. Kim can only see the present moment and evaluate it. Right now, margaritas are more like poison than a mother. If he brings this woman with him to the second round, he will have nothing to say to Linda, who is gripped by madness. Judging by the fact that she hesitated when looking at her daughter, perhaps she still had maternal feelings. But I had to show these maternal feelings to Linda from the very first round. That's what you call being a mother. Soon, the time Kim has been given in this world will run out, and in that case, he will fail the task. If he cannot bring Margaret into his world, there may be no other way to bring her back. But Kim is sure that he knows another way. It was there from the very beginning, but the guy tried to avoid it. But now everything has changed. Kim realized that he has to save this girl. He is responsible for her, because he is the only one who has her left. All these words made Eder sad, and she said that she agreed to everything and would allow him to add one more person. The portal began to open, and it was time to return to my real life. Kim looks quite upset. Now he is thinking that this is very unlike him. It was the first time in his life that he failed the task in the second round, but all was not lost. He came back and met with Katie, and the guy told her that the failure of the task was not important, as Linda could still be fired at any time. Is he really trying to convince the girl to open the barrier? Katie immediately said that as soon as she opened the gate, she would start running away. Kim prepared his weapon and told the girl to run away as fast as possible, and if there were other people nearby, to take them with her. All of them have to find a safe place and hide, and Kim will not fight. He will try to save Linda. Katie trusted this guy and opened the gate, and soon the silhouette of a Linda became visible. While she was locked in this space, Pina's madness intensified, and it was immediately obvious that she was having a hard time. Linda probably restrained herself a lot to hide her true self, because she has too many different fears. Kim looked at her and told her to never hold herself back again, because she didn't need to anymore. He is ready to accept her as she is, and that is why he invited her to attack first. She immediately developed a disorder called berserk. Her defense worsened, but her attack became stronger. Kim had never heard of a berserker disorder before, and this was his first encounter with something like it. But this guy remained calm and focused. It was obvious that he was ready for any outcome of this fight. Linda immediately began attacking with her signature weapon, and the attacks will be difficult to contain because she has a Death Star inside her. But still, Kim is one of the strongest players. He has incredible experience, natural talent, and intelligence. With all these strengths, he can stop the attacks of any other player. But he quickly got the impression that he was fighting a real piece of iron. This girl was so tough. She not only attacks him and tries to cut off his head, but also throws a huge stone at him. However, amidst all these attacks, there are sometimes small pauses which can be called perfect moments. It is at such moments that Kim likes to act. When his opponent pauses for a second, he must strike back. This blow was very accurate and successful, and as a result, Linda lost her arm with the weapon. It was noticeable that madness had completely taken over her mind. Her eyes were constantly glowing with red flames. There is a deadly aura around her, and of course we shouldn't forget about the regeneration skill. She perfected this technique to an almost perfect level, and in less than a minute, her arm was completely restored. With such a strong regeneration force, we can assume that the weakening of its level of protection is almost not felt. The battle between the friends continued, with Lin's minor injuries only increasing his score due to the Death Star. In this case, we need to activate the impenetrable steel technique. At least that is the plan of the company. This should help to contain this crazy girl. Maybe even she will turn into a pancake. Kim no longer restrained himself and used almost all of his military arsenal. He attacked the girl with unbreakable steel and was sure that this would be enough to stop her. But even he underestimated the power of the Death Star and the madness of this girl. If we don't come up with a new plan immediately, this battle could last for years. Kim is very strong and is unlikely to lose this fight, and Linda has an incredible regeneration skill, so it's almost impossible to kill her. It looks like she's watched a lot of Wolverine movies and decided to become a copy of him, but she's missing the claws. She looks at Kim but doesn't quite see him, and her mind is clouded with anger and aggression. Kim continues to work as planned and tries to reassure the girl that she should not resist. He has many different skills that he is ready to use all day long, and sometimes it really helps. He walked up to Linda, took her by the face, and told her it was over, and the system immediately started synchronizing the two players. In the past, they often spent time together, and Linda always wondered if Kim wasn't bored playing these stupid games of hers. Kim has always explained this by saying that he is more comfortable being alone, but Linda believes that such people are called outsiders. He couldn't understand if he was really an outsider. Why was she talking to him? She could never find an answer to this question, and Kim thought her behavior was strange. Linda didn't like it when he called her weird. She said she was a pretty ordinary girl. But Kim has a completely different opinion, as if Linda is always wearing a mask, although he doesn't really care. He's not trying to offend her at all. He's just stating a fact and treating it normally, because it's a type of human behavior. Linda said that she used to wear a mask and deceive Kim, but he said he was fine with it. She always makes a face like he's trying to punish her, even though Lita hasn't done anything wrong, so she doesn't have to adapt to him. The girl didn't even know it was so noticeable, and it seemed like she was skillfully hiding her emotions. She's always been like that from the first time he met Kim, but he still thinks she's worthy of respect. However, it is much more comfortable to be who you are, rather than trying to fit in and play the role of another person. Linda plays the role because otherwise everyone will be afraid of her. Just like her mother, she considers herself a very bad person and doesn't like herself. Kim said that he didn't know what Linda was trying to hide so hard, but he was sure that she was not as bad as she thought she was. If she was really that bad, she would never have talked to an outsider like Kim. So if it's hard for her to continue playing this role, she can always come to him. Whatever she is, it won't bother him. Even if she is very scary and evil, he will still accept her as she is. A lot of time has passed since that conversation, and now the time has come for Linda to finally show her true colors. Kim is not used to breaking his promises, as he said. He is ready to accept her as she is. The girl managed to escape from these iron chains, but of course they could not hold her for long. Kim started to worry and thought it was a failure, that the synchronization between them was broken. If this is true, then he is in trouble, because this is the only way he thought could help her. An internal struggle began in Linda's mind, and this is the most difficult moment in her life. This is the moment when she has to make a choice, and this is the moment when she has to remember everything about Kim. They have been through many different situations together, and does she really not appreciate it anymore? It was obvious that it was very difficult for her. This internal struggle takes a lot of strength, but this sacrifice is necessary. She called Kim's name, and after that tears began to flow from her eyes, which is strange, because now the active phase of the Death Star is active. She realized that he hadn't forgotten. He hadn't forgotten his promise in his past life when he said he would always remember her. But now Linda is afraid that nothing will work out. She cannot hide her true self. Kim said that Linda had done nothing wrong. It was his fault that he could not prevent this situation with his mother and brother. He didn't behave the way he should have, and that's why this situation happened and her mind went into madness. Now it is difficult for him to answer all her feelings, but he will never leave her, no matter what the cost. He took off his tears and put them on her body, and then asked her to never be afraid again and to calm down. Her consciousness has completely returned to normal, and now she looks very much like a cat in boots. These words made a great impression on her. She agreed with him and immediately hugged him. The Witch of Dreams was watching this scene, and even she could not contain her emotions. It was too much even for a deity. The couple looks very good in the video, so Idra is sure that it will get a lot of views and likes. The community of gods had already learned about the Dungeon of Dreams, and everyone was interested in what was happening there. Of course, everyone's attention was focused on the main characters, and Kim, who is not even an avatar, surprised the gods the most. They also paid attention to Mrs. Zombie Apocalypse, and everyone was surprised that the girl was able to reach such a level of madness. Then everyone started talking about the relationship between these two players, and their love story interested the gods even more than the battles with monsters. The video of this battle appeared on the internet, and Idra did a great job of editing it and hid some of the flaws in the situation with Hades. Everything went well with Linda, and now Kim is thinking about the next task and the fact that a Kartos can create new problems for him. This game master watched all these videos and events that happened to Kim, and he did not like it at all. He knows that these two are members of the same team, and he started thinking about attacking them with the help of monster guards. But the problem with this plan is this guy, because if the guards start serving him, it will be very unprofitable. That's why the Game Master decided it would be an interesting idea to release 12 zodiac signs at once. If something goes wrong, the server may disappear altogether, although the constellations will be enough to kill the Kim, which is why this is an ideal solution. Akartos decided to call the best constellation for this plan, and now it's just a matter of tweaking it a bit for the battle with the player, and everything will be perfect. Of course, Kim was not aware of all these insidious intentions of his enemy. He was talking to Katie, whose head was already splitting because of all these frauds with the potion. Kim smiled and told her that she should keep doing it to improve her skills. But the girl can't understand how Kim knew she would need these ingredients, and she hasn't acquired the skill of alchemy until recently. Kim explained that he knew that this day would come sooner or later and prepared in advance. This is one of his peculiarities. Mark thanked Katie for her work. With the help of this potion, he has found it easier to live lately. He can take it when he is injured. But the girl is unhappy that they take out her potion in such quantities, so she has to work almost all day. If her level rises, Kim will allow the girl to rest, and he has already set aside several items that are suitable for her. As it turned out, Katie was already almost at an intermediate level, and he must have underestimated her talents. That's why he decided to give her a day of rest today. Katie looked like the happiest girl in the world. Then Kim saw that the brothers were constantly looking at the system, and it was easy to guess that a new task had appeared. Katie was already planning her day off, thinking about what she was going to do and how she was going to relax. But her dreams have to be postponed for later, because Kim apologized to her and said that she would not be able to rest. The fact is that the new task is very insidious. You need to find the constellation of the chameleon Mamajak. It hid in the city and takes different forms. Kim has never met him, But he has heard stories about this phenomenal chameleon, and he needs Katie for this particular task, so she won't be able to rest. There is a difference between the chameleon and this girl. He can use the skills of the person he has turned into, and therefore constantly causes problems for other players. In this way, he used other people's techniques and was responsible for the split in humanity, and later his name would be passed on to her. Yes, you heard right. Later they will call her Phenomenal Katie. In her past life, she was very famous for a while, only to suddenly disappear, so Kim doesn't know how she was able to destroy the Mama Jack. Kim looked thoughtful, and Linda saw this and came to offer her help. But Kim said he didn't need it, and she should continue to rest. Of course, the girl was immediately offended, so I had to explain that this task was not really suitable for her, and she still needed to rest. Of course, Kim is not a fool, and understands that if the chameleon Mama Jack starts copying Linda, it will be a disaster. Linda was still upset though, and she started thinking about something bad because Kim would be acting with Katie. The guy explained that this little girl had not yet reached adulthood, so Linda did not have to worry about anything. Recently, we have been focused on the events related to Kim and Linda and have completely forgotten about the other members of the team of God Killers. Lin spends almost all of his time with Maria. This little descendant of the sacred animal is growing and progressing very quickly. They both have incredible talents and have a great time together, and after their games, the room is usually a mess. Then it is very difficult to make them clean up after themselves, so these two are usually not left unattended. As soon as Kim entered their room, he immediately felt that their level of play had already reached incredible levels. He looked at the laziness and said he had an interesting idea. He wanted to take it with him to his next assignment. He explained that she was also a full-fledged member of the team, and that this task could be a very good experience for her. He knows that she has already gone to the dungeon with her father, and so he is sure that it will not be too scary for her. The girl was visibly nervous, but Kim assured her that they had to leave right away, and Donald even made her equipment. The main task has already begun, so we need to forget about our fears and face the danger. It was time to apply the crow's eye technique. When Kim went back in time, he didn't have the opportunity to enjoy this skill. This raven will be able to help you find a phenomenal chameleon named Mama Jack in the city. That's exactly what happened, but Kim was a little worried. He had heard that Mama Jack is a constellation of a lower divine rank, but this guy has an incredible aura. He immediately felt an aura of at least an average level, and he didn't expect this, because now the chameleon can even turn into a Kim. It became clear that it was all a cunning plan of the master of the game, Akartos, who made the chameleon stronger. Mamayek felt the technique of the constellation of Karas near him, and he realized that now the Kim had become a crow. And that's why he used his long tongue to destroy one of the boy's observers. Now he will be left without his eyes and won't be able to follow the phenomenal Matjak. Then he opened the pendant in his hand and said that there was not much time left, and looked at the photo of Elise. Of course, before this task was formed, the Game Master personally met with the chameleon. Mamiek was pleased and happy to receive the task personally from Akartos. It was a great honor for him. The Game Master said that the reward for successful completion of the task would be an increase in the divine rank. He said that this task would be very simple. You just need to find and kill the right player. Soon the chameleon went to the city center, and we saw it eat a crow that was following it. After that, he decided to destroy the other crows so that Kim would not be able to follow him at all. This is a very direct and effective tactic, and most importantly, it works. Kim immediately felt that he was in trouble. He really needs the skill of transforming this chameleon. In his past life, he even tried to split a large guild. In this case, it will be one of the 2 largest guilds in the city. That is those that do not have a middle rank of divinity. And there are only 2 guilds that fit this description: Rising Star and the already familiar Genesis Guild. That's why Kim decided to ask his friends for help in gathering information. Mark has to learn everything about Genesis. Mr. Taylor was assigned to find out information about the Rising Star, but now he is more concerned about Lynn, and he is afraid that she is not in danger. She still hadn't raised her grade level enough, but Kim assured her that even that wasn't the most important thing, because the girl had to understand herself first. It was noticeable that the team captain highly appreciated the line. No one knew that only he understood its true potential. Later, Kim and the 2 young ladies set off together to complete the task. Katie can't understand why he invited her along, even though Kim won't be able to explain to her that she killed a Mamajak in the first round. But the problem is that he doesn't know how Katie did it, so he has to be careful. Lin approached her captain and said that she had a strange feeling. When players with such potential say such strange things, you always have to prepare for the worst. Soon, Kim also felt a bad aura and realized that he had to react quickly. He grabbed Katie's hand and saved her life, all in less than a second. It was an attack using a paralyzing technique, and it is unlikely that Katie would ever be able to brew potions again if it were not for the Kim. He immediately told the girls to concentrate and be ready for the chameleon's treacherous attacks. But later it seemed that it was not the chameleon Mama Jack that was attacking them. This is some kind of unknown and simultaneous attack by different players, but why are they all trying to destroy Kim and the girls? It all looks very strange. They're not even going to talk to Kim. They're just preparing for an attack. After a few seconds, Kim realized that he needed to use imaginary space, and at that moment, an animal climbed on his shoulder. Only then did he realize that it was Katie who had turned into this squirrel, even though she was supposed to protect Lin. But judging by the movements of this little girl with blonde hair, she doesn't really need to be watched. One of the leaders of this group of players told his men not to touch the girl, because they shouldn't waste their energy. Later, he ordered to direct all attacks only against the boy and to do everything to prevent him from returning home alive. Kim has completely different plans for the evening. He is not going to be destroyed by some pack of wolves. He decided to destroy them with a single blow and understand their intentions. Of course, this guy is on a completely different level, so he got it very quickly and it was time to talk. The players explained that their task was to destroy the insidious chameleon, so all this time they believed that the Kim was a Mama Jack. For the first few minutes, Kim could not understand what these fools were saying. But as soon as they heard about the raven, they started talking about the chameleon. However, these players did not stop and continued to shout. They said that the Kim would soon be captured because there was a large reward for him. Lin interrupted the conversation, saying that Kim was not a chameleon at all and that they had misunderstood something. Only later did the guy explain that it was an order from Mama Jack. This guy was too smart and came up with a pretty interesting plan. In simple terms, the chameleon turned into a respectable person with a high status and began to order the players. Now the chameleon has turned into a Kim, which is what these players mean, because if the leaders of large guilds talk about it, players believe their words. From the very beginning, Mama Jack began its work by splitting the guilds, as Mark has already written about, and if this is true, it was an order from the Akartos. This is exactly what you would expect from such insidious creatures. And now fame has turned out to be a problem for Kim. Given the reward for this task, no one will really care whether it is a real Kim or not. The whole situation has become completely confusing, and now it is important to figure out what to do in the future. Although Kim wasn't upset at all, he said that it was beneficial for them and that they should look at the bigger picture. To begin with, they already have information, because they know that Mama Jack is hiding in the guild. In one of the main offices of the Ascendant Guild, Edward constantly watches Kim. It is known that when a chameleon transforms into a creature, there are no differences in this double. However, the essence of this monster can still be seen, and most likely it has turned into an Edwardian. In different parts of the city, all the players have already been informed that a chameleon was seen near them. Kim also watched all these players, and soon he saw his old friends and was surprised that they were even called. He was referring to two special players, the deputy boss of the Rising Star Guild, Stephen, and the deputy boss of the Genesis Guild, Dorothy. Kim said that he didn't really want to fight them, but that it would be better to try to negotiate with them first. He also immediately asked Katie to keep an eye on the line in case a big battle broke out. He explained that we had to be very attentive and concentrated in order not to miss the enemy's attack. Kim couldn't hide himself anymore and came out to the players, all of whom immediately decided that they were looking at a Mama Jack. So the rumors that it was located in this area turned out to be true. But Kim immediately looked at them and said that he was not a chameleon at all, and told them his real name. Stephen immediately started yelling at Dorothy because she easily believed the guy's words. He explained that the chameleon would never admit that he was a Mama Jack. But Kim began to give counter-arguments. He said that if he really was a chameleon, he would not have come here in person. Although all of this may be a cunning plan of this phenomenal monster, we must not forget to be careful, so Stephen believes. This conflict can go on forever, so Kim said that only he knows what he talked about with their leaders. He reminded the girl that she was also present in the room and heard their conversation. That is why he can easily confirm that it is real, because they were talking about constellations, and Dorothy was ordered to leave the room. The girl immediately began to doubt. On the one hand, she realized that she had to be careful, but on the other hand, he was really telling the truth. Robert unexpectedly interrupted the conversation. Our old friend appeared here and said that this guy could not be trusted because he made it all up. This insidious little bastard appears in the worst situations, and he should have been killed long ago. But a little later, Kim looked at it more closely and realized that it was not a real Robert because he was not wearing a bracelet. Only now Kim realized that this was the real Mama Jack. This insidious thief had been around all along. He activated the provocation skill and tried to do everything he could to make sure that all the other players destroyed the Kim. Of course, so far he has succeeded because few people trust the Crow. Meanwhile, Dorothy has finally made a decision. She remembers that the real Kim was strong, so it's time to test his martial arts. He must fight them, and if he wins, he will confirm his status. The task said that in order to complete the mission, you have to wait for the chameleon to admit defeat, so you can't kill it right away. That's why everyone was ordered to attack Kim, but not to kill him in any case. He had no choice but to accept these conditions, otherwise he would not be able to prove his identity. Now is the time to demonstrate my true skills and strength, which I am as ready for as ever. The players immediately felt this guy's technique, and soon they will start to regret leaving home today. It was at this moment that Kim noticed something. He no longer sees Robert. Perhaps the chameleon has changed its appearance. This can be a real problem because a chameleon can turn into anyone, and it is always difficult to fight such opponents. But now Kim has one advantage. He realized that Mama Jack cannot copy objects. To begin with, the guy decided to focus on the fight and show everyone around him a real lesson in mixed martial arts techniques. He also managed to call Lin and ask her to watch closely. Other players did not understand what he was talking about at all and said they were not interested in any lessons from this fool. At this point, they all still believe that they are looking at a phenomenal Mama Jack, so they don't believe what Kim says. He easily stopped Steven's attack and didn't even feel his true strength. This guy is much inferior to Dorothy in terms of characteristics. This girl is on a completely different level compared to him, and it will be harder to fight her. Steven couldn't understand why he couldn't even wound this guy. After all, he was also the guild's deputy boss. However, Kim did not pay any attention to him at all. He realized that the main test was the battle with Dorothy. No matter how hard it was for him to fight for this girl, he shouldn't forget that he had already defeated her in this life. Now a lot of time has passed and he has only gotten stronger, but Dorothy is not fighting alone now. She has a lot of other warriors behind her. With high scores, you can easily and quickly end the battle, but then you won't get any training for the lanes. This is the guy's goal, and that's why he decided to speak directly to other players. He said that those who think he is a real chameleon are just fools, and if they want to die so badly, he is ready to give them the opportunity. The guy asked Lin to watch carefully. From now on, everyone around her would become her experience points. At first, the girl didn't quite understand what he meant, but it seemed that this was the reason he took her with him. She trusted her friend and watched him closely as he destroyed the other players. In a few minutes, a real pile of soldiers lay around him, who had failed to achieve the desired victory. It all looked like an illusion, and Dorothy can't believe that so many players couldn't even hit this guy. It seems that now she has finally calmed down a bit and we can talk normally. Kim said that he wanted to see her guild leader, and these words enraged Dorothy, and she picked up her sword again. But this girl doesn't know how to talk at all and always jumps to conclusions. Kim explained that he came to help them. If he was really a chameleon, everyone around him would have been dead long ago. But why does he want to help them? I explained to them that the real Mama Jack had probably turned into their leader, and Dorothy said that was not true. She had been told that a chameleon cannot change its appearance more than twice a day, but no one had checked it personally. Finally, the girl began to realize that the situation was really much more complicated than it seemed, and this made her very angry. He had to leave a clue, because he realized that so many people would not be able to stop the Kim. Dorothy recalled that the guild leader told her that Kim should go to the Pinafore. As soon as Kim heard these words, he immediately started checking the location of the guild, thinking that Sharon might still be alive. It was true, once again, there was a Pinafore sitting in her guild, looking upset. She believed that Brian and Edward were her friends. They said that together they were the best guilds in the country, and in the end, they conspired behind her back. All this made this girl very angry. She does not like to be deceived by anyone. Sharon realized that it was time to find information about Mama Jack. Suddenly she heard someone talking to her. Only later she realized that a phenomenal chameleon was standing behind her. The girl immediately decided to use her main weapon, the Brisingamen technique of seducing men. But Mama Jack didn't let her do it. He didn't come to provoke her. She should know about his abilities, so she shouldn't make any unnecessary moves, and there is only one woman for him, so she won't be able to charm him. She was also unhappy that her guards did not run into the room and try to catch the thief. But later he explained that he had prepared for this and made all her guards fall asleep. He told her not to cross him in the future and said goodbye. But at the very moment when Mama Jack tried to leave the room, he saw an unidentified flying object approaching him. It looked like a crow, and this creature with wings flew into the room at full speed. It was a Kim. He came uninvited and grabbed the chameleon by the neck. Mama Jack was surprised that the guy came here so quickly and didn't even kill anyone on his way. Kim was trying to understand why the chameleon wanted to kill Sharon, and Mama Jack said that he didn't like her ability to fly in the sky. The time had come to end this unpleasant conversation, and just as Kim was about to strike, the chameleon disappeared. All of this can only be explained by his special and phenomenal transformation technique. Now he has turned into an insect. This guy changes his shape very quickly, and this makes it more and more difficult to stop his attacks. Kim immediately felt the insidiousness of these intentions for himself, and it will not be easy for him to win this battle. At first glance, it doesn't look like the chameleon has high scores, which is why he wants to escape by transforming. However, Kim is not going to let this guy go. This is the perfect moment to complete this mission. Both guys decided it would be better to fight outdoors in the sunshine. They are unlikely to be too worried about vitamin D. They shouldn't have any problems with that. The chameleon also uses wings, so it's only right to make its movements slower. Now he feels confident in the role of a raven, as if he was born for these skills. The game of transformation continued. This time, the chameleon turned into the devil's servant, our old friend named Thomas. The battle between them continued and became even more fierce. No one wants to give in. Kim has many different skills, but they are all too weak in a battle against a real chameleon. Mama Jack used the Cyclops' hand and delivered a powerful blow, and Kim would not be envied in this position. He had to escape with his last strength using the technique of running shadows. Kim hasn't forgotten about his speed and timing either, which can give him the opportunity to strike back. He was close to piercing the chameleon's heart, but it turned out to be his double. So Mama Jack decided to play a little hide-and-seek. But why is he trying to stall? Soon after, he appeared behind Kim and said that he now understood why the Game Master wanted to destroy this guy. Now there was no doubt, because Mama Jack openly stated that he had received an order from a Kartos. But not only is Kim the chameleon's main target, he wants to eliminate him from the game in order to capture the same girl. The phenomenon knows that Kim will become the biggest problem of the game, and that is why it understands the importance of eliminating this player. But today it will be dangerous to do so, because some people still have the technology that can kill the constellation. Fighting him further is not in the chameleon's plans, as he probably knows about the technique of proving superiority. The chameleon was also quite upset that he could not kill the girl. Now it's time for him to get out of here and do more important things. Kim stabbed him with his sword and realized that it was just a doll, which is why he got such a low score, because it was a fake Mama Jack. And the main question now is, where exactly is his real body? It could be an Ascendant Guild or a Genesis Guild, but it turned out differently for me. And I realized it when I received a message from Katie. She wrote that Mama Jack wanted to use Lin, and now Kim finally understood his enemy's plans. Soon after, the chameleon received a message from the demon Nibiros, and it became clear why the demon asked for information about Kim. Mama Jack started looking at photos and videos of Lin, and she seems to be his main target. He believes that this girl has a perfect body, and as it turned out later, he had already managed to grab her and bring her to his hiding place. For this day, he studied a lot, increased his divinity, and waited a long time, and now he wants to release someone. It's been a really long time, and finally he's going to do what he's been dreaming of for so long, which is why he put his pendant around the girl's neck. We had already seen this captivity when we got acquainted with the chameleon. There was a photo of a woman named Eliza. However, he suddenly realized that things were not going according to his plan. And it turned out that he was not the only one with chameleon skills in the room. Katie successfully transformed into a lynx and pretended to be a little girl, although she didn't even have to pretend. Now she realized exactly where this guy's weak point was, and apparently she stole photos of his lover. Of course, this made Mama Jack very angry, as this topic is probably too intimate for him. Now even Katie began to worry that she had angered this monster. It would have been better to start the dialogue in a completely different way. To begin with, we need to explain how this girl fell into the hands of the phenomenal chameleon Mama Jack. A few hours ago, they were walking quietly with Lin, and decided it was better to run away when Kim started fighting with the players. Katie assured me that this was not a problem, because I didn't have to worry about the captain and their teams. Suddenly, Lin felt something approaching them again, and Katie asked her to calm down and stay put. Katie is well aware that she is now responsible for her younger friend, which is why she has turned on the space division technique. It was a chameleon, and it turned into some kind of terrible monster and started attacking them. Katie can also transform into other creatures, so she did it again and stole his pendant. Of course, he got very angry and started trying to destroy her, and Katie escaped by using the starfish skill. This technique strengthens the physical properties of the body by absorbing metal, which would otherwise have been destroyed. At the same time, the girl received a message from her deity. The clown asked her to do everything possible to escape. Katie is too far away from this guy's techniques, but right now the main thing is to escape, not to measure strength. The chameleon turned into a huge eagle and continued to look for the pendant with his beloved. He quickly approached Katie and began to attack. It was obvious that Eliza was very important to him. He soon achieved his desired goal and got his pendant back. It didn't take long. Katie is not used to giving up, so she also started turning into different monsters to show her strength. She has a very good reaction, and that's why she doesn't want to give it to the chameleon. She turned into a bird and started to run away again, but Mama Jack would not let her go so easily. In a few seconds, he became a huge monster, as if the demon Hades had summoned his personal guard. It will be very difficult to escape from this monster, but Katie has no other choice if she doesn't want to become his dinner. Soon after, she saw a message, and Kim wrote to her and asked her to bring the chameleon to their guild building. He explained that she had to do everything to get the Mama Jack inside the house, and that Kim had already disarmed the safe zone settings. He probably has some clear plan to win this battle, or he just suggests that the chameleon should destroy them all at once. Mama Jack kept chasing the girl and shouting for his Eliza to be returned. Kim came to his friends and told them that they should all get ready immediately. He explained that Katie was trying to lure a phenomenal chameleon into their home. She has already told us that the goal of this monster is to save a girl, so he is very motivated. Kim felt that he had a great chance now, because Katie was now holding the weak spot of Mama Jack. Of course, neither monsters nor observers can enter the safe zone, and vice versa, it is possible to close someone who has entered the safe zone. If you really get into this zone, it is impossible to break through its barriers. You need to disable the safe zone settings on the guild building, and when he appears here, he won't be able to escape. You also need to increase the guild's defense level to the maximum, although you will have to spend more than 150,000 points to do so. But no matter how much it costs, they have to achieve a successful result. Soon the players saw Katie approaching the building and leading a huge monster. It was obvious that she was already tired and very nervous, because a little more and the chameleon would catch up with her. She immediately transformed into a human being and began to hug Kim, who was pleased with her help and promised to repay her in the future. This huge dragon is the chameleon Mama Jack, and it finally got into the guild house, so far everything is going according to plan. He kept shouting in order to return his Eliza immediately, but they were not going to follow his orders. Kim was enjoying the process and realized it was time to use a technique called metal gloves. A few seconds later, the chameleon immediately felt the burning fire on itself, and now it was clear what the skill was doing. Kim did not fight him alone. Mark and Taylor actively helped him to restrain the chameleon. However, Mark and Taylor emphasized containment, while Kim constantly tried to attack. Mama Jack transformed into his true self and greeted everyone, and he realized that Kim wanted to have a real fight with him. Judging by how aggressively he behaves after the pendant is taken away from him, it will not be interesting to fight him. The chameleon didn't like the guy's overconfidence, and when he first received the task from Akartos, he even felt a little sorry for Kim. But now everything has changed, and he doesn't care about the future of this guy. He should regret kidnapping his beloved Eliza. Kim remained calm and felt that he was fighting on his own territory, and he also understood that he had the support of his friends. Kim has a lot of strengths now, and if he can't win in these conditions, he's unlikely to be able to do it anywhere else. That's why he realized that he had to attack, and not wait for the Mamajack to do it. He didn't care that he could destroy the main building of the guild. It doesn't matter now. While the phenomenal chameleon was distracted by the captain of the Guild of Godslayers, Taylor and Mark realized that their finest hour had come. They began to attack the chameleon from different sides, and then it immediately turned into some kind of incomprehensible creature. This monster had very large hands, although the main body was smaller than a small child. However, this was more than enough to immediately capture the two Kim aides. The captain immediately felt that he had to save his friends and began to attack the enemy. This battle looked like a real pogrom of the guild headquarters, and it's unlikely that there will be anything left intact after this party. All the members of this team tried to stop the chameleon, but even though it fights alone, the Mamajack is still dangerous. Taylor and Mark are desperate to help Kim. They also want to be useful to the team, but their opponent is too strong. He was easily able to repel their attacks and told them that they would have to fight one-on-one. He also told the boy that if he returned the pendant, he would die without pain. But of course Kim did not agree to such conditions. Mamajack reminded him that Kim had already fought his doppelganger, who was not even half as strong as the original, but Kim barely defeated him. Kim did not deny this fact, but he said that he also did not fight at full strength. He used the technique of proving his superiority and immediately launched himself like a purple dragon. The battle between these two heroes will continue, and soon we will understand who is better, the best player or the best constellation. Kim said that he was not going to fight with his bare hands, and he took out a sword from his hiding place. This weapon cannot be called ordinary. This match is called Ashes, rank S. It belonged to the fairy king Manaman Maclear. Mamajack couldn't believe that this guy had such a powerful weapon, but Kim replied that he hadn't used his other strengths yet. In addition to the sword, he has a set of first-round gear. He did not receive a reward for the fourth task, so his reward has become better in the future. That's how he got this legendary sword. It absorbs magical powers like a sponge, so there are limitations in control, but it doesn't matter now. The phenomenal chameleon immediately began to worry. This player no longer seemed such an easy opponent. With the sword, Kim can be twice as dangerous and sharp. However, the sword is too difficult to control because of its extraordinary strength, and it does not have the classic effect of conventional attacks. One mistake and the whole situation can be turned upside down and change everything. To successfully attack, you need to use imaginary space, and this technique has become one of the favorites of the Kim. With its help, he can attack an unprepared opponent from any side. Even though the phenomenal chameleon thinks it's just a common clown trick, this technique is really effective. While they were fighting, the system updated the data and informed Kim that he had 5 minutes left. In 5 minutes, the guild will be a safe zone again, and the chameleon won't be able to escape, so you need to stall for time. It's not easy for Kim to stop this guy. His constant transformations and incredible plasticity are a real challenge. And we shouldn't forget about his cunning, which is one of the worst qualities your opponent can have. Mamajack easily turns into Kim's close friends and attacks him at moments when he doesn't expect it. Only with the help of incredible intuition and reaction does Kim manage to understand what is happening, dodge and strike back. Now he has started to think more about defense, because he realizes that he needs to stall for time. Of course, the chameleon Mamajack is not going to stay here forever. He wants to destroy everyone and take his pendant back. These two have two different interests, and they will not be able to resolve this conflict through dialogue. This battle will continue until there is no one left. The phenomenal Mamajack was so angry that even Kim realized that the situation was really getting worse. Mamajack constantly finds alternative ways out of critical situations. He believes that opposing Kim and his team is a waste of time. He has already emphasized that no matter what a Kim does, he will not be able to defeat a phenomenal chameleon. But the captain of the guild's Godslayers has a lot of interesting things in his arsenal, and his confidence has grown after the guild building was renovated. An enhanced security zone was activated on one of the floors, and a stronger security system is now in place. The system very quickly found the creature that invaded the safe zone and realized that the danger level was rank S. After that, the system immediately activated the immediate destruction of this monster. That's exactly what Kim was trying to achieve, and now Mamajack has to feel what the headquarters of the Guild of God-Killers is like. After a few seconds, the fire and smoke were dispersed by the wind, and it became clear that the chameleon was lying on the ground. It's very similar to a guild victory. The system's attack was very brutal and effective. The players immediately checked each other's condition, as if they had no losses or injuries. Kim assured me that this is exactly how it should be, because the system does not apply to guild members. The chameleon was attacked from different sides, and the system shot at it until it fell to the ground and stopped moving. But now Kim saw that this monster was still alive, although how could it have withstood such a large-scale attack? This is what shows the true level of a phenomenal chameleon. When it seems that it is dead, it turns out that it is more alive than anyone else. It was all his cunning plan, waiting for the perfect moment for everyone around him to calm down so he could release himself. Kim immediately realized that he had to intervene and started attacking the Mamajack, and the system helped him as well. Phenomenon felt that he was starting to bleed out, but he couldn't die like that. He had to live for Elise. Thoughts of his love make him an invincible monster. They give him extra strength to live. Kim immediately felt an incredible aura and power in the room, and he realized that it was Eliza who was making Mamajack such a dangerous enemy. It became clear that the chameleon wanted to blow itself and others up from the inside, so he had to hide. A few seconds later, a large-scale explosion occurred. The system reported an error and began temporary maintenance work. This is exactly what he was trying to achieve. The chameleon realized that he had to make a mistake in the system. This guy doesn't look like someone who would kill himself, so it was a cunning plan, and he stole his pendant. It is not clear whether the Mamajack managed to escape or remained inside the guild. If it's still here, the system should destroy it as soon as it fixes the error, but now the main problem is the injury to the line. She had a minor wound, but she needed urgent help to stop the bleeding quickly, and Maria immediately began the treatment process. Kim asked everyone not to leave until the situation becomes clearer, because if something goes wrong, it will only make things more confusing. Also, under no circumstances should you allow this monster to meet with the Linda, because real chaos will ensue. Mamajack hadn't turned into a chameleon in a long time, and although it sounds strange, he really didn't expect it to happen. He doesn't have time. The system has only been down for a few minutes, which is why he wants to hide Elise now. In how many minutes he found himself in one of the lower floors of the guild headquarters. He saw many different interesting objects there, and he wondered where exactly Kim had found it all. Of course, he suspected that this guy was no ordinary player, but he didn't know it was that serious. Mamajack decided to use this item and get the catalyst effect. He quickly realized that with this, he could finally bring his beloved back from the dead. Before, he could not even dream about it, but now it can become a reality. Kim began to look for the chameleon throughout the building. First, he came to Donald to make sure he hadn't seen this monster. He is not sure that it is really over because the Mamajack may be hiding in their building. Before, he was sure that the chameleon would go looking for someone, but if it wasn't Linda and Donald, who could be so interested in him? Soon after, the system's report came back, and it turned out that the chameleon had admitted defeat, and the task had been successfully completed, with the reward being white gold. It's all very strange, even though the wound from the system was deep. But did the chameleon die so easily? Kim doesn't really believe in this theory. Mamajack took his pendant and disappeared immediately. He couldn't have died that easily, so something is wrong. Soon, the guys realized that something strange was happening on the mountain, and it was definitely in the warehouse. The only thing that is not clear is why the security system is not working. It should have reacted when the explosion occurred. Soon Kim saw Taylor. The man was scared and called the captain over. He said that he heard strange noises and realized that something bad was happening here. When they looked into the room, they saw a girl with bright red hair. Kim quickly began to analyze the facts. The unknown woman appeared in the warehouse, and he remembered how the Mamajack disappeared with the pendant. The blood of a lynx remained on this pendant, so there is only one possible answer to this mystery. Yes, he is now watching Eliza, the very love that the chameleon tried so hard to protect. This girl has a dark and scary aura about her, and it's unlikely that she will welcome players with hugs. Later, Kim also felt the presence of Lynn's aura, so the security system mistook Elise for an ally because of her blood. It all got very confusing, and a new task from the system appeared, with a difficulty level of A, and also a limited time to complete, until Elise wakes up. It turns out that Mamajack gave his life to resurrect Eliza. She has no mind and looks like a walking bomb. If it is not stopped and killed, humanity may face a serious crisis. The chameleon was affected by the system and it tried to stop this monster. But in Eliza's case, it's completely different. And it's hard to imagine how dangerous it could be, because she is not subject to the restrictions of the house. This woman has already started attacking various people near the guild, so from the very first minutes of her life she is bringing problems. Now she uses the technique of exhaustion, which means she sucks the energy out of other people but leaves them alive. Mama Jack didn't have this technique, so it's a unique skill for Elisa. It's the first time Kim has seen it. Now we have to do everything to stop this dangerous woman and send her to the next world to her husband. It became noticeable that the skin was turning metallic even before the sword approached it, so the help of a mithril or orichalcus was needed. In addition to her outward beauty, which can fascinate others, she also has many different dangerous skills. Soon Kim realized how fast Eliza was, and her abilities were probably much better than the phenomenal Mama Jack. But the biggest problem is that she feels the divinity of her husband. If a little more time passes, it will be impossible to turn back the clock. She needs to be stopped here and now because it is unclear what she is up to, especially given that she is carrying dynamite. Soon, her techniques began to progress, and she changed her physical properties depending on the type of her attacks. Various players appeared on the streets and started trying to catch her, but it is unlikely that they will succeed. With just one kick on the ground, Eliza can send them to a deep dungeon. She is that strong. That is why she is called an exception to the rule, because her skills defy any explanation. But she also has weaknesses, like any other creature, and as soon as Eliza got enough energy, she immediately went to rest. It will probably do so until its progress reaches a higher level, and this should be taken advantage of. Katie thinks it shouldn't be touched at all, left as it is, and there will be no problems with it, but Kim disagrees. You can feel the divine energy of Mama Jack in the body of this woman with red hair. If she really has so much energy, she may soon explode. As soon as she is fully awakened, everyone around her will die immediately, so you need to quickly come up with a plan. Eliza's scores are very high. She reacts to most attacks in an exceptional way, and she also has Lin features, so a direct attack is unlikely to work. Kim immediately thought of Arthur and his sword Excalibur, and maybe he could use it to make something happen. But it's impossible to get English players here, and if you use the Sword of Ashes, the risk of failure is too high. Kim can't do it because she doesn't have enough magic powers, but is there really no other way to stop her? Katie said that she had long ago started to think that all this was very strange. She suggested a brilliant idea to run away immediately. Soon, he realized that this task could not be an A rank. It was too difficult for that rank. Soon he smiled, and the girl began to realize that he had finally come up with a plan. Of course, Kim wasn't going to tell us everything right away. It was at least not his style. He decided to write to an IDR, a deity who always helps in difficult moments, and that's why he asked if it was possible to make the monster dream. Surely a dream witch should know the answer to this question better than any other creature in the galaxy. She answered very quickly and said that there are no beings in the universe that she could not make dream. Back to Eliza, now she is all alone, so she began to recall a conversation with her beloved husband. The Mama Jack phenomenon kept telling her that even when he was gone, she should still always be happy. Recalling these words now, she feels very painful in her heart. She cannot understand who she is. Suddenly, strange things began to happen. Eliza heard a familiar voice and looked up. There she saw her beloved husband. He began to call her to him, and she immediately flew up. Now she doesn't even think about anything else. All she wants to do is touch the Mama Jack. But it's not that simple. Her husband died so that she could come back to life, and now she's facing a cat that has turned into a chameleon. Kim tied her to him and dragged her along, all to lure Elise into a trap. A rather cunning plan. Katie kept repeating the same words. She asked Elise to save Mama Jack. Eliza's awakening is the time until the divine essence of the Mama Jack completely absorbs her entire consciousness. This woman with red hair and her incomplete memories will not be able to cope with this power. She will become a monster with a divine character of medium rank. Probably even the chameleon did not know this. Katie asked Kim to fly faster because she was worried about being caught, but they were already going incredibly fast. Now she is very scared because Katie does not like to play the role of bait, because the main risk falls on her shoulders. Eliza kept screaming and asking me to stop. She probably hadn't realized that it wasn't a real Mama Jack yet. Kim began to realize that the awakening was very close, because this girl had learned to speak, and from the very beginning, she had not had this function. Kim said that they were almost there and asked Katie to calm down. All the bad things would be over soon. At the moment, this is the best way he could think of to solve the problem. The guy contacted Idra and asked her if they had much longer to wait. She replied that it would take some time before the new gate was opened, so it would not be possible to open it from the very beginning. Kim looked at Eliza and asked her who she was, which seemed like a simple question, but the girl couldn't find an answer yet. She grabbed her head and started screaming because she couldn't figure out who she was, maybe a player. But how could a player become the beloved woman of a constellation, of course, is impossible. Then Eliza replied that she was not a beloved woman, but only an avatar. Kim's plan was working. He was doing everything to confuse the girl. She kept crying, screaming and clutching her head. It was not clear what she was trying to say. Soon there was an explosion. Probably her aura could not withstand this tension. Kim made the girl very angry and now she wants to silence him for life. She approached him very quickly, but he managed to draw his weapon and defend himself against her attack. Everything it touches turns into dark matter, so it is better to avoid close contact with Eliza. Kim tried to stop her with the same strategy he used against Linda. Now he pulled out what looked like bracelets from his pocket, the same bracelet he had put on Robert the Bat. But this woman's progress was too fast. She realized that this could be a problem for her and immediately broke the distance between them. She has the qualities of a lynx, for example, an incredible sensitivity to impending danger. But she is also much more aggressive than this little girl and wants Kim to get out of her way. If you try to use several types of attacks, it can work. Kim decided to try because he had to wait for the Hydra to open the gate. Eliza turns each of his blows into liquid to soften the impact. Before Eliza can take on a completely different shape, her legs need to be cut off. But at the last moment, she felt the danger approaching and dodged it, even though the blow was incredibly fast. This girl not only knows how to dodge, but also how to strike back with her legs. She must be a Taekwondo champion. It was already clear that it would be very difficult to stop her. Maybe even with Mama Jack it was easier. Kim missed a few powerful punches and felt the strength of this woman. This is a real problem and it needs to be solved immediately. Suddenly, Idra appeared and started smiling. Probably because she likes it when Kim looks like a beaten jester. She said that everything was almost ready. We just had to wait a little longer and the gates would open. But they can't wait even an extra minute because Eliza is very close to her full awakening. Kim started calling for Katie and ordered her to run to the gate immediately. She has to become a bait and lure Elise to this gate, even though it is very dangerous and she can also die. Kim assured the girl that he would have her back and do everything possible to ensure that nothing bad happened to her. So far, the plan is working well, and Eliza immediately began to catch up with her lover. And it was at that moment that she felt the iron chains begin to grab her legs. Kim chose the perfect moment for his attack. It was time to imprison this woman and send her to hell. He had never felt such incredible power before, and it seemed that even the great guards were less strong. Its power is beyond imagination, but Kim must withstand it and keep it. She began to use her aura of divinity, which she received through the blood of a phenomenal chameleon. It started working because the iron chains were about to break, which is strange because they are made of titanium. At that moment, the gates were fully opened, so everything was ready for the plan to work. Kim ordered Katie to flee immediately. The chains were completely broken. Everything would be resolved now. At the last moment, Katie transformed into her favorite shape. She became a small squirrel. With this, she was able to evade and avoid getting into this portal, but Eliza could not do so. In less than a second, she was completely inside the gate, which was opened by the Hydra. It seemed that the plan was executed flawlessly, although we still need to make sure. Even Idra was surprised at how well it all turned out, and of course she filmed it, and she will post it on her channel. Kim immediately saw a message from the system saying that an unknown creature had entered the Dream Temple and needed confirmation to use it. Kim agreed, and the Dream Temple was activated according to him, and now Alice will have a long and pleasant sleep. But Katie still can't understand that if Eliza is able to complete the task in the dream frame, will she really go back? But Kim said that he asked the IDR to resolve this issue and avoid such an unpleasant scenario. It would have been impossible to kill the woman with the red hair anyway, so sending her to the Temple of Dreams was the best option. The system reported that the extra task was completed, and while Kim was enjoying this success, Elisa was very upset. So far, she had no idea what had happened or where she had ended up. But then she finally heard a familiar voice. It was her favorite Mama Jack who killed her again. He told her that she shouldn't be afraid, that all the bad things were over, and that they had finally met each other. Eliza looked at him with eyes burning with love. She missed this chameleon too much. Finally, they reunited with each other, and it was time for a big hug. Soon after, the Dream Temple task began, and the system wished these two to be together forever, which can be called a happy ending. Now it is time to analyze everything that has happened over the past day. It's already quite clear that Akartos gave the task to Mama Jack to personally kill Kim, as the chameleon openly told about it. But he failed miserably. Even the constellation with the transfer skill was unable to complete this task. So there is only one answer. There is no doubt now that the end will come soon. Kim realized that he had to accelerate Lin's progress immediately, as it was very important now. The main sixth task of the game was successfully completed, and the system announced that new changes on a large scale would soon be coming. All the players are now waiting for the changes, and Akartos, meanwhile, decided to meet with the creator in person. He can't take this abuse anymore because of a nasty player named Kim. He did everything he could to destroy the bastard, but even the constellation couldn't do it. It may be fun to watch Kim from the outside, but this game master hates him too much, and that's why he wants to destroy him. Soon, even his life may be in danger, so there is only one way to call the one he has been thinking about for so long. This situation cannot be left without personal control, and now we are confident that this time Kim will not be able to find a way out. In metaphor, you don't need to look at the tree, you need to look at the forest. If the game master cannot cut down one tree, he will have to destroy the entire forest. In this case, Kim will be left all alone, without the support of his friends, and then the fun will begin. Soon, the second large-scale update of the game system finally began, and at the same time, the probability of server problems is increasing. Then they started integrating the guild ratings of all the servers, and it turned out that their guild was only in 27th place. The guild rating is formed by the sum of all the points received, so large guilds with a large number of members are two serious rivals for godkillers. Knowing this, taking the 27th place in the world ranking is almost on the verge of being impossible. Now the condition and characteristics of Kim have been significantly improved, and frigates and telekinesis can be used to enhance magical power. Other guilds also took good places. The highest of all is the MANHUA guild, which is now in 7th place. Agathram took the 14th place, Genesis took the 17th place, but the Eastern Guild was only 18th. Surely the time had come even for the Agathras, and it is quite clear that their leader Joseph began to gather people. Kim saw that he could go anywhere in the world after updating the system, and immediately told Lin that they should go to the same place. He said that it was time to go to China, or rather to visit Beijing. The girl started to ask who would go with them, but Kim said he hadn't even thought about it. After how many minutes he looked at Mary and said that she should also get ready, because it would be better for her to be with them. The girl was pleased because she was very sad all this time, and she rarely takes her to assignments. In 2 days they will be going on this trip, so everyone has to get ready. And it was at this moment that Linda walked into the room. It seems as if she did it incredibly unobtrusively. Perhaps all this with the help of the stalker technique. She said that she also wanted to go with them, and then Kim realized that the whole team could go together. This will be a great experience for all of them and will make them a closer team. But now we need to answer the question that everyone around us is worried about. Why would they go to Beijing at all? Kim replied that they have different tasks in this city, but the main one is to meet the Sky Dragon. 2 days went by very quickly, and the team packed up and traveled to Beijing together. There were a lot of people around. All of them were strange, and their looks were terrifying. Kim assured them that they should not think about bad things. They had nothing to fear in this place, and said that they would soon spend the night in a hotel. Of course, it's quite strange that hotels are still open after the game starts, but it's probably possible now because of the system update. Now people from different servers can use their points to buy a place to stay for the night, which is a very useful feature. Kim said that they all had to go to the hotel, and he still had important things to do. Kim told Katie that there were no assignments today, and she loves to do nothing and relax all day, so she was immediately excited. Linda approached Kim and told him that she wanted to go with him, and he was not against the idea. Kim was sure that she would like it there. It was a dark place where they use martial arts skills. It's an underground arena run by the world's 3rd largest celestial guild, so it's not a very simple place. Here you can always find those who have been kidnapped, as well as those who want to earn a lot of points. In this place, such fights are treated very calmly. Kim came here because there are many interesting characters around, and he needs to meet some of them. Linda tried to find out whether he was interested in a man or a woman, but she didn't even have time to finish her question. It's always very loud in this arena, and now the announcer started to say that they were going to see the performance of the hopefuls of the Heavenly Guild. No one can understand where this woman gets her strength from. She can be called a fan favorite. Her name is Helen, and she is also called the Sleeping Dragon here, and this is the first time Kim has heard of this woman. Linda was beginning to worry, but the guy assured her that he was not looking for Helen. There is only one player in the Heavenly Guild whom everyone calls a dragon, and it is not known where he came from. The judge loudly declared that everyone could test their own strength against Helen. If no one wants to fight, she will receive the 20,000 point prize, but there was someone willing to test her strength. Of course it was Kim. Who else would be crazy enough to challenge a sleeping dragon? Yours has been officially confirmed, and now we will see how Kim will try to beat this woman. Now everyone's attention is focused on the arena and these two players. This is a unique chance for fans to see the abilities of players from other servers, because usually only people from China fight here. Helen greeted him and immediately warned him that if he was too weak, he should say so, because otherwise she would break all his bones. Kim replied that they would only be able to find out in the process, but Helen was still trying to avoid unnecessary blood. She gave him time to draw his weapon first, but she fights unarmed, so Kim will fight the same way. He is confident that he can come up with something interesting when the fight starts, and Helen likes his cheekiness. The atmosphere around was incredible. Everyone wanted to see a lot of blood and spectacle and started betting on the winner of this battle. This is a standard procedure for players around here, and the system now allows you to bet on the winner of battles between players. This not only made it possible to watch the battle with interest, but also could help to earn a lot of money if the outsider won. Of course, Kim is an unknown fighter to anyone, so the odds that he will win are very high. The Sleeping Dragon promised that Kim would regret her choice to fight with her bare hands. Soon, the battle began, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the first exchange of blows between these players. Watching martial arts masters is always interesting, especially if they are players from different servers. Helen fights on her own territory, so she has more support, which makes her constantly attack. However, it is unlikely to be decisive. Kim is too experienced a player to lose only because of the fan support factor. You can immediately see that this girl, who is called a Sleeping Dragon, fights very aggressively. She tries her best to hit her opponent and win at the very beginning of the fight. So far, Kim has chosen a wait-and-see tactic, perhaps trying to understand her characteristics and wait for her to run out of steam. However, even taking all this into account, he is not going to be on the defensive all the time, so no one has cancelled counterattacks. Helen is called a Sleeping Dragon for a reason, because if this dragon is woken up, real chaos will begin. Not only does Kim have incredible defensive skills, she has also shown that she can dodge fast attacks. It is immediately noticeable that there are almost no unnecessary movements in it. It methodically waits for a pause to deliver its decisive blow. It became apparent that her martial arts skills were several levels superior to Kim's, so who is she anyway? It seemed that the battle was coming to a close and that we would soon see the winner. But then something unexpected happened. Helen stopped and loudly admitted her defeat. Of course, Kim didn't understand this. She could easily continue this battle, so why give up without a fight? The girl smiled and said that she knew there was no point in continuing this battle. The judge of the competition was also surprised. For the first time in his life, he saw a Sleeping Dragon refuse to continue the battle. Thus, the player from the Korean server was officially recognized as the winner of this battle. Kim probably doesn't feel like a real winner. He's used to achieving success in real battles, not in this way. It was only now that he looked more closely at his opponent and finally remembered something. This lethal weapon, one of 5 SS-ranked weapons he saw in the first round, is a Deinslave death sword. The name of the player who received this sword in the first round was Helen, so now everything falls into place. Now the situation was clearer. Kim asked Helen to give him some time. At first she didn't understand what he wanted from her, whether it was an invitation to a date. But then he explained that he had a few questions for her. Soon they went to a cozy cafe, where Kim immediately introduced Linda and Helen. The Sleeping Dragon was quite calm. She was not aggressive, but rather seemed like a nice girl. She started to think that Kim and Linda were dating each other, and as soon as she said that, Kim almost choked on his tea. Linda, on the contrary, started smiling and said that from the outside they always looked like lovers. From these words, Helen realized that they were not dating. Did she also start to like Kim? It was time to stop the future conflict, so Kim said they were not here to talk about love. Helen immediately started laughing, and she said she didn't mean to offend anyone. He had already realized that she was the one who was called the Heavenly Sleeping Dragon, but was she the only one who had the title of dragon? The girl immediately became serious. She said that there was another person called that, and they studied together with the same teacher. This is a man named David, also known by the pseudonym Yellow Dragon. But Kim is not really interested in this character. He is more interested in whether there were any strange objects among those brought to this city recently. For example, there could have been strange swords, and as soon as Helen heard that, she immediately tensed up. Apparently this really happened. Some weapons were brought personally for the Yellow Dragon. This sword turned out to be even bigger than expected, but it doesn't matter because it's a real SS rank weapon. If it is not sealed in time, the evil aura emanating from the sword makes it difficult to breathe, so there is no other way to transport it. As soon as this big chest was opened, everyone around realized that all these legends were true. This match really has too much of a black aura around it, and that's why it's so powerful. The Yellow Dragon, David, smiled and told his assistants that they could try to hold this sword in their hands. All of them immediately tensed up, and judging by their expressions, they were not eager to take this sword in their hands. However, then some really scary things started happening, as if a black aura had completely taken over their minds. All these players began to fight among themselves for the right to get this sword in their hands. It was obvious that they were very close to absolute madness. That's what this weapon is capable of. A real battle for this sword has begun, and if they are not stopped, they will kill each other. Meanwhile, the Yellow Dragon was calmly watching and did not even think to intervene. He just smiled and enjoyed the process, which is exactly what he wanted. With this kind of power, everyone is sure that they can do anything, because a sword of the SS rank is something on the level of a deity. Soon, only one of his assistants remained. He killed all the others and took this sword in his hands. This guy immediately decided to use this power and kill the David. However, even holding the legendary weapon, he did not become stronger than the Yellow Dragon. Now David has experienced the power of the Sword of Death, and it is dangerous even for him. But with this weapon he can do anything, and now there is only one dragon left. So judging by this story, we can understand that Helen is in mortal danger. Soon after, Kim returned to his friends and told them that there was an arena in the basement of the Heavenly India, and the auction was probably there as well. Taylor thought that this time the aim of the Kim was the arena and the auction, but this was not the case. The captain of the Assassin's Guild and the gods is not going to destroy the arena or interfere with the auction. Mark was unhappy that they didn't want to destroy these horrible places because it had become too creepy. Kim explained that they cannot decide what to do with these places. It is up to the person who manages them. In other words, only the Celestial Guild is responsible for this, and if you can get rid of the arena, then an auction is needed. You just need to make a few changes and you can use it to its fullest potential. If it becomes possible to travel freely between servers, then it will be possible to set up a worldwide exchange of goods. So you will definitely need to create a place to buy and sell all these goods. So now Kim is trying to get permission to use and even sometimes manage the auction. He is well aware that there is no other way to quickly improve your level than with good equipment. From the very beginning, Kim wanted to meet the Yellow Dragon in order to get to the auction. But he doesn't understand the thoughts of this dragon, so maybe through Helen it will be much easier to solve this issue. But now it is more important to unravel this important case, because in a week the Dying Slave Sword will be put up for auction. They still have some time, and Kim invites all his friends to go to the arena tomorrow. It turned out that he wanted them to go not only with the boys, but also to take Lynn and Maria with them. The spear is made of mithril. Due to this alloy of ester, it is able to show several times more efficiency, depending on the magical powers of the user. He used the system to sell various goods, and he was happy because everyone else believed in the bait. Moreover, it is an unknown object, deliberately made to attract more attention. Now it was only a matter of time before the exchange of goods was established, and Kim decided to inform his friends about something. He said that now they will fight in the arena and earn points, of course, if they want to. Lynn and Maria will go back with him, and only the boys have to fight, because there are no other places to earn easy points. Linda also wanted to fight in this arena and earn points, but Kim asked her to keep an eye on Catty so that this thief would not do anything wrong. He understands perfectly well that he cannot let the Linda fight in this arena, because many people will die. Kim didn't have to persuade her for long, so Linda soon agreed to his request. Meanwhile, Maria started to get worried, and everyone around her started licking their lips, looking at her and saying that her horn must be delicious. Kim asked her not to worry and explained that she was much stronger than them, and if she showed her strength, no one else would look at her. Soon, a referee appeared in the arena and the first fights began, and the show in this arena almost never stops. The first battle was won by a fairly famous warrior named Phil, and it was an easy victory in a few seconds. Soon the judge saw that the same raven that had defeated the sleeping dragon yesterday had reappeared in the arena. The judge thought that Kim had come to organize a fell hunt, but the guy asked Lin to raise his hand. Does he really want this little girl who is not yet hardened by hard training to start fighting these professional killers? Only then did Kim explain to her that when you raise your hand up, it means you want to fight. Of course she was shocked because she didn't know these rules, but now she has to make a serious decision. It seems that the judge and other fans had the last drop of morality left and gave the girl time to think. Kim believes in Lin's abilities, but his act is still quite strange because something might happen to her. If she doesn't want to fight this monster, she can refuse to compete, and Maria can replace her. But Lena understands that if Kim brought her here, there must be a reason. That's why she said she would fight in teams and surprised everyone around her. It seemed better to abandon this idea, but she looked quite confident, and everyone around her started placing their bets on the winner. Of course, the judge offered her one last chance to escape and save her life, but she confidently refused. Phil was also not very happy with this opponent because fighting with a child is too much. He decided that he would fight her with only one hand and asked the girl to take out her weapon. But Lin doesn't have any weapons, so she will also fight with her bare hands. It was time to finally see what this little girl was capable of, and the judge officially announced the start of the battle. Phil knows that he's a big favorite in this fight, so he immediately started attacking. He activated his killer aura and prepared to send the girl to the next world. After that, you can hardly call him a gentleman, but this is an arena battle, so the rules of society don't apply here. But as soon as they faced each other, the audience immediately froze like statues. It turned out that the lynx had somehow managed to dodge its first attack, and no one could figure out how it had done so. At first, Phil thought that the girl was lucky today. He said that she would regret it, because she would rather have an easy death. But a second later, she was able to defend herself against his attack again, and it became clear that luck had nothing to do with it. The girl showed incredible abilities and dodged again, and finally the audience felt a real intrigue. Perhaps she is familiar with ancient martial arts or has learned some skills from the system. In any case, it is clear that this is an unusual child, and everything turned out to be much more complicated. She has that look that you can't get through training alone, the look of a predator. Now Phil has already realized that it will not be easy for him to win this battle. He underestimated his opponent. Her talent became obvious from the first minutes of this fight, and everyone realized that she was an extraordinary child. Alina is a very fast learner and can improvise, which is why she is so dangerous. Phil could not understand how she managed to defend herself against his best attacks. He used to think that his speed was at the level of transcendence, but now this girl manages to dodge his every punch. Lin has an interesting feature of Mary Sue, that is, she is constantly treated too lightly. It is not yet clear why she is so inept at using her techniques, although she has many opportunities to do so. Soon, however, Lin tried to concentrate spiritual energy and direct it against her opponent. It was then that Phil realized that he was in serious trouble and that he would not only defend himself, but also attack. He managed to survive the attack, but all his enthusiasm was gone. He looked at this small and fragile girl and could not understand who she was. He could not understand how she was able to use the red circle technique now and at such a high level. The attack seemed rather strange to Lin, so she decided to change it a bit and hit it harder than she expected. Soon Phil put his hands up and said he was ready to accept his defeat. There is a reason for this. He realized that if the attack had really hit him, he would have been dead by now. Of course, this is a sensation. Before the fight, no one could have believed that this girl would defeat the warrior Phil. This child will soon become a real predator in this arena, so everyone needs to remember his face. Now it was time for Maria to do everything she could to restore Lin's vital energy. Rumors spread very quickly in this country, and players from the God's Lair Guild have already begun to be called arena tyrants. They have a good reaction. Everything happens very quickly and easily, and they earn points for these fights. Today is only the 4th day of their stay in Beijing, and Kim assured the girls that they would soon get used to it and forget about their home. Even though they don't like it, they have to get used to the culture around them. Soon after, Helen came to see them. She was in a bad mood and immediately started yelling at Kim. She believes that he deliberately provokes players in the arena to fight him. Kim acknowledged that this is true, but everyone around him is not perfect, so it's not surprising. He's probably the only one around here who can talk about it so frankly. But Kim is not one of those insects who fight in the arena without respect. He only thinks about what can be improved. He believes that the arena is a pretty good system that allows you to quickly develop players' techniques. But he doesn't like the fact that you can bet on people's lives, but if you use it wisely, you can find real talent here. Kim smiled and looked into Helen's eyes. Then he asked her what she thought of him. The girl did not expect such a question. It was somehow too frank. She didn't understand why he was asking about this, and then he explained that he liked her, and even Lynn and Maria heard these words. Of course, the sleeping dragon did not expect such a turn of events, and so Kim said that he knew what she wanted. The girl became even more worried, and then the Kim came close to her. It's all too strange, but she can't say that Kim is an unpleasant guy. That's why Kim said in a quiet voice that he would help her take over the Changchun Guild. She immediately started laughing loudly and nervously, and Helen must have been thinking about something else entirely. She said that she had misunderstood Kim, and replied that she did not know where he had gotten this information. She wants to achieve a lot, but she's not sure she can become the boss of the Changchun Guild because the current boss is too perfect. He told them that he would not force her, but if she wanted to get this guild team, he was ready to help. At first she didn't understand why he wanted to do this, but then he explained that this guild would become his partner. Helen didn't really believe those words, and it was at that moment that she received a message from the guild boss. It seems that someone managed to tell the boss about their conversation. As I said before, rumors in Beijing spread too fast. Now the boss said he wanted to meet Kim in person to talk. Of course, the guy said he didn't mind, and he immediately thought that he would finally find out where the Dine's life was. The yellow dragon David was looking forward to this meeting. It was the first time he had ever heard of the Guild of God Killers. Soon, Helen and Kim arrive at the guild boss's headquarters, and everything around them looks too expensive. Probably a lot of money is spent on maintaining the safe zone, all to demonstrate that this guild is the best in China. When Kim entered the room, David pretended to be happy to see his precious guest. He was immediately invited to sit down at the table and taste the chef's delicious dishes. It's called greeting a tyrant from another country. It's a local tradition. Kim immediately felt that David was ready to forget about formalities and not think about politeness during the conversation. The guy tried to make the situation more friendly, but the yellow dragon did not like these words very much. But then he calmed down very quickly and said that Kim was right, as if this man was playing a role now. Helen knows that Kim is very strong, but they asked him to be careful what he says, because if David becomes angry, it will end badly. In order to forget about the insults, David immediately offered to have a drink. He demonstrated the technique of capturing the wasteland, a level of energy mastery that is very rare. But Kim wasn't surprised at all. For him, it was just a simple telekinesis technique, no more than a clown's trick in the circus. That's why Kim started the conversation right away. He knows that the Celestial Guild has a big auction, and he's wondering if there will be any great items in 3 days. In the first round, Kim found out that all the goods at the auction go through Dying Slave, so he knows 100% about Dying Slave. The Yellow Dragon announced that the auction will start in 3 days, and their charming Helen will also take part in it. Now Kim realized that David must know about this sword, and he must want to destroy Kim and Helen at the same time. This boss is too cunning. It's immediately clear that he always puts on a mask with a smile, but then he's ready to stab you in the back. He offered Kim another drink, and it started to bore the guy, so Kim refused and said that I would be enough. David thought that his guest was upset about something, but Kim replied that he was always in a great mood. After that, he decided to ask the guild boss if he knew about the sword Ki. It seems this sword is really legendary. It can help increase magical powers and teach telekinesis. Everyone around me was immediately incredibly surprised when we started talking about the sword Fragars. It was noticeable that even David would now change his attitude toward the unknown guest. This is the same QE sword that Kim was talking about, and it's not just some kind of telekinesis trick. Kim would not joke about such serious topics. He believes that only clowns use other skills under the guise of martial arts. Very quickly, David realized that Kim was referring to him, and a potential conflict was brewing between the two. David felt his heart beat faster when he saw the sword. He decided to ask Kim to show him an interesting technique. It's probably something like an invitation to a training battle. The yellow dragon wants to test how strong his guest from another country will be. Kim is ready for any twists and turns in the plot, and is not at all surprised by the offer. As always, he remains calm and balanced and is ready to demonstrate his fighting skills. The heavenly sword is everywhere and pointed in all directions, as the yellow dragon David says. He allowed Kim to attack first, and immediately activated the Skywings technique. Kim is not used to refusing such offers. He always demonstrates his potential. After these words, he approached his opponent in less than a second, a speed that goes beyond reality. David immediately began to regret giving this guy the opportunity to attack first. He was not ready for such speed. Now we will see whether the yellow dragon is ready to withstand this blow. Everyone around was concentrating on this battle. They had never seen such speed and thought that David was dead. Kim, meanwhile, remained calm, as he had already managed to return to normal, saying that David had managed to defend himself, so he must be alive. It turned out that it was only a blow with the sword handle, which is why the yellow dragon is still breathing. Soon the sword was returned so that David could rise in peace. Kim believes that the guild boss is to blame for this situation. You shouldn't fight someone whose abilities you don't know yet. She was surprised. She has a keen sense of such things and knew that David would lose. But now the boss of the Heavenly Guild has begun to hate Kim. He will do everything to make him taste defeat as well. After this attack, Helen began to feel even more sympathetic to her new friend, and she hopes they will meet at the auction in 3 days. Kim thought that her reaction was due to the fact that she was now really ready to take over the Celestial Guild. In any case, we should expect a positive response from her, and it is unlikely to take long. Soon Kim met his girlfriend, if you can call her that. Idra was pleased that their last video was very popular and got a lot of likes. She also said that Akartos is now with the creator, and the results of their conversation will be known very soon. It was obvious that Kim was very worried about something, and she was trying to calm him down. She said that he had been working hard, and soon we would see the beginning of the counterattack he wanted so much. He needed such words in his past life, but now it's a completely different time, and Kim is completely different. He took out the same item he had received as a reward and said it was time to pass it on. The Dream Witch began to smile and said that she felt that this boy was very much loved. Soon after, Kim met with the auction people, who were very happy to see him and invited him to the VIP room. Kim immediately realized that his product was very well received, and this explains the attitude towards it. He took Lynn with him because he believes that she should learn to recognize good things from childhood. He also decided that he wanted to show her something, and this made her very interested. However, I was a little disappointed when I didn't see any items with the name Dying Slave, but that was to be expected. There was not much information, but it was immediately clear that this legendary black sword would kill all insects that were here. Today we can expect some rather unusual trading, at least that's what the yellow dragon thinks. Kim did not know that this guy would personally attend the auction, but he is responsible for it, so he has to be here. Moreover, there is only one box with VIP seats, so of course they will all sit with each other. David saw the little girl and was happy to meet her personally. He had heard that she was called an arena predator. The boss of the Celestial Guild said that he also has a nickname, and they call him the Yellow Dragon. He smiled and said that he wanted her to have a good time, and now there is no doubt that this guy is a hypocrite. The auction was soon successfully launched, with many different weapons sold in the first few hours. The time has come for Helen to announce that the main item of the day will be raffled off. The sword that the audience saw in front of them belongs to the rank S. His incredible black aura immediately filled everything around him, and everyone quickly felt the presence of this power. Helen came close to taking the sword in her hands, and at that moment her eyes immediately turned black. Her hand instantly began to reach out to take the sword. Did she also feel this high-level hypnosis? And it was lucky that Kim intervened in time to stop her, because otherwise even she would have lost her mind. But now Helen began to worry that Kim might have succumbed to this incredible evil aura of the sword. She began to stop him and beg him to take his hands off the weapon, because a person cannot withstand such force. But he calmly took this sword in his hands and smiled, and the reason for this is quite simple. Kim confidently stated that this sword was a fake and had nothing to do with the real relic. He was able to do this with the passive skill of resisting momentary weakness, an incredible technique that came in handy today. He held up his sword and decided to ask the audience what an S-rank sword should look like. Everyone has different opinions. Some believe that it cannot be used as a sword. Others believe that it is enough to use skills and everything will be fine. David, who had been wounded in the battle with Kim, immediately intervened. He was dissatisfied and started shouting and said that this sword was original, and then Kim offered him to check it personally. Of course, David would not even think of taking this sword in his hand, because it is a real magical sword. It was obvious that David was not happy about such conversations at all. Probably Kim was ruining his whole plan. Now it became clear that this is a real dowsing sword, the same S-rank sword that kills everyone and even its user. Helen cannot understand what all this means. She was not told that there would be such an item at the auction. David started shouting and said that he didn't know about it either. He hadn't been told that such black goods would be sold at the auction. But Kim remembers the words of the Yellow Dragon perfectly and reminded him that David personally said that it was a real magic sword. The boss of the Heavenly Guild replied that he could not organize such a performance. He did not need it at all. Probably the reason for his actions is that he has always envied Helen's abilities. Or perhaps all along he wanted her to take it in her hands and die because of the action of this sword. The Kim would then take up his sword and die as well, and this is how David would be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. David decided to take this sword in his own hands and show everyone that he was innocent of anything. A few seconds later, he held the dying slave in his hands in front of a crowd of people. He believed that it was not a real legendary sword, but just a simple fake. But after a few seconds, some strange things started happening, and everyone realized that it was not so easy to explain. They immediately began to shout at him to immediately release the sword from his hands, but it was difficult to do so. The dark energy began to consume the Heavenly Guild boss, and the situation quickly escalated and approached a critical state. Kim said he would try to resolve the issue and asked Helen to save people before it was too late. He was sure that she could entrust him with the case, as long as he acted wisely. The effect of unleashing all the skills of the person who holds this sword makes them go beyond the possible. Of course, all of this can be called an incredible moment, but if we do not intervene in time, a catastrophe cannot be avoided. Perhaps it should be, since there are not many monsters that can simultaneously use the power of magical items. Kim asked Lin to pay attention and not to be distracted, because it was time to study. He took out his weapon and prepared to stop this huge monster. David had already begun the process of transforming into some unknown creature and applied the 8 vertices technique. And I would have immediately prepared to stop him by all possible means. But we do not know how much power this sword gives to its wielder, so it is difficult to predict whether Kim will be able to stop the David. All this may end up being too unexpected, but Kim is ready for any challenge. The monster that the Yellow Dragon quickly turned into was black and had only 1 eye. He started attacking with kinetic energy and throwing stones at Kim. This battle already looks epic from the very beginning, although we have not yet seen the most interesting part. The 8-peak technique called the Sky Dragon is exactly what we deserve. Now it will be very difficult for Kim to stay alive after this attack because it is a really powerful skill. This monster looks pretty scary, but he definitely needs to see a plastic surgeon. With a face like that, he's unlikely to find a nice girl. Kim is much better than him in this regard. But if we talk about combat skills, it is now becoming clear that they are approximately at the same level. The Sky Dragon was surprised how Kim was able to withstand its powerful attack. But the guy did not stop there and continued to walk forward as if he did not feel the difference in physical strength. Kim easily repelled the attacks of the Yellow Dragon, although now that David had turned into a black dragon. He couldn't understand how he managed to do it, so Kim decided to answer and said that it was possible with the help of analysis and the right strategy. Kim has gone through many difficult moments in his life and has a lot of experience, which is an important aspect during the battle. So there are still some flaws in David's technique, and so he decided to finally show his teeth. To be honest, he didn't show it better, but it might help Lin in his studies. She said that she was ready to help them in this battle, and now they will probably act like a real team. Soon, David began to feel the first fruits of this teamwork between an experienced player and a young talent. As it turned out, Kim had been deceived by David all along. It wasn't a key sword, and Kim doesn't know how to use one. It's just an ordinary, simple object, and now Kim has decided to use it against the David again. He also kept reminding Lin to pay close attention to these events, which was the perfect time for her to learn. They are now facing a man who has been completely captured by the authorities, and such people cannot be taken as an example. The battle was finally over, and Kim was able to defeat his strong and powerful enemy again. If you think about what happened, you could even give this guy an auction. But he's not interested because he doesn't have the energy to do it. He said that now they would supply the goods for the option, and Helen would sell them. The girl thanked him for his help, and said that now she would always be on the side of the killers of the gods, so we can call it a new alliance. Now let's get acquainted with the creator of the portraits, John. His name is Ymir. He is the king of the Titans and the first giant. Even it can't manage 12 constellations, so if there's a problem, it will be the responsibility of Akartos. The Game Master noted that there is no one on Earth who can defeat Aldebaran, but they have already talked about one very famous and strong player. His name is Kim. Everyone already knows that it was this player who managed to capture the constellation of the Raven, which used to belong to the Caracas. You could immediately see the feeling of hatred for this guy on the Akartos' face. He said that he personally wanted to destroy the Kim. It is necessary to earn more points, and the Game Master wants this task to be entrusted to him. He will destroy the queue and earn points. Now he is sure that no one will be able to protect Kim this time, and he will finally be able to take revenge. Now it's time to move to a completely different place and look after those we haven't seen for a long time. We need to mention the reunion of the brother and sister. Lately, Barbara seems upset because she cannot see the future. Thomas thinks it's not a problem and advises her not to think about it, but she can't help it. She tried to think about the future with him, but she saw something interesting. A star rising. The Raven, Scorpion, and Chameleon are probably not enough, and another star will appear here, but which one this time? The girl replied that this star also belongs to 12 constellations. It is the constellation of Taurus. Meanwhile, it's time for the Guild of Godslayers to have some training. Kim told Lin to keep trying to make progress and improve all her skills. Of course, you need to start with physical endurance, which is necessary to defeat strong opponents. The girl was happy to tell us that now she can use all 8 poles, which is an incredible feature. Kim was pleased with her progress and came to make sure she hadn't lost what he had given her last time. He means the same item he received in the Temple of Dreams after successfully completing the task. Lin remembers that this object can summon the future, though only for 30 minutes. Kim decided to ask the girl if she was still in contact with Astria, and it turned out that they sometimes wrote each other messages. Kim said he would have a request for Lin, but the details of this conversation are unknown. Meanwhile, Katie was surprised to see the labyrinth, a building structure from Greek mythology. Kim asked the girl to tell all the team members that another battle would soon begin. This fight will be against a very serious opponent, and it's better not to joke with this monster. The main 9th task will now be the Aldebaran, the king of the maze. Players have to survive in a city that has now completely turned into a maze, which is a rather difficult task that will last for 3 days. An S-ranked task is a real test for any player, and some players have no idea how to survive in such conditions. But by this point, the players had already gone through a lot in this game, and only the best remained, so they had nothing to lose. Perhaps some people have never understood what an Aldebaran is. It's not some big slug in the early morning. It's a real alpha male in the world of monsters. If someone thinks that it is easy to live with this guy for 3 days in one city, they are mistaken. But as we know, Kim is not afraid and does not recognize any authority, and he does not care to fight Kim. He came to the player's aid and decided to help him get to the safe zone. The crows have to show the way, and if the player is lucky, he or she will stay alive. Soon it became known that the evacuation of people from the dangerous places of the maze was going quite well. Many strong players gathered around each other to save others, which helps to avoid large losses. Now players can buy some time and find opportunities to withstand the attacks of this monster. Kim went to one interesting place. He didn't take anyone with him because it could be too dangerous. In front of him, he saw a large door that was closed, acting as if it were some kind of unknown magic. Suddenly, he felt a person approaching, but he did not know whether it was a friend or an enemy. It was his old friend Charles from the Agathram Guild. A potential conflict immediately began to arise between the guys, and we may even see a fight now. Charles became very angry and began to activate his fire circle of energy. But I immediately felt that his flame seemed to be sucked away somewhere, probably this technique of imaginary space that Kim activated. Now these guys need to beat each other up a bit. Only after a good fight can they become good friends. But Kim is very fast and sees everything a few steps ahead. He is already on a completely different level compared to Charles. He quickly went behind his back and struck him several powerful blows to the head. This made this Firehawk even angrier, but it is unlikely that this aggression will help him. When a player becomes aggressive, he completely forgets about the battle plan and strategy. His movements become predictable and his attacks are easy to deflect. The fight turns into a beating. Suddenly, Kim heard another player approaching him, and a little later he heard a woman's voice. This is another representative of the Agatram, a sorceress we already know, named Jessica, who said that Kim could come inside. He immediately met with the Agatram guild boss, Joseph, who can predict the future, and realized that he was willing to bet the Kim on anything. But he still doesn't understand why this experienced player joined their guild. Kim immediately started a direct dialogue and said he needed strength. He is probably referring to the help with the 9th task that started in his hometown. But Joseph still can't understand why their guild should help Kim. It's not even their job. The guest immediately said that there was a reason for this. A star would soon fall to them. If they can't stop the takeover, their server will suffer greatly. So Kim's help is in the best interest of the Agathra Guild. Kim also promised that in 1 year of his life, he would be able to make this guild the best in the world. He knows that it's the perfect time for these guys to come out and make themselves known to the world. Meanwhile, 5 Minotaurs were spotted near the central metro station, and the same can be seen in another part of the city. The players are in a real panic. It's very difficult for them to contain these monsters. There are too many of them around. As soon as one of the players lets his guard down for a few seconds, another Minotaur immediately attacks him. This labyrinth is completely filled with these monsters, and some people have already started to panic, because it is almost impossible to live like this for 3 days. It has already become clear that only the strongest and smartest players will be able to survive. You have to walk with support all the time, be careful, and never lose concentration. Even guild leaders now feel that they are in mortal danger. Katie has already managed to write to Kim several times, but he keeps saying that he is very busy right now. It is not known where exactly this guy disappeared to, but without his help, the city is having a hard time. There are always some difficult battles in the maze, and it can only get worse. Katie was constantly flying over the maze in the form of an eagle to patrol and monitor the situation, and at that moment she saw something. This huge monster was looking right at her, and in those seconds she thought it was over. Players who were close to the area where the monster appeared immediately felt its fury. If a large number of Minotaurs was a big problem, this giant could be a real disaster. Perhaps this is the same Aldebaran that has been the subject of so much talk around here. It is much bigger than all other Minotaurs. This boar is so big that it doesn't even need a maze. Leaders of different guilds have gathered together to save their players, but their strength is almost gone. There are now too many of these monsters, and if nothing changes, they will be able to make their way towards the Khan River. Fighting them in the maze is like trying to commit suicide. Even the help of a raven won't help. The biggest monster said that there was no point in people running away because they were going to die anyway, and it was better to surrender without a fight. Of course, the players realize that it is very dangerous to go to the river with wounded people. It all looks too much like the end. And if it's like this, players have no choice but to prepare for the last battle. At that moment, the leader of the Genesis Guild was about to attack, but suddenly saw that the monster had stopped. At first, Brian thought they were afraid of him, but then he realized that they were not looking in their direction at all. There are too many different monsters in mythology, but this is something very new. It looks like some kind of transcendental technique of separating the energy of Chai. As it turned out later, it was the same witch Morgan, the last of all the creatures that looked like her. Akim was standing next to her, smiling and ordering her to open the gate immediately. He looked so confident in his abilities that the other players realized he had a plan. Soon the gates were opened, and everyone saw the appearance of players from Pentragon, the largest guild on the British server. But not only did they come to save others, the Heavenly Guild, the largest on the Chinese server, also appeared. Morgan promised Kim to give him a gift if he could help her, and that's exactly what the Raven wanted. This will be enough to satisfy all his desires and help others pass a difficult test. Even the huge Minotaurs began to worry. They don't understand what exactly is going on. Now they have to prepare to die because it's something like the final scene of the Avengers in the Infinity War. King Arthur raised his legendary sword and ordered all his soldiers to attack immediately. This battle will be legendary, and legends will be told about it for many, many years to come. However, this didn't scare the monsters too much. They think it's even better, and the Aldebaran will be happy. Perhaps they underestimate the legendary King Arthur, and now they will see where this will lead them. These monsters have never experienced such incredible power before, which is why they started attacking those without weapons first. But most of the warriors around are well equipped with a sharp blade and ready to stop any monster attacks. Helen is also here, and she is ready to demonstrate what the soldiers from Beijing are capable of. Those who did not have weapons in their hands immediately began to skillfully use magic attack techniques. The battle has only just begun, and several huge monsters have already set off on a direct flight to hell. It seemed impossible because the monsters are sure that they are absolutely invincible inside the maze. These big boars are sure that soon people will also realize that there is no point in fighting, but Kim does not think so. It was time to call in the help of a linden tree, and we had been preparing for this task for too long. It will be in her style, and if the monster feels so confident in the maze, then now Linda will completely destroy it. When they saw this red aggression, they immediately realized that they would be in big trouble. This is a secret weapon that Kim uses only in critical situations. The monsters tried to keep their positions with their last strength, but Linda quickly approached them and began to tear their hearts out of their bodies with her bare hands. This battle lasted for many hours and took many lives. When it was all over, there was little singing and rejoicing about the victory. Too many players were seriously injured, and too many people died on that brutal day. However, the main job was done, and Linda helped the other players destroy a large pack of Minotaurs. Without her help, all this would not have been possible. No one could understand when she managed to become so strong. There was a feeling that everything would soon be successfully completed, and the mission would be accomplished. Katie looked up at the sky and said they would be able to complete the task successfully by morning. But suddenly they saw something shining near the moon, something unusual. The Minotaurs, who were still alive, also saw this and immediately began to smile. They immediately stood up and started looking at the sky, as if this was what they had been waiting for all along. All the players around him began to panic at once, and only Kim remained calm. He realized that it was coming. Katie couldn't understand what exactly had happened. She, like the other players, believed that victory was at hand. But they don't realize that the 9th task was not just about fighting some cows. The main figure in this task is the Aldebaran, and it will appear here in 5 minutes. Soon, the players saw giant evil eyes in the sky, by which time there were already many clouds around. Finally, they all saw the whole legend with their own eyes, and this is the Aldebaran, the king of the labyrinth. This is the main challenge for players on this server, and it seems that they are not ready for it at all. Suddenly, Kim felt that he was in a completely different world. He did not understand what was happening. Soon after, the system informed him that he had been called by the master of the game, Akartos, and now they finally met each other. The master of the game immediately greeted the guy. He looked quite positive and showed no aggression. He thought it was strange that they had never met before, but Kim smiled as he looked at him, as if they had known each other for a long time. Akartos is sure that Kim does not understand the current situation at all, but the Raven told him that he knew he was talking to Kim, and he had long dreamed of meeting this fool. The master of the game must have been shocked by the impudence of this guy, and his hatred for the crow will become even stronger. It was time to show the Kim something. The game master opened the system settings and said that this monster appeared because of the Raven. Kim shouldn't have behaved like that and upset the balance of the game, and now all his loved ones will die because of him. Akartos laughed and blamed Kim for all the problems, even though the Raven is not a master of the game at all, and is not responsible for balance. Now these players, whom David has always tried so hard to protect, will be destroyed in a brutal way. But it seems as if Kim is ready for this conversation, and is not worried at all. Akartos thinks the Raven doesn't understand what's going on, but Kim can say the same about him. However, the master of the game continued to bend his line. He said that he would enjoy seeing all of Kim's dreams and hopes crumble. Meanwhile, Lin was very excited when she looked at this monster. She realized that this was the Bull King. Even Minotaurs look like small children against the background of this incredibly scary monster. Strangely enough, Lin did not panic at all and tried to calm herself down. She wanted to be confident as her teacher. She took out the same object that Kim had given her and remembered the words he had said to her. He assured the girl that she could do whatever she wanted and should be confident in her own abilities. Now she is 100% sure of this and wants to show Kim that her training process has been successfully completed. As soon as the Aldebaran appeared in this world, it immediately tried to show everyone around it its true power. His attack was fast and powerful, and the players didn't even have time to react. Everyone was very lucky that Morgan activated his defense, but it quickly became clear that it would not last that long. Soon her defenses were destroyed, and the Aldebaran consider her an interesting creature because she is a sorceress who lived in the time of myths. If he really has to fight her, their battle will be a lot of fun. Morgan smiled and said that her battle was over. She had done as much as she needed to. Now the sorceress wants to enjoy watching this monster being destroyed by the owner of the legendary sword. It seems as if Aldebaran is happy to be fighting strong opponents. He wants them to entertain him before he beats them. The monster assured them that they could attack him first, and then he would show them what he could do. The players excitedly rallied around King Arthur, all of them now united as if they were one big guild. The king raised his sword and said that they would never lose this battle. All of them prepared for a large-scale and commanding attack on the last Minotaur. But the Aldebaran is not an ordinary monster. It is not even a guardian, but a real constellation. With a single wave of his hand, he repelled their large-scale attack and made them suffer pain. It looks like an atomic bomb went off, so this big cow is too powerful. There were many corpses of players around. They survived the battle in the maze against the Minotaurs, but did not survive even a minute of fighting with the Aldebaran. Now he was smiling again, and he said he wanted to feel the witch's powers on himself. He rapidly began to approach her, and his eyes began to burn even more intensely with red flames. Morgan realized that now her life could end very quickly. The flames around it are about to turn it into a grilled chicken, and then no amount of magic will help. She didn't even have time to prepare her defense, perhaps because it was too quick, or perhaps because she didn't see the point. But at the last moment, someone intervened and protected Morgan and the others from death. They could not even understand whether it was a human or some other creature, but the Aldebaran understood everything perfectly. He knew who it was, but why did the demon gambler decide to save these pathetic players? She explained that she came here because she was asked to, but it was strange that such a lazy demon would listen to someone's request. She said that there are different situations depending on who is asking for help. She assured the monster that it wouldn't be a problem for him, that the Azazel would only stand here for 10 minutes, and then he could do whatever he wanted. Although he looked somewhat displeased, he allowed her to pause for 10 minutes. Lynn saw all this, and she realized that this was her finest hour to seize the moment. In these 10 minutes, she has to make a choice that will affect the fate of all humanity. Soon, the monster began to experience strange emotions. Perhaps it was all related to Lynn and what she was doing. Really incomprehensible processes began to take place, and Aldebaran was not at all ready for this. He became visibly agitated and asked the demon Azazel to leave immediately and not to disturb him. But she smiled back at him and reminded him that they had agreed to 10 minutes of silence. Azazel was also very curious about what would happen after this little girl did her job. The monster replied that this creature should not be in this world and began to activate its strengths. He said that this creature went outside the system and did not obey the rules of this world, so it was a game bug. It was at this point that he began to attack and realized that a creature had appeared to protect this world and its inhabitants. He was very angry and started shouting, and Astria came. But it's one of the 12 constellations. Will it really protect the system's error? Astrea replied that this was her personal choice, and she believed that the time had not yet come to destroy humanity. The world will change, and people will regain their lost values and morals. Now it will regain what it has kept until now. This is called human justice, and Lyndon will come to the rescue in this difficult matter. From now on, this girl will be human justice, in the truest sense of the word. Of course, this is all strange to hear, but I'm sure Kim planned this in advance and knew it would be his trump card. That's why he always tried to take Lynn with him and kept telling her to train and study. The system notified everyone around that all data for this game would be disconnected in a few seconds. No one could understand what was happening, and the players started to panic when they saw that their observers had disappeared. Even Katie looked at all this and did not understand whether it was the apocalypse or a cunning and clever plan by Kim. She began to worry about her friend and thought that Lynn was in danger, but this was not the case. A few days before, Kim came to Astrea to have an important conversation with her in person. He asked her to make Lynn his representative, not paying attention to the fact that this girl was still very young. Naturally, the constellation was worried, as she believed that it was unknown whether the representative's divine powers would be able to withstand the links. But the problem is that Kim is not worried about Lynn, but about Astria, although it may look strange at first glance. The Raven wants to awaken the abilities in this little girl. If she becomes a representative in this state, she can absorb the Astrius. This woman doesn't like it very much, as if the Kim wants her dead because what he's asking for is too risky. She cannot understand what exactly he is trying to achieve with his proposal. Kim said that he liked her, that she was a good goddess who believed in people and who stayed on Earth until the last moment. He respects her for treating players as people, not as pawns on a chessboard. That's why he came to her and asked her directly for help, and he was even ready to bow down before her. As it became clear later, the goddess agreed to these conditions, and only now did the game master learn about it. He started to panic because the system started to have problems, the server seemed to be down, and it seemed as if Kim knew about it beforehand. Everything was fine until the link started glowing like an angel, and that's when the system started having problems. Akartos was visibly nervous. He realized that his entire brilliant plan to destroy humanity could fail. The problem is only with the god that this server is associated with. If you use another one, everything will be fine. The master of the game is already sweating with excitement. He doesn't believe that the player is capable of such a thing. Meanwhile, Kim is enjoying the process, asking his enemy to watch closely, because it is he who is to blame for everything. It was he who was guilty of making such an enemy as Kim, and this was his fatal mistake. Meanwhile, Aldebaran did not understand what was happening at all. He even started laughing from nerves. Of course, he realized that the end of this world might be strange, but there was a kind of chaos going on. He looks at a girl named Lin and cannot understand whether she is really human. Where does she get her strength from? She very quickly reached the level of a deity, and it seemed as if she had become several years older. The monster likes all this. He thinks it's a mistake that has gone beyond common sense. That is, he believes that Lin is a creature that has overcome the limits of human capabilities, and that is why he is ready to challenge it. Now it's all like a game to him. He wants to complete his mission and destroy this world with its inhabitants. That's why he activated the bull's crushing fist technique. It should be quite powerful, but it seems as if the ice can stop time. In less than a second, she manages to dodge and see all the dangerous attacks of the opponent. I don't even know what to call such opportunities. It's 100% transcendent level of skill. Very quickly, she showed this monster how pathetic he was in comparison to her. It was such a powerful blow on her part that the bull's fist technique turned out to be child's play. But in response, Aldebaran started laughing again, saying that he was finally glad to meet a worthy opponent. The bull realized that he would have to act in a completely different way, because in order to defeat this girl, he had to find non-standard opportunities to attack. He is an Aldebaran who craves perfection during battle and promises to destroy it right now. In parallel with these events, Akartos continued to be constantly nervous and could not find a place for himself. In response, Kim just smiled and asked him to calm down and not lose his mind. Raven said that he had something else, and after saying that, he immediately sent a request for system permission and started changing the user. Akartos was sure that it was all bullshit, that Kim was part of the system, so he couldn't do anything. But Kim replied that all this can be done by someone who does not obey the rules of the system, such as a dream witch. If there is an opportunity to insert a straw man and enough points to make a new server, then this situation is possible. Akartos started begging Kim to stop and apologizing to him. Now he admits that he was wrong and that he is trying to get away with it. He claimed that alien creatures could be very bad and they would destroy the whole Earth, so it was the wrong choice. A being with divine qualities can have an avatar if the object itself agrees to it. The gods grow an avatar and get real pleasure from it, and so did the heroes in the Age of Myths. But not only players can get permission and make their avatars from them. Kim is going to make her avatar out of a completely different creature, and this is a complete game changer. Meanwhile, Lin watched the Aldebaran approach her with incredible speed. This guy is not used to experiencing failure. He was born to win and conquer other worlds. His confidence in his own abilities has no limits, and of course his ego will not tolerate defeat by a little girl. But we shouldn't underestimate some facts. It has already become clear that the line is no longer as small as it used to be. All this time, she was walking and constantly watching her teacher, and managed to learn a lot of new interesting things. Of course, the skills in martial arts were almost entirely taken from watching Kim. She had seen all these techniques and moves in her teacher's constant battles with other players and monsters. Her training process lasted for many months, and now it's time for her to demonstrate everything she can do. Aldebaran was sure that she did not have the strength to defeat him. It's hard to understand whether he really believes in his invincibility or refuses to believe that he is being beaten by a girl player from the planet Earth. He tried to get closer to her and try to strike again, but he saw that now she wanted to be proactive. Lin gave her opponent the opportunity to demonstrate her strength, and now it was her time to shine. An incredibly powerful bull's punch versus a schoolgirl's punch, and now it will become clear who will win this battle. The player saw a flash of bright fire in the sky. So strong was the collision between these two titans. Kim did everything perfectly. He knew he couldn't defeat this monster, and that's why he needed to find another solution to the problems. This solution to the problem has always been close to him, so it didn't take him long to plan the strategy. A constellation can only beat a constellation. Everything in Genius is always simple, and this situation is no exception. Lin has learned new tricks, and now she can see her opponent's abilities and immediately copy and apply them personally. Aldebaran tried to kill her with a lot of blows. It seemed to him that this was the only way to defeat this girl. But using the copying technique, he received the same number of kicks in return, and realized that even that didn't work. It seemed to him that it was impossible. It was not a game according to the rules, and a human being could not master this technique so quickly. He was sure that even this would not be enough to defeat him, and asked the girl to show more of her abilities. He wants Lin to show everything she's capable of and to hide absolutely nothing. But it seems as if she really shows her full potential, he will regret it. And that is exactly what will happen soon, because Lin is ready to show her true colors. The bull was not prepared for this and immediately tasted blood on his lips. It was tough, but it was not over yet. Lin struck again and made the monster fly a little, finally calming down a bit. He saw something in her attack, something with which he could go beyond his capabilities. With this, his fog has cleared, and he thanks the linen for this. It is his last technique. He is ready to demonstrate all the limits of his destructive fist technique, so this battle will be his last. Finally, we are approaching the end of this story. Only one will be the winner, the other must die. The Changsong technique was activated, and Aldebaran prepared to show everything he could do and finally win. But Lin is not going to stand by and wait for her death, so she decides to summon the seventh sign of the zodiac, Libra. That is, we will see the Libra again, and even the monster bull sees it for the first time with his own eyes. All this looks really legendary. According to accepted human standards, the scales of justice can determine sinfulness. It was they who recognized the Aldebaran monster as evil, and it is for this that they will judge it. And so the time has come to pass judgment on this terrible monster. But he said that he was not going to obediently wait for this verdict and recognize it as correct. He still believes that he can show his power with his fist, although it has long been clear that this is not enough to defeat Lin. Now she has summoned the seventh sign of the zodiac to help her, and this is the main confirmation of her divinity. She's on a completely different level, and she's not even really interested in fighting this fool. He may not be too smart, but we must admit that his speed is really impressive and he is quite strong. But even this is not enough to stop the line in its current state, which was possible a month ago, but not now. Soon after, everyone around us received a message. The main task number 9 was successfully completed. The changes to the system will require more points, but the Hydra is ready to go for it, even though it is all quite unusual. She was pleasantly surprised to see that the Det personally came to this abandoned server. They hadn't seen him for a long time. Borg is the embodiment of chaos, and he cannot understand the IDR, even though people are interesting creatures. But do we really need to go that far? If her stupid father finds out about all this, he might get very angry, so she has to keep that in mind. After these words, she immediately began to worry about the person with whom she had signed her contract. As far as Borg knew, she did not have an avatar, but Idra answered something strange. She said that she was now an avatar. She became the first avatar of a raven, and now she can be called a fallen goddess. It all seemed absurd, but the Hydra is not going to talk about it, so the Det can go back to where it came from. Now the Hydra is busy because she needs to fulfill the task of her god. But if she is telling the truth, what is her goal? Idra said that all of this makes her smile, and she only recently realized that she was quite jealous. Now the game on Earth belongs to Idra, the Witch of Dreams, and soon Akartos will be stripped of his rights as a master of the game. Of course, he almost fainted with rage when he heard about it. He did not expect that an Idra could become an avatar of a person. He thinks it's all just chaos, and now Kim has called the game's creator personally. It's not clear what will change if Kim can get rid of this game. It won't end. It will continue as it should. Kim replied that the game was too terribly managed by the game masters, and it was the worst game he had ever played. Suddenly, strange things began to happen. After losing the right to master the game, Akartos was supposed to return to the other world, but this did not happen. Kim assured this guy that he could never go back there again because he still didn't know everything. Now he is facing the full end and must regret the day he offended the Raven. Although he said that they were seeing each other for the first time with him, this was not true. Kim said that they had met before. Of course, this was not so easy to believe, because the Akartos only remembers the events of this particular timeline. But they did see him many times, and each time Kim promised himself that he would kill the scoundrel. But each time he would fail to do so, but now the situation is completely different, and revenge is very close. Akartos said that he could no longer stand it, and now he would try to personally tear the heart out of Kim's body. He has a good regeneration technique, but when you meet a crow, even that may not help you. As it turned out later, the speed of Akimbo is much faster than the regeneration rate of Akartos. I wonder why a titanium is only getting injured by an ordinary person. Kim decided to apply various techniques, such as the proof of superiority, when all characteristics are doubled in a battle with a constellation. Even though it lasts only 30 minutes, it should be enough to kill this fool. Now he will finally die here and now, and no one will be able to help him. Akartos will not even get the right to see the destruction of his creator with his own eyes. That's right. Kim wants to destroy even him.